1 ding. Choose the system and escort you. Ask for flowers. World of Dragon Ball, 7th Universe, on planet Vegeta. At this moment, a little boy about 7 years old was looking at the people around him in confusion. Tail. Scion. I seem to have time traveled. The little boy's name is Suzy. He was reading number 18 in Bulma's Lily book before time travel. When he was reading it, he fainted out of nowhere. When he opened his eyes again, he had already entered this world. Warriors on planet Vegeta, I have an announcement for you. The great King Frieza will arrive on planet Vegeta in 3 days' time, and I hope that everyone will not do nothing on that occasion. At this time, an extremely calm voice resounded throughout the large square. Suzy regained his composure, looked up, and saw a huge arena suspended in mid-air, on which stood a majestic man. He recognized him. This was King Vegeta. Dragon Ball World, I actually came to Dragon Ball World. Suzy swallowed, his eyes were a little confused, but also a little excited. As an old Dragon Ball fan, more than once he fantasized about traveling through the Dragon Ball world and fighting side by side with Gukong Tragedy Tower and the others. Now, he got his wish, not only traveled to the world of Dragon Ball, but also became Scion, etc. Suzy was getting more and more excited, so she almost took off her clothes and jumped up to show how happy she was at the moment. But suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he suddenly raised his head to look at King Vegeta on the huge ring in mid-air, cold sweat. At this moment, he broke out in vain. Currently planet Vegeta is not destroyed, and. What did King Vegeta just say? King Vegeta says that in 3 days the great King Frieza will arrive on planet Vegeta. Suzy didn't even pay attention, the question he was thinking just now whispered out, and a scion next to him repeated it to him. Thanks. Suzy squinted at this scion, subconsciously thanked him, but soon he stared at this scion in a daze. It looks exactly the same as Gokong's face in his memory, with iconic hair and that familiar smile. Burdock. Suzy said in astonishment. Oh? You actually know me? Burdock smiled at Suzy. He is now the father of 2 children, and he has a natural gentle attitude towards children. Know each other, how can we not know each other? Suzy murmured, then turned his gaze back and began to think. Had he not received the news that Frieza would arrive at planet Vegeta in 3 days, Suzy must have a good chat with Burdock at this moment. But now, pull it down. If nothing else, this time Frieza came to planet Vegeta specifically to destroy the race of Scion. So he had to think about how he could leave planet Vegeta at this point in time. He didn't want to be smashed into pieces and buried in this sea of stars just like planet Vegeta. Ding! Choose the system and escort you as the host. While Suzy was thinking about it, 2 prompts similar to electromechanical synthesis sounds suddenly sounded in his mind. Hey! System! Suzy was stunned for a moment, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. The standard equipment for traversers, the sky-hanging system, is here. This system provides options for the host. As long as the host successfully completes the option task, he can get the selection reward sent by the system. The system began to introduce itself. Friendly reminder, if the host wants to communicate with the system, just open your mouth. Is there any novice gift package? Suzy thought for a moment, and asked in his heart. None. The system responded quickly. Then, is there any novice gift pack? Suzy frowned, and asked again. None. The systematic answer made Suzy frown even more. Then, there should be a small gift bag for beginners, right? Suzy is still unwilling to give up the novice gift package. He has read too many system novels, and which host doesn't get a novice gift package at the beginning? When it comes to him, let alone the big gift pack for beginners, there is no small gift pack for beginners. None. The system answered impatiently. What's there? Suzy was speechless for a while. Frisia will arrive at planet Vegeta in 3 days, and he won't give anything. If he can't escape from planet Vegeta, then how can he survive? Ding! The selection system is on. There are 3 days before the destruction of planet Vegeta. Option 1, fight side by side with Bardock, and then die in this battle, rewarding 1 million combat points. Option 2, escape from planet Vegeta, rewarded with the technique of instant transmission, 100,000 combat power, 50% of S cells, 5 times Kaioken without side effects. Suzy couldn't help but blinked when he heard the 2 options of the system. The system's choice is too clear, doesn't it give him a choice? Immediately, he didn't even bother to think for a second, and chose 2 directly. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 2 conversation with Bardock, persuasion, mouth gun, success. Ask for flowers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully choosing option 2, please work hard to escape from planet Vegeta within 3 days. The system's prompt sounded, and Suzy curled his lips, not to mention the option reward. Even if he didn't, he still had to think about how to escape from planet Vegeta. At present, internal personnel should not be allowed to leave planet Vegeta, so, if you really want to leave, I'm afraid you have to steal a universe spaceship and leave planet Vegeta in the dead of night. Thinking of this, Suzy turned his head and glanced at Bardock on the side again. This guy is good at stealing universe spaceships. After all, if he hadn't stolen a universe spaceship and sent the young Kakarot to Earth, there would be no follow-up birth of Gukong. Bardock, can we discuss something? Suzy organized his words, then took Bardock's hand and whispered something. Ah! Bardock looked stunned. Come on, come here, let me discuss something with you. Suzy took a few steps sideways, then moved away from the scions around him, and waved to Bardock. Bardock felt strange for a while, but he didn't refuse Suzy, and walked towards him. Bardock, I want to ask, where did you steal the universe ship that you sent Kakarot off? As soon as Bardock walked over, Suzy stood on tiptoe and pressed his shoulders to make him lower a little, and then asked a question. What? When Bardock heard Suzy's words, a look of shock appeared on his face, and he even took several steps back in fright. Suzy looked at the panicked Bardock, just smiled without saying a word. You, how did you know? Bardock took a deep breath, glanced around, and found that no one had noticed his exclamation just now. He was relieved, then approached Suzy, and whispered, "And you want to leave planet Vegeta?" Yes. Suzy didn't hide his purpose, nodded and said, I think you also have a premonition that this time Frisia's arrival on planet Vegeta will definitely not be a good thing. So, you received the news in advance, and settled Kakarot in advance. It's gone, I'm right. You. Bardock's expression changed completely, he stared at Suzy in disbelief, as if he wanted to see through him. However, he was disappointed. Suzy's immature face was full of calm, and there was no emotion at all. What do you want? Bardock said gravely. I want you to steal a universe ship for me, also located on the planet Kakarot is going to. Suzy bowed deeply to Bardock, then raised his head and said, Kakarot's future can only be barely seen when you leave this world, but, I can see everything about his future now. Do you also have the ability to predict? Hearing Suzy's words, Bardock was shocked. Yes. Suzy nodded, his face became solemn at this moment, and he said in a deep voice, otherwise, why would I want to escape from planet Vegeta? Because, after 3 days, planet Vegeta will definitely be destroyed by Frisia. Scion on the entire planet Vegeta, too. They will all die. Why does Frisia want to destroy planet Vegeta, destroy the Scion family? Actually, he is afraid of the birth of Super Scion. I know you can't persuade the other scions to run away together, so you can only fight to the end. And I don't need your advice, I want to leave planet Vegeta and take revenge on this guy in the future. So, if one more scion survives, then Frisia will be more fearful and have more hope of revenge. After finishing the call, Suzy looked directly at the sweaty Burdock. He had finished speaking, and then he could only leave it to this man to make a choice. He chose the easiest way. If Burdock is unwilling, then Suzy can only steal the universe spaceship by himself. Okay. I promise you, I will steal a universe spaceship for you. Standing there for a while with a changed expression, Burdock suddenly stared straight at Suzy, gritted his teeth and said, although I believe in your predictive ability, I will not send you to the planet of Kakarot. If you there are really real materials, and one day in the future, I will meet Kakarot, and I hope you can take care of him at that time. All of this is just Burdock's rhetoric. The 7-year-old Suzy has about 300 points of combat power. If he has evil intentions, this kind of combat power is completely dominant on the planet where Kakarot's combat power is extremely low. Just in case. What Burdock said was what if Suzy hurt Kakarot. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for him to let Suzy go to a planet with Kakarot. Suzy understood Burdock's thoughts after a little thought, and nodded with a smile, no problem, as long as you allow me to leave planet Vegeta within 3 days. It doesn't take 3 days, just come and find me here tomorrow night. Burdock is very confident, and it seems he has a knack for stealing universe ships. Hearing Burdock's promise, Suzy breathed a sigh of relief. Without any strong ability, he finally used his foresight of the Dragon Ball plot to successfully persuade, Burdock to help him. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Update description and some words of truth. Today, I found a clip of my favorite anime on TikTok. That's right, it's Dragon Ball. After thinking about it for a while, I saw that Philo didn't have any new Dragon Ball articles recently, so I wrote it myself. Dragon Ball is relatively small and Philo, not as good as Pirate Hokage, but I know that the readers of Dragon Ball are very nice, and they will enthusiastically vote for the author. I have also written a few Dragon Balls, and many readers in the book review area put forward their opinions, whether it is good or bad. There are many comments. Obviously, the reader stickiness of our Dragon Ball theme is definitely not lower than other themes. Therefore, the new book is not easy, the author will just mention a word, let's read and cherish it, if this book can enter the eyes of readers. So please support me sincerely. The support the author is talking about here is not asking for a reward, but just asking for free flower evaluation tickets and comments in the book review area. Of course, the author hopes that everyone can vote for these free things every day. Let's talk about the update. 5 chapters are guaranteed for 1 day's update. Don't think that 5 chapters are enough, the author's hand is super fast, there are a lot of flowers and comments, let alone 5 updates a day, 6 updates a day, and 7 updates are easy to come by. Finally, I hope that there will be a theater version of Dragon Ball this year, and there will be a second version of Dragon Ball. Oi! Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 3. Leave planet Vegeta, choose the reward and get it, ask for flowers. Time passed very quickly, and a day and a half passed quickly. That night, Suzy walked out of the rest cabin. He didn't bring any large items, only some change of clothes, which were still placed in the space that comes with the system. Call. Suzy arrived in the dark at the place agreed with Burdock yesterday. It was a vast land with a cold wind blowing, and it sounded like wild wolves howling at night. Suzy. At this time, a deep voice came from behind the stone pile on one side. Burdock. When Suzy heard Burdock's voice, his face suddenly showed excitement, and then he quickly ran towards the stone pile. Soon, he arrived, glanced at a small universe spaceship behind the stone pile, and his face was a little more excited than before. "I hope you can abide by the agreement and take care of that little guy when we meet Kakarot in the future." Burdock stood beside the small universe spaceship, looking at Suzy seriously. "Do not worry." Suzy's face was solemn. He straightened his body, and said in a deep voice, "Thanks." Burdock stared at Suzy twice, finally smiled, and then slowly opened the small universe spaceship, indicating that Suzy can enter. Suzy didn't suspect him, and directly entered this small universe spaceship. "I've already set the flight coordinates for you, it's a planet far away from planet Vegeta." Suzy entered the spaceship of universe. The hatch was not closed yet. Burdock said softly, "Thanks." Suzy thanked her. "You should have learned how to pilot the universe ship, right?" Burdock asked. "Have." Suzy searched the memories in his mind, and found that he was no stranger to the universe spaceship. Anyway, he was already 7 years old, and he had 300 combat points. If he was older and stronger, he might be able to complete the travel mission. Standard. In that case, good luck. Burdock reached out and closed the hatch of the universe spacecraft, then stepped back a dozen steps, silently watching the engine-starting spacecraft slowly rise from the ground to the sky. Afterwards, only a roar of engines was heard, and the small spaceship of universe where Suzy was located turned into a stream of light and instantly disappeared into the dark night sky. Burdock looked up at the dark night sky, stood there for a while, and then left the area with a heavy face. At the moment when the spaceship took off, Suzy put away some excitement, then calmed down and fell asleep directly. After waking up again, Suzy found that he had reached his destination. Stepping out of the universe spaceship, Suzy put the spaceship into the space of the system, and then walked around. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the selection task and getting rewards. The technique of instant transmission, 100,000 combat power, 50% of S cells, 5 times no side effects Kaioken. After walking a few steps, a system notification sounded in Suzy's mind. Host, Suzy. Age, 7 years old, AIG 737. Combat power, 100,300 points. Skills, finger cannon, Kaioken with 5 times no side effects, instant transmission. Items, none. Suzy glanced at his character attribute panel, and couldn't help but twitch his brows. Although the 100,000 points of combat power given to him by the system had arrived, he didn't feel any stronger at all, which made him feel a little strange up. Host. Your feeling is wrong, you release the finger cannon now to see how terrifying the power can be. The system opened up. Oh. Immediately, Suzy fired a finger cannon at a small hill in the distance. Rumble. The finger bombarded the hilltop, and the hilltop exploded in an instant. This. Suzy's eyes were stunned. He only had 100,000 points of combat power, and the destructive power he caused was so terrifying. How about millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of combat points? It's no wonder that the Dragon Ball world can be said to be the world with the highest combat power in the dimensional world. Not to mention hundreds of millions of combat power, even a random person with a million-level combat power may be able to smash a planet. Suzy couldn't help sighing. As for Dragon Ball's tens of billions or hundreds of billions of battle levels that can't penetrate the Earth since the midterm, it's obviously a bug in the old bird's settings. Thinking of this question, Suzy's eyes flickered, and he rested his chin on his hand and began to think. He was thinking that this world is the real world of Dragon Ball, and whether the bugs in the world of Dragon Ball and the manga set by the old bird do not overlap. Host, what you have transmigrated into is the Dragon Ball world in the anime. No matter what butterflies you arouse, the final plot will not change. The system explained. Oh. Suzy narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, if Bulma and I fall in love and get married, will Trunks appear later? Meeting. The system continued to explain, however, Trunks will be born to another Earthwoman and Vegeta. I see. Suzy nodded and smiled. To be honest, he quite liked this setting. Gathering away some distracting thoughts, Suzy was about to start practicing. The gravity of this planet was sensed by the system to be about 30 times that of the Earth, which means that this is a 30 times gravity chamber. Although it won't be perfect for Suzy, who has a combat power of 100,000 points, it's better than nothing, and he has to get used to his current powerful strength. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 4. Make use of Dragon Ball Super Time systematic method to transform. Ask for flowers. In the year 738 of AIG, on this low-gravity planet named Baseliard. 1 year has passed, and my combat effectiveness has improved to a higher level. At this moment, on a mountain in the east of this low-gravity planet, a young boy's immature face was full of excitement. He is Suzy, and it's been a year since he left planet Vegeta. During this year, he has grown very rapidly, from 100,300 combat power to the current 200,000 combat power. Don't think it's too slow for him to increase his combat power by only close to 100,000 points a year. You know, he doesn't have a strong scion blood, let alone a gravity chamber with a higher multiple to improve his strength. For the early stage, just a low-level scion warrior bloodline can increase the combat power of nearly 100,000 points within a year, which is already extremely amazing. Don't you see that Son Goku on Earth has only a little fighting power at the beginning of Dragon Balls? So, in general, his growth ability is extremely amazing. Regarding the fact that he was able to increase his combat power by 100,000 points in just 1 year, Suzy thought for a while, and attributed this amazing growth power to the 50% S cells in his body. Just like in the original Dragon Ball anime, the reason why Son Goku can grow so fast after he transforms into Super Saiyan Red is because he has some God power and God realm left in him. In the same way, Suzy has 50% S cells in his body at the moment. As we all know, once Saiyan can successfully transform into a Super Saiyan, the combat power of his practice will accelerate. In fact, from Suzy's point of view, why growth becomes more and more terrifying refers more to the number of S cells in a Scion's body. Once the S cells in his body meet the transformation requirements of Super Saiyan, then he can definitely enter the transformation form of Super Saiyan 1 with ease. It doesn't even need to reach the standard line combat power of the transformation Super Saiyan to complete the transformation. Wait. I might try the Saiyan system transformation in Dragon Ball Super, and gather my energy on the back for Super Saiyan 1 transformation. Suzy suddenly thought of something, and a light flashed in his eyes. Do it as soon as you think of it, and immediately, Suzy took a deep breath, then clenched his fists and stood upright on the ground. Boom! As Suzy slowly closed his eyes and gathered all the energy on his back, an astonishing aura burst out from him suddenly, and immediately after that, a golden arrogance burst out from his body. Super Saiyan 1, it actually came true. A few seconds passed quickly, and Suzy slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at his character attribute panel, with a little excitement on his face. To be fair, Super Saiyan's transformation form is definitely every Dragon Ball fan's dream of transforming once. Seriously, the feeling of transforming into Super Saiyan is amazing. Call. After the successful transformation, Suzy felt his strength again, and immediately returned to his normal appearance. He exhaled lightly. His normal combat power was 200,000 points, and the combat power of Super Saiyan 1's transformation form was increased. His fighting power will reach 10 million points. A combat power of 10 million points. Reasonable, at the current stage of the plot, except for that guy Frieza. I am definitely an invincible existence. Thinking of this, Suzy suddenly laughed. It is only 738 years of AIG, and there are still 11 years before the plot of the first part begins. During this time, he believes that his strength will become more and more terrifying. Suzy then stayed on the planet for a few more months before heading straight to the next planet for his travels. According to his previous idea, that is to go to the Earth to meet the characters in the original book. Of course, the most important thing is actually to meet the woman Bulma. No. He thought about it. Bulma is only 5 years old now, so he should only be called a little Lolita. For a little Lolita, Suzy thinks that there is really nothing to touch. Rumble. Just as Suzy pointed his middle finger between his eyebrows, and was about to use the technique of instant transmission to leave the gravitational asteroid named Baseliard, there was a sudden roar of the engine of the Universe spacecraft in the sky. Suzy looked up and saw the Universe spaceships of Frisia's legions flying in from outer space. I come to conquer. You residents of this asteroid, don't even think about resisting the invasion of the great Captain Ducato. Kill them all. Several loud voices echoed from the sky. Suzy blinked, raised his hand and pointed out. Rumble. A common finger cannon that can no longer be common directly bombarded a Universe spaceship into dregs. Nanny. The enemy is attacking. Defend. Defend. Find the enemy's position. With the lessons learned from a Universe spaceship, Frisia's Legion warrior in every Universe spaceship panicked. Call out. Suzy soared into the sky and came directly to the sky. Scion. The appearance of Suzy made a green-skinned humanoid frown in one of the Universe spaceships. He is the captain of this team, Captain Ducato, an elite master with a fighting power of 50,000 points. Bomb him. Ducato narrowed his eyes and gave the order directly. As Ducato's order was issued, the shells of Universe spacecraft were all aimed at Suzy in the sky. Facing the cannonballs from spaceships, Suzy was very indifferent, with his hands open, a golden light shone on each finger. Boom! With a thought in his mind, Suzy fired out the 10-finger cannon. Rumble! Soon, the roar of the explosion resounded in the sky. Ah! The screams continued to be heard in the sky. Hey! It's gone! Seeing that the whole team was wiped out, Suzy frowned slightly, a little disappointed. But think about it, his normal combat power alone has reached as much as 200,000 points, and he can easily crush and kill these small party members of Frisia's Legion. I can transform into Super Saiyan 1 now. This kind of strength can actually be experienced in the universe. I don't know if Beerus is still sleeping at this time. If I have the opportunity, maybe I can get in touch with Beerus and Whis. Guy. Suzy pointed the middle of his index finger between his eyebrows, thought for a while, and gradually disappeared on the planet Baseliard. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 5 and 6 years, the first encounter with Bulma by coincidence. Ask for flowers. 6 years passed quickly. On this day in May of 744 AE, on a certain gravitational planet in the universe. At this moment, a young man was sitting on the ground with his upper body naked, grilling meat. The meat itself is very fragrant. If it is seasoned with earth, it will definitely taste better. This young man is Suzy. 6 years have passed, and his normal combat power is naturally not a little bit higher than the original 200,000 points. Now, his normal combat power has reached 10 million points. In 6 years, Suzy still felt quite satisfied with an increase of 9.8 million combat power points. After all, one has to know that there are still 5 years before the start of the first Dragon Ball story, and his normal combat power already has 10 million points, and the subsequent growth will inevitably be even more unimaginable. I think it should be possible to go to the Earth and have a look. Practicing this kind of thing is too boring. After many years of practicing alone, Suzy feels that if he continues like this, he may really develop autism. An hour later, Suzy set off. To say it was a departure, it would be better to say that he used the technique of instant transmission to search for the location of the Earth, and then teleport directly to the Earth. At this moment, in the blue sky of the Earth, Suzy glanced around, thought for a while, and finally flew towards the west of the Earth. Suzy's strength is terrifying, but within a few minutes of flying, he has already arrived in the city of Western capital. In the sky, he lowered his head and glanced, his eyes gradually narrowed, and an unknown nostalgic smile appeared on his face. Call out! Just reminiscing for a few seconds, Suzy's figure flickered for a moment, and the next second directly appeared on the ground of Zidu. Dragon Ball World Earth's money is Sony. Although I don't have Sony, but I have experienced in the universe for many years, and I have obtained a lot of precious items. Among them, very precious diamonds on Earth. There are simply too many in the system backpack. Suzy thought about it, and started to walk around, and walked into a jewelry store after a while. A minute later, Suzy walked out of the jewelry store again. After walking a few steps, his brows were raised suddenly. Because a little girl ran right in front of him. This little girl has blue and green double ponytails, and her big blue-purple eyes look extremely attractive. She's Bulma. Suzy looked at the little girl in a daze for a while, but he never thought that the first meeting between himself and Bulma was such a coincidence. Please give way to everyone in front. Bulma turned and looked behind him, shouting. Boom! Oh! Suzy was in a daze, so Bulma bumped into him directly. You! Bulma regained his composure, and was just about to get angry, but when he saw Suzy's face, a little heart suddenly appeared in those blue-purple eyes. Good! So handsome! This is what Bulma is thinking at the moment. Sorry, I was just in a daze and didn't notice you. Suzy apologized. At this moment, a large group of people rushed over with extremely unfriendly expressions. Hey! Boy, don't meddle in other people's business, otherwise you will definitely be overwhelmed. The leader of this large group of people looked at Suzy coldly and threatened. Snort! Bulma turned to look at them, made a face and hid directly behind Suzy. Boy! The leader's voice became even colder. Just as he was about to say something more, Suzy's indifferent gaze swept over him. The latter was startled immediately, and a large amount of cold sweat broke out on his back. Let's go! Suzy withdrew his gaze, said something to Bulma who was hiding behind him, and slowly left the street. Boss! Boss! Let's stop chasing that girl! But took our treasure away. When the figures of Suzy and Bulma disappeared on the street, the group of people who were chasing Bulma slowly came back to their senses, and they suddenly became noisy. Shut up! That guy just now feels too dangerous to me. That bead may not be a real treasure. If she snatched it away, then take it away. The leader's face was extremely pale, and he left the street with a group of his younger brothers. Hey! What's your name? Hey! Why are you ignoring me? Hey, you have a tail, but you are really handsome. My name is Bulma and I'm here on another street. Suzy was walking in front, Bulma kept waving his little hands beside him, and the blue-purple eyes were full of little hearts. Bulma deserves to be a nympho. Suzy couldn't help being a little speechless for Bulma, who was only 11 years old and so nympho. However, it does seem to be the nympho Bulma he remembers. My name is Suzy, I've told you twice. Suzy stopped suddenly, and said seriously, also, you should go back. Aren't you afraid that those people just now will come to trouble you again? I'm not afraid. And my home is not far away. Handsome Suzy, I remember you. Today is really thanks to you, otherwise my Dragon Ball would be snatched away by them. Bulma snorted coquettishly, but suddenly seemed to think of something. She broke away from the nympho state, and then took out a second star from a small pocket on her waist. Seeing this second planet, Suzy couldn't help being stunned. If he remembers correctly, this second planet should have been discovered by Bulma in her apartment in 749 IG, which is 5 years later, and the plot of the first Dragon Ball will slowly start. And now, Bulma, she actually got the second planet 5 years in advance. So if this is the case, will the plot points of the first Dragon Ball be advanced 5 years? Thinking of this, Suzy frowned slowly. Host, have you forgotten what the system said? No matter what happens, the plot points of Dragon Ball will not change. The system spoke at this moment. Yes. How did I forget? Suzy shook his head and smiled. It will be delivered on the 5th day of the first day. I sincerely ask for things like flower evaluation tickets and monthly tickets. I think this book is still worth a lot. Please be sure to leave a message in the book review area. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 6. The normal combat power has broken through 40 million points coming to Namek. Ask for flowers. That, my house is here, and. Bye. Unknowingly, the two of them walked for a while. When Bulma's voice came from one side, Suzy recovered his composure and looked at her, only to find that the girl was flushing and waving goodbye to him. Remember. My name is Bulma, this is my home, you can come and play with me when you are free. Okay. Suzy gestured an okay gesture to Bulma. Currently Bulma looks too young. Although he is not very old, he has been a human being for 2 lifetimes. His mind is naturally extremely mature. An 11-year-old girl is still too tender after all. Next, Suzy bought a villa across from Bulma's house. After seeing Bulma in real girlhood for the first time, Suzy also took some heart. At this stage, this girl is too young after all, leaving an impression that can. He stayed in Zeta for almost a month, during which he often met and played with Bulma, and the relationship between the two gradually became closer. Another month passed, and on this day, Suzy flew to Bayazai Mountain, took a peek at little Goku, and then teleported away from the Earth. Regarding the fact that Bulma obtained the second planet 5 years in advance, he didn't care at all after recalling what the system said, and. This girl is so young, he guessed that the family would definitely not let her out look for the Dragon Ball. Most importantly, Suzy doesn't believe that Bulma, who is only 11 years old, can invent the Dragon Ball radar detector. In addition, after getting along for this period of time, he could no longer see the girl Bulma's interest in Dragon Ball, so he left Earth with peace of mind. Spring has passed and autumn has come, and another 4 years have passed. On a certain day in April of 748 IG, on a planet that was completely green. At this moment, Suzy was floating in mid-air, looking down at a small village below, his eyes narrowed slowly. The planet he is on is the birthplace of Earth Shenron, Namek. And the small village under his feet is the village where the patron saint of Namek, the Great Elder, resides. Today, his purpose of coming to Namek is very simple, that is to obtain the 7 Dragon Balls on Namek and summon Shenron Balanga. 4 years ago, my normal combat power alone had 10 million points. 4 years later, my normal combat power is more than 2 or 3 times more than before. Suzy lowered his body slowly, with a little satisfaction on his face. Quadruple. Yes. In 4 years, he had quadrupled his combat effectiveness. In other words, now his normal combat power alone has reached 40 million points. In the state of transforming into Super Saiyan 1 and increasing his combat power by 50 times, his final combat power will reach a terrifying 2 billion. Yes. 2 billion combat points. At this stage, he can be regarded as the most absolute and powerful overlord character in the current stage of the plot. Even Frieza, the evil emperor of the universe, would definitely not survive a second in front of him. And now, there is still a year before the plot of the first Dragon Ball will start, but Sozi has already reached this level. So when the Dragon Ball's plot begins, and after the Majin Buu chapter ends, what level will he reach before the Dragon Ball Super plot begins? Unimaginable. If the progress is really fast enough. Sozi guesses that he may be stronger than the Super Saiyan Red synthesized by the Heart of Justice. Or in other words, reached the point of beating Beerus. Thinking about it this way, it's really exciting. Sozi only felt that when he thought of being able to hang and beat Beerus, the blood flowing in his body at the moment boiled instantly. Come and stop. While Sozi was thinking about it, a burst of shouting sounded in his ears. Sozi came back to his senses, glanced around, and realized that he had unconsciously arrived at the gate of the small village where the Great Elder was. At this moment, there are two tall Namek people guarding the door, looking at Sozi with vigilant eyes. I, Namek, never entertain people from other planets, please forgive me. The Namek man guarding the left side of the door gave Sozi an embarrassed smile, and then the expression on his face turned cold again. Sozi shook his head and smiled lightly, the wise elder should choose to meet with me. Hearing that Sozi recognized their supreme existence on Namek, the two Namek people couldn't help but look at each other, with surprise and strangeness in their eyes. You know, except for the Namek people, no one knows about the existence of the Great Elder. And now, Sozi, a person from this alien planet, knows the existence of the Great Elder. How can this not make them surprised and strange? Please wait for a moment. After hesitating for a while, the Namek man on the right bowed to Sozi, then turned around and ran into the village. Obviously, he was going to report the news of Sozi, a stranger. Sozi was not in a hurry and waited quietly. Although he has the absolute strength to make everyone on this Namek submit to him, and then get the 7 Dragon Balls, but there is no need to do so. A minute passed quickly. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Soon. After about 10 minutes, there was only a sound of hurried footsteps. Sozi looked in the direction of the footsteps, and saw a Namek leading a dozen Namek people arriving. Niru. When Sozi saw the leader of the Namek, his eyes couldn't help flickering. This guy is Namek's strongest combat-type warrior. He used the system to check Niru's combat power at the moment. 25,000 points. Calculated at the current stage, it is indeed very powerful. You are Scion. Neil came over, and after taking a few glances at Sozi, his face showed a little surprise. Yes. Sozi smiled and nodded. The Great Elder said that a friend came from afar. This friend is you. Niru frowned. Unlike other Namek people, he didn't know the race of Scion. He knew the race of Scion very well. For them, it was definitely the evil side. I said that the wise elder would want to meet with me. Sozi still kept smiling. Come in. Although Neilu was extremely displeased with Sozi, who was a Scion, as Sozi said, when the Great Elder learned that Scion was coming, he did reveal that he wanted to see him. Friendly reminder, this book is actually the space-time world of Dragon Ball, that is to say, the protagonist will actually transform into the mortal system, and in the future he will be rooted in the Super Saiyan Red of the Super World, and Super Saiyan will fight against it. In fact, no matter in the early or mid-term of Dragon Ball, it is the same in any time and space, just to remind everyone. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 7. Cooperate with the Great Elder to stimulate the potential in the body. Ask for flowers. Soon, Neilu brought Sozi to a small courtyard where the Great Elder lived. Great Elder, this Scion has been brought. Neilu quickened his pace, and whispered something behind the Great Elder who was sitting on the stone bench in the yard. I see. The great elder nodded in response, then slowly opened his eyes and looked at Suzi. The four eyes met, and there was a little shock on the face of the great elder. Too strong. The great elder could feel the incomparably vast energy in Suzi's body. Hello great elder, my name is Suzi. Suzi smiled and waved hello. Mr. Suzi, please sit down. The great elder is a wise man who can feel the evil aura. He didn't feel any evil aura from Suzi, so he was very kind to this powerful scion. Suzi walked over and sat opposite the great elder, straight to the point. Great elder, I hope to get 7 Dragon Balls when I come to Namek this time. Hearing this, the great elder's muddy eyes flashed a bright light. Of course, I won't take the benefits for nothing. Suzi smiled and said, with the eyesight of the great elder, he should know my strength. Therefore, if Namek is in danger in the future, I will promise to make a move. You don't need to take action. Neil immediately said, my strength is also very strong. Oh. Suzi squinted at this guy, then raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and stretched out a finger towards him, and then a golden light emerged from his fingertips. The great elder was very indifferent. As for Nilu, as the gold light on Suzi's fingertips shone, beads of sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead, and his heart jumped up in fright. Your so-called strength is not worth mentioning in my eyes. Suzi said lightly. Nira's words and eyes are provocative. It's true that he has a good temper, but he doesn't tolerate provocation. Okay, Neru. The great elder spoke up, and he fixed his eyes on Suzi. Order, let the elders of each village deliver the Dragon Ball to me. The great elder. Nilu's face changed, is this a compromise? Neru. The elder's voice was much lower. Yes. Hearing the change in the elder's tone, Nilu's face changed, but he had no choice but to bow respectfully, looked up at Suzi, and walked out of the small courtyard quickly. When Nilu left the yard, both the great elder and Suzi fell silent for a short time, and neither of them spoke for the first time. Just like that, the atmosphere was stiff for about 10 minutes, and the two were relatively silent. Mr. Suzi, how about you and I make another deal? The great elder took a light breath, and suddenly spoke. Hearing the great elder's words, Suzi couldn't help but twitched his brows. You are indeed very powerful, but your potential has its limit. I can stimulate the potential of the human body, but the price is very high, so I hope that after I die in the future, how many times will you guard Namek? The great elder didn't hold back, and directly announced the second transaction. Hearing this deal, a gleam burst out in Suzi's eyes. I promise. Without thinking about it, Suzi agreed directly. Please come with me. The great elder got up slowly, and then slowly walked towards the inner room in the courtyard leaning on his crutches. The two entered the inner room one after another. The elder turned around slowly, pointed to a futon on the ground beside him, and said, Mr. Suzi, please sit cross-legged. Good. Suzi nodded, took a few steps to the futon and sat down cross-legged. The great elder walked over with a cane, slowly stretched out his right hand, and placed it on top of Suzi's head. Close your eyes. When the great elder's voice sounded, Suzi couldn't help closing his eyes slowly. The great elder began to use his own ability, and the silver-white radiance sprayed from the palm of his right hand wrapped Suzi in it. After a while, Suzi, who closed his eyes, felt the change in himself. He has a wonderful feeling that his own consciousness is separated from himself. At this moment, he is extremely relaxed and has no distracting thoughts. But as time passed, the great elder who was stimulating Suzi's own potential was shocked to find that Suzi's body was emitting filth, and the stench was endless. Mr. Suzi is really not an ordinary person. I guided others to end their potential soon, but it took him so long. And it seems that he has not unilaterally discovered his potential. The great elder was shocked. Soon, when the time was up, Sozi slowly opened his eyes. Reborn. That's the first thing Sozi said when he opened his eyes. He got up from the futon and stretched his muscles and bones, only to hear a crackling sound coming from his body, which made Lin Tian look shocked. System, open the character attribute panel. Sozi cried out silently in his heart. Host, Sozi. Age, 18 years old, AIG 748. Normal combat power, 80 million points. Super Scion 1, 4 billion points. Skills, Finger Cannon, Kaioken with 5 times no side effects, Instant Transmission. Item, Super Beans X100. Terror. It's really scary. After checking his character attribute panel, Sozi took a deep breath. In just 10 minutes, his combat power has increased by as much as 40 million points. Logically speaking, it would take at least a few more years for him to achieve a normal combat power of 80 million points. And the Great Elder's actions shortened his practice time by several years. How could Sozi not be excited? Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 8 Summon Shenren, 3 wishes. Ask for flowers. Congratulations to Mr. Sozi for going one step further. The elder's voice sounded. Sozi broke away from the excitement, seeing the great elder sweating profusely, couldn't help feeling grateful. He knew that every time he used the ability to stimulate the potential of the human body, the lifespan of the great elder would be reduced. Although it was a deal, Sozi always felt that he was the one who made the money. Mr. Sozi will come again in 3 days, and the 7 Dragon Balls will also be delivered to me. The great elder took a light breath, walked slowly to his bed and sat down, and slowly closed his eyes. Sozi knew that the current great elder was extremely exhausted, so he didn't bother him anymore. He pointed his index finger between his eyebrows and disappeared directly. After Sozi left, the great elder opened his eyes again, and whispered softly, "The ability of instant transmission, this Mr. Sozi, is a bit mysterious." 3 days passed quickly, and Sozi came to Namek again. At this moment, it is still in the courtyard where the great elder lives. Call out! A piercing sound sounded, and Sozi appeared in the yard. Sozi! Seeing Sozi, Neilu, who was standing behind the great elder, stared. Mr. Sozi is here. The great elder slowly opened his eyes, with a kind smile on his face, then pointed to the 7 dragon balls the size of basketballs on the ground beside him, and said, "These are the 7 dragon balls." "I know." Sozi's gaze was fixed on the 7 large dragon balls on the ground, and a little excitement appeared on his face. Stepping forward a few steps, he squatted down in front of the 7 large dragon balls, reached out and touched one of the dragon balls. It felt very cold. This must be a very refreshing day in the hot summer day kind of artifact. The thought stopped here. Sozi got up and looked at the great elder and said, "Please trouble the great elder to summon Shenren." The great elder nodded, and got up from the stone bench, while Nielu hurriedly helped him to the 7 large dragon balls. "Come out, Shenren Polenga." The great elder raised his hands and looked up to the sky, speaking this sentence in the ancient Namek language. Rumble. At the moment of uttering these words, a thunderbolt suddenly sounded in the sky. Sozi looked up, and saw that the sky of Namek, which was originally a blue sky and white cloud, was covered with dark clouds in vain, and lightning bolts exploded in the dark clouds. This scene lasted for more than 10 seconds, and Sozi's eyes suddenly froze because a huge figure appeared from the layers of dark clouds. Call. With the sound of the wind, layers of dark clouds in the sky were blown away, and an extremely huge figure appeared. The owner of this figure is none other than Namek Shenren Palanga. "Lucky summoner, I am Shenren Palanga, I can grant any 3 wishes of yours." Shenren Polenga's voice was so penetrating that the entire Namek on Namek heard his voice. What is Mr. Sozi's first wish? The Great Elder looked at Sozi and asked. Great Elder, my first wish is for Shenron to increase my lifespan to the maximum within his ability. Sozi said his first wish without thinking. Okay. The Great Elder raised his head and spoke Sozi's first wish to Shenron Bolunga in the ancient Namek language. Life. Trifle. Shenron Bolunga crossed his arms and heard the Great Elder's wish. He couldn't help but smiled contemptuously, and then saw a scarlet light flashing in his eyes. Call out! In the next second, this scarlet light descended from the sky and submerged into Lin Tian's body. A mortal can only live for a maximum of 10,000 years. Therefore, the lifespan I can give you is only 10,000 years. Shenron Polenga spoke. Hearing this, the Great Elder turned his head and returned the words to Sozi intact. It's not a big problem. Sozi's eyes flickered for a moment. According to his thinking, he would definitely be able to enter the realm of gods in the future, and then he would naturally have an infinite lifespan. Great Elder, my second wish is to be able to control the ancient language of God. The second wish, Sozi thought for a moment and said. An ancient language of the gods. Hearing Sozi's second wish, the Great Elder's cloudy eyes flashed a bright light, but he didn't say much, and continued to convey Sozi's wish to Shenron Palanga. Call out! Soon, another scarlet light entered Sozi's body, and the latter had discovered that he had mastered the ancient language of God. Shenron Bolunga, my third wish is to get the exact location of all Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe. Having mastered the language of God, Sozi directly used the language of God to communicate with Shenron Palanga. I see. Shenron Bolunga heard Sozi's third wish, and finally understood why this guy wanted to control the language of God. Call out! The third scarlet light then submerged into Sozi's body. 3 wishes have been fulfilled, lucky caller, good luck. Shenron Balanga's voice sounded again, and his huge body suddenly turned into 7 large Dragon Ball stones, which fell directly from the sky to the ground. The specific locations of the 3 Super Dragon Balls are very far away. At present, there is no need to look for them. In Sozi's mind, he has already got the specific location of the 3 Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe, but at present he does not have the strength to go to the 6th universe to find the remaining Super Dragon Balls. So after thinking about it, he dismissed the idea of looking for the Super Dragon Ball immediately. Wait a minute. Currently, I only have 4 billion points of combat power when I transform into Super Saiyan 1. This is an extremely terrifying existence at the current stage and even at the time of the artificial human, but, if I cross the universe and meet gods of destruction level or the existence of the angel level, it will definitely become a dead body in seconds. Sozi is a person with a lot of confidence in his heart. If he is not fully sure, he will definitely not choose to look for the Super Dragon Ball. Moreover, not to mention that he does not have the ability to cross the universe, it is a felony to go to other universes without permission. With his current strength, he really cannot withstand the blows of gods of destruction and angel level. Everyone, can you vote for the Flower Evaluation Ticket monthly ticket? Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. 9 Team Jinut, choose rewards. Ask for flowers. An enemy is coming. The Great Elder suddenly frowned. He is a godlike figure of the creator of Namek, and his induction on Namek is completely comprehensive. He reacted immediately, and there was an enemy attacking. What? Sozi froze for a moment. Rumble. At this moment, the roar of the engine of the universe spacecraft suddenly came from the sky. Sozi came back to his senses and glanced at the sky, only to see one universe warship flying into Namek from outer space, and each universe warship bears the logo exclusive to the Frisia Legion. It's really a coincidence to come here. The corners of Sozi's mouth rose slightly. The Great Elder had tried his best to help him, and he was worried that he would not have the chance to repay him immediately. Now, these guys came, and he really felt sleepy, and the pillow fell from the sky immediately. They are all extremely powerful existences. The Great Elder frowned slightly, set his eyes on Neilu, and said in a deep voice, "Call the elite warriors from all villages and prepare for the battle." "Yes." Neil saluted respectfully, and then stepped forward to summon the warrior on Namek. Ding! Select the system to open. The Jinnut squad attacked. Choice 1, leave quietly and reward 100 fairy beans. Option 2, strong kills, rewards 10 times the time flow speed of the spiritual time room, 500 times the gravity room, Scion bloodline optimization potion, and clearing ability. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Suzi's mind. In this regard, he is really helpless, the system's attitude is too obvious. Does he have a choice? Choose 2. Without even thinking about it, Suzi chose option 2 directly. Even if there is no system prompt this time, Suzi will still choose to shoot. He is very happy that the selection system has not been activated for a long time. Moreover, the selection reward this time is so fat. Great Elder, have you forgotten my agreement with you? Suzi stepped forward, smiled slightly at the Great Elder, pointed at the universe warships in the sky, and said, "Tell me, which universe warship is not happy, and I will help you shoot it down right away." This. Although the Great Elder understands how powerful Suzi is, but, facing a small army, is he really an opponent? Suzi, that's the army of Frisia, the evil emperor of the universe. How can you be the opponent? Neil said in a deep voice. His sense of Suzi gradually got better with his expression. At least, people want to contribute, not to escape from Namek in the first place. It's not a big problem. Suzi grinned, and the finger pointing to the sky suddenly flashed a golden light. Call out! In the next second, the light exploded and flew to a universe battleship in the sky at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Boom! Rumble! The moment the light was attached to the universe battleship, under the stunned eyes of the Great Elder and Neil, the universe battleship exploded instantly. It's a pity, it's broad daylight. If it's night, the fireworks will be even more brilliant. Suzi muttered in a low voice. Hearing Suzi's muttering, the Great Elder and Neilu were speechless for a while. Call out! Call out! Call out! Just when the Great Elder and Neil were speechless, Suzi faced the sky with both hands, and all 10 fingers shone brightly in gold. And then the 10-finger cannon fired. Rumble! In an instant, all the universe battleships in the sky exploded. Okay, so scary. That's someone attacking an entire legion by himself. When did such a powerful warrior appear in our Namek? My God, is this the power of God? It's too powerful. It seems that someone summoned Shenron just now. Could it be that Shenron did it? At this moment, in the village where the Great Elder was, each and every Namek looked up at the sky, and everyone's face was full of shock and disbelief. At first, when the Frisia army arrived, they were all terrified. Now with Suzi's attack, they saw such a big scene, and at the same time, their blood boiled, and at the same time, they also speculated who the person who made the attack was. Captain Jinyu. How could the Namek people be so powerful? At the same time, in the last universe battleship, several members of the Jinyu team were staring at Jinyu with sweat on their faces, with unstoppable horror on their faces. Mistake, misstep. Jinyu frowned, and said in a deep voice, but after all, our strongest is not an individual, but a small team. Boom! The moment Jinyu's voice fell, the entire universe battleship was suddenly hit and shook. Oops! Suddenly, Jinyu let out an exclamation, because he saw through the battle monitor that a man was releasing a wave of energy at the battleship they were on. Boom! The energy wave was launched, instantly annihilating the universe battleship in the world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the selection task and getting rewards. 10 times the time flow rate spiritual time room, 500 times the gravity room, Scion bloodline optimization potion, clearing ability. When the last universe battleship was completely annihilated, a system prompt sounded in Suzi's mind. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 10 Bulma reveals her love and sees little Gaku for the first time. Ask for her flowers. 500 times the gravity room is not a good thing for me now, and this spiritual time room with 10 times the flow rate of time is really awesome. Suzi glanced at his selection reward this time, and smiled a little on his face, not to mention the number of Scion bloodline optimization and the clearing ability. The choice reward this time can be called Fat. Next, after Suzi stayed on Namek for a while, he set off directly to the universe for a parade. Time passed slowly, AIG 749, September 1. At this moment, Zidu is at Suzi's home. Suzi, who had just returned home from a certain planet in the 7th universe, frowned suddenly. In his sense, Bulma's breath was not in the capital. This girl, where did she go? Suzi slowly closed his eyes and began to search for Bulma's location. Soon, within a few seconds, he was directly locating Bulma's location. Call out! The figure flickered for a moment, and Suzi disappeared directly into the home. The next second, there was another piercing sound, and Suzi appeared in a car. Ah! At the moment Suzi appeared, there was a scream in the car. Bulma, it's me. Suzi sat in the passenger seat and waved to Bulma in the main driver's seat. Suzi big brother. Ah! Where have you been all these years, why haven't you appeared? Do you know how much I miss you? Laugh. Hearing Suzi's voice, Bulma slammed on the brakes, then unbuckled his seatbelt and threw himself into the arms of his dreaming Suzi big brother. Haha, my Bulma has grown up. Suzi reached out and rubbed Bulma's head, and said with a smile, don't worry, I won't leave the earth for too long when I come back this time. Well, even if I leave the earth for too long, I will take you with me. In general, he doesn't need to leave the earth in the near future, because the plot of the first Dragon Ball has officially started, and at the same time, he has to relax his heartstrings that have been tensed for a long time. From the time travel to the present, thinking about it carefully, he has been practicing hard, and he has never had a good day of rest. Now, his normal combat power has reached 120 million points. Taking advantage of the beginning of the first episode of Dragon Ball, he also took a break and developed a relationship with Bulma. But Suzi looked down, and the corners of his mouth were raised a lot judging from Bulma's attitude after not seeing him again for many years. It seems that the relationship between the two has not been alienated because they haven't seen each other for a few years. Instead, Bulma treats him more like a wife waiting for her soldier husband to return. Hey! What is that? At the same time, when Suzi and Bulma were warming up in the car, a child carrying a big fish came over, jumped onto the front of the car and looked inside in front of the mirror. Ah! Bulma saw it inadvertently, and immediately screamed again. It's okay, it's okay. Suzi glanced at the little boy who was leaning in front of the mirror, and couldn't help but smile on his face. This little guy is Kakarot, also known as Little Gaku. Get out of the car. After Suzi said something, he got off the car with Bulma. Hey! Who are you? Little Gaku stood on the front of the car, watching Suzi and Bulma warily. Hi Kakarot, I'm Suzi. Suzi greeted directly. Kakarot. Hearing Suzi's greeting, Little Gaku glanced behind him, then left and right, finally saw Suzi pointing at himself, and asked strangely, are you calling me? Yes. Suzi nodded, and the tail wrapped around his waist flicked out. Wow! You have a tail too. When the little Gaku saw Suzi's tail, he jumped off the front of the car excitedly, then threw the big fish he was carrying on the ground, and circled around Suzi. After a while, little Gaku stared at Suzi and said, "But, I'm not Kakarot as you said, my name is Gaku, Son Gaku." "Haha, it's all the same. Kakarot is your name too." Suzi laughed out loud. A real first encounter with Son Gaku, honestly, kind of interesting. As a Dragon Ball fan, he never imagined that one day he would be able to meet and talk with one of his favorite characters. Certainly. Thinking of this, Suzi looked at Bulma beside him again. He also never thought that one day he would be able to get in touch with Bulma so closely. And apparently Bulma liked him too. "Well, say what you want." Little Gaku obviously didn't want to worry about his name, and after glancing at Bulma again, the little guy frowned slightly. "He's with you, why doesn't he have a tail?" "Bulma is an orthodox earthling, of course she doesn't have a tail," Suzi explained. "Shut up." Little Gaku nodded half understood, then approached some Bulma. Suddenly his eyes widened, and he was surprised. "Why is he different from us?" "Haha. Bulma is a girl and we are boys, so it must be different." Suzi explained again. He knew that little Gaku was in the deep mountains all year round, and all he came into contact with were beasts, and he had never seen humans before. Hearing Suzi's explanation, little Gaku scratched the back of his head. He didn't understand this at all, but it didn't hinder his enthusiasm for Suzi. He pointed to the big fish on the ground with a smile and said, "Suzi, I please eat the big fish." "Okay." As night fell, the night sky was full of stars. The three of Suzi were sitting in the courtyard and talking. "Suzi, I can feel your strength, how about we fight?" While talking, Son Gaku suddenly jumped up from the stool excitedly, stared at Suzi and made a request for a battle. Seeing the fighting spirit of little Gaku, Suzi didn't know how to respond for a while. To be reasonable, with his current combat power, he is really bullying little Gaku. "Your strength is too weak. When you get stronger, I will fight you again." Suzi thought for a while, but still rejected the kid. Although he knew that he had crushed Son Gaku, the latter would not be decadent because of it, but, the current battle with Son Gaku without any suspense is really not what he wants. "Damn it! You actually say I'm weak." Son Gaku made a high leg raise, and it seemed that he was about to take the initiative to attack, but at this moment, Suzi directly showed a little anger, which instantly made the kid confused. "How about it, do you think you are my opponent?" Suzi looked at him with a smile. Son Gaku stopped his movements and sat back on his stool. He looked at Suzi with undiminished fighting spirit. For him, as long as Suzi wants to fight him, he will always be with him to the end. "Humph! Sooner or later, I will definitely fight this guy Suzi." Son Gaku snorted coldly in his heart. Facing powerful people, he possessed endless fighting spirit and never gave up. "Please ask for the monthly ticket for the flower evaluation ticket, please everyone. The data is too pitiful. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 4 years have passed, and the transformation of Super Saiyan 3 is a matter of course. Ask for." After that, there was nothing to say all night. The next day Suzi got up early, and he and Bulma lived in the portable house taken out of the capsule. This portable house has several rooms, so there is no such thing as two people sharing a bed. Although the two have some vague sense of relationship, it is not easy to do anything out of the ordinary when the relationship is not really confirmed. Drink. After washing up, Suzi walked out of the portable room, and saw the little Gaku on the open space punching in an orderly manner, with a serious expression and extremely focused on martial arts. This scene made Suzi purse his lips and smile, with a little nostalgic look on his face. Goku's growth throughout his life, he has seen it as an audience. But now, he is not from the perspective of a spectator, but actually able to see the existence of Son Goku. Goku, your punch is hard enough, but not firm enough. Suzy looked at it for a while, and pointed out aloud. Oh! The little Goku turned around, looked at Suzy squarely, and said, why don't we have a discussion? You kid! Hearing the little Goku's words, Suzy couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. This kid kept fighting with every word. So, you attack me. However, looking at the expectant look in the little Goku's eyes, Suzy thought for a while, anyway, he has nothing to do, and he is still idle, so it's not impossible to give this boy some pointers. Good. Little Goku suddenly became excited. After bowing to Suzy with clasped hands, the expression on his face gradually became serious, and then he made a high leg raise, which was the posture of Goku before the attack, which is familiar to Dragon Ball fans. Drink! With a loud shout, Son Goku moved. His speed was very fast, and he arrived in front of Suzy, who was tens of meters away, in almost 2 or 3 seconds. Bang bang bang! The strength is too small. Facing Goku's blatant attack, Suzy put his left hand behind his back, stretched out his right hand, and just used his index finger to deal with his attack. Drink! Little Goku shouted again. His strength increased a lot, and it was already a full-strength shot. Bang bang bang! Facing little Goku's all-out attack, Suzy calmly responded with only one finger, and finally turned sideways, dodged behind him, and slashed with a hand knife, directly causing little Goku to fall to the ground. Ah! Suzy, you are really strong to the extreme. The little Goku, who fell on the ground, took a long time to get up from the ground, stretched out his hand and rubbed the back of his neck, and stared at Suzy excitedly. I'm older than you, so obediently call me Big Brother from now on. Suzy laughed out loud. Brother! Little Goku blinked his eyes, and then smiled, okay. Brother Suzy! There was another burst of laughter. Time passed quickly. Bulma got up around noon, and the three of them left Bayazai Mountain after having a meal. According to Bulma's thinking, she originally wanted to find the Dragon Ball because she wanted to know where Suzy had disappeared from Shenron for a while. Now that her sweetheart appeared, there was no need to continue looking for the Dragon Ball. Therefore, when she first left Bayazai Mountain, she didn't want to continue her journey to find Dragon Ball. But when Suzy said that Shenron can keep her youthful forever, she suddenly became interested again. The trip of the three was very joyful. Because of the existence of the Dragon Ball radar, they successfully collected all 7 Dragon Balls in just 1 month and summoned Shenron. During this period, like the original book, Son Goku came into contact with Oolong, Yamcha, and Master Roshi. It is worth mentioning that when Master Roshi first met Suzy, he was shocked. Although Suzy's aura is perfectly concealed, as an old martial artist, Master Roshi is also very sensitive in perceiving aura, knowing that this is a strong man who does not know how many times stronger he is. So when I learned that Suzy was young, I was really taken aback. Time flies like an arrow, and time flies like a shuttle. Just like that, 4 years passed quickly. One day in August in IG 753, 3 months had passed since the 22nd Tianzi Budo conference. On this day, Suzy walked out of the spiritual time room in the backyard of his home that was 10 times faster than the time flow. Host, Suzy. Age, 23 years old, AIG 753. Normal state, 520 million points of combat power. Super Saiyan 1, 26 billion combat points. Super Saiyan 2, 52 billion combat points. Skills, Ultimate Kamehameha Wave, 5 times no side effect Kaioken, Instant Transmission Jutsu, Clear Ability, Silver Level. Items, 500 times Gravity Room, 10 times Time Flow Speed Spiritual Time Room, Super Fairy Bean X50000. After checking his character attribute panel, Suzi's eyes gradually narrowed, and an extremely satisfied smile appeared on his face. His panel combat power is very clear, but there is another hidden thing. That is 5 times Kaioken with no side effects. That is to say, Super Saiyan 1's transformation form is superimposed with 5 times Kaioken without side effects, and his combat power will reach as much as 130 billion. If he uses the 5 times Kaioken without side effects in the transformation form of Super Saiyan 2, his combat power will reach a terrifying 260 billion points. In these short 4 years, his growth is not insignificant. It can even be said that his progress can be regarded as highlighting the horror of the sky. What is the concept of a normal increase of 100 million a year? Of course, Suzi understands that this is the effect brought about by the optimization of Scion's bloodline, otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for him to grow so fast. I was able to transform into Super Saiyan 2 years ago, and I think I can start trying to break through the transformation of Super Saiyan 3 now. Suzi's eyes flickered, and his eyes were full of eagerness to try. The current him is different from Son Goku Vegeta and other Scions in the original work. In a sense, he who has optimized the Scion bloodline once is much purer than them in terms of bloodlines. Stop thinking here, Suzi doesn't think too much about those who have nothing. Although he has a big hang, but compared with the progress of some follow-up Son Goku and others, he really doesn't have the qualifications to replace the dog empty Hang King title. Pointing the middle of his index finger to the center of his eyebrows, Suzi had a thought, and he directly used instant transmission to come to an uninhabited star in the Milky Way. Drink! Floating above the starless sky, Suzi clenched his fists, let out a loud shout, and transformed into Super Saiyan 1, his powerful aura sweeping across the entire planet. Drink! There was another burst of shouting, and I saw that he had entered the transformation form of Super Saiyan 2 from the transformation form of Super Saiyan 1. This time, he did not stay longer, and he transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 3 in a blink of an eye. It's a matter of course. Everything is so perfect. Without using 5 times Kaioken, I can have 208 billion points of combat power. To be fair, I really feel like I have controlled a powerful energy that can destroy a galaxy. Suzi's face is full of rebellion now, and he even feels that he can easily destroy the entire universe with a single blow. The rhythm of the plot is okay, this is the plot of the first part, because the author Jun quite likes the female character Bulma, so he will not accept her. I hope everyone can watch it, believe me, it will become more and more exciting. Every time I think of the plot I will write in the future, I am really excited. I sincerely beg everyone here, vote for the author every day, and leave a comment in the book review area, which is very important, please everyone. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 12. The hidden infinite energy turned out to be the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. Ask for flow. The illusion after the breakthrough makes it easy for people to lose themselves. But, maybe it's not my limit to be able to enter the transformation form of Super Saiyan 3. Suzi's eyes flickered for a moment, and then he clenched his fists. Drink! With a burst of shouting, Suzi's body swelled a lot, and his combat power did not increase a little bit, but the golden arrogance around him grew several times. It's really hard to break through the transformation beyond Super Saiyan 3. After this full-blown state lasted for about 10 minutes, a sense of frustration rose from the bottom of Suzi's heart. He always felt that there seemed to be a huge energy hidden in his body, but he couldn't fully release it. This made him feel a little anxious. Thinking about it now, it's no wonder that Goku took control of the transformation form of Super Saiyan Blue after so many years after he was able to transform into Super Saiyan 3 because he entered Super Saiyan Red. I am so anxious now, but my mentality is easy problem appear. Suzi took a deep breath, with a little thought on his face, but I have to try, I always feel, maybe I also need some opportunities. Thinking of this, Suzy slowly returned to his normal appearance, and sighed softly, but he inadvertently saw a full moon. It was this sight that made his pupils constrict for a moment, and his heartbeat speeded up a lot in vain. Oops! It's a full moon! Suzy's complexion changed, and as soon as he turned his gaze back, his body suddenly swelled up. The next second, his clothes exploded, and he transformed into a huge orangutan. Roar! Bang bang bang! Suzy, who transformed into a giant ape, let out a roar, and then slapped his chest vigorously. Boom! He opened his mouth, and a powerful laser wave was emitted from his mouth, piercing through the entire ground of the uninhabited star. Boom! 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 After venting for a few minutes, the heart of the great ape in Suzy's incarnation began to beat extremely fast. My sanity has gradually recovered. At the moment, I am in the form of a giant ape. Suzy stopped suddenly, and looked at the full moon in outer space in a daze. His previous life slowly emerged in his mind, and then the life of this life emerged again. Slowly, he closed his eyes. At the same time, his body involuntarily rose above the sky. Boom! 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 This time the heartbeat was not so fast, but slow, heavy and powerful. Boom! At this moment, a red light burst out from Suzy's body, and then the light dissipated. He was still in the form of a great ape, but his body size was much smaller, and the color of his hair changed from brown to red. This is the prototype of Super Saiyan 4. With his eyes closed, Suzy could feel the energy changes in his body, which slowly made a look of shock appear on his face. Why, on top of his Super Saiyan 3, is Dragon Balk's Super Saiyan 4. Before he could think about it, there was a sudden sharp pain in his body, which made Suzy let out a heart-piercing cry when he opened his eyes. Boom! This burst of heart-piercing screams seemed to have opened some kind of restriction on Suzy, only to see his aura, and his combat power soared endlessly. 500 billion points of combat power. 6 trillion combat power. 700 billion points of combat power. In 1 second, 100 billion points of combat power will increase. In the end, Suzy's combat power came to 2080 billion points. Calculated according to the conversion method of 1 trillion equals 1 trillion, the current combat power of Suzy has reached 2.08 trillion. Is this really Super Saiyan 4? At this moment, Suzy's body is no longer in pain, on the contrary, it is a sense of joy. Seeing his current appearance through the character attribute panel, his face is full of excitement. Black shawl hair, black eye circles, no golden flames, covered with red body hair. Red monkey. This is the Super Saiyan 4 in the world of Dragon Ball, Red Monkey. In the eyes of all Dragon Ball fans, I am afraid that the transformation of the Red Monkey is the most handsome transformation, because this transformation is classic enough. Of course, if you want to say whether Goku in the Ultra Instinct realm of Dragon Ball is handsome or not, Suzy naturally thinks he is handsome too. I really want to compare the two, he thinks handsome is the same, but Super Saiyan 4, the transformation of the Red Monkey, is the most classic. To some extent, Suzy thinks he is more inclined to transform Super Saiyan 4 this realm. Of course, Ultra Instinct is not Saiyan's exclusive transformation, but a realm that is difficult for gods to set foot in. It is not impossible for him to have the best of both worlds. Wait. So, the Dragon Ball world I traveled through is the GT world. Suzy suddenly regained his composure, with an unknown look on his face. Thinking about it carefully, when he was reading Bulma and No 18's Lily book, the background of that book seems to be the Dragon Ball space-time world, right? So, because of this, he inexplicably crossed into this Dragon Ball world. Then, Do powerful gods like Beerus and angels exist in this world? Suzi's eyes flickered, and there was a little doubt on his face. You know, the follow-up enemy of Dragon Ball, the space-time world, is not a collision between gods and gods, but a connection to the plot content of the Dragon Ball comics. It's hard to say. Take it step by step. But I prefer the Dragon Ball space-time world without the existence of Beerus and Whis. Thinking of this, Suzi couldn't help feeling hot inside, which made him want to collect 7 Super Dragon Balls immediately. But he thought about it again, and the idea was immediately dismissed by him. To be honest, the reason why he wanted to collect Super Dragon Ball and summon Super Shenron before was to enter the realm of God, so as to break through the transformation form above Super Saiyan 3. Now, he already knows that the time and space he is in is the world of Dragon Ball, so his future path will naturally be the transformation of the fan system, that is, the path of Super Saiyan 5, Super Saiyan 6, and even Super Saiyan 7. Then, the divine transformation must no longer be suitable for him. I don't know if Super Saiyan 5 is stronger or Ultra Instinct Goku is stronger. Suddenly this thought flashed across Suzi's mind, and his heart became even more excited. If given the chance, he would definitely fight Zizgu Kong. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 13 luxurious character attribute panel, the blood of the ancestor Scion. Seeking a monthly ticket. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the truth of the world, the system will reward you with a big gift bag. Choose to open now. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Suzi's mind. This surprise made Suzi stunned for a moment, and then his eyes widened a lot. For so many years, he has never received any gift bag rewards from the system, and now he suddenly got a big gift bag, and he got it again in the days of transforming into Super Saiyan 4 like today. This, how not to turn him on? Open! Suzi said directly that he wanted to see what good things this gift package of discovering the truth of the world could offer him. Ding! The big gift package is being opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following items. Divine Grade Evolution Chance X1, 15 times Spiritual Time House X1, Super Fairy Bean X1000, Time Stop, 0.1 second, Survivability in Universe, 10 times No Side Effects Kaioken. A series of prompts from the system quickly sounded in his mind, making Suzi froze in place. Divine Grade Evolution Chance X1. What is that? Host, that's an opportunity to give your bloodline, skills, or items a divine grade evolution. The system replied. Fuck. Suzi was shocked when he heard the system's explanation. Divine Grade Evolution, as the name suggests, may be able to instantly evolve his bloodline or skills to an extreme. Host, your idea is right or wrong, right? Right. This divine grade evolution will be carried out to the extreme divine grade evolution based on your current physical condition that you can bear. The system explained one more sentence. Is that so? Suzi's eyes flickered for a moment, and he returned to his normal appearance from the transformation form of Super Saiyan 4, his eyes gradually narrowed, as if he was thinking about something. After a few minutes, a bright light flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, if I evolve my Scion bloodline divine grade, what kind of bloodline can I evolve into? In view of the transformation of the host's mortal system Scion, if you evolve the bloodline divine grade, it will evolve into the bloodline of the ancestor Scion. The system calculates for a few seconds and gives a reply soon. Crap! Hearing about the bloodline of the ancestor Scion, Suzi directly gave a thumbs up. What kind of bloodline is that ancestor Scion? That is the blood of Amosi, the ancestor of Scion. Suzi knew that the man Amosi was probably the first Super Saiyan god in the true sense. But, that's the way Amosi went. He Suzi, the second ancestor of Scion blood, can also go out of his own way. The blood of the ancestor Scion can only be supplemented, and it is Suzi himself who is really getting stronger and stronger. System, give me the chance to evolve this divine grade to my bloodline. Without thinking, Suzi directly took advantage of this incomparably precious opportunity for divine grade evolution. Yes. The system responded with a sound, and there was no movement. Soon, more than 10 seconds later, when Suzi frowned slightly, his eyelids suddenly drooped, and he fell asleep inexplicably. When Suzi fell to the ground and passed out, streaks of silver and white light burst out from his body. Quaint. Overbearing. Publicity. And with a touch of holiness. Slowly, strands of silver-white brilliance wrapped Suzi in it, making it a small silver-white giant egg. Boom. 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 The little giant egg was formed, and it made a deep sound like a beating heart, and slowly floated in mid-air, with streaks of silver and white brilliance engraved on the little giant egg like lines. Whoa! Whoa! There was a deep breathing sound in the small giant egg, as if Suzi, who was transforming inside, had entered a deep sleep state. Time passed by every minute and every second. I don't know how long it took, just heard a click, and the silver-white giant egg floating in mid-air shattered. Then, a naked young man slowly opened his eyes. Am I the blood of the ancestor Scion now? The young man is Suzi, whose blood has completed divine grade evolution. He whispered softly, and slowly opened his character attribute panel to check. Host, Suzi. Age, 23 years old, AIG 753. Normal state, 2.6 billion points of combat power. Super Scion 1, 130 billion combat power. Super Scion 2, 260 billion combat points. Super Scion 3, 1.040 billion combat power. Skills, 10 times Kaioken with no side effects, instant transmission technique, clearing ability, silver level, time stop technique, 0.1 second. Items, 500 times the gravity room, 15 times the time flow rate spiritual time room. Luxury. The data on this character attribute panel is really luxurious. Not long ago, his normal combat power was only 520 million. Now, his normal combat power has directly reached 2.6 billion. What is this concept? In other words, at this moment, under the 4000 times normal combat power increase of Suzi's Super Scion 4. He calculated and finally came to a conclusion. 10,400,000,000 combat points. Converted into mega units, that is 10.4 trillion combat power. Doesn't sound too strong, but, just not strong against the monsters in the Dragon Ball world. Suzi can guarantee that if this world does not have the god system of the Dragon Ball Super world, then he will be able to run amok in this Dragon Ball time and space world. Etc. Suzi suddenly noticed a detail, that is, his own eyeballs on the character attribute panel are not black as before, but blue. Yes. Blue. If he looked closely, he could still see the blue edge of the eyes of his character model with a hint of silver and white luster. Perhaps, you can try to test whether the Dragon Ball Super God system really exists in this Dragon Ball world. Suzi's eyes flickered for a moment. If gods of destruction Beerus and Angel Whis really existed in the 7th universe of the Dragon Ball space-time world, then he would have to keep a low profile when he needed to collect Super Dragon Balls. After all, he knows the preferences of Beerus and Whis in the Dragon Ball Chrono-Space world, but he doesn't know the preferences of Beerus and Whis in the Dragon Ball Time-Space world. Also, I haven't studied my clearing ability well, and I happen to be studying it now. Suzi suddenly recalled a certain ability of his own, and immediately muttered in a low voice. Surprise, surprise! When you thought Suzi was a small breakthrough, he did a double jump, and when you thought it was almost over, he made another hang. Haha, no more skinny, thank you for your flower evaluation votes and rewards. The author wants to have free flowers and evaluation tickets every day. By the way, readers will come to 2 monthly tickets, thank you very much. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 14 The 2-3RD World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. Seeking a monthly ticket. Clearing ability, silver level, can clear all existences whose strength is lower than your own. So Ze checked his own ability, and his brows slowly frowned. His ability can only eliminate the existences whose strength is lower than his own. For him, does it take much effort to kill the existences whose strength is lower than his own? Host, your mind has entered into a misunderstanding. Although you can kill an existence whose strength is lower than your own, can you kill it instantly? Moreover, if you encounter an existence whose strength is just a little bit lower than yours, you can still do a lot of damage. An easy instant kill. The system sensed what So Ze was thinking, and suddenly explained. Hearing the system's explanation, So Ze's eyes flashed, thinking about it too. In this way, his clearing ability is indeed a bug-like super ability. Moreover, this is still a silver level clearing ability. Although he doesn't know what the follow-up effect is, he feels that it will definitely not be as simple as a silver level. Next, So Ze returned directly to the earth. 3 months passed quietly, and at this moment, So Ze's home on earth. Call out. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and then a figure appeared in the backyard of the house. The 3 Super Dragon Balls of the 7th universe have been collected. Next, think about how to collect the next 4 Super Dragon Balls. So Ze looked at the 3 Super Dragon Balls lying in the system backpack, with a little inexplicable excitement on his face. It has been 3 months since he successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4, during which time he has been parading in the 7th universe to pick up the Super Dragon Ball. However, it is worth mentioning that when he picked up the 3 Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe, he didn't notice anything unusual happened. For example, the peeps of certain powerful figures. This made So Ze couldn't help guessing, maybe, the so-called gods of destruction and angel do not exist in the Dragon Ball space-time world. So Ze big brother. Just when So Ze was thinking, a voice full of surprises sounded, which came from Bulma's mouth. So Ze turned around and saw that Bulma with a blue ponytail happened to be smiling and looking at him with a deep love on his face. Bulma, I'm back. So Ze opened his hands, and Bulma trotted into the arms of his sweetheart. Bulma misses So Ze big brother so much. Bulma leaned against So Ze's chest and gently rubbed his face, whispering how he missed his sweetheart. Good. I'm back. So Ze gently stroked Bulma's hair, then cupped her face, lowered her head and said affectionately, both of them couldn't help being intoxicated. Time passed by every minute and every second, and the two hugged each other for a full minute. Bulma, be my girlfriend. So Ze looked directly at Bulma with a serious face. Could it be, am I not So Ze big brother's girlfriend? Bulma wrinkled his nose and asked back. Ha ha ha. Without saying anything, So Ze burst out laughing. In the days that followed, So Ze and Bulma lived together completely, and one night, Bulma truly became a woman. In this way, the sweet time passed quickly for more than 2 years. AIG 756, May 7th. So Ze woke up early from his sleep, looking at Bulma who was sleeping soundly beside him. He couldn't help showing a little doting smile on his face. After kissing Bulma's forehead, So Ze got up and washed up, and then teleported directly to the entrance of the venue of the world's #1 martial arts conference. Today is the day when the 23rd Tenkaichi Budo tournament begins, and it is also the day when the first episode of Dragon Ball ends. After that, it will be the beginning of Dragon Balls, and at the same time his many feelings will end, and he will embark on his own journey to find the Super Dragon Ball. It is worth mentioning that as early as the night he had a relationship with Bulma 2 years ago, he once again received a big gift bag, which gave him a skill upgraded by instant transmission. Thus, his instant transmission has directly evolved into an advanced version of instant transmission, which can not only cross the universe, but also freely travel through various time and space worlds of Dragon Ball. In other words, as long as he wants to, he can immediately travel to various parallel worlds in the Dragon Ball universe. In this way, he will be of great help to his future freedom against Dragon Ball Chao. After waiting for a while at the gate of the world's #1 martial arts conference, Suzy saw a group of people coming from the right side of the gate of the venue. Suzy. The leader was Master Roshi. When he saw Suzy, he immediately waved his hand and said hello. Suzy. Hearing the name Suzy, Yamcha behind Master Roshi, Tien Shinyan and the others couldn't help but look at each other. They have heard of this name a few years ago, and Son Goku has not only mentioned this name, saying that if it is not for this big brother Suzy, then he would not be as powerful as he is now. Therefore, they have always wanted to meet Suzy in this legendary. Seeing now, although Yamcha and the others didn't feel anything, they still looked at him with solemn eyes. After all, this is the guy that Son Goku would call a mighty man. Yo! Everyone's here. By the way, where's Goku? Suzy glanced at Master Roshi and the others, but didn't see Goku, so he couldn't help asking. Goku went to the heaven to practice, but I heard that he went to the King planet to practice again. Master Roshi knew a lot, replied. Oh! Hearing this answer, Suzy was a little surprised. At this time in the original book, Goku only practiced in the heaven. When he went to practice with King Kai, he entered the plot of Dragon Balls. Coming! At this moment, Suzy sensed a familiar aura, turned around and waited. About a few minutes later, some light raindrops were slowly floating in the sky. At this time, footsteps sounded, and a person holding an umbrella was slowly walking. When he arrived in front of everyone, the man put down the umbrella, and a man wearing a white turban stared at Suzy and the others with wide eyes, and waved his hand. Seeing him, Suzy smiled. Kellen frowned, pointed at the man and said a strange word. Yo! Kellen! Long time no see. The person who came was the grown-up Son Goku, who waved to Kellen and said hello. Woo! Goku! When Kellen heard Son Goku's voice, his eyes widened suddenly, and his face was even more shocked. He ran over a few steps and exclaimed, You are Goku! Ha ha! Son Goku laughed loudly, took off the turban on his head, then compared Kellen's height with his own, and said in surprise, Klin! It's been a long time since you've seen each other. Why are you getting taller and shorter? Hearing Son Goku's words, Clinton was speechless for a while, and said, Please. It's not that I grow shorter and shorter, but you grow taller yourself. Ah! Is it like this? Ha ha ha! Son Goku laughed out loud, scratched the back of his head, and after greeting Master Roshi and others, finally set his sights on Suzy. Brother Suzy! Long time no see! Son Goku bowed deeply to Suzy, with a long-lost reunion smile on his face. Not bad. You kid, gave me a big surprise. Suzy took a step forward and patted the kid on the shoulder heavily, with a gratified smile on his face. 2 years ago, the two met. At that time, Son Goku's combat power had already surpassed the original book by a lot, reaching about 3,000 combat power. At the beginning, he felt that Son Goku's combat power should reach more than 10,000 points in more than 2 years. In fact, this kid has indeed reached more than 10,000 points. But Son Goku is far more than 10,000 points of combat power, reaching more as much as 50,000 points. You know, this is the time period of the 23rd World #1 Martial Arts Conference. In the original book, at this time, he only has 324 points of combat power. And now, as high as 50,000 points, and it's just a normal combat power, not counting his overall combat power. It can be seen that this kid's potential has indeed been gradually developed as he becomes stronger and stronger. It's a little late to make up for the update, so this chapter is a big chapter, a full 2,700 words. Please ask for a monthly pass. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 15. The quarterfinals start, Tian Xinyan's difficulties. Seeking flower evaluation tickets. Ha ha ha. Brother Suzi, one day I will definitely surpass you. Facing Suzi's compliment, Son Goku laughed out loud, clenching his fists with fighting spirit. To this, Suzi just smiled slightly. It's probably impossible for this kid to surpass him. Don't look at Son Goku as the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world, but Suzi is not simple. If the former is the protagonist on the surface, then he is the protagonist in the dark. His growth also has no limit. Soon, Suzi and others entered the venue of the world's #1 martial arts conference. After the group signed up, the contestants waited in the venue. Suzi scanned around, and there were quite a few contestants this year. At a glance, including him, there are 70 or 80 at most. That's Piccolo. Suddenly, Suzi saw a cold guy with green skin, whoever it was if it wasn't Piccolo. What surprised him was that this guy's combat power was quite good, reaching 5,000 points. You know, in the original book, this guy's combat power at this stage is only 322 points. But now, it has reached as many as 5,000 points, which really surprised Suzi, but it is also somewhat expected. After all, Son Goku's combat power is different from that in the original book. Moreover, the current Dragon Ball world is somewhat different, and many of the characters in the original book have very different combat powers at the current stage. Glancing around again, Suzi saw a young girl who was Ox-King's daughter Shishi. He didn't know whether Son Goku and Shishi had made a verbal agreement as in the original book, but seeing the girl looking at Son Goku with a sad look from time to time, he guessed something. Soon, in less than 10 minutes, the knockout round officially started. Almost another hour later, the knockout round was over again, and the top 8 players were also announced. In the original book, the top 8 contestants are Tao Bibai, Tian Xinyan, Shishi, Son Goku, Piccolo, Kellen, Shen Xian, and Yamcha. However, due to many differences now, neither Tao Bibai nor Shen Xian appeared. Now there are 2 more empty seats, one is Suzi, and the other is a character who has not appeared. The combat power is quite strong for the current stage, with a full 100 combat power. The draw for the quarter-finals was held at the same time, and the duel was soon divided. Suzi replaced the duel between Tao Bibai and Tian Xinyan in the original book, and the passerby who did not appear was a duel with Yamcha. At this moment, in the backstage lounge of the world's #1 martial arts conference venue. Tian Xinyan, good luck. Suzi and his team gathered together, and Son Goku, who saw the battle list, suddenly coughed twice, and patted Tian Xinyan's shoulder heavily. Tian Xinyan came rushing to improve himself, but who would have imagined that he met the most powerful Suzi when he appeared on the stage, not to mention improving himself, the first one lost. I am afraid that he would be hit hard. This. Tian Xinyan was speechless for a while. In the original book, his combat power was around 280 points. Although he is not a star and a half stronger than in the original book, his combat power is only 1,800 points. This 1,800 combat power is probably no problem in a fight with Kling or Yamcha, but it is definitely not comparable to Suzi. However, no matter how you understand the ending, Tian Xinyan's character will not just admit defeat. At least, losing in the ring still has some dignity. Surrender without a fight, that is really without dignity at all. Soon, the first round of the quarterfinals began. Suzi vs Tian Xinyan. As soon as the two came to the stage, the host drove the atmosphere, and all the audience below the ring became enthusiastic. The two contestants are ready. Are the audience ready? Next, the quarterfinals officially begin. As the host's words fell, Tian Xinyan on the ring moved instantly. His speed is basically invisible compared to the common audience outside the arena, but for someone at Suzi's level, it is undoubtedly not too slow. Boom! Suzi didn't move, and gently raised his hand to slap it out. In the next second, Tian Xinyan was directly slapped on the ground by Suzi. With his current strength, it is a piece of cake to control the level of his combat power. Don't look at Suzi's ability to suppress his combat power to only 1,800 points, but he concentrated his power on one point and exploded, and his explosive power was more than 1,800 points of combat power. So, when Suzi slapped, it made Tian Xinyan faint. Seeing such a sudden scene, the host who was about to explain a fierce battle was suddenly at a loss. Please! Didn't the first game of the quarterfinals just start? Why is it already over? Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 16 Suzev Sun Gaku. Ask for 2 monthly tickets. Host, it's time to announce the result of the game. At this moment, Suzi's indifferent voice sounded in the field. Oh. Only then did the host come to his senses, and directly announced Suzi's victory in the first quarter-final match. Next, the quarter-finals will continue. Soon, the top 4 were also divided. In the original book, the semi-finals are Tian Xinyan vs Gaku, and Piccolo vs Shen Xian. However, this time it was Suzi against Gaku and Piccolo against Kling. It is worth mentioning that in the quarter-finals, Gaku and Shishi met as in the original book, which made Suzi think that this kid was like the original book and agreed to marry Shishi when he was a child. Soon, the 1-hour break ended, and the first battle of the semi-final officially started. Game 1, Piccolo vs Kling. One tall and one short walked into the ring slowly. The current Piccolo is not the future Dragon Ball's nanny Piccolo. Although he has kind thoughts in his heart, he will not spare too much force on his opponent. In the first round of the semi-finals, Piccolo and Kellen fought. The previous battles didn't seem to be too intense, but I believe this time it will be extremely fierce. The host jumped up and down under the arena excitedly, turning the atmosphere to the highest peak, causing the audience outside the arena to shout excitedly. Now, the game officially begins. Seeing that the atmosphere had reached its peak, the host immediately yelled out a word. Please. Clint clasped his hands together and looked at Piccolo warily. Call out. With an indifferent fighting intent hanging from the corner of Piccolo's mouth, he took a step forward and arrived in front of Clint at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Raising his hand, Piccolo came out with a punch. Although his speed and strength are strong, Kling is not weak either. Facing Piccolo's strong attack, he only lost his mind for 0.01 seconds before reacting in an instant, and also raised his hand and punched out. Boom! The two punches clashed. The momentum was amazing. Krillin is amazing. At this moment, at the gate of the ring arena, Son Goku was surprised. He hadn't seen Kellen for a while, but when he saw him again now, he couldn't imagine that his playmate was so powerful. You guy, you are even stronger than Piccolo Lin, so you are boasting about your own strength? Ha ha ha. Hearing what Son Goku said, Suzi couldn't help laughing. No. Brother Suzi, you praised me. Compared with you, I'm not that strong. Son Goku hastily smiled and shook his head and waved his hands, denying his own strength. Hearing this, Suzi's eyes flashed. If it were Goku in the original book, it would be absolutely impossible for him to say such a thing. It is not difficult to see from here that with his integration and appearance, it really makes the characters in this Dragon Ball world more real. Boom! Ah! There was a sound of impact, followed by a scream, which made Suzy stop thinking, and turned his head to look, only to see that Kellen had been kicked out of the field. So far, in the first game of the semifinals, Kling was completely crushed by Piccolo. Brother Suzy, I can finally have a real fight with you. When the host asked Suzy and Son Goku to take the stage, the latter looked at Suzy with great excitement. Facing Son Goku's excitement, Suzy seemed very indifferent. For him, the Goku at the current stage is not enough for him to play, so he naturally doesn't have much interest. Participating in the #1 martial arts tournament in the world this time, if it wasn't for a small sentiment in his previous life, he probably wouldn't have participated in this time's martial arts tournament, let alone the first battle with Goku in advance. Call out! Call out! Son Goku was the first to rush to the ring, obviously impatient. Suzy followed closely behind and arrived on the ring at the same time. After a while of chatter, the host announced the official start of the second round of the semi-finals. Brother Suzy, please. Son Goku lowered his head and clasped his hands together. The moment he raised his head, his gaze became much sharper. He knew very well that he had to go all out against this godlike brother Suzy, otherwise, he would be defeated in an instant without any combat experience. Suzy also understands this truth, so this time he didn't crush Son Goku more, but chose to be a free training partner for this kid. Call out! Son Goku set off, and his attack was the most violent attack, as if one after another sonic boom could be heard in the air. This was not only the extreme speed, but also reflected his formidable strength. Boom! However, Son Goku's attack, which is absolutely unbearable for the world, is completely like a pebble thrown into the sea for Suzy, without causing any waves at all. Suzy just used one finger to defuse Son Goku's series of consecutive attacks, and counterattacked back with a strength that was just stronger than Son Goku's. Puff! Suzy's control of power is so strong, even though it is only a stronger counter-shock force than Son Goku, while the latter directly flew upside down, he spit out a mouthful of blood in mid-air. Goku he! Seeing this scene, the faces of the eliminated Master Roshi and the others in the auditorium suddenly changed. They knew that Suzy was extremely powerful, but, just the impact of just one finger is so terrifying, this is none of them thought of it. This guy! Not only Master Roshi and others were shocked, but Piccolo, who was leaning on the gate of the players' bench with his arms folded, couldn't help but constrict his pupils when he saw the fight just now. This guy Suzy is too powerful. Brothers, come for 2 monthly passes. Next door says Dragon Ball, there are already several monthly passes on the first day. I also want a few monthly passes. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. 17 Go to the 6th universe, collect 7 Super Dragon Balls. Seeking a monthly ticket. Ah! Brother Suzy, your strength is too terrifying. Son Goku, who fell to the ground, grinned for a while, only he himself could understand the powerlessness he felt when facing Suzy. But I won't admit defeat so easily. Son Goku became serious again and started flying towards Suzy. However, this time, Suzy stepped up his strength a little, and directly slapped Son Goku unconscious. There was a sudden silence. Wow! Immediately, there was a commotion. This! The host was stunned for a moment, then jumped onto the ring and started counting. However, when the host counted to 8, Suzy voluntarily jumped off the ring. Son Goku player wins. Suzy jumped off the ring, and the host naturally announced Son Goku's victory. Call out! Suzy glanced at the fainted Son Goku, pointed his index finger between his eyebrows, and then disappeared in place. The next second, he reappeared, already at Zidu's home. Back this time, he is going to take Bulma to the 6th universe to collect Super Dragon Balls. This is the time and space world of Dragon Balked. Since he can't enter the realm of gods, it shouldn't be a problem to make a wish for an immortal boss for Bulma, right? Honey, where have you been? As soon as he got home, Bulma, dressed in home clothes, greeted him and asked doubtfully. Participated in the world's #1 martial arts conference. Suzy hugged Bulma into his arms and said, "Change your clothes, let's go on a sweet trip to another universe." Good. Bulma nodded obediently. A month later, in the 6th universe. At this moment, in front of a certain pitch-black planet. This is the last Super Dragon Ball. Suzy looked at this extremely dark planet, raised his hand and threw out the 6 Super Dragon Balls collected in the system space. Come out! Super Shenron! When the 7 Super Dragon Balls lined up shining brightly, Suzy summoned Super Shenron using the language of God. Moan! I only heard a deafening dragon chant that resounded throughout the 6th universe. Is this the Super Shenron? Bulma looked up at the Super Shenron slowly appearing, with shock on his face. Too big. The power is unparalleled, and it gives people the feeling of endless oppression, which makes people want to prostrate on the ground. Suzy looked at the Super Shenron in the universe, with a little shock on his face. Lucky summoner, I can fulfill one of your wishes. No matter what your wish is, I can satisfy you. Super Shenron's voice came into the minds of Suzy and Bulma in a sonic fashion. This is my wife Bulma, and I wish her endless life. Without thinking, Suzy directly expressed his wish in the language of God. Hearing Suzy's wish, Super Shenron was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Infinite lifespan, only a god can have it. She is immortal, and cannot escape the end of her lifespan. In this case, you give her the lifespan of your greatest ability." Suzy frowned. Unexpectedly, there is a setting that mortals cannot obtain infinite lifespan. 100,000 years. Super Shenron made a sound, and immediately saw its pupils burst into a burst of bright gold light, and the next second, this bright gold light directly sank into Bulma's body. Lucky summoner, your wish has come true. As soon as the words fell, the huge Super Shenron collapsed in an instant, turning into 7 Super Dragon Balls and scattered among the 7th universe and the 6th universe. Husband, did you make a wish for me? Feeling a little change in himself, Bulma stared blankly at Suzy. Yes. Suzy smiled slightly. I originally wanted Super Shenron to give you infinite lifespan, but it doesn't seem to work. So, I can only let it give you the maximum lifespan. How many? Bulma's eyes widened a little. 100,000 years. Hiss. Hearing the number Suzy said, Bulma couldn't help but gasped. Seeing the shock on Bulma's face, Suzy smiled. A lifespan of 100,000 years does sound like a lot, but actually it seems too little for eternity. Next, Suzy took Bulma to play on various planets in the 6th universe. Just like that, 5 years have passed. On this day, at Suzy's home on the 7th universe Earth, he walked out of the spiritual time room in his backyard with a little helplessness. Host, Suzy. Age, 31 years old. AIG 761. Normal state, 7 billion points of combat power. Bloodline, Ancestor Scion. Skills, 10 times Kaioken with no side effects, instant transmission technique, clearing ability, silver level, time stop technique, 0.1 second. Items, 500 times the gravity room, 15 times the time flow rate spiritual time room. Checking his character attribute panel, Suzy shook his head again. His normal strength is growing more and more slowly, as if he has encountered a bottleneck. At present, he has completely entered the beginning plot of Dragon Balls, and his combat power is only 350 billion points in the state of Super Saiyan 1. Even in the most powerful transformation, in the state of Super Saiyan 4, he only has 28 trillion points of combat power, converted into trillions as a unit, and he is only a master with 28 trillion combat power. Don't look at him as a godlike existence compared to some bosses at the current stage, but who knows if there is a crisis that no one knows about in this real Dragon Ball world. Oh! Raditz seems to have come to Earth. This guy's fighting power has exceeded 10,000 points. Suddenly, Suzy sensed an aura belonging to Sion, which made him frown, and his eyes turned to a direction in the north of the Earth. After sensing Raditz's combat power through the system, the corners of Suzy's mouth slightly raised, and a funny smile appeared on his face. It's different. In this real Dragon Ball world, there have been too many changes in the early combat power. But, it's really interesting. In this way, the subsequent Goku and the bosses that appear in various stages may also be much stronger than them in the original book. But to be honest, if there isn't any challenging dungeon, it's not called dungeon. Suzy murmured softly. I am looking for a monthly ticket for flower evaluation tickets, thank you everyone. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. 18 Raditz comes to the Earth, Z Warrior and others are powerful. Seeking a monthly ticket. A few minutes later, Suzy arrived on Gaixian Island. Brother Suzy. Suzy. Suzy uncle. As soon as he arrived, everyone on the island immediately focused their attention on him, and they all began to greet each other kindly. Hey! Long time no see, everyone. Little Gohan has grown a little taller. Suzy greeted everyone, and finally set his sights on the little Gohan standing with Son Goku, and said with a smile. Hey hey hey! The little guy scratched the back of his head with a silly smile when he heard Suzy's words. Suddenly, Son Goku frowned and turned his head to look in a certain direction. What's wrong? Kellen noticed the change in Son Goku's expression and couldn't help asking. There is a powerful force coming towards us. Son Goku explained. What? Kellen was stunned for a moment, originally a little flustered, but then remembered that they had become stronger and stronger in recent years. He couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, and waved his hands casually. We are not what we were a few years ago, on Earth. How could there be someone more powerful than us? But don't you find it strange? Son Goku's brow has not been relaxed, and he is very familiar with Raditz's breath. What's strange? The Earth is so big, there are all kinds of wonders. Kling didn't care, and then ran away to tease the old turtle. Call out! A few minutes later, a long-haired man in a battlesuit flew into everyone's sight. Coming! Seeing this man, Suzy had a slightly expectant smile on his face. He really wanted to see the change in this guy's expression after knowing the fighting power of Son Goku and others. It should be very interesting. You must know that none of the people present in the original book has a combat power comparable to Raditz's, and each of them has extremely low combat power. But now it is different. Suzy basically chooses to train Z Warrior and the others when he is free. Currently, Son Goku has the highest combat power with 200,000 combat power points. Followed by Piccolo, with 85,000 combat power. Then, Kling, Tien Shinyan, and Yamcha have almost the same combat power, all of which are close to 50,000 points at the level of 40,000 points. And Raditz only has 10,000 points. Clatter! While Suzy was thinking, Raditz had already flown to the sky above Gaixian Island, and then slowly landed. Stare! Raditz folded his hands on his chest, his face was full of contempt. He swept his gaze from everyone, and finally settled on Son Goku who had been staring at him. We finally met. Although you have grown up, I still recognize you at a glance. Raditz laughed and called out Son Goku's Saiyan name, Kakarot. Hey! Kakarot. It wasn't the first time Son Goku heard this name, and when he heard it again now, he frowned. You look exactly like your father. Raditz continued, however, why didn't you destroy the earth? Shouldn't your mission be to slaughter all the human beings on the entire earth? As he spoke, Raditz's voice became harsher. He scanned the audience and suddenly noticed the little Gohan behind Son Goku, and his brows suddenly frowned. Beep beep. At this moment, the combat power detection glasses worn by Raditz began to ring. Soon, a 4-digit combat power value appeared on the glasses. 3,000 combat power. Seeing this combat power value, Raditz's eyes widened in vain. Who is he? Kakarot, is this your son? Raditz exclaimed. Yes. Son Goku looked at Raditz warily. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, your son has more potential than you. 3,000 points of combat power, he actually has 3,000 points of combat power. This trip to the earth is really not in vain. Raditz suddenly burst into laughter, he couldn't be too happy. Who are you? Son Goku said in a deep voice. Who am I? Hey? Have you forgotten me? My brother, Kakarot, I am your big brother Raditz. Raditz said coldly, but it's not a big problem, King Vegeta needs manpower now, you and your son go back with me. Big brother. Son Goku was stunned for a moment, then turned his attention to Suzy, and asked in surprise, Brother Suzy, I have a big brother. Yes. Suzy nodded. Hearing Suzy's voice, Raditz set his sights on him. When he saw the tail wrapped around his waist, his pupils constricted in vain, and a look of shock appeared on his face. You also a scion. Strange. Suzy smiled lightly. Beep beep. Raditz squinted his eyes to detect Suzy's combat power, but soon, as Suzy showed a little anger, the combat power detection glasses worn by Raditz exploded directly. You. Raditz turned pale in shock, pointed at Suzy and said, your combat power. You know, his combat power detection glasses have been modified and can detect about 30,000 combat power points, but, after detecting Suzy, the glasses directly exploded. What does this mean? Suzy's combat power definitely far exceeds 30,000 points. Impossible, how could you be so powerful? Raditz was really surprised. You know, after so many years of hard work, his revered King Vegeta only has 50,000 combat power. And what about this guy? How can Raditz not be shocked to be able to have a combat power of more than 30,000 points? What happened to my fighting power? Suzy asked knowingly, seeing Raditz's expression, couldn't help grinning, pointed at Son Goku, and said, Hey, don't talk about my combat power, do you know how high your brother's combat power is? How many? Raditz subconsciously followed Suzy's words and asked back. Goku, blast all your anger and let your big brother feel it. Suzy smiled. I am looking for a monthly ticket for flower evaluation tickets, thank you everyone. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 19 undecided Raditz, choose to reproduce. Seeking flower evaluation tickets. Boom. As Suzy's voice fell, Son Goku's anger exploded instantly. 50,000 combat power. 100,000 combat points. 150,000 combat points. When Son Goku's combat power soared to 200,000 points, Raditz's face had changed from rosy to pale. Horrible. The gas with 200,000 combat power is too huge, so huge that Raditz can't imagine it. You. Raditz's lips were trembling, and his body was also trembling. He pointed at his younger brother in disbelief, and said in a trembling voice, Are you really Kakarot? Why are you so powerful? It's not like he hasn't seen a master with a combat power of more than 100,000 points, and he has sensed the breath of that master at close range, but, compared with Son Goku at the moment, the former is not at all comparable. My name is Son Goku. Son Goku said in a deep voice, I only know that I grew up on the earth, and my home is also on the earth. It is absolutely impossible for me to harm my homeland. No. The pale color on Raditz' face slowly turned red again, and he almost shouted to Son Goku, You are Saiyan Kakarot, my dearest brother. Son Goku's fighting power is too high for Raditz. A master of this level is an extremely rare super master even among the many Frisia legions. In other words, if Son Goku leaves the earth with him, the future of the future is absolutely unimaginable. Besides, even if they don't join Frisia's army, it's absolutely fine for the Saiyans to form their own forces. Son Goku took a few steps back, showing his determination with action. Seeing this, Raditz's face darkened instantly. He squinted at Klin and the others, his eyes gradually narrowed, and he thought to himself, these earthlings have brainwashed Kakarot, otherwise he would never be so stupid. Kill these guys, I think Kakarot will come to his senses. Call out. By the time the idea came up, Raditz had already made up his mind. So, he set off. His first target was that stupid-looking little bald head. In an instant, Raditz rushed in front of Kling. Seeing Raditz rushing toward him unkindly, Kellen was still in a dazed state. When Raditz's fist hit him, he reacted instantly, raised his eyebrows and burst out with anger. Boom! When Kellen's anger exploded, Raditz immediately withdrew his punches, turned around and flew into the sky without thinking too much. Escape. Yes. That was his only thought at the moment. He understood that if he didn't escape, what awaited him would be death. At this moment, he felt that it was really incredible. Why? How could this stupid-looking bald man on Earth be so powerful? If you want to hit me, run away. Klin regained his composure, his face suddenly darkened, and then also flew up and chased Raditz in the sky. But after a while, Raditz was overtaken by Kling. What do you want to do? Seeing that he couldn't escape, Raditz turned around and stared at Kellen, saying in a deep voice. What you wanted to do just now is what I want to do now. After Klin said something in a cold voice, he clenched his fist and killed Raditz. Bang bang bang! The two fought against each other. Although the combat power of the two sides was very different, it was no problem to exchange a few moves. But it was just a few moves, and soon Raditz fell from the sky into the sea after being hit by Kellen a few times. Too weak, dare to look down on us earthlings. Kellen slowly flew back to Gaixian Island, his face full of pride. The current him is not the one in the original book, with a combat power close to 50,000 points, let alone on Earth. Even at the current stage he can be considered a master in the universe. Don't you see that several members of Frisia's Jinu team have only tens of thousands of fighting power? Suzy, what to do with that guy? Piccolo frowned and asked Suzy. Look at Goku. Suzy left the decision to Son Goku. For him, the life or death of this guy Raditz has no effect on him. Hearing Suzy's words, Son Goku frowned, and then glanced at the sea, where Raditz was swimming hard to the beach on Gaixian Island. How about, let him go? Son Goku's heart is too kind, and Raditz is his biological big brother, so he still has the heart to kill the only biological big brother. You make the decision. Suzy smiled slightly, then pointed his middle finger between his eyebrows, and disappeared directly on Gaixian Island. He doesn't need to pay much attention to the follow-up. His current combat power is already extremely strong, but if he wants to seek a breakthrough, he can only successfully transform into Super Saiyan 5 on the basis of Super Saiyan 4. But Super Saiyan 5 is probably not so easy to transform successfully. In Dragon Ball F, the reason why Son Gohan was able to transform successfully was because Xiao Fang's death plunged him into endless rage and hatred, so he happened to transform into Super Saiyan 5. If Suzy and Son Gohan are interchanged, he would rather not transform into the form of Super Saiyan 5 for the rest of his life. There is no hurry, and it is not necessary to be able to transform into Super Saiyan 5 successfully in the midst of rage and hatred even after the death of a loved one. Suzy shook his head and didn't dwell on this issue any longer. Moreover, now he has not even reached the full power state of Super Saiyan 4, how can he talk about transforming into Super Saiyan 5 without the death of his loved ones? Ding! Choose System On. Save Android 18 by going to Dragon Ball Chrono World Cell Chapter. Choice 1, Accept the Rescue, reward a Super Saiyan 5 experience card, Time Stop Technique plus 0.2 seconds, Gold Level Clearing Ability, 2% chance of weakening attribute effects. Choice 2, Refuse to save, and reward the normal 10 billion combat power. Just when Suzy stopped thinking about it, the system's selection task prompt sounded suddenly in his mind. Everyone, please help me out. The author Jundu Niang didn't find how many times the Super Saiyan 5 is normal. Everyone has the same answer. Please tell the author in the book review area. The author bows and thanks everyone. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 20 Travel through time and space, save number 18 of the Dragon Ball Super World. Ask for a monthly tick. Hey! This selection task is a bit interesting. Suzy was stunned for the first time when he heard the selection task this time, and then a funny smile appeared on his face. To be reasonable, not to mention the extremely generous rewards for saving number 18, even if the rewards of the two choices are swapped, it is absolutely impossible for Suzy to choose to refuse to save number 18. Choose one. Suzy made a decision, but he seemed to think of something, and asked the system in his heart, by the way, I went to the Dragon Ball Super World Time and Space, can I successfully transform into Super Saiyan 4? And Dragon Ball Super Saiyan is the Android 18 of this time and space and mine unique. The main time and space world he lives in is the world of Dragon Balked. The system said that Bulma only exists in this world of Dragon Balked, and no matter which time and space world it is, there are substitutes. Therefore, Suzy wants to ask whether Android 18 is also character unique. Host, please rest assured. First, you can use any transformation form of Dragon Balked in the Dragon Ball Hyperspace world, and Android 18 and your wife Bulma are unique characters. The system opened up. Very good. A smile appeared on Suzy's face. Dragon Ball Time and Space World, AIG 767, May 16. At this moment, on an island in the east of the Earth. Everyone, Android 17, Android 18, and Android 16 didn't attack humans on the Earth, but that guy named Cell was slaughtering the Earth wantonly. On the island, a group of people gathered together, each with their brows tightly furrowed. One of them was wearing an orange martial arts uniform, and a man with the word enlightenment on his back said something in a deep voice. What is a cell? If this guy encounters me, I will kill him immediately. A man with arms folded and disdain on his face is Vegeta, the proud Scion Prince. Rumble. At this moment, the entire island suddenly trembled. Is there an earthquake? Everyone's body was shaking, and Kellen let out a cry of sweat profusely. Rumble. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion and roar in the distance. Son Goku seemed to have caught something, his eyes were fixed, and he turned his head to look somewhere, and a solemn expression slowly appeared on his face. That guy Cell seems to have appeared again. Son Goku's deep voice sounded in the field. The ground has stopped shaking at this moment, and Vegeta on the side smiled coldly. To him, the little Cell is nothing to be afraid of. At the same time, above the island where Son Goku and others were located, a man slowly opened his closed eyes, and a silvery white brilliance flashed in his eyes. Is this the world of Dragon Ball Chao? The man murmured softly, then his figure flickered and disappeared into the sky, and when he reappeared the next second, he had arrived on a piece of land in the central area of the island. As if sensing something, the man glanced into the distance, and what he saw was a large group of people besieging an ugly green-skinned monster all over his body. After seeing clearly who the group of people and the ugly green-skinned monster were, he frowned. Can't help provoking a bit. Son Goku. Vegeta. And Cell. That's, the blonde lazuli. The man was naturally so zi, he glanced at it. Quickly retracted his gaze, and then walked slowly towards Son Goku and the others. Ha ha ha, as long as I absorb Android 18, then I can become a perfect body. Number 18, don't struggle, let me absorb you. At this moment, an extremely arrogant voice came from below, which made Sozi pause for a moment, and then looked around, and saw the blonde lazuli biting her lips angrily and looking at Cell. Call out. Suddenly, Cell moved. His speed was so fast that he was almost within a few meters of lazuli in the blink of an eye. Number 18, run! Android 16 shouted in a hurry. Ha ha ha, number 18, you are mine. Cell's ugly face was full of ferocious and terrifying smiles. Call out. Blonde lazuli, not your ugly one. At this moment, a piercing sound sounded, and the next second, another cold sound sounded. Then, a figure stood in front of lazuli. When Cell attacked, lazuli's complexion changed, and he was about to remind the man in front of him, but the latter just raised his right hand calmly, and slapped the air lightly. Call. A strong wind blew up, and then turned into a tornado and directly wrapped the Cell in it. Ah! The screams sounded from Cell. This. Seeing this scene, lazuli was dumbfounded. Not only lazuli, but also Android 16 on one side, and Son Goku who just arrived. As powerful as a Cell, it's no match for a tornado from a burst of air. You, who are you? Why do you know my name? Lazuli slowly recovered from the shock, with a strange gleam in her beautiful eyes, she looked at Sozi's back and asked. I. Sozi turned around slowly, with a gentle smile on his handsome face, he said, my name is Sozi, as to why I know your name. Let me tell you. I have known you in my previous life, do you believe it? Hey! I. When Lazuli heard Sozi's earthy love words, coupled with the surprise when they first met, her whole face turned red, and she stuttered when she spoke, and she didn't know what to say for a while. Boom! At this moment, an astonishing breath exploded. Call out! In the next second, a piercing sound sounded. Be careful! This guy Cell got out of the tornado. Lazuli, who was still shy, suddenly noticed a figure behind Sozi, his expression changed, and he subconsciously stepped forward, as if he wanted to block Sozi's sneak attack from Cell. Women should stand behind men and be protected. Seeing it, Sozi took a step sideways and at the same time stretched out his hand to hug Lazuli into his arms, while staring at her eyes, transformed into the transformed form of Super Saiyan 4, while the other hand carelessly lift up a finger. Call out. A simple finger cannon fires out. Rumble. Ah! The violent explosion roar and Cell's scream sounded at the same time, and a huge black mushroom cloud immediately rose up. This time, everyone on the island was shocked, whether it was Son Goku, Piccolo, or the teenager Trunks from the future, they were sweating profusely at this moment, and their faces were full of shock. Everyone stared at Sozi, the transformation form of Super Saiyan 4, and guessed in their hearts. Who is this powerful man who suddenly appears and can transform like Saiyan? Is it really a Saiyan? Readers, just one person said how many times Super Saiyan 5 is normal. If anyone knows, please tell the author. I am afraid that the author will not agree with everyone and will spray the author. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 21 Invitation request from Goku and Vegeta from Dragon Ball Chrono World. Ask for flowers. This guy. Compared to the shock of Son Goku and others, Vegeta's eyes narrowed slightly at this moment, with a serious expression on his face, and he murmured, "It's weird. How could there be such a strong person on Earth? And he seems to be a scion too. Pure scion, shouldn't it be just me and Kakarot? This guy, who the hell?" Boom! When everyone was shocked by Suzi's strength, an astonishing breath erupted from the explosion zone that Cell had suffered before, and in the next second, he flew out suddenly, heading straight for Suzi and Lazuli. "Scum! I'm going to kill you!" Cell was extremely angry. Originally, he could transform into a perfect body after absorbing Android 18. By then, he would conquer the Earth and then conquer the entire universe. And everything was blocked by Suzi, a nasty stumbling block, so, he absolutely must kill this guy at all costs. Ah! Facing Cell rushing forward, Suzi just chuckled, then slowly raised his right hand, and a purple-black ball of light emerged in his palm. Call out! When the purple-black ball of light grew to the size of a basketball, it was patted lightly by Suzi, and it rushed to Cell in an instant. Laugh! A small voice sounded. What? Everyone looked and saw that the purple-black light ball touched the Cell, and the latter disappeared immediately, as if it had never appeared before. Amazing energy! Son Goku's pupils constricted for a while, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Shat! Is Cell dead? Lazuli's eyes widened, and his face was full of shock. Suzi chuckled and nodded, "This is clearing. It can clear anything in this universe. With his silver-level clearing ability, let alone a person, even a planet, a galaxy, if Suzi wants to clear it up, he can easily clear it up. This is even more terrifying than the destructive energy controlled by gods of destruction. This ability, apart from him, Suzi guessed that only Zeno, the ruler of the Dragon Ball universe, could control it. Even if it is as strong as the Grand Priest, I am afraid that it is not qualified to control the removal ability. Because, the clearing ability is calculated carefully, it is a universe law." After listening to Suzi's explanation, Lazuli just blinked his eyes, with a feeling of ignorance. Da-da-da! At this time, Android 16 ran quickly, looked at Suzi, and said in a deep voice, "You killed Cell, then Android 17, wouldn't it also die with his death?" Number 17. Hearing Android 16, Lazuli's face suddenly changed, and she suddenly remembered that Android 17 was absorbed by Cell before. "I cleared Cell, not number 17. Don't worry, he will come back," Suzi said very calmly. Boom! At the moment Suzi's voice fell, a person fell from the sky. Number 17. Seeing the emergence of Android 17, Lazuli and Android 16 showed surprise on their faces. "What's wrong with me?" Android 17 got up from the ground and looked around in confusion, finally fixed his eyes on his sister Lazuli, and asked, "Where's that guy Cell?" "He died, killed by this, Mr. Suzi." Lazuli opened the mouth and said, but she just noticed that she had been leaning on Suzi all the time. The two looked extremely close, which made her blush, and after sneaking a look at Suzi, she didn't know for some reason, there was no distance between the two of them. After hearing Lazuli's words, Android 17 immediately turned his gaze to Suzi, with intense scrutiny in his gaze, and after staring for a while, his brows slowly wrinkled. As his brows slowly wrinkled, beads of sweat slowly appeared on his forehead. A sense of oppression arises spontaneously. This guy, so powerful! Android 17's eyes were fixed, and a serious look appeared on his face. He has always been confident, even if he is stronger than Cell, he will not choose to back down. But, when facing Suzi, a man, he couldn't help feeling something called fear rising in his heart. Whoosh! There were several sounds of breaking through the air, and it was Son Goku and others who flew over. Except for Vegeta, everyone's faces were full of admiration. Yo! My name is Son Goku, can you tell me your name? Son Goku was the first to say hello. He was only a few meters away from Suzi. Apart from admiration, there was more of a fighting spirit on his face. He had a fighting spirit towards all powerful guys. Be fearless. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he will be. Suzi. Suzi smiled and said his name. Su-Zi. Son Goku repeated Suzi's name, an excited smile soon appeared on his face, he clenched his fists and hammered twice, and said, if I guessed correctly, you should also be Scion, right? So, can I have a fight with you? Kakarot, this guy is my prey. Vegeta stood up, crossed his arms, looked at Suzi indifferently, and said indifferently, the cell I was eyeing was killed by this guy, so you want to fight me too? Suzi tilted his head and looked at the proud Vegeta with a chuckle. He hadn't seen him in the Dragon Ball space-time world yet, so the arrogance on Vegeta's face in this world now made him feel nostalgic. Once upon a time, he could only watch this man's arrogance and conceit through the TV screen. Now but it actually appeared in front of him. To be honest, it feels a little bit like that. The multiple of Super Saiyan 5 is not clear enough, please explain more clearly, there are too few people. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. 22 Isn't it Super Saiyan? It seems like who doesn't know how to say it, asking for flowers. A fight. Vegeta smiled contemptuously, glanced at Suzi, then shook his shoulders, and said lightly, sorry, you may have good strength, but I am stronger than you. Hearing this, Suzi couldn't help laughing, this Vegeta is really arrogant enough. You mean to beat me unilaterally? Suzi looked at Vegeta and asked softly. Bang bang. Vegeta didn't respond to him, and stepped sideways, clenched his fists and bumped each other, with a confident expression on his face. In this regard, Suzi pursed his lips and shook his head and smiled. Since this guy wanted to be abused, he naturally had to satisfy his request. Seeing that the two were about to fight, everyone flew away. Goku, is Vegeta a match for this guy? Klin and Z Warrior frowned, and kept scanning Suzi and Vegeta with a curious gaze. The strength shown by this Mr. Suzi really excites me. Facing Kellen's question, Son Goku answered irrelevant questions with a fighting spirit on his face. Seeing Son Goku's appearance, Kellen pursed his lips, and then looked towards the field, his eyes suddenly became serious at this moment. Vegeta, currently in a state of explosion, is extremely powerful. At least, for him, Klin, just being in a state of explosive gas is enough to beat him in full state and full firepower. And what about Suzi? After recovering to normal, he actually stood still, his expression unchanged, as if he didn't feel the pressure from Vegeta. Ah! Seeing the unchanged Suzi, Vegeta couldn't help but sneered. He had already decided in his heart to give this contemptuous guy a good lesson. Drink! With a loud shout, Vegeta set off. His speed was very fast, and he had rushed in front of Suzi in just a few tenths of a second. Boom! A punch with a strong airflow was blasted out by him. Boom! Facing Vegeta's fierce punch, Suzi was as steady as a mountain, raised his hand and stretched out a finger to flick it lightly, only to see Vegeta's sneering expression instantly turned into shock. Then, when he flew upside down, the shocked expression on his face turned into horror in vain. Yes, it's horror. Call out. Suzi took a step forward, just took a step, but, his body appeared in front of Vegeta, who flew upside down. "Raise your hand, drop it." Boom! Vegeta was slapped on the ground directly, and his whole body sank deeply into the ground. This scene caused Kellen, who was watching the field not far away, to look at each other in blank dismay, without saying a word. Boom! Ah! Damn fellow! There was an astonishing breath coming from the ground, and then Vegeta, who transformed into Super Saiyan 1 form, flew into the sky. In the sky, Vegeta looked angrily at Suzy on the ground. He is the prince of the Saiyan clan, but he was crushed by an unknown Saiyan. Although, that was just his common explosive state, but being crushed is being crushed, which naturally made him extremely unwilling. Super Saiyan 1, 50 times combat power increase. Suzy raised his head slightly, and murmured, "If there are no accidents, the current Vegeta should have a very low combat power in the end." After speaking, he used the system to see through the final combat power of Super Saiyan 1 Vegeta at a glance, 30 billion points. The combat power of 30 billion points can be said to be very strong, but in front of Suzy, it is completely like a newborn baby facing a mature person. There is no comparison at all. This is Super Saiyan 1, my true power. Vegeta in the sky looked down at Suzy with a sneer on his face. "Oh! Super Saiyan 1! Suzy laughed and took a step forward, and then an astonishing aura burst out of his body, and lightning bolts rose all over his body. Not only that, at this moment Suzy's short black hair stood on end, and he turned into golden vein. What? He really is a Saiyan. Moreover, he even knows how to transform into a Super Saiyan. But, what kind of Super Saiyan is he? Why does it feel different from Vegeta's Super Saiyan? Everyone was amazed to see Suzy's Super Saiyan transformation. In the sky, Vegeta, who had already expected that he would be able to beat up Suzy violently after transforming, was also so shocked that he couldn't speak at the moment. "Isn't it Super Saiyan? Who can say that? Call out!" As soon as Suzy's voice fell, his figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared in the next second, he had already arrived in front of Vegeta. Boom! Raising his hand, Suzy slapped it lightly, and directly slapped the bewildered Vegeta away. Crush! See you again! Everyone present understands the fighting power of Super Saiyan 1 Vegeta. But Suzy just gave a simple slap. With just one slap, such a powerful man was sent flying. This is not the point is that this mysterious man is really a Saiyan. And the Super Saiyan form he controls is even stronger than Son Goku and others who have controlled the transformation of Super Saiyan 1. Damn! Damn! Vegeta, who was shot flying, fell from a high altitude to the ground. His body was covered with dust, and when he got up from the ground, his face was full of anger and unwillingness. His strength is so strong, and he was crushed one after another by an unknown guy. How could he, who is so proud, bear this kind of anger? Boom! Immediately, Vegeta exploded his anger again, and his combat power suddenly rose at this moment, which was the power brought by anger and his strong pride. 31 billion combat power points. 35 billion combat power points. 40 billion combat points. However, in just 20 or 30 seconds, Vegeta's combat power had soared to as much as 50 billion. He is extremely powerful now, and belongs to the same level as Son Goku's final combat power at the current stage. Ah! The unwillingness on Vegeta's face after the surge in combat power disappeared instantly, and was replaced by a kind of indifference. Looking at Suzy not far away in the sky, a sneer slowly emerged from the corner of his mouth. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 23 The crushing momentum is shocking. Ask for a monthly ticket for flowers. Vegeta. At this moment, Kellen, who had been paying attention to the changes in the field, constricted his pupils for a while. The current Vegeta's aura is too strong, and it is obviously a small qualitative change. It looks like there will be a fierce battle between Dad and that mysterious gentleman. Trunks, a teenager from the future, heaved a sigh of relief, with a relieved smile on his face. Anyone who sees their father being crushed and beaten will naturally feel bad. Most people think that Vegeta, who has improved combat power, should not be crushed like before, but only Son Goku frowned slightly. Although Vegeta has improved a lot of combat power, but still does not give Son Goku a sense of oppression. Obviously, the two are at the same level at most. But, at this moment, Suzy, who has transformed into Super Saiyan 2 form, is indeed, truly giving an extremely powerful sense of oppression. So, from Son Goku's point of view, I'm afraid the ending is already doomed. Call out. When everyone except Son Goku was expecting a fierce battle, Suzy moved. Everyone present only saw him move, and his figure disappeared into the sky, and when he appeared in the next second, he had already arrived in front of Vegeta. Boom! With a flick of his fingers, it landed directly on Vegeta's forehead. Your combat power may have improved, but you are still pitifully weak in my eyes. Suzy said lightly. Vegeta in the transformed form of Super Saiyan 1 has increased his combat power to 50 billion due to his rage and damaged self-esteem. But Suzy's normal state is as much as 7 billion. With the 100-fold increase in Super Saiyan 2's transformation form, it will reach a terrifying 700 billion combat power. 50 billion vs 700 billion, it doesn't make sense that Suzy crushes Vegeta. As soon as the voice fell, Vegeta flew out like a kite with a broken string. This guy is too powerful. Vegeta in Super Saiyan 1 form was still crushed, which made everyone's faces look shocked. But think about it, even the powerful Cell was instantly killed by this man, and Vegeta's defeat in Super Saiyan 1 seems to be within reason. Who the hell is he? When did such a powerful Saiyan appear on Earth? The boy from the future, Trunks, frowned. If there are such powerful people in the future world, then how could Son Goku uncle, brother Son Gohan and his father Vegeta die tragically at the hands of artificial humans? It is even more impossible for the Earth to become a ruin. Call out. Suzy returned to his normal appearance, and teleported to Son Goku and others. Suzy, what kind of transformation did you just have? Why are you so powerful? Son Goku approached excitedly and asked. That's Super Saiyan 2. Suzy smiled gently, looked at everyone's shocked and confused expressions, and said, this is the second stage of Super Saiyan's transformation, as well as Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4. But Super Saiyan 4, you shouldn't be able to. The transformation was successful. Everyone listened in a cloud of fog, not knowing what was going on. The subsequent transformation is really difficult for them at this stage to understand. Suzy smiled, didn't explain much, and set his eyes on Lazuli, who also set his eyes on him. The four eyes met, and some sparks seemed to burn in mid-air. Lazuli, can you go shopping with me? Suzy sent an invitation. He didn't hide his affection for the number one beauty in the Dragon Ball world at all, and wanted to further draw in some relationships. Swish swish swish. In an instant, all eyes were on Lazuli. This made Lazuli's pretty face flush, and after glancing at Suzy shyly, she looked down at her feet but said nothing. If you don't answer, I'll take it as your default. Suzy took a step forward, reached out and pulled Lazuli away from the island. This Suzy's resolute action made Android 17 stunned for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. Everyone, Cell has been killed by Suzy. Next, I think it is necessary to practice harder. Oops, I forgot to ask Suzy how to transform just now. Son Goku took a deep breath, and suddenly thought of something, with a slightly annoyed look on his face. Suzi's Super Saiyan 2 has opened up a new world for those who can transform into Super Saiyan, and understand a truth: Super Saiyan 1 is far from the end of Super Saiyan's transformation form. And what is the state of Super Saiyan 3 and even 4 above? Boom! At this time, Vegeta's breath exploded again. Call out! A piercing sound sounded, and Vegeta flew back in front of everyone. Where's that guy named Suzi? At this moment, Vegeta was disheveled, and the expression on his face was more unwilling. Thinking about the prince of his majestic Saiyan clan being crushed by an unknown scum Saiyan, how could he bear it? Even though he knew that he was no match for Suzi, he just couldn't bear it. He's gone. Son Goku said, with strange brilliance in his eyes, Vegeta, the transformation that Suzi defeated you just now is Super Saiyan 2, I think I need to practice hard during this time, and transform into Super Saiyan 2 now. Just you. Vegeta returned to his normal appearance, squinted at Son Goku, and sneered, the transformation form of Super Saiyan 2 must be my first successful transformation. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Call out. After saying this, Vegeta flew into the sky and left the island. Vegeta he. Son Goku smiled wryly and shook his head. If the transformation in Super Saiyan 2 was so easy, he might have been able to transform successfully long ago, because he always felt that he lacked something. But today he saw Suzi's Super Saiyan 2, and he seemed to have some insight. Everyone, I'm going to start practicing hard, goodbye. Son Goku didn't think too much, and didn't waste any more time. He pointed his index finger between his eyebrows, and disappeared in place. Sincerely ask for the monthly ticket and collection of flower evaluation tickets. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 24 Son Goku's Super Saiyan 2, amazing oppression from Suzi. Seeking a monthly ticket. A month later, Dragon Ball was in the western capital of Earth in the 7th universe. Suzi and Lazuli walked slowly on the street side by side. As he walked, Suzi frowned suddenly. What's wrong? Lazuli glanced at Suzi in surprise. Goku broke through the limit of Super Saiyan 1 and became the first to successfully transform into Super Saiyan 2. There was a little surprise on Suzi's face. You know, Son Gohan is the first kid in the original book to successfully transform into the new form of Super Saiyan 2. And now, because of the appearance of Suzi, Cell died early, which caused Son Gohan not to stimulate his potential in the battle. Therefore, in Suzi's view, it may take a while before Son Goku and others can carry out the new form transformation of Super Saiyan 2. However, in just 1 month, Son Goku has successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2, which made him feel that there is still a bit of a butterfly effect. Super Saiyan 2? It's really amazing. Lazuli pursed his lips and smiled, answering slightly indifferently. Indeed, whether Son Goku is strong or not has nothing to do with her. Afterwards, Suzi didn't pay any more attention to these things, and stayed with Lazuli all the time, and the relationship between the two was getting closer. Another 3 months passed quickly. On this day, on Gaixian Island, Z-Warrior and others gathered together, and everyone had a blessed smile on their faces. Goku, congratulations on mastering Super Saiyan 2's new form transformation. Kellen stood on tiptoe and patted Son Goku on the shoulder excitedly. Ha ha ha. The power gained by the transformation of Super Saiyan 2 is indeed extremely powerful. Now I feel that I can easily crush myself 4 months ago. No wonder Suzi can easily put Super Saiyan 1 Vegeta defeated, even able to easily kill that guy Cell. Son Goku laughed and scratched the back of his head. Besides the excitement on his face, when he mentioned Suzi, it was actually more of a surging fighting spirit towards him. Goku uncle. Mr. Suzie does not exist in the future world. At this moment, Trunks, a teenager from the future, spoke in a low voice. Swish swish swish. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Date. Call. Date took a deep breath, with a solemn expression on his face, and said, I can guarantee 100% that Mr. Suzie does not exist in our world. Otherwise, the Earth would not be devastated by those two evil androids run amok. Hearing this, Master Roshi frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. After a few seconds, he said in a deep voice, although I haven't seen the man named Suzie you mentioned, I don't think he should be evil. With his power, he really wants to attack the Earth. It is absolutely impossible to give Goku the chance to grow up by doing bad things. As an old monster that has lived for hundreds of years, Master Roshi naturally sees through it better than Son Goku and the others. Thinking about it this way, it seems right. Piccolo said indifferently. Bang bang. I really want to fight with that Suzie guy and show him my Super Saiyan 2. Son Goku clenched his fists and punched him twice excitedly. Oh? Do you want to fight me that much? As soon as Son Goku finished speaking, a gentle voice sounded in everyone's ears. Call out. Immediately afterwards, a piercing sound sounded, and the figures of Suzie and Lazuli appeared in everyone's sight. Suzie! Son Goku turned his head and looked at Suzie, and immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 2 when he called out his name. Gold's flames with lightning erupted around him, looking extremely powerful. Final combat power, 150 billion points. With a casual glance, Suzie saw through Son Goku's final combat power, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You know, in the early days of Son Goku during Majin Buu's period, Super Saiyan 2's transformation form was only 200 billion points of combat power, and now he has reached 150 billion points of combat power Indiana a few years before Majin Buu's period. It is conceivable that he in the follow-up is definitely not a little bit stronger than him in the same period in the original book. He is Suzie. It is said that he is also a Saiyan. Master Roshi put his eyes on Suzie, scrutinized him several times, and slowly frowned. He thinks that he has a very unique vision, but, to be honest, his first impression of Suzie is that this young man seems to be ordinary except for his good looks. When the idea of Master Roshi just came up, Suzie's gaze also swept over. Boom! 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 In an instant, the four eyes met, and Master Roshi's heart beat extremely fast at this moment, and cold sweat covered his forehead and back. No! This man is definitely not an ordinary person. Master Roshi showed a look of horror. Suzie's casual glance gave him too strong a sense of oppression. This is not the key point. The key point is that he was lucky enough to meet the gods above the heavens. The strength of the latter may not be too terrifying, but the aura of the gods rushed towards his face, making him feel like facing the sky. And just now Suzie's casual glance gave him a sense of oppression tens of thousands of times stronger than the oppression that the gods gave him back then. This man named Suzie. What Master Roshi didn't know was that he wasn't the only one who felt that way just now. At this moment, Piccolo was also sweating profusely, because at the moment he looked at Suzie just now, the moment the latter split his sight for a second, he also had the feeling of facing a real god. Suzie, fight with me. At this time, Son Goku once again sent out an invitation to fight. Good. Suzie turned his gaze to Son Goku, nodded with a gentle smile. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. 25 Super Saiyan 3 and 4 by Suzie shocked the audience. Ask for a monthly ticket for flowers. Please. Hearing that Suzie agreed, Son Goku immediately flew into the sky with great excitement. Call out. Suzie also flew into the sky and looked at Son Goku who had transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Son Goku was full of fighting spirit. He lowered his head and folded his hands together. The moment he looked up at Suzy, his gaze became much sharper. He knew very well that he had to go all out against this mysterious and powerful scion, otherwise, he would be defeated in an instant without any combat experience. Suzy also understands this truth, so this time he didn't crush Son Goku more, but chose to be a free training partner for this kid. After all, Son Goku is not the arrogant Vegeta, and Suzy certainly prefers some of the former, and it's okay to be a free sparring partner. Call out! Son Goku set off, and his attack was the most violent attack, as if one after another sonic boom could be heard in the air. This was not only the extreme speed, but also reflected his formidable strength. Boom! However, Son Goku's attack, which is absolutely unbearable for the world, is completely like a pebble thrown into the sea for Suzy, without causing any waves at all. Just transforming into Super Saiyan 1, Suzy neutralized a series of consecutive attacks from Son Goku with just one finger, and countered back with a force just stronger than Son Goku. Puff! Suzy's control of power is so strong, even though it is only a stronger counter-shock force than Son Goku, while the latter directly flew upside down, he spit out a mouthful of blood in the sky. Goku he! Seeing this scene, the expressions of Master Roshi and the others in Gaixiandao changed suddenly. They knew that Suzy was extremely powerful, but, just one finger's recoil force is so terrifying. Did not expect. And that Mr. Suzy is just a transformed Super Saiyan 1, not a Super Saiyan 2, so how terrifying is his normal fighting power? Te suddenly found out in horror that Suzy's state at this moment is just a simple transformation form of Super Saiyan 1. Hiss! After Date's reminder, everyone also reacted, and there was a sound of gasping in the field. This man named Suzy is too scary. Super Saiyan 1's transformation form can easily crush Son Goku in Super Saiyan 2 form. This. Are you sure you're not living in a dream? Ah! Suzy, your strength is too strong. Son Goku, who flew upside down, quickly stabilized his body, raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Suzy from Super Saiyan 1, the fighting spirit on his face was more surging than before. The stronger the opponent, the more excited and fearless Son Goku will be. Drink! With a bang, Son Goku flew forward again. This time, he didn't intend to give up close combat, but wanted to continue close combat with Suzy. Boom! The ending was simple. Suzy raised his hand and slapped Son Goku in Super Saiyan 2 form again. This time, Suzy also fired a finger cannon that couldn't be more common. Even so, the entire space shook, as if it was about to shatter. Ah! Son Goku's cry of pain resounded, causing the expressions of everyone on Gaixian Island to change. Goku uncle! Goku! Kellen and the others even exclaimed. Don't worry, I have a measure. This can hone him, it can hurt him, but it won't kill him. Suzy's figure flickered for a moment, and he returned to Gaixian Island, putting his arms around Lazuli's slender waist and said calmly. He has been in a relationship with Lazuli for several months. As early as a month ago, this blonde girl, the dream girl of many Dragon Ball fans, has been completely won by him. Therefore, Lazuli didn't show any resistance to Suzy's waist-hugging intimate movements, but rather shyly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Suzy's words. After a while, Son Goku flew back, his body was full of tragic injuries, and he looked extremely pitiful. Ah! Suzy, you are too powerful. I am no match for you at all. Son Goku looked at Suzy with a silly smile, and then his face turned serious, but one day, I will definitely defeat you. If you want to defeat me, then you have to practice hard. Suzy glanced at this kid, and said with a light smile. He still didn't say a word, that is, no matter how Son Goku practices, Suzy is also a goal that he can never surpass in his life. Suzi, who has the blood of the ancestor Sion, is much stronger than himself at the previous moment every minute and every second. In a sense, his blood is a bit similar to Broly's Chuanchao blood, and he can be independent unlimited growth of their own combat power. So, when Son Goku gets stronger, he also gets stronger. By the way, Suzi, can I have another look at your Super Saiyan 3 transformation and that Super Saiyan 4 transformation? Son Goku suddenly thought of something, looked at Suzi eagerly, and proposed. Can. Suzi agreed without thinking. Boom! In an instant, Suzi transformed into Super Saiyan 3, with a 400-fold increase in combat power, instantly making him a super master with 3 trillion combat power. Oh my god! Is this? This surging energy is going to scare people to death. Is this Super Saiyan 3? What a terrifying transformation! When Suzi's chi exploded completely, no one in the 100 meters around him dared to get close except Lazuli, and all of them were blown away by the chi shock. Next, look forward to my transformation that is exclusive to this world. Super Saiyan 4. Drink! Suzi let out a loud cry, and suddenly turned into a little giant ape. After a while, a red light flickered, and a tall red monkey appeared in everyone's sight. Isn't this the strange transformation I saw at the beginning? Son Goku looked at it, and his brows couldn't help but twitched. Compared with the overwhelming momentum of Super Saiyan 3, why does this supposedly more powerful Super Saiyan 4 look so unpretentious? As if sensing Son Goku's thoughts, Suzi's body slowly rose into the sky, with his hands clenched, he stood in the air in a bent shrimp posture. Drink! With a roar, Suzi's anger was no longer hidden, and it exploded in full force. Boom! At this moment, the light of red seemed to dye the sky of blue-red. The breath of God! Piccolo felt it for a while, and a look of shock appeared on his face. At this moment, he actually felt the aura of a high-ranking god on Suzi's body. Suddenly I had a very interesting idea. He, I wonder if everyone can guess it. Ask for a monthly ticket for flower evaluation tickets, thank you all. I glanced at the book review area for Super Saiyan 5's multiplier, but it was still inconsistent. It's difficult. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 26 spoilers are fun for a while, spoilers are always fun. Seeking flower evaluation tickets. This. Son Goku looked at Suzi in the sky in astonishment, and was really stunned for a while. At the same time, in Vegeta's home in the western capital, Vegeta, who had just walked out of the training room, suddenly frowned, and his face showed an incredulous expression. Such a powerful chi, who is it? Vegeta was extremely shocked, and in an instant, a figure of a man appeared in his mind. It was Suzi. No. Could it be him? Vegeta swallowed, and the rosy face turned pale and vain. Not only the people on the earth were shocked by the breath of Suzi's Super Saiyan 4, but King Kai, who was playing with his pet far away on the King planet, also changed his face in vain, and then looked in the direction of the Earth past. The Milky Way, Earth. When did such a scary guy appear? King Kai's whole body was trembling, and his voice was also extremely trembling. He really had never felt such a powerful aura in this universe. Oh! A little guy who is not a god, but has a bit of a god-like aura appeared. It wasn't just King Kai who sensed Suzi's aura. At this moment, in the world of gods of destruction in the 7th universe of Dragon Ball, a man holding an angel staff raised his brows, showing a bit of fun on his face. The color came, and whispered softly. The Milky Way. Earth. Interesting. If you have a chance, you can go and see it. This man is naturally Angel Whis from the 7th universe, and he has a strong interest in the owner of the powerful aura he sensed just now. This is my Super Saiyan 4. On the earth, in the sky, Suzi looked down at the people below, then slowly returned to his normal appearance, landed on the beach of Gaixian Island, and smiled at the shocked Son Goku. This transformation form, can I transform successfully? Son Goku's eyes flashed. No. Suzi shook his head, I am the only one who can transform this transformation form in this world. After you can successfully transform into Super Saiyan 3, then think about transforming at the same level as my Super Saiyan 4. Which of the two transformations, Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue, is more powerful? Even for Suzi, who is a Dragon Ball fan, it is hard to say. There are too many rumors on the internet. Super Saiyan 4 crushes Super Saiyan Blue. After all, the latter is in a 50-50 situation against anyone, and it is basically not favored by Dragon Ball fans. But rational Dragon Ball fans understand that the two must be transformations of the same level, but one is the realm of walking, and the other is the pure transformation root of blood. There are different opinions on who is stronger. But in this life, Suzi will be able to experience it for himself. In the future, after Son Goku of the real two-time-space worlds grows up, he will hold a martial arts competition that can fight across time and space to prove which transformation is stronger. That's right. I just completed my transformation in Super Saiyan 2, so it's useless to think so much. Son Goku was awakened by the words, stretched out his hand and scratched the back of his head, showing a naive and slightly embarrassed smile. Call out! At this moment, a piercing sound sounded, and Vegeta flew over from Zidu. Whose breath was it just now? Despite having already guessed, Vegeta asked unwillingly. Dad, it belongs to Mr. Suzi. Dad replied. Really? Vegeta put his eyes on Suzi, his face was cloudy and uncertain, and he wondered where this mysterious Saiyan came from and why he was so powerful. Shouldn't you be from Saiyan on planet Vegeta? Vegeta said in a deep voice, if you are Saiyan from planet Vegeta, there's no reason I don't know you. Such a scary guy, if he came from planet Vegeta, there must have been a legendary. Swish swish swish. In an instant, all eyes were on Suzi. I do come from planet Vegeta. Suzi smiled slightly, and did not hide from them, but I am Saiyan from planet Vegeta, another parallel time and space world. What? You also come from another parallel time and space world like me? That's no wonder. When everyone heard Suzi's answer, their expressions changed and they exclaimed. Especially Te from the future world, his face showed even more consternation. He didn't expect that besides him, a person from the future time and space world, there would be another person from another time and space world appearing. You have a time machine? Dad asked. I don't need a time machine. Suzi's index finger pointed at the center of his eyebrows, and the moment the voice fell, it disappeared. What about others? Instant transmission. This man can also instant transmission. Everyone was shocked again. Call out. A piercing sound sounded, and Suzi's figure reappeared. My instant transmission technique is different from Goku's instant transmission technique. You can see it as an upgraded version of instant transmission technique, which can easily travel through time and space. Suzi smiled slightly, his eyes gradually narrowed, he stared at Son Goku and Vegeta and others in the Dragon Ball time-space world, and then said, in the future, I will hold a time-space martial arts conference. My time-space world Goku, Vegeta and everyone will participate in this martial arts tournament. I hope that you can also become stronger and have the strongest space-time collision with them. There's another me. Son Goku's eyes lit up, and an endless fighting spirit rose from his body in vain. His face was full of excitement, and he clenched his fists and collided, and said, how is his strength? Not yet. In the future, I will arrange for you to have the strongest collision. I want to confirm whether it is Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan Blue that is more powerful. Suzi shook his head and smiled lightly. Super Saiyan Blue. Then, what is the transformation form? Son Goku noticed the name of another new form of Saiyan that Suzi said. That is a Saiyan transformation form that is equivalent to the Super Saiyan 4 that I just transformed into. It is too far away for you now, and one day you will be able to reach this state. Suzi directly chooses to spoiler, which has no impact on the subsequent plot at all, so he is not afraid of any butterfly effect after the spoiler. Ding! In view of the host's spoiler, the original characters in the Dragon Ball hyperspace world are full of fighting passion, and I will reward you with a big gift package. Get the big gift bag now or delay the big gift bag. As soon as the spoiler was over, a system notification sounded in Suzi's mind, which made him stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth involuntarily raised a little. The spoiler this time is really cool, and a big gift package was given out for the spoiler. Get it now. Without thinking about it, Suzi directly chose to receive the big gift package now. Please ask for the monthly ticket for the flower evaluation ticket. Why do the daily collections increase so little? Don't keep books, everyone, remember to read a chapter after posting a chapter. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 27 The normal combat power exceeds 10 billion, and returns to the Dragon Ball space-time world. After receiving the big gift bag, Suzi thought about it, and then directly chose to open the big gift bag. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the big gift bag and getting the following items. 20 times the spiritual time room, 10,000 times the gravity room, 2.5 billion normal combat power, 8% chance to weaken attribute effects. The big gift bag this time made Suzi stunned for a moment, and then a little surprise appeared on his face. To be reasonable, this big gift package is not considered fat. However, the calculations are not bad, and he can also strengthen himself in an all-round way. Host, Suzi. Bloodline, Ancestor Saiyan. Normal state, 10 billion points of combat power. Skills, 10 times Kaioken without side effects, upgraded version of instant transmission, clearing ability, gold level, time stop technique, 0.3 seconds, 10% chance of weakening attribute effects. Items, a Super Saiyan 5 experience card, 10,000 times gravity room, 20 times time flow speed spiritual time room. Checking his character attribute panel, Suzi nodded secretly. His normal combat power has increased by 2.5 billion, instantly making him a super expert with a normal combat power of over 10 billion. Not to mention the 4,000-fold increase in combat power of Super Saiyan 4, even in the 50-fold increase in combat power of a common Super Saiyan 1, he can also reach an astonishing 500 billion points of combat power. Speaking of which, my clearing ability has already reached the gold level, and I don't know what ability has increased. Suzi took out the gold level clearing ability list and watched the introduction, and then a look of shock appeared on his face. Gold level clearing ability, it can clear a galaxy in an instant, and the gods under gods of destruction and supreme Kai can also be cleared in an instant. If he remembers correctly before, the silver level clearing ability only means that a planet or a galaxy can be cleared, but it doesn't fully indicate how long it takes to clear it. But now, his gold level clearing ability can be cleared in an instant, which is already a qualitatively changed superpower. And now he has the ability to instantly clear the common gods, that is to say, one day after his clearing ability increases, he may be able to instantly clear Supreme Kai and gods of destruction. Thinking of this, Suzi couldn't help but take a deep breath. If it's as he guessed, then the existence of the angel level in the future, he can also instantly clear it at will. Looking like this, I will become the second Xeno in the Dragon Ball universe in the future. Or even, become an existence above Xeno. Suzi's eyes flickered for a moment, and his eyes gradually narrowed. If the only person he was afraid of in the Dragon Ball world, it might be the cute and innocent Zeno. Next, Sozi and number 18 left, and he took number 18 back to the dragon-bulked space-time world. At this moment, dragon-bulked time and space world, the home of Sozi, the western capital of the 7th universe Earth. Call out! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and Sozi and Lazuli appeared in the backyard of their home. Since Sozi and Lazuli had talked about the dragon-bulked time and space world, Lazuli didn't feel very strange. Husband! You are back! Sozi and Lazuli just came back. And Bulma just happened to come to the backyard, and ran over excitedly after seeing Sozi. On the way, she stopped suddenly, looked at Lazuli who was smiling at her in astonishment, frowned suddenly, and said, "Husband, this is your sister Lazuli, come on, Lazuli, call sister Bulma." Sozi wasn't flustered at all, he could tell that Bulma wasn't upset at all, but simply expressed doubts to Lazuli. "Hi sister Bulma, my name is Lazuli." Lazuli introduced herself obediently and sensibly. "This, you, she." Bulma is not an idiot either, she immediately understood after staring at Sozi and Lazuli, but even though she would not lose her temper, she still felt a little uncomfortable. But she is also a sensible woman, and Sozi is so strong, it is really difficult for her to bear it alone, and having an extra sister seems to share a lot of pressure for her. Thinking of this, Bulma didn't feel upset at all, on the contrary, he welcomed Lazuli very warmly. Regarding this, Sozi was stunned at the first moment, then shook his head and smiled. He naturally understood that Bulma was not the kind of hypocritical and polite person. If he figured it out, he figured it out, and if he didn't figure it out, he would definitely have some minor emotions. But fortunately, Bulma figured it out, otherwise he would still have some headaches if the backyard caught fire. The two girls of Bulma held hands and chatted happily, and Sozi also went directly into the practice room in the backyard to start his own practice. He asked the system, the time ratio between the Dragon Ball Super Time Space World and the Dragon Ball Time Space World is random, maybe today is the past year of the GT Time Space World, and only 1 minute has passed in the Super Time Space World. It is also possible that 1 month has passed in the Hyperspace World, and 2 or even 3 years have passed in the GT Time and Space World. Just like he went to the Dragon Ball Time Space World for about half a year this time, but only 5 months have passed in the Dragon Ball Time Space World. Entering the training room, Sozi directly took out the 10,000 times gravity room and the 20 times spiritual time room to practice. In practice, time passes very quickly, and in reality, 8 months passed quietly. In AIG 762, on November 3, Sozi walked out of the practice room in the backyard of his home. Host, Sozi. Bloodline, Ancestor Scion. Normal state, 20 billion points of combat power. Skills, 10 times Kaioken without side effects, upgraded version of instant transmission, clearing ability, gold level, time stop technique, 0.3 seconds, 10% chance of weakening attribute effects. Items, a Super Scion 5 experience card, 10,000 times gravity room, 20 times time flow speed spiritual time room. After checking his character attribute panel, Sozi suddenly showed a satisfied smile on his face. In reality, in the past 8 months, apart from his daily life, he has actually practiced in the 20 times spiritual time room for almost 10 years. In 10 years, the normal increase of 10 billion is indeed acceptable and extremely satisfactory for Sozi. After all, he has never experienced any death battles, and he has practiced slowly step by step. Sozi has grown so much in 10 years, and Sozi is content. At this moment, Sozi suddenly sensed something, glanced in a certain direction, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Vegeta and Nappa, come to Earth. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 28. The Lost and Confused Prince Sion. Seeking flower evaluation tickets. Call out. After Suzi sensed Vegeta and Nappa, he directly sent instant transmission to Gaixian Island. Son Goku and others are all together. In addition to Raditz, who came to Earth a year ago, he took a look at this guy. Although Raditz is mixed with Z-Warrior and others now, he has not made much progress, and even some not to be seen. A year ago, his combat power was around 10,000 points, and a year later his combat power had only increased by 700 points. King Vegeta's son-in-law has arrived. After Suzi arrived and greeted everyone, Raditz suddenly spoke. King Vegeta's son. Son Goku frowned and said, Brother Raditz, are you sure that guy named Vegeta is not bad? Will he not harm the humans on our planet? Raditz smiled and said, Don't worry, King Vegeta will never attack humans on Earth. Saying this, Raditz sighed in his heart. Normally, they would definitely take down the planet Earth, but now. He glanced at Son Goku and the others, then secretly glanced at Suzi, and sighed heavily in his heart. There are too many masters on the Earth, how dare they attack the Earth? Raditz's awareness is also very deep. Since he can't beat him, he joins. This is also the past year. He basically didn't practice much, because he always wanted to get closer to Son Goku and others, so as to obtain how to greatly improve himself. The practice method of combat power. Whoosh! At this moment, Vegeta and Nappa had already flown over Gaixian Island. King Vegeta, Raditz is waving to us from below. Nappa whispered behind Vegeta. Oh! I thought this guy was dead. In the end, he got mixed up with these guys. Vegeta swooped down, landed on the beach of Gaixian Island, scanned the audience, and finally fixed his eyes on Raditz, and said lightly, Raditz, you really let me down. King Vegeta's son. Raditz hastily stepped forward, bowed and said, the Earth is not as weak as we imagined. Not only is my younger brother Kakarot's fighting power very high, even the fighting power of those people on Earth is much higher than mine. Ha! Do you think I will believe what you said? Vegeta's eyes turned cold, and he scolded, I see, you have been brainwashed. How can there be such a powerful person on such a backward and remote planet? King Vegeta's son, please trust me. Raditz changed color slightly and explained. However, Vegeta didn't give him a chance at all, and shot Raditz directly with a finger cannon. Even Son Goku didn't react to the finger cannon fired at such a close range. A few seconds after Raditz died, Son Goku reacted, and his face darkened in vain at this moment. His biological elder brother was actually killed by this fellow Vegeta. You are Kakarot, Raditz is dead, and the prince needs your help next. This guy is not a qualified subordinate, I hope you will be a qualified subordinate. Vegeta said lightly, his eyes were full of aggression, and his tone was even more unquestionable. Hee. Raditz didn't die at the hands of Son Goku and the others, but died at the hands of Vegeta. It's interesting. Seeing this tense scene, Suzi couldn't help shaking his head and chuckling. Boom! At this moment, Son Goku exploded his anger, and his fighting power soared directly. 50,000 combat power. 100,000 combat points. 200,000 combat points. When Son Goku's combat power reached 250,000 points, Vegeta and Nappa's pupils constricted in vain, and expressions of disbelief appeared on their faces. You. The two spoke in unison, pointing at Son Goku in shock. Drink! Son Goku ignored them, and at the same time with a roar, he clenched his fist and rushed to Vegeta in an instant. Boom! One punch, blast out! Boom! Puff! Vegeta, who was Son Goku's opponent with 250,000 points of combat power, was directly blown away by a punch, and spit out a big mouthful of blood in midair as he flew upside down. After falling to the ground, his ruddy face instantly turned pale. King Vegeta's son. Nappa's complexion changed, and she hurried to Vegeta to help him up from the ground, and said worriedly, "Are you okay?" "This guy." Vegeta coughed twice, and spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood again. His face was pale and gloomy. He glanced at Son Goku on the side with hatred, and said coldly, "It's really just like what Raditz said, very powerful. Or let's leave." Nappa suggested, "Even Vegeta is not Kakarot's opponent, how can he be that guy's opponent? Forcefully stay, what awaits them must be death." "Did you leave just like that?" "Vegeta is extremely unwilling, not to mention why Kakarot is so powerful, just say that he wants to have such a powerful subordinate." "Kakarot, I am the prince of the Scion clan, with an extremely noble bloodline, and you are just a subordinate Scion warrior bloodline. I now order you to return to my subordinates." Vegeta straightened his body, looked at Son Goku coldly and said, "Vegeta, your order is invalid." Son Goku said coldly, "If you came here to invade our Earth, then don't leave. If you simply called me to do bad things under your hands, then I advise you to get rid of this idea as soon as possible." "Ah!" Vegeta smiled coldly, just about to speak. "Call out." At this moment, Son Goku set off again, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Vegeta, raised his legs high, and directly forced Vegeta into the sand. "You bold!" Seeing this scene, Nappa's face suddenly changed, and he stepped forward directly to attack Son Goku. Boom! At this time, Klin, who had been watching the show without any sense of presence, raised his hand and blasted out with a Kigong cannon. Nappa, who had only 15,000 combat power, was directly killed by Klin, who had 50,000 combat power. After Nappa's death, Vegeta's whole body was in a bad mood, and his expression gradually became a little dazed when he was sunk in the sand. He began to think about what is the purpose of coming to the Earth this time. Did you come here specifically to die? Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 29 ding. Select the system to open. Seeking flower evaluation tickets. Goku, do you want to kill this guy? I feel his intentions are not right. Klin trotted over, glanced at Vegeta who looked confused, and said coldly. This. Son Goku hesitated a little. Although Vegeta killed Raditz, he didn't really want to kill someone from the bottom of his heart. Throw this guy out of the earth. At this time, Suzy spoke. This guy Vegeta can't die, it's not that he cares about Vegeta as the male second, but that he must have this guy in the future martial arts conference he will hold in the future, otherwise, it will feel a lot worse. Okay. Listen to brother Suzy. Son Goku breathed a sigh of relief. When Suzy opened his mouth, naturally no one said anything more. Vegeta got up from the beach, looking uncertain for a while. He glanced at Son Goku, then at the little bald man who killed Nappa, and finally set his sights on Suzy, his brows furrowed at this moment. You are a pure Scion too. Vegeta opened the mouth. Oh? What? Do you want to force me with your funny Scion Prince blood too? Suzy frowned, and looked at this guy with a half-smile. Ah! Vegeta smiled coldly, turned his head and flew directly into the sky, but after a while, his figure disappeared into the sky. After Vegeta left, Kellen glanced at the bodies of Raditz and Nappa on the beach, frowned, and then pulled Yamcha aside to start cleaning up. Brother Suzy, I want to practice under your hands for a while. Son Goku came in front of Suzy and said in a deep voice, I can see that the gap between you and me is becoming more and more obvious. I don't want to lose sight of your footsteps in the future. Seeing Son Goku's serious appearance, Suzy was stunned for a moment, then laughed, nodded and said, okay, not only you, but also. Ding! Choose system on. The devil trained Z-Warrior and others for 3 months. Choice 1, refuse devil training, and reward the normal state with 20 billion combat power points. Option 2, receive devil training, reward battle robot house, 5% chance to weaken attribute effects, normal combat power 10 billion points time stop plus 0.5 seconds. When Suzy was still about to speak, a system prompt sounded in his mind, and another selection system was activated, and let alone how fat the selection reward was this time, let's just say that he planned to be a devil after training Z-Warrior and others for a period of time, he already felt that this time it was a bloody profit. Choose 2. Without even thinking about it, Suzy made a choice directly. Brother Suzy, what else? Son Goku has been waiting for Suzy's follow-up, but he never got it. He only saw his big brother Suzy smiling silly, as if something happy happened suddenly. Oh. Suzy came back to his senses, smiled awkwardly, then looked serious, scanned the audience, and said in a deep voice, not only did Goku practice under me for a period of time, Kellen, Piccolo, Tien Shinyan also there is Yamcha. After reading the name, Suzy finally set his eyes on the little Gohan who was sitting on the old turtle shell, and continued, and little Gohan, all of you will be under my command, and I will train the 3 of you month time. Hey? Little Gohan is going to train with us too. Son Goku was stunned for a moment. Don't underestimate this kid's potential. Suzy glanced at little Gohan, smiled and said, I know that she wants this kid to be a great scholar, not to follow you all the time. But, you have to make her think about it, if the Earth's there is no guarantee of safety, how can we devote ourselves to study and become that great scholar? Hearing the words of his brother Suzy, Son Goku blinked, and felt that this was indeed the truth, so he tentatively said, then. I will talk to Shishi first when I go back. You told her to take Gohan with you. Suzy glared at him, waved his big hand, and said directly, that's it, we will gather on Gaixian Island tomorrow morning, if anyone doesn't come. Hee. Suzy clenched his fists and glanced around, making the scalps of everyone who met his gaze tingle. Obviously, this elder brother really cared about their practice. Guaranteed to be on time. Son Goku was the first to straighten his body and roared loudly. I promise to be on time too. Klin and Yamcha looked at each other after cleaning up the corpses. This kind of opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it will definitely improve their combat effectiveness. The day passed quickly, and the next morning, Suzy got up and washed up and arrived at Gaixian Island. Brother Suzy is here. Suzy uncle. Seeing Suzy's arrival, the lazy people immediately cheered up, each of them straightened up, and shouted at Suzy. Among them, the cutest one is the little Gohan. This little guy stared at Suzy with big eyes and cuteness. The sound of Suzy uncle just now was even more childish. Regarding this, Suzy laughed out loud, but at the same time, he began to think about whether he didn't need to take safety measures and let Bulma and Lazuli give him 2 babies earlier. Well, think about it, I'm not too young, and I should have a descendant. Suzy's eyes flickered, and a tender smile slowly appeared on his face. Brother Suzy, what are you laughing at? Son Goku suddenly spoke. Laugh. Suzy's face became serious instantly, he stared at Son Goku, flew up into the sky, and a cold voice came, everyone come with me, in the next 3 months, I will conduct a devil training for you. I believe, after 3 months, you guys are not just simply going to the next level. I think, at least a few more levels. Hearing Suzy's words, everyone shuddered for no reason, especially Kellen. He glanced at Tien Shinyan on the side, swallowed, smiled awkwardly, and said, why do I feel that this time? The devil's training will make me dare not train under Suzy for the rest of my life. The third eye on Tien Shinyan's forehead blinked wildly, and he also had the same premonition as Kaylin. Why are you still in a daze? Hurry up and follow, the last person to follow will be the first to receive my first round of training. At this moment, Su Ziyi's voice came again. Call out. As soon as the voice came, Kellen, Tian Xinyan, and Yam Sha left in an instant. Nonsense. Among the few people present, they are the weakest, and if they don't take the lead, the one waiting for them must be the last one to arrive. Whoosh! Son Goku also flew into the sky with the little Gohan in his arms, chasing after Su Ziyi in the direction he was flying. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 30. Select the reward and go to Namek. Seeking flower evaluation tickets. 3 months passed quietly, and this day was the last day of the Devil's training. 3 months of Devil training, I can see everyone's growth. To be honest, I am very pleased. On an island, Su Ziyi looked at Son Goku and others with a smile. After 3 months of Devil training, Son Goku's combat power has risen from 250,000 points to 700,000 points, and Piccolo's combat power has also risen from 100,000 points to 300,000 points. As for Klin and the Earthlings, they are much inferior, only rising from 50,000 points of combat power to about 120,000 points. However, this is already a great satisfaction for Kling and the others. The last thing I have to say is the growth of little Gohan. Even Su Ziyi was extremely shocked. Before professional systematic training, this little guy's combat power was around 5,000 points, but after 3 months of Devil training, it directly increased tenfold, soaring to as much as 50,000 points. If it wasn't for brother Su Ziyi, I'm afraid I wouldn't have grown so fast. Son Goku is very grateful to Su Ziyi, as he said, if it weren't for Su Ziyi's help, he would definitely not be better than him in the original book. Su Ziyi waved his hand and didn't say much. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the selection task and getting the following items. Battle Robot House, 5% chance of weakening attribute effects, normal combat power of 10 billion points time stop plus 0.5 seconds. The system prompt sounded in his mind, and Su Ziyi opened his character attribute panel to check. Host, Su Ziyi. Bloodline, Ancestor Scion. Normal state, 30 billion points of combat power. Skills, 10 times Kaioken without side effects, upgraded version of instant transmission, clearing ability, gold level, time stop, 0.8 seconds, 15% chance of weakening attribute effects. Items, Battle Robot House, a Super Scion 5 experience card, 10,000 times Gravity Room, 20 times Time Flow Speed Spiritual Time Room. Luxury. This kind of character attribute panel can be called extremely luxurious. The normal combat power reaches as much as 30 billion, and under the 50-fold transformation boost state of Super Saiyan 1, his combat power will reach a terrifying 1.5 trillion points. And Super Saiyan 4's 4,000-fold combat power increase state, 120 trillion combat power. If converted into trillions as a unit, then 120 trillion combat power is 120 trillion combat power. The unit after the trillion is Beijing, and 10,000 trillion is 1 Beijing. The Beerus of the Dragon Ball Super World is a value of 10. I don't know if it is 10 Beijing or the unit above Beijing. Su Ziyi's eyes flickered for a moment, and he began to think about it. Brother Su Ziyi, that guy Vegeta doesn't seem to have left Earth yet. At this moment, Kellen suddenly spoke. If he read it correctly, Vegeta had appeared on this small island a month ago. Okay, I know. Su Ziyi nodded. Even Kellen had discovered the existence of Vegeta, there was no reason why he couldn't. Moreover, this guy is not only secretly observing Su Ziyi's people, but also secretly using Su Ziyi's venue. This venue is also a gravity room. As for the spiritual time room with small multiples, Su Ziyi also has it, but at present he thinks it is not suitable for Son Goku and others to use, so he has not taken it out. Vegeta is indeed a good guy. After 2 months of fishing in troubled waters, he was able to grow 200,000 points of combat power to 320,000 points of combat power. He is also worthy of being the number 2 male. Suzy sensed Vegeta's fighting power, and shook his head and smiled. Next, you should practice hard on your own, and I'm going on a long trip. Suzy solemnly said to Son Goku and others, I hope to see that you have been making progress, because the safety of the earth in the future needs you to protect it. Brother Suzy, just leave, don't worry, I will never slacken my practice. Son Goku clenched his fists and bumped them, his face full of excitement. Although he is far from Suzy's realm, but the growth of these 3 months, to be honest, gave him a little hope of catching up with Suzy. Clap. Suzy smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and patted Son Goku's shoulder lightly, then pointed his middle finger between his eyebrows, and disappeared in place. Call out. The next second, when Suzy reappeared, he was already on Namek. As for why he came to Namek, it is naturally very simple. Half a month ago, the task system of the selection system was opened, indicating that after half a month, Frieza would invade Namek and forcibly seize the Dragon Ball on Namek. Therefore, his system task this time is naturally to kill Frieza, and then protect Namek from being invaded by Frieza. Not to mention the generous rewards of the mission, it was just a chance to evolve into a divine grade, but it wasn't too bad. At least this opportunity to evolve into a divine grade could bring his overall combat power to a higher level. Call out. At this moment, Suzy teleported into the courtyard where the Great Elder was. Hey! Mr. Suzy, why are you here? When a strange man appeared, Neilu, who was guarding behind the Great Elder, realized instantly, and asked in surprise after seeing that it was Suzy. Something is about to happen to Namek. Suzy smiled slightly. Oh! Hearing Suzy's words, the Great Elder slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed out of those cloudy eyes, and he said, Mr. Suzy has precognition skills. Haha! It's not considered a precognition skill. Suzy laughed, and then seemed to sense something, turned his head to look at the sky, and after 10 seconds passed, he saw a huge universe warship flying into Namek from outer space. Coming! Suzy said softly, but there was some emotion in her heart. He was far behind Frieza on planet Vegeta, and he didn't dare to think of resistance at all, so he had no choice but to escape. Now he, let alone a Frieza, even if Majin Buu is in front of him, he can only be killed in seconds. Ask for a monthly ticket for flower evaluation tickets, thank you. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 31 Just kill your left and right hand in front of your Frieza. The big chapter asks for flower Eva. At the same time, among the universe battleships in the sky. Lord Frieza, we have reached Namek. Frieza's left and right hand, Dodoria, stood respectfully in front of Frieza sitting on a small disc flying object, and smiled. I know. Frieza tilted his head and looked down through the display screen, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said indifferently, I didn't even need to come to this planet in person, but unfortunately my Jinute team seems to have been killed. According to his idea, to forcefully take something from a weak Namek, the Jinute team is completely capable of the job. It's just that he asked his subordinates to try to contact everyone in the Jinute team, but they haven't received a response for so many years, so don't even think about it, I'm afraid they are dead. King Frieza, if you want to make a wish, you still have to come here in person. Dodoria explained, so it's not like you're making this trip in vain. Let's go. Frieza waved his hand, and the small disc flying object under his seat slowly flew up, and flew out towards the gate of the universe battleship. Dodoria hurriedly followed, and the two flew out of the universe battleship one after the other. Frieza! After Frisia and Dodoria slowly flew out of the universe battleship, Suzi in the Great Elder's court narrowed his eyes for an instant, chuckled and called out Frisia's name. Hey! Frisia! Mr. Suzi, is the name you just pronounced Frisia, the evil emperor of the universe? Neil froze for a moment, then asked with a look of shock. Yes. Suzi smiled slightly. Hiss. The shadow of the famous tree of man, Frisia is notorious among the universe. Therefore, when he heard the name of Frisia, Niru immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and gradually showed a look of horror on his face. Don't panic. It's just a little Frisia. Suzi shook his head and smiled, his body rose slowly, and flew towards the high altitude where Frisia and Dodoria were. Elder, Mr. Suzi, is he the opponent of the evil Emperor Frisia? After Suzi left the courtyard, Neilu asked in a deep voice. I don't know. But, we just have to believe. The Great Elder doesn't know how strong Frisia is, let alone how strong Suzi is. Therefore, he does not make rash comments, because in the end there are only two results. First, Suzi wins and saves Namek. Second, Frisia is victorious and Namek is destroyed. Apart from this, there is no third possibility. Therefore, the Great Elder understands that he just needs to wait quietly for this event to end. Hearing the Elder's words, Nielu also figured out the key point, looked up at the sky solemnly, and prayed in his heart that Frisia would not be the opponent of this Mr. Suzi. Oh! Scion! At this moment, in the sky, Frisia on the small disc flying object saw Suzi in the sky not far away, and his brows were raised. Frisia, hello! Suzi smiled and waved hello. Ah! Seeing Suzi's relaxed and casual posture, Frisia immediately sneered, and said, It's really worth coming to Namek this time, not only to get the Dragon Ball, but also to kill a scion. No no no! Suzi shook his fingers twice, and said lightly, It's not you who kill me, but I kill you. Phew phew phew, you are such a funny scion. Frisia's voice is not loud, but it's not small. And his laughter is so penetrating that the whole sky is full of his laughter. Call out! At this moment, Neilu in the Great Elder's house flew into the sky. Niru? What are you doing here? Suzi couldn't help being taken aback when he saw Neilu. I am the strongest fighting Namek, I want to help you, Suzi. Niru said in a low voice. Hearing his words, Suzi shook his head and smiled, just about to speak. At this time, an ugly man behind Frisia spoke up, King Frisia, leave that humble scion and this Namek to me. He is Dodoria, one of Frisia's left and right hands. In the original book, his combat power is 22,000 points. He is not only a powerful warrior, but also a guy who is good at using intrigue. But Suzi took a look at him now, this guy's combat power was several times stronger than in the original book, reaching the level of 100,000 combat power. In that case, Mr. Dodoria, please begin your performance. Grinned Frisia on the little disc flyer. Obey. Dodoria saluted respectfully, then turned her eyes to Suzi, and then turned her eyes to Nielu, with a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. I've decided, let's take you, a Namek, first. Call out. As soon as Dodoria's voice fell, his figure flickered and disappeared in place. His speed was very fast, and he arrived in front of Niru in the blink of an eye. Boom! As soon as one punch came out, his next punch came out again. Ah! Neil's combat power is at most about 30,000 points, but where is Dodoria's opponent with 100,000 points of combat power? He punches down and flies out. That's not enough. Dodoria flew forward and kicked out suddenly, and a dazzling gold light appeared on the palm of her hand, which was charging the energy cannon. Boom! Niru was kicked flying, and Dodoria directly bombarded him with the charged energy. Rumble! The roar of the explosion sounded, and black smoke rose in the air. Too weak, too weak. Is this the strongest fighting Namek? Dodoria laughed, and then stepped forward a few steps, looking down at Nira, who was lying on the ground and seemed to be in a coma. His hand slowly rose, and the dazzling gold light appeared in the palm of his hand again. He's ready, to end the life of this Namek. Call out. At this moment, Sozi teleported to Dodoria. Boom. He raised his hand and punched it out. Puff. Dodoria flew upside down in an instant, spitting out a mouthful of blood in mid-air. Scum! I'm going to kill you. Dodoria, who flew upside down, quickly stabilized her body, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, then stared at Sozi viciously and roared. Scum! Sozi nodded approvingly. Ha ha ha! Dodoria raised his head and laughed, full of arrogance. He thought that the scum in Sozi's mouth was talking about himself. As everyone knows. Call out. In the next second, a figure flickered and appeared in front of him instantly. What are you laughing at? What's so funny about that? Sozi's indifferent voice reached Dodoria's ears, and then one hand pinched his neck directly, exerting a little force, making his laughter stop abruptly. You! Dodoria struggled to make a sound. What's wrong with me? Sozi grinned, and the strength in his hand increased a little. Well! Dodoria's skin, which was originally pink, turned red in vain at this moment. Scion, Mr. Dodoria is one of my right and left hands, you dare to kill him. A scolding sound sounded. Sozi turned his head to look, and it was Frisia on the small disc flying object who made a sound indifferently. In this regard, Sozi smiled lightly. He didn't have any scruples in the face of Frisia. He exerted force with his hands and directly crushed this guy Dodoria to death. Not to mention Dodoria, as long as he wants to, Frisia will be crushed to death instantly by him, there is no room for resistance at all. Boom! Throwing away Dodoria's body casually, Sozi pointed out with a finger cannon, blasting his body into pieces of meat. Frisia, Dodoria, I killed, so what? Call out. After Sozi finished speaking, his whole body was like a cannonball, and he instantly arrived in front of Frisia on the small disc flying object. Boom! He raised his hand, and punched it out. Under Frisia's incredulous gaze, he then found himself flying out. Large chapters ask for flower evaluation tickets and monthly tickets. Each chapter of this book has a lot of words. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 32 Playing with Frisia, killing people. Seeking flower evaluation tickets. Dead monkey, tell me your name. Soon, the blasted Frisia stabilized his body, and in midair, he looked at Sozi with a cold smile. Frisia, don't pretend to be calm, I can see a trace of fear in your heart. With a harmless smile on Sozi's face, he ignored Frisia's question. Ah! Frisia's face became gloomy again, she sneered, raised her hand and pointed out. Call out! A finger cannon shot out from his fingertips, pointing directly at Sozi. Boom! Sozi raised his hand and slapped the finger cannon away, and it exploded on the side. There was a burst of explosion and roar, followed by frightened screams from Frisia's legion warrior. What a damn little monkey! Frisia squinted, and saw that many of his subordinates who had just flown out of the universe battleship to prepare for battle were killed by his finger cannon. No! Call out! When Frisia retracted his squinting gaze, a voice directly entered his ears. Then, the sound of breaking the air sounded. In the next second, the fist arrived. Boom! This punch landed firmly on Frisia's face. Boom! Before he could react, Sozi lifted his foot and landed, directly trampling Frisia to the ground. Today, it won't be me who died. A cold voice sounded in the field, and a dazzling gold energy ball emerged from the palm of Suzi's foot on Frisia's head, aiming at Frisia's body. Chop Suey! Frisia let out a roar, and a powerful breath rose from his body, and then he broke free from Suzi's feet, and flew into the sky in an instant. Boom! When Frisia just broke free, the energy ball in Suzi's palm had already been thrown out. Centered on his feet, the whole earth was affected by the power of this energy ball. There was a sudden burst of flying sand and stones, and black smoke gradually diffused up. 10 seconds passed quickly, and the flying sand dispersed. Frisia in the sky looked down, his eyes gradually narrowed, and he saw that the land was already a bottomless pit. The power of that little monkey has exceeded my understanding of the Scion race. A gloomy light projected from Frisia's squinted eyes. Inexplicably, he suddenly had a bad premonition rising from the bottom of his heart. He suddenly and inexplicably remembered a piece of news handed down from his ancestors: the Scion clan has the gold warrior in legendary Super Scion. Yet, almost killed you, Frisia. On Suzi's side, he slowly flew up into the sky, with his arms crossed, facing Frisia, the evil emperor of the universe, in a cat and mouse attitude. At this moment, Frisia in the sky has transformed into the second form, with a combat power of 1.4 million points. However, it is still a little weak for Suzi. Not to mention transforming into Super Scion, it is his normal state, and it is not comparable to Frisia. But what makes Suzi a little curious and surprised is that all the guys in the original book are much stronger than in the original book. Why is this guy Frisia just like the original book, with only 1.4 million combat points in the second form? Damn monkey, don't get complacent too early. Frisia's complexion is getting worse and worse, thinking that he, the majestic emperor of universe evil, is looked down upon by such a lowly dead monkey. Why? Call out. At this moment, Suzi left, and Frisia's face in the sky changed, and he took several steps back subconsciously. Boom! However, just as soon as he retreated, Suzi arrived in front of him in an instant. A punch came out violently, directly blasting Frisia flying out. King Frisia! Seeing Frisia being blown away by Suzi, the warrior in Frisia's army couldn't help showing shock on his face while watching this scene. Mr. Suzi, really powerful. Below, Nai Lu, who faintly woke up from the coma, looked up and happened to see the scene where Suzi punched Frisia flying, which made his eyes widen. At first, he felt that this victory was almost slim. But at this moment, he didn't think so. Mr. Suzi, come on! Nai Lu got up from the ground and waved his fists to cheer on Suzi in the sky. Damn dead monkey! On Frisia's side, he had once again stabilized his body in mid-air, looking coldly at Suzi who was facing him at an altitude of tens of meters. Boom! He didn't think about it anymore, and directly transformed into the third form. In this form, his combat power reached 2.3 million points. Is it the third form? Seeing Frisia's third form, Suzi's eyes flickered, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Why didn't he kill Frisia directly? Because he wanted this guy to fear him. Yes. He will become a man who will be feared by a guy who is honored as the Emperor of Evil. When Frisia thinks he is stronger than Suzi, Suzi beats and crushes him, which is absolutely annoying. At least, Frisia will hate him terribly. From now on, I'm afraid Son Goku will no longer be the guy Frisia hates the most, but Suzi will be the guy Frisia hates the most. Call out! While Suzi was still thinking about it, Frisia moved. His speed was so fast that it could almost be said to be jumping space, and he arrived in front of Suzi in an instant. Boom! Boom! Suzi's reaction was not slow, he raised his hand and punched out, colliding with Frisia's fist. Suzi's control of strength is extremely perfect, not much different from Frisia. Bang bang bang! Frisia, is this your third form transformation? I don't think, it's okay. Damn monkey! The two fought fiercely, constantly colliding physically with physical combat methods. Boom! Boom! The two fought fiercely for almost a minute, each punched out, and neither of them dodged. Suzy stood still, while Frisia flew out backwards. The power of this dead monkey! Frisia flew upside down, quickly stabilized her body again, looked at Suzy not far away in the sky, with a look of shock on her face. He couldn't figure out why such an extremely powerful scion suddenly appeared in the race of scion. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 33 Trembling Universe Evil Emperor. Seeking flower evaluation tickets. You know, what he is currently maintaining is the transformation of the third form, and his combat power is as high as 2.3 million points. Why? Why is this guy still able to gain the upper hand in front of him? He didn't have that much thought about taking off his clothes. At this moment, he wanted to force this guy Frisia out of his fourth form immediately. In this way, he reckoned that if he transformed into Super Saiyan 1 again, he might make this guy's mentality explode completely. Call out! He moved, this time, much faster than before. Boom! In the blink of an eye, he was close to Frisia and sent him flying with a punch. Mr. Suzy's strength is too terrifying. This scene once again made the face of Nilu underneath suddenly show disbelief. Frisia, that guy, is so weak. Is it really Frisia, the evil emperor who is rampant in the universe? It's not that Frisia is weak, but that Mr. Suzy is too powerful. At some point, the great elder appeared behind Neil and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Nair was speechless for a while. Yes. That is definitely Frisia himself, not because he is too weak, but this Mr. Suzy is too scary, it can be called extremely scary. Bang bang bang! The sound of blows came from the sky, and it was Suzy who kept beating Frisia violently. The latter didn't have the ability to fight back, and his nose was bruised and his face was swollen after a while. Damn! Damn stinky monkey! Ah! You are dead, I will tear you to pieces! Boom! Finally, Frisia exploded in rage after another punch from Suzy sent Frisia flying. Frisia roared angrily, and his combat power soared in vain at this moment. 3 million combat points. 4 million combat points. 5 million combat points. In a short while, Frisia's combat power has soared to as much as 20 million points. Chop Suey! This is the transformation of my fourth form. No one has seen it, because everyone who has seen this transformation has died in my hands. Although Frisia had a bruised nose and a swollen face, he had a confident smile that controlled everything on his face. He looked at Suzy as if he were looking at a dead person. Frisia, this guy, is he so powerful? Neil below saw this scene, and suddenly a sense of panic rose from the bottom of his heart. Frisia, you in the fourth form. Hee hee. In the sky, Suzy laughed. He finally stimulated Frisia's fourth form, and this is not his simple fourth form in the initial stage. In Suzy's view, Frisia, which has a combat power of 20 million points, will probably be able to enter the final stage of the fourth form with a combat power of 120 million points if it explodes again. Die! Call out! Frisia moved, so fast that no one could see his movements with the naked eye. Boom! Raising his hand, Frisia sent Suzy flying with a punch. Boom! Flying out, Frisia raised his hand again, and a super strong finger bombarded Suzy. Rumble! In an instant, the roar of explosions rang out continuously throughout the sky. Ah ha ha ha! A monkey that looks like a piece of cake, it should die. Seeing a dark mushroom cloud rising in the sky, Frisia suddenly laughed outrageously. In his opinion, Suzy is absolutely impossible to survive his attack this time. Hateful! Seeing this scene, Nilu below had a tragic look on his face, and he flew directly into the sky, apparently preparing to avenge Su Ziyi. Boom! Time passed by second, and soon, a minute passed. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the dark mushroom cloud. In the next second, there was a very dazzling gold light that directly dispersed the dark mushroom cloud. Gold's light. Seeing this dazzling gold light, Frisia's face suddenly changed, his body trembled involuntarily at this moment, and his voice was full of trills. Here, soon the smoke dissipated slowly and completely, and a young man with gold hair, green eyes, and golden arrogance rising from his body came into everyone's sight. Super Scion. This is really the Gold Warrior, Super Scion that the ancestors said. Seeing Su Ziyi's Super Scion transformation, Frisia roared uncontrollably, his tone full of disbelief. Call out! Honestly, Frisia, I hate you so much. Accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, the figure of Su Ziyi appeared in front of Frisia in the next second. Whether it was watching anime in this life or in the previous life, he actually hated this arrogant and hypocritical guy. Boom! At this time, a cold voice rang in Frisia's ear, and then, a heavy fist with golden arrogance hit Frisia's nose. Crack! Ah! There was a crisp sound and a cry of pain, and Frisia flew upside down, a line of blood sprayed out of his nostrils in mid-air. Su Ziyi had no expression on his face, he flew forward and flew upside down over Frisia, clenched his fists tightly, and slammed into his chest. Rumble! Under everyone's shocked eyes, Frisia fell directly below, and a bottomless pit appeared on the ground. Horrible! Seeing this scene, Nero gasped. He wasn't the only one who felt horrified. Whether it was Frisia's legion warrior or the Namek people who came out of the village, they all felt that the oppressive power displayed by Su Ziyi in Super Saiyan 1 state at this moment was simply too terrifying. Ask for a monthly ticket for flower evaluation tickets, thank you all. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 34 Fragmented Frisia, get a chance to evolve Divine Grade. Seeking flower evaluation tickets. Boom! Chop Suey, you are too happy. Call out! The roar sounded, and Frisia flew into the sky from the big pit. His appearance at this moment is the final stage of the fourth form, and his combat power has reached an astonishing 120 million points. Ah! Su Ziyi stared at Frisia in the final stage of the fourth form and let out a sneer, clenched his fists tightly, stagnated in midair in the shape of a bent shrimp, and then let out a roar. Since this guy thinks that he is extremely powerful in the final stage, he let Frisia understand that his power is not just as simple as Super Saiyan 1. Boom! The breath exploded again, and his combat power also soared instantly. 1.5 trillion combat power points. 2 billion combat points. 2.5 trillion combat power points. After a while, his combat power has reached 3 trillion points, which is the transformation form of Super Saiyan 2. The strength of this dead monkey. Frisia stared at Super Saiyan 2's Su Ziyi, feeling even more frightened, and this emotion made him even more angry. Call out! When Frisia was thinking, Su Ziyi's body had already moved. His speed was very fast, and after a flickering figure, he arrived directly in front of Frisia. Boom! Boom! Su Ziyi punched out, and Frisia subconsciously punched back with a punch. The difference in combat effectiveness between the two is too great, Frisia is no match for Su Ziyi. With a cry of pain, Frisia flew out backwards countless times. This is Su Ziyi's effort, otherwise, with one punch, I'm afraid Frisia will be blown away with one punch. Call out! Su Ziyi stepped forward and began to beat Frisia violently. But after beating violently for a while, Su Ziyi suddenly felt that something was wrong. Because, Frisia's aura also began to rise. As the most powerful boss in the current Dragon Ball plot stage, one can imagine how strong Frisia's arrogance is. But it's a pity, the growth of this guy's aura is not so obvious. After Frisia's aura was completely stabilized, Suzy took a look through the system, and found that the combat strength of 200 million points was still so weak that it was not worth mentioning. Boom! After yet another sparring blow, Frisia was thrown backwards again. Chop Suey! I won't let you die here. Because of Suzy's repeated efforts, Frisia quickly stabilized his body, gnashed his teeth in mid-air, raised his right hand, and pointed a finger at the sky. Base! A red light burst out, and then an energy ball slowly condensed at his fingertips. A few seconds passed, and this very small red energy ball swelled up in vain. Atmospheric bomb! In the sky, Suzy saw the huge energy ball on Frisia's fingertip, and his eyes slowly narrowed. As a loyal Dragon Ball fan, how could he not know the name of the energy ball Frisia uses? This guy, does he want to die? Suzy muttered, and then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Atmospheric bombs should be Frisia's strongest skill at present, and its destructive power can easily destroy the entire Namek. In other words, Frisia, who can't help Suzy, has already created the idea that everyone will die in the universe. But this guy doesn't know. First, Suzy possesses the technique of instant transmission. He can search for the breadth of planets in the universe, and then carry out instant transmission. Second, in the face of Suzy's absolute strength, Frisia's atmospheric bomb released by only 200 million points of combat power is nothing. Die! Frisia's face was full of madness at the moment, and he threw the atmospheric bomb in his hand directly at Suzy. Clear! Facing the huge and incomparably large atmospheric bomb, Suzy's expression remained unchanged. He just stretched out a finger, and tapped it lightly in the void. In an instant, a ray of light shot out from his fingertips, facing the atmospheric bomb released by Frisia. Laugh! When the two collided, there was only a slight sound in the air, and then a cloud of smoke rose up, but the huge atmospheric bomb dissipated into the world. What? Seeing this scene, Frisia's face changed completely, with an unbelievable expression on his face, staring at Suzy, and roared, "You, what did you do? Why is my big bomb just like that? Disappeared." Hee hee. Suzy let out a chuckle, his figure flashed, and appeared in front of Frisia in the next second. Click! Raising his hand, Suzy pinched Frisia's neck directly, and said lightly, "You think you are powerful, but in my eyes it is not worth mentioning at all. I just want to tease you, I really think it will take me so much effort to kill you." Boom! While speaking, Suzy raised his hand and punched Frisia directly in the face, then raised his leg and hit Frisia's abdomen. "Don't worry, I won't kill you so easily. After going back this time, practice hard. It's best to let me see you in a new form." Suzy smiled slightly, exerted a little strength in his hands, and a Kigong cannon directly blasted Frisia to pieces. Just being crushed to pieces should not be able to achieve a fatal effect on him. Suzy guessed that what happened today should be the same as the result of the battle between Son Goku and him in the original book. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task released by the system and getting a chance to evolve into a divine grade. Use now or delay. When the incident was over, a system notification sounded in Suzy's mind. Delay use. It is naturally impossible for Suzy to take advantage of this rare opportunity of divine grade evolution now, and turned his head to focus on the universe battleship not far away and the group of trembling Frisia's Legion warrior. Call out. The clearing ability was activated, and the people in that area and the universe battleship disappeared into the world instantly, as if they had never appeared before. Mr. Suzy really has the ability to control the gods. Seeing this scene, a ray of light flickered in the muddy eyes of the great elder below, and he let out a gasp. If Suzy heard what the great elder said, he would probably shake his head and chuckle. Not to mention that gods are not qualified to control his clearing ability, even the aloof angel and even the grand priest are absolutely not qualified to control this ability. The update is here. Please ask for the flower evaluation ticket monthly ticket. It seems that there has been no increase. The author is so uncomfortable. The update of this book is very fast. The author reads the Dragon Ball, which only changes 2 or 3 times a day, and even the update is not stable. Seeing that the author works so hard, let's vote for some food. Look at the readers pitifully. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 35 Then go to the world of Dragon Ball, is Soze a god? Seeking a monthly ticket. 3 months after the Namek incident ended. On this day, Soze walked out of the practice room in the backyard of his home. Host, Soze. Bloodline, Ancestor Scion. Normal state, 40 billion points of combat power. Skills, 10 times Kaioken without side effects, upgraded version of instant transmission, clearing ability, gold level, time stop, 0.8 seconds, 15% chance of weakening attribute effects. Items, Battle Robot House, a Super Scion 5 experience card, 10,000 times Gravity Room, 20 times Time Flow Speed Spiritual Time Room, a chance to evolve in Divine Grade. Checking his own character attribute panel, Soze couldn't help but frowned, and a little surprise gradually appeared on his face. How long has it been since he has actually increased his combat power by a full 10 billion points in the course of several months of fighting the battle robot? Having said that, it seems that as my combat power gets higher and higher, it grows faster and faster. Soze's eyes flickered. Even if he didn't practice every day in the early stage, he could increase his combat power by about 1 million points for no reason. Up to now, he can basically increase his normal combat power by 3 million to 4 million points without practicing for a day. I don't know if my ancestor Scion blood can still perform a divine grade evolution. Soze murmured softly. Husband. Husband. At this moment, 2 surprise voices sounded. It was Bulma and Lazuli. Soze turned his head and saw the 2 women running towards him quickly, and immediately opened his arms and waited for the 2 women to fall into his arms. Lazuli, I'm going to the world of Dragon Ball, will you and Bulma go with me or stay in the world of Dragon Ball? Soze asked. What did Sister Bulma say? Lazuli glanced at Bulma and asked softly. Men do things, women follow suit. Bulma smiled, reached out and touched Soze's chest, and said tenderly, I'm just waiting for my husband to come back at home. Then, I'll stay at home with Sister Bulma and wait for my husband to come back. Lazuli said. It's like this, it's okay. Soze thought for a moment and nodded. Next, before leaving, the couple played games together for about 3 hours. Kissing the foreheads of the 2 wives who were tired to death on the bed, Soze directly left the Dragon Ball Space-Time World and came to the Dragon Ball Super Space-Time World. AIG 774, May 7th. Soze inquired about the timeline of the system Dragon Ball Hyperspace, and this is the conclusion he got. May 7th, 774, isn't this the beginning of the 25th Tianzi Budo tournament? Soze didn't react immediately, but then his eyelids twitched, and he suddenly remembered. This time span is quite large. Soze smiled, then pointed his index finger between his eyebrows, and began to sense Son Goku's anger. Call out! In the next second, Soze's figure disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already at the gate of the venue of the world's #1 martial arts conference. He waited for a while at the gate of the venue, only to hear a sudden excited voice from behind. Soze! He really is Soze! Hearing someone call his name, Soze turned around and saw Son Goku staring at him excitedly, and then ran towards him quickly. Long time no see, Son Goku! Suzy smiled and waved to him. In the original book, the final combat power index of Son Goku's Super Saiyan 2 transformed form at this moment is about 200 billion points. And now, Suzy took a look. The boy's current Super Saiyan 2 transformation form has a final combat power index of 500 billion points. This is only in the transformation form of Super Saiyan 2, his combat power can reach 500 billion points. When he transforms into Super Saiyan 3, this kid's combat power will reach a terrifying 2 trillion combat power. It's really different. Suzy's eyes flickered. Whether it is the Dragon Ball Time-Space World or this Dragon Ball Super Time-Space World, the combat power of each character is much stronger than that of the original book at the same time. Suzy. Vegeta also called Suzy at this time. Suzy came back to his senses and glanced at Vegeta. This guy has 180 billion points of combat power. Indiana the Super 2 form in the original book, and now the Super 2 form can reach 360 billion points, which is considered a powerful guy. At this time, Kellen came out, and Suzy put his eyes on him for the first time. This guy's hair had grown out, and he looked a bit weird, but Suzy focused more on the tall woman behind him. Blue's hair, red's pupils. She is a beautiful woman, but she can't catch Suzy's eyes at all. Sure enough, after Lazuli is with me, there will be a replacement. Suzy smiled inwardly. Soon, Master Roshi and others also appeared, and after saying hello to each other, a group of people walked towards the venue in a mighty manner. This time, the World No. 1 Martial Arts Association did not have the previous qualifiers, but used a boxing machine to test their strength, so as to advance to the finals. After a while, Suzy and a large group of people came to the arena. At a glance, there were crowds of people crowded together, very lively. Suzy and Son Goku walked side by side, scanning the audience, but did not see the two demonized people in the original work, and even at first glance, there were no powerful characters. However, he turned his head and inadvertently saw two guys he was very familiar with, East King Kaiksen and his servant Jebet. As if sensing something, the short East King Kai turned his gaze, and after meeting Suzy's gaze, the little Supreme Kai couldn't help but slowly wrinkled his brows. Suzy only took a look at East King Kai before turning his eyes back. Although this guy is a god at the same level as gods of destruction Beerus, his combat power is only 40 billion points. This level of combat power is not enough for him to squeeze between his teeth, and he can blow it up with just a raise of his hand. Of course, if this guy's combat power was in the early stages of the Dragon Ball world, it would indeed be considered extremely terrifying, but now it can be regarded as the mid-term, and this 40 billion combat power is completely like cannon fodder. But think about it, this guy was indeed a soy saucer in the original book, so Suzy didn't pay much attention to this guy. Master Supreme Kai, did you feel anything about that man just now? Suzy didn't pay much attention to them, but they were attracted by Suzy's existence. Supreme Kai's follower Jebet frowned and said in a low voice, "The breath seems a little strange." I know, in my sense, his breath is indeed a bit strange. Xion's eyes gradually narrowed, his face was full of seriousness. He looked at the back of Suzy who was slowly disappearing into the crowd, and frowned. This guy's aura is very ethereal. If it wasn't for my amazing sensitivity, absolutely can't feel his aura at all. You know, being unable to be perceived by humans or gods is a symbol of gods. That guy, couldn't he be a god too? Ask for a monthly pass. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 36 Slap Super 2 Vegeta back to normal. Ask for a monthly ticket for flowers. What did you say? That man just now has the aura of a god. Hearing what East King Kaiksen said, Jebet's eyes widened. Yes, that's right. Of course, if I'm not mistaken. East King Kai Xian took a deep breath, with a strong sense of doubt between his brows, and the connection between gods and gods is very strong. However, Suzi is too strong, and this man's breath is restrained to the extreme, even he has not sensed how strong this mysterious guy is. Soon, the qualifiers began, and Suzi also signed up to participate in this world's #1 martial arts competition. For him, this time's martial arts competition is just a small episode. The real good food will be the follow-up. Majin Bu comes out. The 2-hour preliminaries passed quickly, and then the juvenile competition began. Suzi waited quietly, and the ending was no different from the ending in the original book. Trunks won the championship of the juvenile division. Another 10 minutes passed, and the first game of the adult division began. The first scene was the 2 characters from the original Dragon Ball. Suzi only glanced at them before withdrawing his gaze. He didn't have much impression of these 2 guys, so he continued to chat with Son Goku and others to pass the time. 2 demons. In about 20 minutes, the first battle was over, followed by the second and third battles, which took about an hour to finish, and soon came the fourth battle, and this time it was Son Gohan's turn. "Come on, Gohan!" Backstage, Bai Liti cheered Son Gohan up with her fists clenched. "Hey hey!" Son Gohan scratched his head with a silly smile, and walked out of the backstage rest area with a relaxed pace. Seeing that Son Gohan was about to start the game, Suzi and others followed suit. However, what makes Suzi feel strange is that this duel turned out to be a fight between Son Gohan and one of the 2 demonized men. You know, in the original book, Bai Liti fought with one of the demonized people, which led to Son Gohan. But now, it was Son Gohan fighting against one of the demons, which made Suzi feel a little weird. However, soon the battle started. The confrontation between the 2 looked normal, but it was still very intense. But the more he fought, the more strange Son Gohan felt. Because, his opponent was not tired at all, but became more energetic as he played. After a while, when Son Gohan was about to settle the battle, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, and then choked him. Not only that, Son Gohan felt that he couldn't get up for some reason, so he could only let the demonized man behind him lock his throat and lock him so that he couldn't move. Seeing this scene, Suzi felt a little bit, and quickly put his gaze aside on East King Keixen and his follower Jebet. His eyes gradually narrowed. The kid Son Gohan can't move. I'm afraid these 2 guys have made something up. The reason is very simple. The demonized man wants to absorb energy so that he can return to Babadai to hand in the task, while Xin and the 2 want to therefore, finding out where Babadai is just enough to annihilate the embryos of Babadai and Majin Bu in one fell swoop. Gohan. When Bai Liti saw this scene, she panicked immediately. Son Goku on the other side also frowned tightly, as if hesitating whether to go up or not. At this moment, East King Keixen flew over slowly, bowed to Son Goku and the others, then raised his body and said, "Everyone, I know you are very distressed, but please believe me, don't shoot. After they absorb Son Gohan's energy, I will tell you everything in a while. Heh. Whatever you want, just don't stop me from fighting Kakarot." Hearing this, Vegeta, who folded his arms on his chest, snorted coldly. The reason why he participated in the world's #1 martial arts conference this time is naturally that he has grown a lot and wants to kill Kakarot today. "Mr. Goku, don't worry. Son Gohan will be fine." East King Keixen ignored Vegeta, embarrassed and authentic to Son Goku. Let's do it." Son Goku looked towards the ring with some reluctance. At this moment, Son Gohan's energy was almost absorbed, and the 2 demonized people were also very decisive. Once the collection was completed, they flew into the sky excitedly, but a few the time to breathe is gone. Chase. Seeing the 2 demonized people flying away, East King Keixen's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly flew to catch up. When he was in the sky, he looked at Son Goku and others below and said, "Everyone can follow, I will help everyone explain." Jebet, you help Mr. Gohan recover and explain to him by the way. Obey. Jebet teleported directly to the ring and began to heal Son Gohan who had passed out. Hearing Xin's words, Son Goku thought for a while, and then flew into the sky. Seeing this scene, Vegeta frowned and said, Kakarot, as you said, you will have a good fight with me today. Vegeta. When will you not be able to fight? Xin frowned, and said in a deep voice, the next thing is related to the survival of your planet, and more importantly, the survival of the entire universe. This kind of thing is the real big thing. Shut up! Vegeta shouted loudly and transformed into Super Saiyan 1. The powerful combat power caused Xin's face in the sky to change suddenly. He had indeed heard that Saiyan on Earth was very powerful, but it was even stronger than these gods, which made him feel extremely shocked. I don't care about you. I have to go after those two guys. Xin gritted his teeth and flew away. Vegeta, I'm sorry, let's put the fighting aside. After this incident is over, I will have a good fight with you. Call out. After speaking, Son Goku flew towards Xin and chased after him. Kakarot. Vegeta roared angrily, and also flew to catch up. At the same time, Suzy also moved. He stopped Vegeta directly, and said indifferently, if you want to fight, I don't mind playing with you. Heh. Do you think the me now is the me I used to be? Vegeta is also not afraid of Suzy, and directly transforms into Super Saiyan 2, spraying out powerful chi, which looks extremely terrifying. But Suzy didn't change his face, he just transformed into Super Saiyan 1, raised his hand and slapped it casually, and directly slapped Super Saiyan 2's Vegeta back to normal. Suzy's fighting power is truly terrifying. Oh my god! Seemingly sensing something, Xin and Son Goku, who turned their heads back to take a look, happened to see this scene, and their expressions suddenly changed. Xin probably hasn't really understood Vegeta's strength, but Son Goku understands that although the former is not his opponent, he is far from having the strength to slap Vegeta back to normal with a single slap. Finally quieter. Suzy returned to his normal appearance, covered his mouth and yawned. If he doesn't make a move, I'm afraid Vegeta will have another trouble. He doesn't care if he wastes other people's time, but he doesn't care if he wastes Suzy's time. Hey! That's right, it's you, carry Vegeta and follow Goku and the others. Suzy glanced at Vegeta who was unconscious on the ground, then squinted at Klin who was stunned, and gave orders. Okay, okay. Kellen dared to refuse Suzy's request, he ran over in a few steps, and carried the unconscious Vegeta into the sky. It's still a big chapter, each chapter is about 2,500 words. Please ask for a monthly ticket for the flower evaluation ticket. Let me tell you about the things that will be released in a few days in advance. On the day of the release, there will be a guaranteed 10 chapters. The author is not sure how many chapters, the results are satisfactory, at least 15 chapters will be updated. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 37 Vegeta's Little Thoughts, Dabra, the King of the Demon World. Seeking Flower Evaluation Tick. Master East King Kai, according to what you mean, the monster created by the former evil demon mage Babadai is now being sealed on the earth. As soon as Suzy caught up, he heard Son Goku asking East King Kai about things. Yes. That terrifying guy is powerful enough to destroy the entire universe. East King Kaiksen seemed to have thought of something, with a frightened expression on his face, obviously terrified of that Majin Buu, he turned his head to look at the few people again, and said in a deep voice, so, we absolutely can't let that evil monster be born. Otherwise, not to mention the Earth, even the entire universe will be wiped out by him. Hearing Xin's words, Suzy shook his head inwardly. Destroying the Earth, Majin Buu can indeed do it, but when it comes to destroying the seventh universe, let alone Majin Buu, I am afraid even gods of destruction would not dare to do so. The only one who can break this seal is Babadai's son, Mage Babadai. Not long ago, we detected that this Babadai has come to Earth, and he must be figuring out how to unlock the seal of Majin Buu. Seal. When he unseals Majin Buu, then we shall all die at the hands of this horrible monster. Hearing what East King Keixen said, and the guy's face was full of fear at the moment, which made the faces of Klin and Piccolo who came after him look a little uncomfortable, and sweat appeared on their foreheads. Zola was obviously intimidated by Xian's words for a while. In contrast to Piccolo and Kellen's seriousness, Son Goku's face was excited after hearing Xian's words, full of endless fighting spirit, and asked, "Master East King Kai, may I ask if Babadi is strong?" "It's not Babadi, that guy's name is Babadai." East King Kai Xian glanced at Son Goku and said speechlessly, "This guy's combat power should not be strong, but he is a pure and evil mage who knows a lot of evil magic. So, should be considered a strong guy." Hearing this, Son Goku's eyes lit up, and his fighting spirit rose again in vain. As a militant, Son Goku is full of fighting spirit and anticipation for anyone who is strong. "Oh! By the way, I forgot to tell you one thing." East King Kai Xian suddenly seemed to think of something, and said, "It is Babadai who is best at control techniques, and if the person under control is under the control of Babadai, whether it is physical fitness or combat effectiveness, it will be upgraded several grades. But fortunately, this guy can only control the guy with evil thoughts. I think you are all very normal, and it is impossible to have evil thoughts, so you just need to be wary of some of his other magics to win." Just as Xian was talking about science, Vegeta, who was being carried by Kellen, woke up faintly. When he heard that Babadai controlled the person and the combat power of that person increased, his eyes flickered, and he seemed a little moved. "Put me down." After completely recovering, Vegeta's cold voice sounded in the sky. "You won't go down by yourself." When Klin heard Vegeta's tone, he immediately became upset. He had been carrying this guy for so long, so even if he didn't say thank you, don't talk to him in such a tone. "Ah!" Vegeta slapped Klin on the back and flew away. "That's enough." Klin bared his teeth in pain. If he didn't know that he was no match for Vegeta, he would definitely come back with revenge. "Now I have no choice but to swallow my anger. From my point of view, none of us have evil intentions, but Vegeta is not necessarily the case." Swallowing back to swallowing, Kellen still whispered the truth. "Krillin." Son Goku glared at him. The enemy hadn't even seen him yet. Wouldn't it be half lost if he started fighting among himself? "Ah!" Facing Klin's suspicion, Vegeta just sneered. He was not interested in explaining anything at all. After all, he did have such an idea in his mind. The few people stopped arguing, and soon followed the two demonized people to fly to a vast land. Everyone found a good position and landed in a pile of stones. "That guy is Babadai." Son Goku imitated Xian and squatted down, and glanced through the stone pile at a short and ugly alien on the ground not far away. "Color. It should, isn't it?" East King Kai Xian is not too sure. After all, he has never seen what Babadai looks like. "I don't feel like it either. This guy is too wretched. There is no such pure evil feeling at all." Kellen on the side spoke. He glanced at Piccolo next to him and joked, "If I really want to say it, I'd rather think that Piccolo looks like a pure evil guy." "Shut up!" Piccolo glared at Klin. "Shh! Be quiet!" Xian made a silent gesture and turned his head to glance, only to see Son Gohan and Jabit flying over slowly. "Master Xian, what's the matter? Has that fellow Babadai appeared?" Jabit squatted next to Xian and asked in a low voice. "Temporarily, hey!" Just as Xian was about to respond, at this moment, a dark corridor suddenly appeared on the ground, and then two people walked out from it. When he saw the tall man behind him, his expression suddenly changed. What? Da. Dapra. Jebet also instantly recognized the tall man with pink skin, with an incredible look on his face. Who is Dabra? Is it powerful? Son Goku blinked his eyes aside, and asked a little excitedly. The king of the demon world. Dabra. Xin took a deep breath and explained, on the other side of this world, there is actually another world, that is the dark demon realm. And this guy named Dabra is the king of this world. Your world may not have the absolute number 1 in the world, but, the dark demon world does have the absolute number 1 in the world, and that is Dabra, the king of the demon world. Xin's words immediately changed the faces of all the people present except Suzi, Son Goku, and Vegeta. The name of the king of the demon world is too scary. At least, to scare Shin and Jebet, plus Kling, Piccolo, and Son Gohan. Ah! Vegeta crossed his arms and said with a sneer, if this kind of scum touches me, I will kill it. Hearing this, Suzi squinted at him, but didn't speak. Because he checked Dabra's combat power, the guy's combat power in the original book was 70 billion points, but now it may be because of the butterfly effect that his combat power has reached 210 billion points. Dabra's fighting power is indeed strong, but facing Vegeta at this moment, I am afraid that, as this guy said, there is no suspense at all, and he will indeed be killed. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 38. Bwang Vegeta was beaten online. Ask for flowers. Vegeta, you have to know that this universe is very big. You are not the only one who is stronger than you. You don't know how many are stronger than you. You never know how powerful others are, just as you never know how arrogant you are. As a high-ranking god, Xin couldn't bear Vegeta's arrogant and conceited temper, and immediately became angry. I don't know if you are an expert or not. I only know that you are not my opponent. Vegeta said lightly, and then slowly flew into the sky. He was going to prove his strength with actions. Isn't that Dabura feared by Xin? Then, he personally killed this king of the demon world called Dabra. At that time, he will see what kind of expression Xin, the so-called high god, will have. Vegeta, what are you doing? When Xin saw Vegeta showing his head, his face suddenly changed, and he scolded, you will definitely be seen by Babadai and the others when you fly. Oops, Lord Xin, Dapper found us. Before Xin finished speaking, Jobiter suddenly exclaimed. It's over. Xin's face turned pale in an instant, and he felt powerless all over his body. Finish what? Suzi squinted at this guy. To be honest, although he didn't like Vegeta's temper, he hated the latter more than the extremely cowardly East King Kai Xin. You. Xin looked at Suzi and opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say for a while. Just watch it. Suzi said lightly, perhaps you haven't heard a saying, that is, man can conquer the sky. This day, it's about you gods. Xin was speechless for a moment. Facing Suzi, he really didn't dare to be angry, because he suspected that this one was also a god, and a god with extremely terrifying strength, not a functional god like him. Puff! 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 At this moment, several crackling sounds sounded. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw several streams of saliva flying over. Get out of the way! The saliva of Dabra, the king of the demon world, has the ability to petrify. As long as it is contaminated, it will be petrified. Seeing Vegeta rushing up first, Xin immediately reminded him. Here, Vegeta in the sky had already waved his hand and spit away his saliva. Hearing Xin's words, he looked down and saw that his gloved hand had already started to petrify. However, since he was wearing gloves, he was not directly petrified. With a cold snort, Vegeta threw away the gloves, then looked coldly at Dabra, the king of the demon world, who was laughing in the open space not far away, slowly raised his hand and hooked his fingers at this guy, and said lightly, "You come and die. Arrogant. Conceited. Madness." At this moment, Vegeta fully interprets these three temperaments. Even Suzy on one side couldn't help complaining in his heart, the strength of this tragic tower is not very good, and it is indeed one set after another when it is pretended to be B. If it is said who the title of King B in Dragon Ball should belong to, Suzy said that it is definitely for this guy Vegeta. He. Faced with Vegeta's provocation, Dapper chuckled lightly, with a casual expression on his face. He turned his head to look at Babadai, who was touching the small pot in his hand excitedly, and said, "Babadai my lord, leave these guys to me." "Okay. I'll go down and feed my Majin Buu first, but, you remember to leave two alive, I'm afraid this little energy won't be enough to feed my Majin Buu." Babadai nodded, turned around and walked directly towards the underground universe spaceship passage. When Babadai left, Dapper squinted his eyes and squinted at the two demonized men and the short and ugly guy on the side. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and then he spit out 3 mouthfuls of phlegm to directly petrify the 3 of them. This guy actually killed his partner. Seeing this scene, the faces of Kellen and the others who had been staring at the field changed, and they couldn't help but look at Vegeta in the sky. This man was also his partner who killed him back then. Oh! It's kind of cruel. Vegeta sneered, exploded with anger, and rushed towards Dapra. "Call out!" His speed was very fast, and Dapra stood there calmly without changing his face. Boom! When Vegeta's figure appeared in front of Dapra, he slowly raised his hand and punched out. Boom! Vegeta, who was only in the state of common explosion, was no match for Dapra, and was directly blasted out with a punch. "I thought you were so powerful when you threatened to kill me, but that's all." Dapra laughed sarcastically, "But it's true, anyone can say big things, ha ha ha." "Ah!" Vegeta stabilized his body, sneered, and directly transformed into Super Saiyan 1, 180 billion points of combat power exploded, which immediately made his breath different. "Oh? It's interesting, it's really interesting to transform yourself to make yourself stronger." Seeing Vegeta's Super Saiyan 1, Dapper frowned and showed a little funny smile on his face. "But, not enough." Dapra's voice fell, and at the same time, he turned passive into active, flying directly towards Vegeta and killing him. Bang bang bang! The two fought at close range, colliding with pure physical skills. Fighting from the sky to the earth, and then from the earth to the sky, the battle between the two was extremely fierce. Boom! At this moment, Vegeta's flaw was caught by Dapra, and he was blown away with another punch. This time, Dapra didn't give Vegeta a chance to react, and appeared in front of him in an instant. A burst of punches and kicks plus various energy cannon bombarded Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta was knocked out directly in mid-air, and was finally punched on the ground, completely unconscious and at the same time returned to his normal appearance. He. I thought how powerful it is. Now it seems that it's just a good word. Dapra squinted at Vegeta, and let out a mocking laugh. This Dapra is really powerful. Even Vegeta uncle is no match for him. Son Gohan was amazed. Dapra is indeed powerful, but in the final analysis, Vegeta is still too underestimated the enemy. Seeing Vegeta's defeat, Son Goku shook his head and smiled wryly twice. But Son Goku thought about it in a blink of an eye. Vegeta's underestimation of the enemy gave him a chance to play, but when he heard that Dapra was the #1 master in the Devil World, he wanted to meet the king of the Devil World for a while. Boom! Immediately, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2, with lightning flashing all over his body, looking extremely cool. "Mr. Goku, are you sure you want to collide with Dapra again?" At this time, Harding smiled and reminded, "You and Vegeta should not be much different in strength, right?" Even Vegeta is no match for Dabra, so how can you be his match? Hey, Master East King Kai, you have to try. Even if I am not the opponent. There is still this Mr. Suzy. This, but I don't know how many times stronger than me. Son Goku grinned, and flew directly towards Dabura after speaking. This. Xin smiled wryly, although he understood that Suzy was also an extremely powerful and terrifying person, but Dabura was after all the shadow of a famous tree, and he still felt that the latter was stronger. Ask for flower evaluation votes. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 39 Son Goku's Dabura. Ask for flowers. Son Goku was very fast, flying at high speed, and arrived in front of Dabura in an instant. Boom! Blast out with a punch. Too weak. Dabura smiled coldly, raised his hand and punched out the same. Boom! The fists of the two clashed, causing a shock. Thump thump. Dabura took a dozen steps back, while Son Goku only stepped back a step or two. Dabura frowned, and his face gradually turned a little bit bad. As a person from the demon realm, he has stronger physical strength. But, this time in the duel, he unexpectedly fell to such a big disadvantage. Therefore, the power of Son Goku can be imagined how powerful it is. Call out! Dabura moved, and saw him dodging in front of Son Goku, raised his hand and blasted an energy cannon in his chest at close range. Rumble! Suddenly, a deafening explosion roared in the field. Hat! I have never died against the great king of the demon world, Dabura. Seeing that his sneak attack had an effect, Dabura sneered. It's over. Mr. Goku is over. Seeing this scene, East King Kai Xin from the side of the stone pile took a few steps back with a sad face. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I shouldn't have involved you. I'm sorry. East King Kai Xin's tone was full of guilt. If he didn't want Son Goku and the others to follow, then Son Goku wouldn't have been killed by Dabura, the king of the demon world. You really look down on Goku. Hearing Xin's remorseful words, Suzy squinted at him, and said indifferently, if Goku was killed so easily, then he wouldn't be called Son Goku. Ah! Xin was taken aback. Here. Suzy pointed to the center of the explosion and roared, and said, didn't he just come out? Boom! Whoosh! A powerful breath exploded, and then Son Goku in Super Saiyan 2 form appeared in everyone's sight again. Is this still the previous Super Saiyan transformation form? Why does it feel a little different? When Xin saw Son Goku's transformed form appearing in sight again, a look of shock appeared on his face. This is Super Saiyan 2 at full power. Suzy said lightly. Call out. After Suzy finished speaking, Son Goku arrived in front of Dabura in a flash. Boom! Hands up! A punch came out violently, so powerful that it actually pierced Dabura's abdomen directly. Dabura, your strength is indeed very strong, I am so happy to be able to fight with you. An excited smile was on Son Goku's face, and the next second after the voice fell, a deafening explosion followed. Dead, dead! Seeing this scene and hearing the roar of explosions, East King Kaixin's eyes widened at the stone pile, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Horrible! Is this, the horror of the Saiyan race? Besides, Xin Dang put his eyes on the indifferent Suzy. This man even said that he was stronger than the incomparably powerful Son Goku, so, how powerful is he? Master Supreme Kai, luckily you are not disgraced. Son Goku turned around and said something, and then flew back directly over the stone pile. At this time, Vegeta, who had passed out, woke up faintly after eating a fairy bean, and happened to see the scene where Son Goku killed Dabura, which made his face darken instantly. Call out! Immediately, Vegeta flew quickly and went directly down the tunnel of the universe spaceship underground. He wanted to prove himself and killed the stronger and more terrifying Majin Buu that East King Kai Xin said. Follow. Seeing this scene, East King Kai Xin froze for a moment, cleared up his complicated emotions, and flew down from the stone pile. A group of people followed quickly, and soon entered the spaceship of Universe Underground. During the period, there were many people blocking the way just like in the original anime. Naturally, with their combat power, they easily killed all the way to the deepest point. Is it all resolved? Very nice, Dabra. At this time, Babadai in the depths was still transmitting energy to the sleeping Majin Buu, and he was surprised when he heard the footsteps behind him, but he didn't turn his head back. Mage Babadi. You are thinking too much. Son Goku heard Babadai's words and said something with a smile. Mr. Goku, he is Babadai, not Babadi. Xin on the side corrected it in a low voice. Ha ha ha. Same. Son Goku suddenly showed an embarrassed smile. Hearing the interaction between Son Goku and Xin, Babadai's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly turned around. When he saw Suzy and others, his face slowly revealed a look of horror, pointed at them, and said incredulously, Dabra is so powerful, how could you be his opponent? Babadai, where's your Majin Buu? Get him out now. Although Vegeta took a step ahead of Son Goku and others, they were still caught up by them, so they came together to face Babadai. At this moment, he looked impatient and wanted to get rid of Majin Buu quickly. You guys really surprised me. East King Kaixin, you have found a capable helper. Babadai stared at Vegeta, and the corner of his mouth curled up in a playful arc, then looked at East King Kai Xin, and said coldly. Babadai, I advise you to give up your plan to revive Majin Buu. With Mr. Goku and the others around, it is impossible for you to achieve the idea of resurrecting Majin Buu. East King Kai said coldly. Ha ha ha. Babadai laughed loudly, and at the same time, his evil magic of controlling people was launched instantly, and the target was Vegeta, who had a trace of evil thoughts. When Vegeta was hit by the evil magic, his whole complexion changed, and then a black M slowly appeared on his forehead. Magic people. Seeing the changes in Vegeta, everyone except Suzy was shocked. Sure enough, this guy Vegeta still has evil thoughts. Clint exclaimed. Vegeta, kill these guys for me. Babadai immediately commanded excitedly. Suzy watched with cold eyes, his face still unchanged. He knew that Vegeta's pride was definitely beyond Babadai's control. Ask for a monthly ticket for flower evaluation tickets. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 40 Enchanted Vegetoff Super Saiyan 2 Son Goku. Ask for flowers. Vegeta. What are you doing? I told you to kill these guys, not a single one left. Vegeta's indifference made Babadai frowned, and scolded loudly. Shut up. Call out. Hearing that Babadai was still instructing him, Vegeta's face darkened instantly, turned around and came directly in front of Babadai, lifted him up, and said coldly, You are using me, why should I? Not using you. Now, I'm warning you, don't speak to me in an orderly tone, otherwise I will kill you first. You, how can you resist me? Don't listen to me. I'm your master now. Babadai looked at the ferocious Vegeta in front of him, big cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead, and his face was even more terrified. Oh! Master! Vegeta raised his hand and punched Babadai in the face, directly breaking the bridge of his nose, and said coldly, In this world, no one can be the master of my Vegeta. You, what are you doing? Boom! After finishing speaking, Vegeta threw the bloody Babadai aside, then turned to look at Son Goku, and said coldly, "Kakarot, now your opponent is me." Vegeta. Son Goku frowned, and said in a deep voice, "I really didn't expect you to deliberately let Babadai control you in order to fight against me. Shut up. Let's fight." Boom. Demonized Vegeta let out a roar, his aura exploded, and his powerful combat power was fully revealed at this moment. 400 billion combat power points. 500 billion combat power points. 600 billion points of combat power. But in just a few seconds, the combat power of the demonized Vegeta has reached 800 billion points. Vegeta at this level is extremely terrifying, and even Son Goku's Super Saiyan 2 transformation form is absolutely impossible to be his opponent. Seeing this, Suzi's eyes couldn't help flickering, and a funny look slowly appeared on his face. To be honest, the fighting power of demonizing Vegeta was beyond his expectation. Originally thought that the combat power of demonized Vegeta was not much different from Son Goku's Super Saiyan 2's peak combat power of 500 billion points at most, but now it seems that it is more than a little bit more than that, which is a gap of 300 billion points in combat power. "Vegeta, don't fight inside my universe ship." Babadai got up from the ground, frowned and said, "It doesn't matter if you are dead, the key is whether my Majin Buu can wake up." Hearing Babadai's words, Vegeta squinted at him, and the latter immediately shut up, then thought for a while, and directly used the scene conversion magic to transform the scene to the ground. "In this way, my Majin Buu can absorb energy with peace of mind." Babadai looked at the Majin Buu embryo beating like a big heart, his face full of anticipation. Boom! At this moment, the demonized Vegeta set off first. But in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Son Goku. Boom! Hands up! Demonization Vegeta blasted the normal Son Goku away with one punch. "Vegeta, this guy!" Seeing this scene, Kellen and Piccolo frowned instantly. "Mr. Goku, let's deal with Vegeta first." "Mr. Gohan, you are also very powerful, why don't you join me in destroying Majin Buu's embryo?" East King Kai Xin let out a cry, then set his eyes on Son Gohan, and suggested something softly. Originally, he wanted to ask Suzi if he would help, but after much thought, he still didn't dare to ask. Good. Son Gohan glanced worriedly at the direction where his father flew upside down, and then nodded to East King Kai Xin. Boom! Boom! Two powerful breaths exploded in two directions at the same time. One direction is Son Gohan here, and the other direction is Son Goku there. Mr. Goku's Super Saiyan 2 is just as powerful. Xin turned his head and saw Son Goku from Super Saiyan 2 walking towards him with a look of fighting intent on his face. Obviously, the power of the demonized Vegeta had aroused his desire to fight. Vegeta shouldn't be Goku's opponent. Klein muttered softly. "Not always." Suzi replied with a chuckle. "Hey! I think Vegeta's aura is far less terrifying than Goku's." K. Lynch said strangely, "Hey! But having said that, Suzi, how strong is your strength?" Suzi shook his head and smiled, "My strength has reached a level beyond your imagination." In Kellen's eyes, Vegeta and Son Goku are strong enough and scary enough at this moment. But, in front of Suzi, let alone one-on-one with him, even if they fight against each other, they will be killed by Suzi in seconds. You know, Suzi's current normal combat power is 40 billion points in Indiana, the transformed form of Super Saiyan 1, he is a super master with 2 trillion combat power. Not to mention, he also has a Super Saiyan 4 transformation that can increase his combat power by 4,000 times. The blessing of 4,000 times can instantly make him a terrifying existence with 160 trillion fighting power. Bang bang bang! Audadadadaday! At this moment, there was a violent crash in the sky, followed by the roars of Son Goku and Vegeta. Suzi looked up to the sky. Although Son Goku of Super Saiyan 2 was lower than demonized Vegeta, the two sides still fought back and forth. On the surface, it seemed that they were evenly matched. However, Suzy, who has amazing eyesight, can see through the essence. Every blow of the demonized Vegeta can make Son Goku frown, which shows the horror of its power. Boom! Under the fierce bombardment of the demonized Vegeta's punch, Son Goku was beaten back to normal and fell to the ground. Dead! Goku! Mr. Goku! Seeing this scene, the faces of Son Gohan and others changed suddenly. Ha ha ha! Vegeta, well done, well done! Babidi jumped up excitedly on the spot. Before Majin Buu woke up, he was a little afraid to kill Dapra's Son Goku and others. But now it seems that there is no need to be afraid at all, these guys can all be handed over to Vegeta. Ah! Vegeta's strength is really strong enough. If I don't use that transformation, I'm afraid I really can't defeat you. At this moment, Son Goku, who was lying on the ground, stood up slowly, with a little helplessness in his voice, and under the shocking eyes of everyone, he clenched his fist and started the transformation of Super Saiyan 3. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 41 The awakening of Majin Buu shocked everyone. Seeking a monthly ticket. Drink. Son Goku roared and roared, his hair was slowly elongated, and finally reached his butt, and his face changed slightly, at least in the eyes of everyone, his appearance changed drastically. So, is it really Goku? Kellen's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Is that Super Saiyan 3? Son Gohan understood a little and asked. Yes. Suzy nodded with a smile. The current Son Goku's final combat power index is a Super Master with a combat power of 2 trillion points. You! Kakarot! You're still hiding it! Demonized Vegeta saw Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3 transformation form, and his face immediately turned ugly. In his opinion, he has been working hard to catch up with this guy, and he thought he had already caught up, but now it seems that this guy has been hiding himself, and even the discussion in the common moment has always been in a state of letting go. As soon as this idea came out, Vegeta's complexion became more and more unsightly, his aura gradually improved, and a real killing intent emerged from his body. He, Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyan clan, was overtaken by a guy of lower-level Saiyan blood, and he was still unable to catch up. How could he not be angry? How could he be willing? Call out! Vegeta flew directly towards Son Goku, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 3, the veins on his forehead burst out, and he had arrived in front of Son Goku in an instant. Boom! Vegeta punched out fiercely, and Son Goku also punched out violently, and the space seemed to vibrate, and then Vegeta flew upside down. Puff! In mid-air, Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale at this moment. Vegeta! Seeing this scene, Babidi's expression changed. It's not that he was worried about Vegeta's injury, but if Vegeta died, then he and Majin Buu who hadn't recovered from him would also die. No! I have to hurry up and revive Majin Buu. Babidi hastily accelerated the energy transfer to the Majin Buu embryo. He expected Majin Buu to wake up, and then kill everyone present. Gohan, there's Mr. Goku stalling at Vegeta, let's go! Xin suddenly roared. Okay, if that's the case, then let me destroy this Babidi and Majin Buu. Son Gohan stepped forward with a solemn face, transformed directly into Super Saiyan 1, and then released a powerful Kamehameha wave at Majin Buu's embryo. Rumble! Majin Buu! My Majin Buu! Babidi, who was still transmitting energy, was directly knocked to the ground by the aftermath of the Kamehameha wave. When he got up from the ground and saw another powerful Kamehameha wave hitting his Majin Buu embryo, his expression suddenly changed. Paled down. What? Didn't take any damage at all. Soon, when the smoke caused by the Kamehameha wave dispersed, everyone hurriedly looked over, and when they found that Majin Bu was fine, all of them frowned. What happened? Xin exclaimed, why didn't it cause any damage to Majin Bu's embryo? Even, the embryo seems to have absorbed Gohan's attack energy. Ha ha ha. My Majin Bu is fine, great, great. Yo-ho-ho. Release, hit, attack my Majin Bu with your strongest energy. Ha ha ha. Babadai, who had a look of panic on his face, immediately danced excitedly on the spot when he saw that Majin Bu's embryo was fine. Again. Drink. Son Gohan's face sank. He didn't believe that his attack could not cause any damage to Majin Bu's embryo. With a loud shout, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 again. The flashing lights all over his body made him look very powerful. Kamehameha Wave. Son Gohan, who transformed into Super Saiyan 2, didn't waste a second at all, raised his hand and released a Kamehameha Wave directly at Majin Bu's embryo. This time, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Xin on the other side widened his eyes. He could feel a force enough to destroy the planet from the Kamehameha Wave after Son Gohan's transformation. If this force can't destroy Majin Bu's embryo, then he really didn't know what to do. Boom! Rumble! Gohan's Kamehameha Wave quickly hit Majin Bu's embryo, and then under everyone's shocking and unbelievable eyes, the powerful energy attack disappeared at the moment it touched Majin Bu's embryo. Master Xin, Gohan. Mr. Gohan's energy seems to have been absorbed by Majin Bu's embryo. Everyone was shocked for more than 10 seconds. At this moment, Jebet, who was the first to come back to his senses, exclaimed in surprise. It was unbelievable, and Jebet had never seen anything so weird. Such an energy attack powerful enough to destroy the planet was absorbed by Majin Bu's embryo and transformed into energy for its own growth. Oops! Bang bang bang! Xin looked at Majin Bu's embryo, and saw that the pink embryo was beating like a heart, constantly beating faster. This scene made him think of something terrible, and his face became paler at this moment. Oops! Majin Bu is coming back to life. Seeing Majin Bu's embryo beating faster and faster, Jebet's expression also changed, and he roared in horror. What? Majin Bu is going to be resurrected. How is that possible? Hearing Jebet's words, Kellen and Piccolo looked at each other, and Kikai was stunned. Son Gohan, who transformed into Super Saiyan, is so powerful, not to mention that his 2 Kamehameha waves could not harm the embryo of Majin Bu. The most important thing is that he even helped Majin Bu to speed up the pace of waking up. This is the most impressive. Feel strange. Woo woo woo. At this moment, the sound of a steam engine boiling sounded in the field. Everyone hurriedly looked. Under their shocked eyes, there were streaks of pink mist rising from the top of Majin Bu's embryo. These mists slowly rose into the sky, and then condensed into a pink cloud. Ha ha ha! Resurrected, my Majin Bu has finally been revived. East King Keixen, it is really thanks to you, otherwise, how could my Majin Bu be revived early? Ha ha ha! Thank you so much. Babadai, who saw this scene, was very excited and danced on the spot. At this moment, Majin Bu's big killing after he fully woke up appeared in his mind. All in all, everyone present will die under his Majin Bu. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. 42 Majin Bu is angry and needs to kill to vent his anger. Seeking a monthly ticket. Hearing Babadai's words and seeing his extremely arrogant dance moves at this moment, East King Keixen's face was extremely gloomy, but it was more of a kind of helplessness. Majin Bu is about to be resurrected, what can he do? Soon, as in the original book, Majin Bu woke up completely. Majin Bu's combat power. The moment Majin Bu fully appeared, Suzy, who had been staring at him, narrowed his eyes. If he remembers correctly, Majin Bu was both good and evil when he just woke up in the original book, and his combat power at this time was around 550 billion points. And now, this guy's combat power has reached an astonishing 2.5 trillion points, which is 2.5 trillion combat power. Sure enough, the fighting power of the boss has also become stronger. Su Ziyi's eyes flickered, and a funny smile appeared on his face. It can be seen that maybe the follow-up Beerus may also be stronger than the original Beerus. But it's not an absolute thing. The system has said that some changes in the early stage may gradually lead to the right path in the later stage, which is not much different from the later stage in the original book. Su Ziyi shook his head, no longer entangled with this problem, he just needs to keep making himself stronger. Majin Bu, I am your master Babadai. Look at me, look at me. While everyone was staring at Majin Bu, who was harmless to humans and animals, Babadai jumped up to Majin Bu, waved his hands in front of him, and shouted twice excitedly. Who are you? I don't know you. Also, you are not my master. Majin Bu stared at Babadai, his eyes narrowed slowly. My father is Babadai, the one who created you. When Babadai heard what Majin Bu said, the excited expression on his face froze in vain, and then he widened his eyes and threatened, Majin Bu, I warn you, if my father can create you, then I can also seal you again. So, Majin Bu, do you understand? Starting today, you must obey any of my orders, and you are not allowed to disobey them. After Babadai said these words, a few black lines slowly appeared on the squinted Majin Bu's eyes, and a little murderous intent was projected from the squinted eyes. Majin Bu can't tolerate being threatened. But he is not a fool after all, he understands that he was created by Babadai's father, Babadai, so this Babadai must be able to manipulate him. Therefore, even if Majin Bu is upset and wants to do something to Babadai, he must listen to this guy in order to be free. Ha ha ha. Listen to me, kill all these guys. Especially the guy named Vegeta, you must torture him to death. Babadai Ben was flustered when he saw that Majin Bu's expression gradually became unkind, but when he saw the fear flashing across Majin Bu's face and he didn't make a move on him, he suddenly became arrogant, and his finger was still on the side. Vegeta, who was fighting Son Goku, was extremely sinister and authentic. This guy Vegeta was controlled by him, and he could still disobey his orders, and his nose bone was broken once by this guy, so he naturally hated Vegeta to death. Bang bang! Hearing Babadai's words, Majin Bu thought about it for a while, with an excited smile on his face, and then hammered his fists. Immediately, under Babadai's stunned gaze, Majin Bu stretched out his hand and patted his mouth, roared twice like an Indian howling, and then disappeared in place in an instant. Hey! Where's Majin Bu? Where's my Majin Bu? The disappearance of Majin Bu made Babadai stunned in place, and then saw East King Kai Xin walking towards him step by step. His expression changed even more, and he roared angrily, Majin Bu, you have to watch me, if these guys kill me, you will die too. Majin Bu, who was already close to the battlefield of Son Goku and Vegeta, frowned when he heard Babadai's roar, but he was ready to kill these two guys. Now hearing Babadai's cry for help, Majin Bu thought for a fraction of a second before turning back. Boom! I saw Majin Bu grabbed the short Babadai and went up to the sky, then opened his right hand and released a powerful energy ball towards the bottom, only to hear a roar, and then he and Babadai came directly to Son Goku and Vegeta at the center of the battlefield. Hey! Babadi, I don't know which of them is Vegeta, how about I kill them all? Majin Bu raised Babadai in front of him and asked. Okay. Killing them all is of course the best thing. Babadai immediately clapped his hands excitedly and laughed, but soon he reacted, stretched out his hand and slapped Majin Bu on the face, and corrected, Majin Bu, my name is Babadai, and how can I call myself master? Your name? You, call me master obediently from now on, do you hear me? Hearing Babadai's words, Majin Buu's eyes narrowed again, and a pink mist sprayed out from the small holes on his forehead. This. Seeing Majin Buu staring at him with an extremely unfriendly expression, Babadai couldn't help feeling a surge of fear in his heart, swallowed his saliva, and smiled awkwardly. It's okay if you don't call me master, but remember, you can't call me anymore. Wrong, my name is Babadai, not Babadi, you hear me? Okay. Babadai. Majin Buu's complexion turned from cloudy to clear in an instant, and then he threw Babadai aside, and then flew towards Son Goku and Vegeta, who had stopped fighting. Majin Buu is very angry now and needs to kill to vent his anger. Vegeta, let's stop fighting for now. This guy named Majin Buu is very powerful. I'm afraid we are no match for him one-on-one, so we can only join forces to fight him. At this time, seeing Majin Buu flying towards him, Son Goku took a look and then looked away, staring at Vegeta and said in a deep voice. If Suzy brought him a sense of oppression, then Majin Buu, who was quite angry at the moment, brought him an extremely serious sense of crisis. Yes. Son Goku had a momentary thought that he faced Majin Buu alone, and what awaited him was death, without any suspense at all. Ask for a few monthly tickets. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 43 Demonized Vegeta beaten by Majin Buu. Ask for a monthly ticket for flowers. In fact, it is not only Son Goku who has such an idea. Vegeta also has a strong sense of crisis. Whoever wants to join forces with you, this guy named Majin Buu, just leave it to me alone. Cockroach you. Just watch me kill him. Although Vegeta has a strong sense of crisis, it is naturally impossible for him to be afraid of Majin Buu with his tough personality. Boom! As his words fell, Vegeta sprinted from the sky in front of Majin Buu like a cannonball, and punched him in the face. Oh! Majin Buu, that's all. With one punch, Vegeta sneered, raised his hand and punched out more than a dozen more. In an instant, Majin Buu's entire face sank in directly. At this moment, Vegeta withdrew his hand and punched him in the stomach. Similarly, Majin Buu's stomach sunk deeply. Hey? What's going on? Why do I feel like I hit the cotton with brute force? As if, didn't cause any substantial damage to Majin Buu at all. After a set of combined punches, Vegeta suddenly felt weird. Finished. After a few seconds, Majin Buu grinned, then straightened his stomach and rubbed his face with his hand, only to see that his sunken face and stomach returned to normal in an instant, and then looked at Vegeta with a smile. A straight punch came out and hit him in the face as well. Boom! Vegeta flew out of the whole person, and a big mouthful of blood spewed out in mid-air. Since you're done playing, it's up to me to perform next. Majin Buu had a harmless smile on his face, but his eyes were narrowed, casting a black light. Call out! I saw his chubby body dodge, extremely flexible, but the moment he took a breath, he was already behind Vegeta, and then raised his legs and kicked Vegeta into the sky. Boom! Call out! Rumble! The harmless smile on Majin Buu's face did not change. He flew up to the sky above Vegeta, raised his leg and kicked Vegeta directly on the ground. The ground stirred up a turmoil. Seeing this scene, Kellen's face suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "This Majin Buu, is it so terrifying?" Vegeta, who has become more powerful, has been instantly killed. See? This is Majin Buu. There was a wry smile on East King Kai Xin's face. He didn't know what to say at the moment. Escape. There is absolutely no escape. Although it was the first time he had seen the power of Majin Buu, he had seen it in the biography recorded by the gods. Master Xin. We can only run away. Majin Buu's strength is beyond our ability to compete. Jebet sighed. He has the ability of instant transmission, and he can leave the earth with East King Kaixin. As for the follow-up, he can only report to the powerful gods above to solve Majin Buu. Jabbit. When Xin heard what Jobbitter said, his face darkened instantly. He turned back to stare at him, and scolded in a cold voice, "You have to know, if we hadn't implicated Mr. Gaku and the others, they would not have suffered such a situation." Jabbit immediately lowered his head. Hearing Xin's words, Suzy on the side looked at him more, and his sense of him suddenly became much kinder at this moment. Although this guy is cowardly and useless, he still values love and righteousness after all. If it were a certain god, Suzy suspects that it might not only be as simple as running away, but he might even take Majin Buu for his own use. Chop Suey. I'm no match for Kakarot. And how can I be no match for you? Majin Buu, die! Boom! An extremely angry roar came from the deep pit where Vegeta was, and then a figure suddenly rushed into the sky. At this moment, the lightning around Vegeta's body was particularly strong, and the veins on his forehead, the back of his hands, and even his neck looked extremely scary. Suzy glanced at this guy and found that his fighting power was stronger than before. Sion's genes are like this: when you meet the strong, you will be strong, not to mention the proud Vegeta who has been hit one after another. At this moment, he is extremely angry, and he has a feeling of transforming his anger into improving his own strength. Hearing Vegeta's words, Majin Buu immediately covered his mouth and howled twice in excitement, and then at this moment, his harmless smile disappeared suddenly, and instantly became gloomy. Call out! In a flash, Majin Buu appeared directly in front of Vegeta. Boom! Raising his hand, Majin Buu punched Vegeta directly in the stomach. Puff! A mouthful of blood spat out from Vegeta's mouth, his flushed face instantly turned livid, and finally turned pale again. Then, under everyone's eyes, a crushing beating has officially begun. Boom! Boom! Ah! Ah! The sounds of blows, roars, screams, and Majin Buu's excited howls continued to be heard in the sky, which made the East King Keixen and others below frightened. No! I have to help Vegeta. Otherwise, Majin Buu will kill him in a while. Son Goku, who had returned to his normal appearance, stared and skipped Super Saiyan 1 and 2 and came to the transformation of Super Saiyan 3. The powerful power in his body made him look cold and a little swollen. But, he understands that his Super Saiyan 3 is not particularly perfect, and its power consumption is astonishing. He must solve the battle as soon as possible, otherwise, what awaits him is bound to die from exhaustion. Goku. Just when Son Goku was about to rescue Vegeta, Suzy called him. Suzy, what's wrong? Son Goku froze for a moment. Here. There are super fairy beans in this bottle, one is worth 2 common fairy beans, and it can recover while fighting. Suzy directly took out a small bottle from the system backpack, which contained 20 super fairy beans. The effect was no different from common's fairy beans, but the advantage was that it could restore the state in an instant after eating, and there was no buffer at all. It can store the effect of fairy beans for a long time and achieve the effect of recovering its own state while fighting. Speaking of it, this super fairy bean has a feeling that people can become a perpetual motion machine. After receiving the small bottle, Son Goku was stunned for a moment, then opened it and ate a super fairy bean, then thanked Suzy and directly killed Majin Buu. Ask for a monthly ticket for flower evaluation tickets. Thank you everyone. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 44 Boo's immortal body, desperate people. Seeking flower evaluation tickets. Vegeta, I'm here to save you. One-on-one we are no match for him, we can only join forces. Son Goku quickly flew to Vegeta, gave him a super fairy bean, and said, "This is the super fairy bean given by Suzy. After eating it, it will be restored soon. Kakarot, I don't care about you, and it's impossible for you to save me. I can solve this guy by myself. Vegeta's body was full of wounds, but his face was full of stubbornness. After taking the super bean and saying this, he rushed towards Majin Buu again. Vegeta! Son Goku shouted aloud. However, Vegeta ignored it and fought Majin Buu again. Boom! Boom! Rumble! The sound of collisions and explosions sounded in the field one after another. Vegeta's fists and feet clashed back and forth with Majin Buu, and several bright rays of light appeared in the air. You know, the strength of Vegeta in the demonized state has also improved after several times of anger. He just ate the super fairy beans given by Son Goku and regained his full state again. Now his Super Saiyan 2 strength can be called incomparably powerful. Although his strength is extremely powerful and he is already the top strength on the planet, but compared with Majin Buu's 2.5 trillion combat power, it still seems a bit insufficient. However, after a while of fighting, the demonized Vegeta was blown away by Majin Buu's punch again. When he flew upside down, Majin Buu followed up with a set of combined punches, directly hitting Vegeta in the demonized Super Saiyan 2 state back to his normal appearance. Vegeta! Son Goku's expression changed, because Majin Buu was standing in front of the unconscious Vegeta, looking like he was about to kill him. Immediately, he flew in front of Majin Buu at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Son Goku kicked Majin Buu. Unexpectedly, the expected scene of the latter flying upside down did not appear. Majin Buu stayed where he was, and his body just sank into it. What kind of body is he? Why can't our attack cause substantial damage to him? This scene shocked everyone present. Is Majin Buu the undead in Legendary? East King Kai Xian frowned suddenly, his pupils constricted for a while, his face was full of disbelief, and he let out a voiceless exclamation. Immortal! Kellen also exclaimed, in other words, this guy will never be killed. The Majin Buu in front of me is in the form of swallowing Supreme Kai. His strength has not yet been shown, but the ability to recover infinitely and be immortal is also an extremely terrifying ability for Mr. Goku and the others. Jupiter thought of something, took a deep breath, and said. At this moment, there was a scream in the air, and Son Goku fell straight down from the air, and then fell heavily on the ground. A bottomless crater appeared. Goku! Dead! Mr. Goku! Worried voices sounded, and Kellen and the others shouted. Call out! At this moment, Son Goku flew out of the pit again, and then flew towards Majin Buu. Majin Buu didn't notice someone's sudden attack at all, so that when he really noticed Son Goku, his squinted eyes couldn't help opening. But at this moment, Son Goku's figure was already approaching, and his fist was even raised. Boom! A heavy fist landed on Majin Buu's stomach, causing his chubby belly to collapse in an instant, and the ensuing violent impact was released, directly blasting Majin Buu's body into the air. Drink! Son Goku landed on the ground, clenched his fists, and then there was a burst of anger. His expression suddenly became serious at this moment. Turtle, pie, qigong, bow. Handmade in the shape of a calyx, a dazzling and bright blue light filled his palms. After the energy accumulation was completed, Son Goku immediately released a powerful and abnormal energy fluctuation, and saw the blue beam roaring towards the front position. Target, point directly at Majin Buu. Boom! Rumble! The sound of piercing the air spread around, and there were bursts of sharp tearing, humming and vibrations, and the blue beam was like a laser cannon that destroyed the world, directly annihilating Majin Buu's body. Good, what a powerful force! Is this Mr. Goku? Majin Buu is dead. Seeing this scene, Kellen and the others' eyes suddenly widened. You look at me, I look at you, especially East King Kaiksen's face is full of hope. After this attack from Son Goku, he really seemed to see the hope of survival. Majin Buu, my Majin Buu, are you okay? Babadai's voice sounded, and he ran towards the explosion in a panic. Call out! Call. The sound of the wind blew up, stirring up a burst of sand and dust, but there was no sound at all from the explosion zone in the field. This scene immediately made Piccolo, Kellen, Gohan, and others couldn't help but look at each other, and their faces couldn't help showing excitement. There has been no movement for so long. It seems that Majin Buu has died in the hands of Son Goku. Compared to the excitement of the crowd, Suzy had a playful look on his face. If Majin Buu died so easily, then he wouldn't be called Majin Buu. At this moment, Son Goku, who breathed a sigh of relief in the sky, suddenly changed his expression, as if sensing something, he immediately looked in the direction of the explosion. At the same time, the smoke enveloping the explosion zone slowly dissipated, and a chubby figure stood standing on the spot, still expressionless and squinting, but a huge hole appeared on his fat belly. It looks scary. Majin Buu was indeed hit, but he still didn't suffer any substantial damage. "You are such a nasty fellow." Majin Buu spoke, his body changed suddenly, the fat on his body began to squirm on its own, and finally saw that the hole in his belly healed on its own. Not only that, his narrowed eyes opened completely, a jet of black light shot out from his eyes, and his face was full of murderous intent. Obviously, Majin Buu was completely angry. Seeing Jojo, everyone's expressions froze on their faces. East King Keixen and Jobiter looked at each other with horror on their faces, and their bodies were trembling constantly, falling into indescribable horror. "How so?" Kellen's face was full of bitterness, and he said weakly. "Is this guy really that strong?" Piccolo's face was also full of jealousy, and he said through gritted teeth. "Majin Buu. My Majin Buu is fine. Holala, as expected of the Majin Buu created by my father, it is so powerful. Ha ha ha." Babadai reacted belatedly, his ugly face suddenly turned into ecstasy, he danced excitedly, and said to everyone, "Give up resistance. I will let Majin Buu make you die more happily." Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 45 Suzy came on the stage and was almost frightened by Majin Buu. "Ask for flowers." Hateful. Everyone was very angry when they heard Babadai's words, but what can they do? The most powerful Son Goku can't do anything with Majin Buu, how can they do anything with this immortal guy? Majin Buu is really scary. Son Goku stood upright on the spot, his expression full of fear. However, following that, Son Goku's face rose again with a strong fighting spirit. The stronger Majin Buu is, the more excited he is. He understands the truth. Although he will be abused if he fights against the strong, he will grow up much faster than practicing alone. "It's my turn." Bang bang. Majin Buu stared at Son Goku fiercely, and bumped his fists, and he rushed towards Son Goku in a dodge, and rushed in front of Son Goku in an instant. Raising his hand, a fist suddenly approached Son Goku. In the latter's eyes, the fist was getting bigger and bigger. Just when it was about to touch Son Goku's face, the latter disappeared suddenly. Oh! Majin Buu's punch was missed, his brows raised involuntarily, and he looked around, but he didn't see Son Goku. Kamehameha wave! At this moment, Son Goku roared from the sky. Boom! The sound of the sonic boom came out, and the corner of Majin Buu's mouth curled up a bit, and he raised his hand and blasted out an energy cannon, which directly offset the Kamehameha wave released by Son Goku. Call out! After the two powerful wave cannons cancelled out, Majin Buu flew straight into the sky and blasted out at Son Goku, who also punched. The people below saw the two fists colliding and clashing in an instant, and a powerful air wave buzzed and swayed. The two may seem evenly matched in this regard, but for Majin Buu and Son Goku, their real battle is now officially beginning. Bang bang bang! The turbulent movement continued to spread, and the scene of sparks and lightning along the way, the figures of Son Goku and Majin Buu staggered in the air, and the fists and feet of the charge came and went without stopping, detonating a powerful destructive force in an instant. Horrible! I can't see their battle trajectory at all. Suzy, can you see that? Who the hell has the upper hand now? Everyone's eyes widened, staring at the two figures in the sky, but it was impossible to see who had the upper hand. Majin Buu. Suzy said lightly, Gaku is about to lose. Majin Buu's strength is not something Gaku can compete with. That's over. Everyone was stunned when they heard Suzy's words. It's over. After the voice fell, Suzy disappeared immediately, and when he reappeared in the next second, he had already arrived in the sky. Boom! Boom! Two crashing sounds resounded in the sky. When everyone looked at it, the expression of shock appeared on their faces again. Because Suzy is holding Majin Buu's fist with one hand and Son Goku's fist with the other hand. If everyone doesn't understand the power of Majin Buu and Son Goku, no one will be shocked, but they do. You bastard! In the sky, Majin Buu squinted his eyes at Suzy, and said coldly, the strength is quite powerful. Don't think too much, I'm not interested in killing you. Suzy squinted at him, and said calmly, Gaku, this battle is over first, you are not this guy's opponent yet, practice hard for a while. Suzy, Son Goku actually wanted to fight. He opened his mouth and said a few words. Suzy interrupted directly, if you keep fighting, I think I have to take action to finish this guy. At that time, you have no chance fight Majin Buu again. It's alright. Son Goku is a sensible person. He knows the gap between himself and Majin Buu. It won't be long before he will be defeated. After the defeat, only Suzy will make a move. Majin Buu is a super master who can hone his own growth, and Son Goku is naturally reluctant to be killed by Suzy for such a whetstone. Hey! What do you think of me? Majin Buu said darkly, what I showed is not my true strength. I admit that your strength is indeed strong, but do you think you can really kill me at will? Oh! When Suzy heard Majin Buu's words, the corners of his mouth curled up. At this moment, he did not transform into Super Saiyan, let go of the hand holding Son Goku's fist, then turned around slowly, stretched out of the finger came to the center of Majin Buu's eyebrows. Swish swish swish! As Suzy's finger pointed at Majin Buu's brow, the latter's cold sweat flowed down at this moment, and an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. He suspected that when Suzy fired something from his finger, his whole body would disappear into the world. Escape! As soon as this idea came out, Majin Buu instantly had the idea of running away. Immediately, without thinking much, he forcibly broke free from Suzy's hand, turned and flew away. Majin Buu! Majin Buu! Why did you run away? Babadai, who was underground, saw that Majin Buu had escaped directly, and immediately roared angrily. Run! Don't worry about Babadai. Majin Buu heard Babadai's roar and disappeared within a few breaths without turning his head. Ah! Seeing this scene, Suzy smiled slightly, but he didn't expect Majin Buu to be so decisive. He would rather let Babadai die than be eliminated by Suzy immediately. Majin Buu, if I die, you will die too. Seeing that Majin Buu had completely disappeared, Babadai roared angrily on the ground. There was cold sweat on his forehead, especially when he saw the East King Kai slowly turning their eyes to him. He didn't even think about it, and turned around to prepare to flee. Suzy glanced at him, and pointed out that a ray of purple-black light entered Babadai's body. In just one breath, Babadai's body gradually turned into a black spot and disappeared into the world. Suzy, if you killed Babadai, wouldn't Majin Buu also die? Seeing that Babadai was cleared by Suzy, Son Goku couldn't help asking. Do you really believe Babadai's words? Suzy shook his head and smiled, this guy is just playing tricks. In a fundamental sense, Majin Buu is not a monster created by Babadai's father. How could such a perverted existence of Majin Buu be created by humans? If it was really created by people, Sozi would rather believe that it was created by a Grand Priest level existence. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 46 ding. Select the system to open. Get ready to collect the Super Dragon Ball from Dragon Ball H. Hearing Sozi's words, Son Goku breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Vegeta woke up faintly, got up from the ground, glanced around, and suddenly frowned. He found that his demonized power disappeared out of thin air. That Babadai guy is dead. Where's Majin Buu? Vegeta set his eyes on Son Goku with an unnatural expression. Babadai died, Majin Buu was scared away by Sozi. Son Goku replied. Call. Hearing Son Goku's words, Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. If this guy Majin Buu is also killed by Son Goku, then he is really ashamed and humiliated. Okay, just scared by Sozi, etc. Vegeta reacted suddenly, and turned his eyes to Sozi in an instant, and said in shock, You scared that guy Majin Buu away? Yes. Sozi smiled and nodded. Hiss. Hearing Sozi's affirmation, Vegeta's complexion changed, and he couldn't hold back his breath. If Sozi killed Majin Buu, he probably wouldn't have been so shocked. Because, desperately killing a person to the end is an extremely simple matter. But scared the opponent away before the battle started, how terrifying would this kind of strength be? Unimaginable power. How did you guys practice? Vegeta couldn't help asking, as a scion, why is there such an obvious gap between Kakarot and me? Although there is a gap between him and Son Goku, at least he still has the strength to catch up. And Sozi, the mysterious scion. I can't catch up, let alone catch up with his back, I'm afraid I can't even catch up with his footprints. Seeing Vegeta showing a look of admiration, let alone Son Goku was a little surprised, even Sozi himself was a little surprised. As a Dragon Ball fan, Sozi has never seen Vegeta truly convinced by someone, even in the face of that guy Beerus, this kid gradually showed dissatisfaction. And at this moment, Vegeta's expression and tone when facing him, was clearly completely convinced. Do you want to be stronger too? Sozi's eyes flickered for a moment, and he was about to ask. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Select System On. Option 1, train Z Warrior and others in the Dragon Ball Hyperspace world for 3 months, and reward 30 billion points of normal combat power. Option 2, immediately go to the 2 universes, collect 7 Super Dragon Balls, reward 15 times Kaioken without side effects, 5% chance to weaken attribute effects, stop spells for 0.5 seconds, and 20 billion normal combat power. Kindness. Following the 2 choices made by the system, Sozi immediately choked back what he was about to say. I choose 2. Nonsense. The reward for the second choice is too fat. At least, it's much fatter than the first choice. Sozi, of course we want to become stronger. Why, you want to guide us in our cultivation. Son Goku and Vegeta waited for a while and didn't hear Sozi's follow-up words. They couldn't help but looked at each other, and asked together. I'm afraid I can't guide you to practice for the time being. Sozi smiled slightly, I have more important things to do, but I can guide you with a practice route, which is to enter the spiritual time room in the heaven to practice. After saying this, Sozi pointed his index finger between his eyebrows, and he disappeared in place. As soon as Sozi left, everyone couldn't help but looked at each other. At this moment, on an uninhabited planet in the 7th universe, the Dragon Ball Super Time Space World and the Dragon Ball Time Space World belong to the same world, so he who knows the location of the 7 Super Dragon Balls in the Dragon Ball Time Space World naturally also knows the location of the 7 Super Dragon Balls in the Dragon Ball Super Time and Space World. But in just 1 minute, Sozi directly pocketed the 3 Super Dragon Balls of the 7th universe. At the same time, at the moment Sozi collected the 3 Super Dragon Balls of the 7th universe, in the Gods of Destruction world of the 7th universe, a man holding an angel staff frowned suddenly. Funny little guy, he collected the 3 Super Dragon Balls of the 7th universe so quickly. This man is Angel Whis from the 7th universe. At this moment, he has a funny smile on his face. In the next second, he gently holds the angel staff in his hand and taps it on the ground, and then circles around the water surface. The ripples swayed, and he slowly disappeared into the Gods of Destruction world. Call out! There was a sound of breaking through the air. Sozi became vigilant in an instant. When he sensed that someone behind him was watching him, the hairs all over his body stood on end, as if he was being watched by an extremely terrifying existence. "Hello, little one." A gentle voice like a spring breeze sounded. Sozi froze for a moment, his slightly stiff body softened in vain, and then slowly turned around. When he saw the man in front of him, his pupils constricted. "Whis." Subconsciously, Sozi called out the man's name. "Oh? You actually know me." Hearing Sozi call out his name, Whis was also taken aback for a moment, then stared at Sozi with a strange expression on his face, and said in surprise, "I'm sure it's the first time I've met you, why do you know my name?" "I." Sozi opened his mouth, rolled his eyes around, grinned, and said, "I come from another time and space world, and you in that time and space world are my good friends, so, how could I not know you?" Ha ha ha. When Whis heard Sozi's words, he burst out laughing, then took a deep look at him, and said, okay, I really believe you." He said he believed it, but Sozi understood that the meaning expressed in this sentence must be disbelief. However, he understood that Whis had no intention of delving into this issue, so he directly changed the subject. "I don't know what Mr. Whis wants me to do. Please ask for the monthly ticket for the flower evaluation ticket. This book will be on the shelves soon. Please ask for the first order that will be on the shelves at that time. That is very important. Don't keep books in those few days, because the results determine how many follow-up books will be updated every day. Jong. Everyone doesn't want to keep them, the book is not written because of poor grades. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. 47 Summon the Super Shenron again, Sozi's heaven-defying idea. Ask for a monthly ticket for. I didn't have anything to look for you, I just sensed that the 3 Super Dragon Balls of the 7th universe were all collected by you, and I thought it was very interesting. Whis looked at Sozi with a smile. Oh. Sozi responded casually, then pointed his index finger on the center of his brow, and said, "In this case, Mr. Whis, goodbye, I have to go to the 6th universe to collect the remaining Super Dragon Balls. Oh, by the way, there is a chance that Mr. Whis can come to Earth to play for a while. I believe that the delicacies on Earth will never disappoint Mr. Whis. Call out." Sozi's voice fell, and then there was a sound of breaking through the air, and his figure disappeared. Instant transmission. Seeing Sozi's instant transmission technique, Whis frowned involuntarily. And Sozi's instant transmission technique is not an ordinary instant transmission technique. The technique of instant transmission, which can overcome the obstacles of the universe, is stronger than them, even Angel can't do it. To be able to jump between universes at will, I am afraid that the existence of his father's Grand Priest level is necessary. It's really a mysterious little guy. He said the Earth just now. Could it be, he is the little guy in the Milky Way that I sensed last time? Whis suddenly thought of something, his eyes lit up in vain, and his interest in Sozi was getting deeper and deeper. It seems that I have to go on a trip to the Earth soon. About an hour later. The junction of the 6th universe and the 7th universe. The last Super Dragon Ball has been obtained, and it's time to summon the Super Shenron that the Dragon Ball transcends time and space. So Zi took a deep breath. Although he was about to summon the Super Shenron for the second time, to be honest, he was still a little nervous. Call. Breathing out lightly, So Zi looked up into the pitch-black universe, raised his hand and summoned in the language of God, "Come out, Super Shenron." Boom! In an instant, following So Zi's call, the entire pitch-black universe began to explode with gold lightning bolts, and then, a huge gold Shenron slowly flew out of the void. "Lucky summoner, I am Super Shenron, and I can grant one of your wishes. No matter what this wish is, I can fulfill it for you." Super Shenron didn't speak, but an extremely majestic voice rang out in So Zi's mind. "Super Shenron, I want to step into the realm of God." So Zi suppressed a little excitement, and made his wish. Kindness. Hearing So Zi's wish, Super Shenron was stunned for a rare moment. "What? Can't you fulfill this wish?" So Zi frowned. "It's not. It's just that I can only introduce you into this field, but I can't let you really step into this field, so are you sure you still want to make this wish?" Super Shenron continued. "Is it like this?" So Zi frowned even tighter, he was hesitating. After hesitating for a few seconds, So Zi gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Yes. I want this wish." Moan. With So Zi's affirmation, the Super Shenron's huge body emitted a burst of extremely bright gold light, and just heard its dragon chant resounding throughout the universe, and in the next second, countless lights entered So Zi's body. "Lucky summoner, your wish has come true, see you next time." Boom! After the Super Shenron conveyed these words, his huge body turned into 7 golden rays of light, scattered and flew into the 6th universe and the 7th universe. "Have I stepped into the realm of God?" So Zi closed his eyes to sense the changes in himself, and then a little surprise appeared on his face. Host, So Zi. Bloodline, Ancestor Scion. Realm, Realm of God, 0.1%. Normal state, 65 billion points of combat power. Skills, 15 times Kaioken without side effects, upgraded version of instant transmission, clearing ability, gold level, time stop technique, 1.3 seconds, 20% chance of weakening attribute effects. Items, Battle Robot House, a Super Scion 5 experience card, 10,000 times Gravity Room, 20 times Time Flow Speed Spiritual Time Room, a chance to evolve in Divine Grade. Even though he was aware of his changes, So Zi still checked his character attribute panel, and when he saw that he had gained a new level, the excitement on his face deepened. As for why he made a wish to enter the realm of God, this is very simple. He has thought about a question from the very beginning: since he can successfully transform into Super Saiyan 4 in the Dragon Ball hyperspace world, can he also enter the realm of God? Then there is Dragon Ball's transformation of the Way of the Gods. It's not that he thinks the transformation of Dragon Ball is cooler, but he wants to walk out of a true Saiyan way that belongs to So Zi himself. Perhaps, if he went on safely, he would only take one time-space transformation alone at most, but if he combined the strengths and weaknesses of the 2 time-space transformations to form a brand new Saiyan transformation, would it be more interesting? Don't you feel like you have come to this Dragon Ball world in vain? Thinking about it this way, maybe I found more fun in it. So Zi grinned, that is to constantly strengthen himself, and then continue to fuse the transformations of the 2 space-time worlds, and finally give birth to a Saiyan bloodline that has never been seen before and will never be seen again, and the exclusive transformation of this bloodline. Of course, he feels that he is not qualified to create a Saiyan bloodline or create a new form of Saiyan himself. After all, he has not even achieved the transformation of Super Saiyan 5. Etc. So Zi suddenly thought of something, a bright light flashed in his eyes, and he asked in his heart, "System, I remember that I still have a chance to evolve into a divine grade. So, can I reintroduce my ancestor scion bloodline again? A divine grade evolution. Beep beep. As Suzi's voice fell, a system prompt sounded in his mind, as if he was detecting something. After a while, the system spoke, "Host, through the system's detection of your body, the system found that you have met the requirements for another divine grade evolution of your blood." Ha ha ha. Sure enough. My bloodline can undergo another divine grade evolution. Fortunately, I have not used this opportunity to evolve precious divine grade. Suzi burst into laughter when he heard the system's words. But the system changed the topic, but Suzi's laughter stopped abruptly. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 48 When I saw Vados for the first time, I was shocked one after another. Ask for a monthly ticket. But what? Suzi waited for several seconds but did not get a word from the system, which made him frown. But the host needs to obtain another powerful scion bloodline to be able to match this divine grade evolution and evolve the bloodline into a brand new scion bloodline. The system seemed to be organizing the language, and several seconds passed before it answered Suzi. Hearing the system's answer, Suzi frowned a little more, and asked doubtfully, "Can this bloodline still superimpose?" Ordinary people naturally cannot superimpose, but you forgot that you have the identity of the host, the existence of the system, and a chance to evolve divine grade, so with you, the bloodlines can naturally be superimposed. The system continued. I see. Suzi's brows relaxed, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. The powerful scion blood in the world of Dragon Ball is nothing more than those kinds. First, the scion bloodline in Broly's legendary. Second, the primordial scion bloodline of Vegeta Big Brother Reg that appeared in the Dragon Ball fans. Third, that is the ancestor scion blood that Suzi has. As for whether there is a more powerful and well-known scion bloodline, Suzi thought for a while. It seemed that there was some ancient scion bloodline, but he couldn't find the owner of it. Call out. Just as Suzi was thinking, a piercing sound sounded, pulling his thoughts back to reality. Vados. Suzi stared at the female angel in front of him, and finally confirmed her identity. It was Whis' sister, Angel Vados from the 6th universe. This female angel doesn't seem to have a temper, just like Whis, she has a gentle smile on her face all day long. In fact, Suzi knew her well, and the character of this female angel is not easy to get along with. He remembered a small plot in the original book. When Vados was angry, even the gods of destruction Kampa of the 6th universe had to face her cautiously. You are not a resident of my 6th universe. Vados held the angel staff, looked at Suzi with squinted eyes, and said a very cold and authentic sentence. No. Suzi shook his head and told the truth. You are quite self-conscious, and you seem to know me. A look of surprise flashed in Vados' eyes, his brows slightly raised, and he spoke. Yes. Suzi nodded, speaking very little. He didn't panic too much when facing Vados. Although he is not an aborigine of the 6th universe, he knows Dragon Ball very well. Although Angel has a very high status, he is not allowed to attack humans except under special circumstances. Therefore, regarding this point, Suzi naturally had a confident and calm attitude when facing Vados. It is precisely this that, on the contrary, makes Vados, who does not know Suzi, look at this human being differently. Interesting, it really is an interesting little guy. Vados stared at Suzi for a few seconds, finally smiled, nodded and said, You summoned the Super Shenron just now, right? Unexpectedly, a small human being can survive in the vacuum universe, not to mention, and even understand God. The language of While talking, Vados suddenly froze. Then he glanced around, his brows froze suddenly, and then he turned his gaze to Suzy. With a little surprise on his face, he said strangely, "How did you, a common human, survive in the universe? I can't tell you this." Suzy shrugged his shoulders and said with a light smile, "Miss Vados, if there is nothing else, then, I went back to the 7th universe," etc. Vados was not too interested in Suzy, so he hurriedly called to him, and continued, "You didn't tell me. Of course I can't let you go. This is my innate ability." Suzy's eyes flashed, and he didn't blink when he told a lie, and continued, "Not only that, I also have an ability." "Oh? What's that?" Vados stared at Suzy curiously. "Get ready." Suzy pointed the middle of his index finger to the center of his eyebrows, and then counted slowly to 3, only to hear his figure disappeared into the 6th universe. At the moment when Suzy disappeared, Vados' eyes widened in vain, and the slight surprise on his face completely turned into shock. That little guy, did he jump directly into the universe? Otherwise, why can't I sense his existence in the 6th universe? Vados closed his eyes in disbelief and began to sense Suzy's presence. A second passed. 5 seconds passed. A minute passed. In the end, after 5 full minutes, she sensed the entire 6th universe without sensing the existence of Suzy, which made her completely understand. The second innate ability that the little guy talked about is the ability to jump the universe. The little guy who came out of nowhere is really interesting. Vados lightly tapped the void with the angel staff in his hand, and returned directly to the gods of destruction realm of the 6th universe in the next second. Just 2 steps away, she suddenly recalled a sentence Suzy said in her mind, "Miss Vados, if there is nothing else, then I will go back to the 7th universe first." 7th universe. Vados paused, with an unknown smile on his face, and then lightly tapped the ground with the angel staff, and saw a horizontal ripple slowly swaying, and then a slender man appeared on the horizontal ripple. "Sister Vados, what's the matter?" This slender man is none other than Angel Whis of the 7th universe. "Whis, is there an amazing little guy in your 7th universe?" Vados cut to the chase, asking. "Hey? How do you know?" Whis was stunned for a moment, then surprised. Did the little guy collect all the Dragon Balls so quickly and summon the Super Shenron? "Yes." Vados nodded. "Not only that, this little guy also has the ability to survive in the universe and the ability to jump the universe." Hearing what Vados said, Whis was stunned again. Thinking back carefully, the place where he met Suzy was indeed in the vacuum universe. From this point of view, that little guy is really powerful and mysterious. "He didn't mess with you, did he?" Whis asked tentatively. "Without." Vados smiled, a light flashed in his eyes, and he said, "But I miss this funny little guy. Hey, Whis, how about giving him to our 6th universe? Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 49 The title of Novice Gods of Destruction returns to the world of Dragon Ball Time and Space. Hearing Vados' words, Whis was speechless for a while. How could he not know what his sister's plan was? Every universe has the title of Novice Gods of Destruction, but to be honest, there is no such Novice Gods of Destruction in any universe. Because it is so rare to have a person who is qualified to be Gods of Destruction. Therefore, Whis thought for a while, and said, "I can't make a decision about this." His meaning is already very clear. In fact, he doesn't really want to let Suzy go. After all, the Novice Gods of Destruction isn't the only one in the 6th universe. Hearing what Whis said, Vados stared at his mirror image for a few seconds, then smiled and said, "Okay. Anyway, I know what he looks like, and I also know that he is in your 7th universe. There is always a chance to contact him. Isn't he?" For such an interesting little guy like Suzy, Vados doesn't want to just let it go. Maybe in the future, he can really cultivate an existence that surprises everyone. Suzy didn't know about the conversation between Vados and Whis, and even if he knew, it wouldn't be his business. His home field is not in the Dragon Ball time-space world, but the Dragon Ball time-space world. At this moment, Suzy has returned to Earth in the 7th universe. His process of collecting the Super Dragon Ball was still too fast and easy, and it was only close to 2 hours before he left the Earth. Turtle Island. The sudden appearance of Suzy startled everyone on the island. But when they saw that it was Suzy, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Suzy, Goku, and Vegeta all went to the heaven to practice, but Gohan was taken away by East King Kai Xin, saying that there is a more suitable way for him to practice. Before Suzy asked, Kellen started to explain. Oh! Hearing that Son Gohan was taken away by East King Kai Xin, Suzy couldn't help but twitched his brows, with a little thought on his face. If he remembers correctly, this time, Gohan will enter his best practice. A broken state. Mysterious Gohan status. In the original book, Gohan's combat power in this state is around 900 billion points to 1.1 trillion points. But now, Suzy suspects that it will be at least 3,000 billion, only more and absolutely no less. After all, in the original book, Son Gohan's combat power is only 120 billion points after practicing with the Supreme Kai Sword, and the mysterious Gohan state can soar nearly 10 times. So it stands to reason that Gohan, who has reached 300 billion points of combat power without practicing with the Supreme Kai Sword, therefore, after entering the mysterious Gohan state, Suzy guessed that he would have at least 3 trillion points of combat power. In that case, I'll leave first. Suzy smiled slightly. Just as he was about to use the technique of instant transmission to leave the Dragon Ball time-space world and return to the Dragon Ball time-space world, a shout made him turn his head and look over. Suzy! Where did you take my sister Lazuli? It's the voice from Android 17. Your sister is doing well in another time and space world. Suzy said. You bastard primordial! Number 17 stared at Suzy, full of distrust both in words and in expression. Suzy shrugged and didn't care what Android 17 thought of him. You! Seeing Suzy's rogue look like you can't do anything about me, Android 17 got angry for a while. If he didn't know that he was no match for this guy, he would definitely use strong means to ask Suzy's sister's whereabouts. Don't worry, as Lazuli is my wife, I have no reason to do anything bad to her. When my child is born in the future, I will bring her back to see you. Suzy waved his hand, said goodbye, and left the Dragon Ball hyperspace world directly. Call out! At this moment, the figure of Suzy, the 7th universe of the Dragon Ball time-space world, the western capital of Earth, appeared on the lawn in the backyard of his home. Why does it feel like a long time has passed in the Dragon Ball space-time world? Suzy glanced around, obviously only been away for half a day at most, but he felt like he had been away for several years. System, how about the timeline of the GT time-space world? Suzy asked in his heart. 3 months have passed since you, the host, left the GT space-time world. The system replied. Oh! Suzy simply responded, and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If he remembers correctly, the GT time and space before he left was at the end of AIG 763, that is to say, in the past 3 months, it has already arrived in AIG 764. Is there any noteworthy event in the Dragon Ball in IG 764? Suzy rested his chin on his hand and began to think. After a while, Suzy's eyes suddenly brightened. It seems this year the young Trunks from the future world will appear, and kill the mechanical Frieza and King Cold in seconds. The artificial human space is about to start. Suzy's eyes flickered for a moment, but he was not interested in this section, because Lazuli is a unique character. Dragon Ball appeared in the time-space world, and Dragon Balk's time-space world naturally would not appear. Speaking of Frisia, I don't know if this guy has practiced for so long, and this guy shouldn't go beyond the plot, run out a golden Frisia in advance, then I'll be so cold. Suzy groaned inwardly. The online transmission of Gold Frisia has a combat power of 100 guy, but he thinks it is unrealistic. He is currently so strong that most of the bosses in the Dragon Ball plotline are no longer his opponents, but the final combat power index is only 260 trillion points of combat power. Converting 260 trillion points of combat power into mega units, it is only 260 trillion combat power. Above the trillion is the unit of Beijing, and 10,000 trillion is equal to the combat effectiveness of 1 Beijing. Therefore, if the Golden Frisia can have a combat power of 100, wouldn't it be really terrifying to the extreme? Besides, according to official data, Beerus of the Dragon Ball hyperspace world has reached his level, and his power can no longer be measured by Common's combat power. The resulting combat power value is 10. Based on the fact that Golden Frisia's fighting power is 100 Zi, then Beerus' fighting power will be even bigger, 10 Zi. It's useless to think so much. When I can really face this guy, Beerus, won't all the truth be solved head-on? Suzy thought about it and suddenly shook his head, not thinking too much about what was there or what wasn't. Everyone, there is no need to worry too much about combat power. All in all, regardless of whether Golden Frisia's combat power is 100 or not, I think that every fan author has to write his own favorite Dragon Ball. The understanding of anime comes. If there is any wrong opinion, let's speak with the data in this book. After all, we are fans, right? Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 50 The boys from the future, King Cold and Cooler are coming. Ask for a monthly ticket for flowers. Hey? You really are a rare visitor. Just when Suzy stopped thinking about it, a teasing voice sounded. Suzy came back to his senses and looked in the direction of the speaker, only to see Bulma in home clothes staring at him with a smile. I haven't seen you for a few months, and you want to be beaten again, right? Suzy laughed twice, then stepped out with one step, and immediately returned to the room with Bulma. 2 hours passed, watching Bulma and Lazuli, who had fallen asleep limply and tiredly from playing games. Suzy got up comfortably and stretched. If Bulma hadn't provoked him, Suzy really didn't want to show how good his game-playing skills are. As for Lazuli, there is no way, who told her to bump into it? Next, Suzy was practicing while accompanying his 2 wives, and his life was extremely comfortable. A month passed quietly. On this day, Suzy seemed to have sensed something, narrowed his eyes slightly, pointed his middle finger between his eyebrows, and appeared directly on an island in the northern part of the earth in the next second. He floated in the air and glanced down, only to see Son Goku and others confronting a boy with a sword on his back. After the 2 sides stared at each other for a while, a universe warship flew into the earth from outer space. No smell of Frisia. Suzy looked up at the universe battleship in the sky not far away, his gaze flickered involuntarily. In his perception, although there are 2 guys with good strength in that universe battleship, they are just good, and Frisia's aura does not exist. Presumably he has not fully recovered. At the same time, among the universe battleships in the sky, Cooler. Come to this planet called Earth this time, I hope you don't keep any strength. I heard from your brother Frisia that there is a gold warrior from Legendary on this planet. Super Saiyan. King Cold was in a high position, looking indifferently at the eldest son Cooler below and said, Father, don't worry. In order to avenge my younger brother, I will definitely not keep my strength. Gold Warrior in Legendary. Had. See how I torture him. The corner of Cooler's mouth curled into a cold smile. Frisia may be afraid of the existence of that Super Saiyan, but I'm sorry, with him Cooler, the sky and the earth, I am the only one. In fact, this is indeed the case. Cooler at the current stage can be called an invincible existence in the entire 7th universe. Even Frisia, not his opponent. You must know that Frisia in the original book only has 120 million combat power points while Cooler has 200 million combat power points in normal form, and even has 470 million combat power points after transformation. Moreover, if Suzy remembers correctly, Cooler also has a transformation in a metal form. In this transformation form, this guy has a combat power of 7 billion points. Therefore, it is not without reason that Cooler is so inflated. Good. Earth has arrived, it's time for us to go out and see what Gold Warrior Super Saiyan in Legendary looks like. King Cold got up from the high position, and then slowly flew out of the Universe battleship. At the same time that King Cold and Cooler left the Universe battleship, on Suzy's side, he had already come to Son Goku and the others. After a greeting, he set his eyes on Date and said, "Hello, a boy from the future. You." Suzy revealed his identity in one word, which made Date's face change. "Don't be surprised." Suzy smiled slightly, squinted at Vegeta who was on the side, and said lightly, "I know your identity is not strange, but there is no need to talk about this topic right now. Everyone, a guest has arrived on Earth." While speaking, Suzy looked up at the sky again, only to see King Cold and Cooler coming from the air, and finally stood on top of everyone. "Who are they?" Son Goku frowned when he saw King Cold and Cooler. "Why isn't Frisia here?" The insider also frowned. In his memory, it should be the mechanical Frisia and King Cold who came to Earth at this time, but it seems that there has been a shift. The mechanical Frisia did not arrive, but another powerful guy arrived. King Cold and Cooler. Suzy smiled and said, "It should be me who beat Frisia to pieces. These two guys came to Earth to trouble me." Hearing Suzy's words, Date's pupils constricted for a while, and after staring at Suzy for a few times, his heart churns with a huge wave. Why is the direction of this world completely different from the direction he is familiar with? Frisia, wasn't Goku uncle defeated? And who is this mysterious scion? Why, he has no impression of this scion at all. Scion has reproduced so many unexpectedly, it is really a resolute race. At this moment, King Cold and Cooler slowly fell from the sky, keeping a distance of hundreds of meters from Suzy and others. They stared at Suzy and his group for a while, and then laughed softly, "But it's okay, to destroy you today, the race of Scion will cease to exist completely." "Cooler, do you shoot or should I shoot?" "Father, I can just target the Gold Warrior Super Scion in that legendary. I think you can easily clean up these rotten fish and shrimp." Cooler smiled. He doesn't have too much respect for King Cold. This time he came here because he was only interested in the Gold Warrior Super Saiyan in Legendary. Otherwise, King Cold would definitely not let him go. "Call out." King Cold is on his way. His speed is very fast, the distance of 100 meters only takes one breath. Laugh. But he didn't expect that although his movements were fast, there was a boy who was faster than him, and that was the boy from the future. Te directly burst into breath, transformed into Super Saiyan 1, and then drew out the divine sword carried behind his back, and a step appeared in front of the rushing King Cold in an instant. 4-2. Until his death, King Cold would probably be in a state of bewilderment. He moved ahead of time, so he died prematurely. This scene caused a burst of exclamation in the field. "This boy is also a Scion." Kellen lost his voice. How could there be another mysterious Scion? Is he the Gold Warrior from Legendary, Super Saiyan? The death of King Cold didn't move Cooler in any way, he just stared at Date and gradually narrowed his eyes, and his face gradually showed an expression of excitement. He could feel Date's strength, but this was not the main point of his excitement. Rather, the strength of the Gold Warrior in this Legendary is not as strong as him. That is to say, he will be able to successfully kill this guy who makes their frozen demons call it a nightmare. This is what excites him. Please ask for the evaluation ticket of the flower monthly ticket. If there is no accident, it will be on the shelves at midnight in the evening. When the time comes, please ask for the first order. 5 chapters will be released at one time. Please rest assured that the number of chapters after the shelves will be very full, and the guarantee will be 2,500 words per chapter. Yes, make sure everyone enjoys watching. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. 51 Shocked. Whis want Suzi to be the 7th universe's novice gods of destruction. How come there is another scion on the earth? Vegeta regained his composure, stared at Te for a long time, and slowly frowned. You are Super Saiyan. Very good, kill you, I should be the great existence of the frozen demon family that has never been seen before or since. Cooler slowly walked towards Te, and at the same time, he quietly transformed into his most powerful state, that is, the metal form. In this form, his combat power is as high as 7 billion points. It seems that I have to take action. Suzi's eyes flickered for a moment. He had observed the fighting power of Son Goku and others at the moment, and it was no different from the original book. Obviously, the butterfly effect in the early stage had stopped, and without Suzi's continued intervention, it had gradually stepped up. On track. Cooler's combat power is 7 billion points while Son Goku's combat power is only 800 million at the moment, a difference of nearly 10 times in combat power. How could the latter be an opponent? This guy is so powerful. Te stared at Cooler who was slowly walking towards him, and his brows were suddenly frowned. Call out. At this moment, Cooler sped up his speed and arrived in front of Te in an instant. Boom! Cooler's fist was extremely fast, and the moment the fist was thrown out, it had already hit Te's face. Boom! Spike! With just one punch, Te in Super Saiyan 1 form was directly blown to the ground by Cooler in metal form, and instantly returned to his normal appearance. This guy, so scary. Son Goku was shocked when he saw that Te in Super Saiyan form was instantly killed. He can guarantee that there should be no big difference in strength between himself and Te, and if this guy can kill Te with one punch, then naturally he can also kill him in a flash. Therefore, Son Goku's brows were furrowed tightly at this moment, and an extremely serious look appeared on his face. Super Saiyan is not my opponent, let me ask who else can be my opponent. Cooler in metal form swelled extremely, glanced around the audience, and said calmly. Whether it is his tone or his expression, he is extremely conceited. Ah! Suzi shook his head and chuckled, this guy is really interesting. With only 7 billion points of combat power, do you think you are invincible in the world? Clatter! Suzi took a small step, he didn't have so much time to watch the guy Cooler pretend, after dealing with this guy who shouldn't appear in this time period, he still has to go to the world of Dragon Ball. If he remembers correctly, the guy Vegeta will appear later in Majin Buu's chapter. Given that opportunity, Suzi naturally would not give up wanting to test how powerful the most powerful combined warrior in the official history of Dragon Ball is. Ah! Seeing Suzi walking towards him overwhelmed, Cooler smiled coldly, and was just about to raise his hand to kill Suzi with an energy bombardment. Unexpectedly, Suzi's figure suddenly disappeared at this moment, and by the time Cooler came to his senses, a blood hole had already appeared in his abdomen. Died. The moment Cooler collapsed with an unbelievable look on his face, Son Goku and others' eyes widened. Brother Suzi, so powerful. Although, they knew that Suzi was far superior to them. But, who would have thought that Suzi would be stronger than an existence far superior to them? Spike! This is the real instant kill, a instant kill without any suspense at all. It's just that Cooler himself didn't realize it, and he was already dead. Gaku! Suzi called out softly. Brother Suzi, I'm here. Son Gaku stood up. He is Scion from the future world, the son of Vegeta. You can ask him about the specifics after he wakes up. After Suzi said this, he pointed his index finger between his eyebrows and disappeared in place. Dragon Ball Hyperspace World. 7th Universe, on Earth. At this moment, not only Suzi appeared in the western capital, but a man holding an angel staff also appeared at the same time. Oh! What a coincidence! High in the sky in Zidu, Suzi and Whis looked at each other, and they both spoke in unison. Little guy, you don't seem to have told me your name yet. Whis smiled and looked at Suzi and said. My name is Suzi. Suzi responded with a smile. It's like this, I have something to talk to you about when I come to Earth this time. Whis said. What's up? Suzi was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Could it be that Vados is too effeminate and wants Whis to trouble him? You know my existence, so you must know the existence of Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus. Whis said. I know, but, does this have anything to do with what you and I said? Suzi frowned. Then, do you know that under the Gods of Destruction, there is actually a novice Gods of Destruction? Whis stared at Suzi and continued. Hey! Novice Gods of Destruction. Suzi froze for a moment. What is this? To be honest, he had never heard of the identity of novice Gods of Destruction. But... Suzi suddenly had a flash of inspiration, thinking of Topo from Team Pride. This guy seems to be a preliminary Gods of Destruction, that is, novice Gods of Destruction. Thinking of this, the corners of Suzi's mouth twitched, and he looked at Whis with a strange face, and said in surprise, Mr. Whis, don't you want me to be the novice Gods of Destruction of the 7th Universe? As expected of the little guy I've taken a fancy to, he's so smart. Whis nodded and laughed. Suzi was speechless for a while. Whis really wanted him to become the novice Gods of Destruction of the 7th Universe, and after Beerus retired, he would directly control the 7th Universe. To be honest, if there is no such setting that Supreme Kai is born and Gods of Destruction lives, Supreme Kai dies, and Gods of Destruction dies, it would be no problem to be Gods of Destruction Suzi. But, once it becomes Gods of Destruction, it's like having a handle in someone else's hands. What if someone doesn't like him and can't assassinate him, but instead assassinates Supreme Kai from the 7th Universe? At that time, wouldn't he, Suzi, also die? No way. Thinking of this, Suzi hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands, and directly refused. How can I bear this burden? Mr. Whis should find someone else. Suzi, don't be in a hurry to veto it. Like this, you follow me to the Gods of Destruction world. I will let Master Beerus show you the horror of destructive energy. I think you should be tempted to become novice Gods of Destruction already. Whis smiled and invited. Beerus is awake. Suzi glanced at Whis in surprise. I just woke up not long ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to Earth to invite you. Whis wasn't surprised that Suzi knew that Beerus would sleep for a long time, and he said with a gentle smile on his face. As Whis spoke again, the scene suddenly fell silent. Ding! It's not necessary to demonstrate the energy of destruction. I really want to meet Gods of Destruction Beerus. After a while, Suzi's eyes flickered for a moment, then the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said to Whis very solemnly, Mr. Whis, it's best to let Beerus fight with me at the same strength. I think, fight after that, I will seriously consider whether to choose to join your big family and become the novice Gods of Destruction of the 7th Universe. Whis froze for a moment at Suzi's sudden change of subject. Facing the stunned Whis, Suzi showed a smile in his heart. Obviously, the slight ding just now was a notification from the system. This time, instead of selecting the system to start, it is the task system to start. That's right. The task released by the system this time is to let Sozi violently beat Beerus of the same combat power once. The task reward is very simple, only one item. And this item is exactly what Sozi desperately needs. The legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. This chapter will be on the shelves after the end, and it will be on the shelves on time at midnight. At that time, I sincerely ask for the first order. Everyone, please don't keep the book in the past few days. Keep it up. The author will work hard to break out, so there is no need to keep the book. The results of the book really need everyone's help. The author of the follow-up plot is confident that the writing will be better and better, and I believe that the various settings may make everyone feel bright. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. 52 The first meeting with Beerus, what is the destruction energy? 110 Seeking first order. I will propose your request to Master Beerus, of course. I think Master Beerus, who has always been belligerent, will recognize your strength and be willing to fight with your equal strength. Although he didn't understand why Sozi re-spoken so quickly, Whis thought for a while, smiled and nodded. When he said this, he must have been 100% sure that Beerus and Sozi would be able to fight with equal strength. Good. Sozi nodded in surprise. Although he really wanted to collide with Vegeto, he naturally had to pay more attention to this mission. A and D. Both are not necessarily impossible to do in parallel. As long as he completes the task earlier, then he can return to Earth earlier. Maybe the timing is just right, and it may not be possible for him to meet Vegeto. Soon, the two set off for the world of gods of destruction in the 7th universe. After traveling for about half an hour, Sozi and Whis arrived in the gods of destruction world of the 7th universe. Oh! Whis, you're finally back, I'm so hungry. As soon as the two returned to the gods of destruction world, Beerus' voice came from afar. Master Beerus, I have brought Sozi, whether you can make him novice gods of destruction is up to you. Whis raised his voice. Call out. A soft hum sounded, and then the sound of breaking through the air sounded in the next second, and Beerus appeared in front of Sozi in an instant. The four eyes met, and a spark seemed to flicker in the air. Sozi! Beerus put his hands behind his back, squinted his eyes at Sozi and shouted. Hello, gods of destruction Beerus! Sozi looked indifferent, and said hello in a neither humble nor overbearing way. Ah! Beerus took 2 steps back and smiled, like a sneer, a joke, and a little bit of playfulness. Sozi smiled lightly, but didn't speak. Master Beerus, you can show Sozi your destructive energy, so that he can understand what kind of terror king he will control after becoming the novice gods of destruction. Whis spoke. Good. Beerus squinted at Whis. If he hadn't given Whis face, he definitely would not have performed the terror of destroying energy for a human like Sozi. Ding! Hearing that Beerus agreed to come down, Whis smiled slightly, and lightly tapped the void with the angel staff, and then the master was wrapped in a ball of light. Soon, the light mist left the world of gods of destruction in the 7th universe, and arrived in the universe. Look, that's a star. The fog of light slowly flew in the universe, and when passing by a huge star, Beerus pointed his finger and said lightly, it's gone. Boom! As Beerus's voice fell, a ball of purple light exploded from his fingertips, and when the light touched the star exploded like bright fireworks. How about it? The destructive energy controlled by the gods of destruction is terrifying. Whis tilted his head, and put his eyes on Sozi's face on the side. The shock and fear he expected, but it was unbelievable that he didn't see a little bit of it on this little guy's face, which made him wonder. I was stunned, and said in surprise, Sozi! Didn't you see Master Beerus' performance just now? I see. Sozi nodded very calmly. Not shocked. Whis froze for a moment. Not shocked. Sozi shook his head, for his clearing ability. The destructive energy controlled by gods of destruction is nothing. If the removal ability is compared to an AK-47 with extremely powerful firepower, then the destructive energy controlled by gods of destruction is like a toy gun with plastic bullets. The two are not comparable at all. Isn't it shocking? Beerus also frowned, with a slightly uncomfortable expression on his face. What is this? Sozi smiled faintly, then turned his head to look at a star, stretched out his index finger and thumb, and snapped his fingers lightly. Boom! The crisp sound of snapping fingers resounded in the mist. Then, in the next second, as Beerus and Whis turned their heads to look, the star slowly turned into a black spot of light and disappeared into the universe. What? What ability is this? Beerus and Whis were stunned, their faces full of shock. Shocked. Sozi said lightly. At this time, the two men standing at the top of the seventh universe pyramid nodded at the same time. Now you know why I'm not shocked. Sozi continued to speak calmly. Whis and Beerus nodded like chickens pecking rice. How about a fight with my level? Sozi's eyes flashed, and he continued. This time only Beerus nodded. But when he nodded in response, he suddenly realized, with a little confusion on his face, and then squinted at Sozi, that look, as if to say, are you sure I have the qualifications to fight with you at the same level? Shelf. Don't worry, I won't use my clearing ability. Sozi smiled slightly. Although his clearing ability cannot be used against existences at the level of gods of destruction, but things like B can be installed as long as they can be installed. This is gods of destruction Beerus, the strongest gods of destruction surpassing many universe gods of destruction. Being afraid of this guy will definitely save you a lot of trouble in the follow-up. Okay. I promise you, I will fight with you at the same level. Hearing Sozi's words, Beerus didn't think much at all, and agreed directly. But Whis on the other side frowned tightly, because he heard the words clearing ability. Sozi, you said just now that the ability you used was a clearing ability. Whis asked tentatively. Yes. Sozi nodded. Hiss. Hearing Sozi's answer, Whis suddenly took a deep breath. Clear ability. That's cleaning power. Overriding the destructive energy of unknown levels, clearing ability. Gudong. The sound of swallowing heavily resounded in the mist, coming from Whis. Seeing Whis's strange expression and shocking expression, Beerus also regained his composure. Although he didn't know how terrifying the clearing ability was, he could see the leopard from Whis' appearance and Sozi's performance. The frightening thing about this ability. How do you control this ability? Whis took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. My innate ability. Sozi smiled slightly, and attributed all this, of Zhao's, to his innate ability. This. Whis was stunned, and really didn't know what to say for a while. As an angel, he naturally understands this ability, which is definitely not something common people can possess. At least, his father, the Grand Priest, couldn't ask for more than that. He heard that his father, Grand Priest, said that this ability cannot be controlled by the Xeno family. In other words, this mysterious little guy in front of him has the extremely noble Xeno blood in his body. As soon as this thought came out, Whis held his breath at this moment, and cold sweat broke out from his forehead and back at this moment. Horrible. Really terrible. Now, one thing can be clearly known. Why? Department. Sozi can have the ability to jump the universe. Sozi can survive in a vacuum universe. Sozi can control the removal ability. The reason is simple. This man definitely has the supreme Xeno blood in his body. 53 Beerus Sozi, battle of the same level. 210 seeking first order. In addition, Whis really can't imagine how a common human can control so many abilities. The thought stopped here, and he looked at Suzy with a little awe. Suzy was watching Wis's expression changes, but he didn't know that he had thought so much in such a short period of time, and even inexplicably made him into a noble existence with Zeno's blood. Mr. Wis! Mr. Wis! Suzy waved and shouted twice. I'm here, what's the matter? Wis hastily responded. Please send us back to the gods of destruction world. Suzy smiled. Good. Wis nodded, and then the three of them stayed in the light and slowly flew towards the gods of destruction world. After flying for about a few minutes, Suzy twitched the corner of his mouth and said, Please put my shoulders on your shoulders, I will use instant transmission to return to the world of gods of destruction. Teleport. Wis was about to say that the teleportation technique would not be able to enter the gods of destruction world, but suddenly thought of Suzy's powerful ability to jump the universe, and immediately held back the words. Suzy, don't you know that the gods of destruction world forms a space of its own, using the technique of instant transmission? Beerus was going to give Suzy some popular science, but at this moment, the latter directly gave him a hand, and then appeared in the gods of destruction world in the next second. Hey! Beerus, what did you say I didn't know? Only then did Suzy come back to his senses, gave him a strange look, and asked. No. Beerus twitched the corner of his mouth in embarrassment, then walked aside silently. Logically speaking, Beerus is not a god who likes to talk, and in the early days of the original book, he always faced everyone with a stern and gloomy appearance. But today, all his expressions were displayed very realistically in front of Suzy. From this point, it is not difficult to see that Beerus has actually regarded Suzy as the same level in his heart, otherwise it would be absolutely impossible to reveal his true temperament. Beerus, what are you doing on the sidelines? Come on, fight as soon as possible, and I can call it a day and go back to Earth. Suzy waved to Beerus on the side. Hey! You are a bit too much, I am a gods of destruction anyway, just let you come at your call, then. Beerus felt a little uncomfortable. Although he recognized Suzy, his dignity as gods of destruction made him a little emotional. Look, you're angry. Suzy shook his head, smiled and said, So, fight with me as soon as possible, in case I am not your opponent, wouldn't you just let you beat me violently? Don't use your clearing ability. Beerus said in a deep voice. He was extremely afraid of the clearing ability controlled by Suzy, and he even guessed that his destructive energy was definitely no match for that clearing ability. Don't worry. Suzy patted his chest, then stepped back 100 meters, clenched his fists. At this moment his casual attitude turned into a serious one in vain. Drink! Boom! Suzy roared and transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Seeing Suzy's transformation, Wis and Beerus frowned at the same time, with a little surprise on their faces. It's interesting, you can actually increase your combat power through transformation, you are the second person I've seen to do so. Beerus nodded in admiration. The second is Suzy, and the first is naturally Frisia. Drink! Suzy shouted again, his breath exploded again, and he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 directly. This time he didn't stay in Super Saiyan 2 too long, he exploded again and directly entered the transformation form of Super Saiyan 4. Today's Suzy's normal combat power is 67 billion points. With a 4,000-fold increase in combat power, his final combat power index will reach a terrifying 268 trillion points. Converted into trillions, that is 268 trillion points of combat power. What transformation is this? After seeing Suzy's Super Saiyan 4, Beerus and Wis were a little stunned. Yes. Just stunned. Because they are extremely sensitive to the aura of the gods, CGDB, and easily sensed the aura of the gods that Suzy carried in this transformation state. And Wis's eyesight is astonishing, and he can see that Suzy seems to have stepped into the realm of God. It's really weird. Wis frowned slightly, he was extremely curious about Suzi's bloodline. He guessed that he had Zeno's bloodline, but guessed it was Sion's bloodline. Both bloodlines. Thinking of this, Whis narrowed his eyes slightly, and thought to himself, could it be that the old master Zeno once married a woman from the Sion clan, and then Suzi was born? Call out! While Whis was still thinking deeply, Suzi left. He has never been a man who likes to be passive. Facing the mighty Beerus, he still chooses to take the initiative. In the transformed form of Super Saiyan 4, Suzi's speed was not a little bit faster than usual. He only took one step to cover a distance of 100 meters, and he arrived in front of Beerus in an instant. When he was still amazed by Suzi's blood transformation, he punched out directly. Beerus's reaction was still extremely fast. When Suzi's fist was about to fall, his body reacted autonomously, subconsciously dodging, and then punched out with a backhand. Boom! The two punches clashed, and each flew back a few hundred meters, looking at each other solemnly. Hey! Beerus just had an ultra instinct reaction. Suzi's eyes were fixed, his attack just now was too fast, his fist had already reached Beerus's face, and he was voluntarily pumped by this guy's body and punched him 10 times. In this case, in Suzi's opinion, there is a little physical reaction effect brought by ultra instinct. It is said that Beerus does not know how to use ultra instinct. Now it seems that this guy has definitely entered this realm, but I am afraid that he cannot enter this realm. It will like Son Goku, right? Suzi's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help guessing. In Suzi's opinion, something like ultra instinct is equivalent to the existence of a script that was born out of a game called League of Legends that he played in his previous life. Yes. With the automatic dodge skill, the body makes a backhand attack autonomously, without having to think too much about it, the body responds instantly. But it's useless. Suzi couldn't believe that Beerus was really that perverted, and charged towards him once again. Boom! 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 The two really started to fight, fighting from the ground to the sky, then from the sky to the protective layer outside the Gods of Destruction world, and finally fought back into the Gods of Destruction world. This kid's strength is really strong enough. With the same level of combat power, I really can't take him down in the first place, let alone beat him up in a crushing situation. This time, the battle, it seems that I need to use 100 times more energy. Otherwise, I'm afraid I really can't give this proud little guy a violent beating. After punching each other again, neither of them took the initiative to attack again. After Beerus took a deep look at Suzi, he sighed in amazement. 54 Beerus, who weakened the attribute effect and was beaten violently. 310 seeking first order. After a while, Beerus said with a faint smile on his face, Suzi, I'm really interested in you now. I hope you won't let me down. Beerus. Come on. I'm not afraid of you. Suzi hooked his fingers at Beerus, and then flew straight into the sky. Call out. Beerus followed closely behind, also flew into the sky. Bang bang bang. The battle in the sky continued to rage, and it seemed to be evenly matched. In fact, all three of them understood that it was still Beerus who had the upper hand. It's just that Suzi's strength is equally terrifying. Although he is slightly disadvantaged, he can occasionally hit Beerus' body with a punch. Boom! It was another punch to blow. Suzi flew upside down for 100 meters, while Beerus only flew upside down for 50 meters. From this it is not difficult to see that although the two are at the same level of combat power, but the gap is still somewhat obvious. Boy, do you want to continue? Your strength is indeed good, but if this is the case, then stop here. With his hands behind his back, Beerus, who had an extremely indifferent expression, suddenly hooked his fingers at Suzi, and didn't pay much attention to Suzi in his words. Perhaps Suzi's clearing ability is feared by him, but the real combat power is not worth mentioning in front of him. Drink! Boom! Hearing what Beerus said, So Zi couldn't help but sneer, and after a burst of shouting, he exploded his aura completely. He didn't intend to keep his hand anymore, and directly activated Kaioken 15 times without side effects. 15 times Kaioken exploded, and So Zi's combat power began to surge. 800 mega combat power. 1000 trillion combat power. 1500 trillion combat power. But in a short while, So Zi's combat power soared to 4020 trillion combat power. Call out. At the moment when the combat power was fully formed, So Zi let out a roar, teleported directly towards Beerus, raised his hand and punched out violently. You bastard! Secretly improve your strength. Facing the 15 times Kaioken used by So Zi, Beerus chuckled and shook his head. After making complaints, he also improved his own strength. Facing So Zi's extremely powerful fist attack, Beerus didn't change his face. With a faint smile on his face, he just stretched out a finger of his right hand, and lightly tapped on So Zi's fist. Boom! With a slight bend of his fingers, So Zi flew upside down. So Zi, not good. Beerus chuckled into the ears of So Zi, who flew upside down. In this regard, So Zi, who stabilized his body, frowned slightly, and Beerus' words obviously made him feel a little uncomfortable. Indeed, you Beerus are indeed mighty. But, is he bad at So Zi? Everyone is under the same combat power, why is he underestimated by this guy? Immediately, So Zi's face darkened. Call out. In a flash, So Zi used instant transmission to come behind Beerus. Too slow, too slow. Beerus chuckled twice. Without turning his head, he took a step slightly sideways, dodging a powerful energy cannon from So Zi's sneak attack. You can hide from my common energy cannon attack, but you can't hide from one of my abilities. So Zi sneered in the field, which made Beerus slightly stunned, and then his face changed. Could it be that So Zi is going to use the clearing ability? Time stop. Just when Beerus was a little flustered, So Zi's voice sounded in the field again. Ding! Only to hear the sound of time standing still. In the next second, only So Zi and Whis could blink in the entire Gods of Destruction world, and even Beerus remained motionless. Asterisk the 1.3 second time stop can only let me get close to this guy Beerus, and unleash a powerful attack by the way. So Zi's eyes flickered, and he set off at this moment. He arrived in front of Beerus in a few tenths of a second, and then raised his hand and punched out. He didn't choose to attack with a powerful energy cannon. In his opinion, he could only unleash an energy cannon attack with astonishing destructive power during the rest of the resting time, but if he attacked the guy Beerus physically, he could do it several times. Boom! Ding! The effect of weakening attributes is triggered. Boom! Boom! Ding! The effect of weakening attributes is triggered. After the suspension ended, Beerus had been punched at least 100 times by him. And under these hundreds of punches, So Zi's mind rang at least 10 times the system, prompting the trigger of the effect of weakening attributes. You guys are really weird. The time stop technique just now was able to make me, a sabotage Shendu, fall for it. Beerus was covered in bruises all over his body at the moment, and he looked a little embarrassed. He stared at So Zi, his eyes gradually narrowed. Since he was sure that this guy would not use the clearing ability on him, he would naturally let go of his hands completely, and then this guy is having a hard time. Beerus set off, and he was very fast. But after being weakened 10 times in a row, even though his combat power is exactly the same as So Zi's on the surface, in fact his combat power has dropped to an extreme point long ago. Ask for flowers. Therefore, no matter how fast his speed is, his resistance and attack power are definitely not So Zi's opponent. Boom! Just like Beerus faced So Zi before, the latter also used only one finger to directly block Beerus' fist. Not only that, but he carried his left hand behind his back, as if he didn't look down on Beerus' attack at all. Drink. The two confronted for a while. Sozi let out a soft drink, and increased the strength of his hands a little, only to see Beerus' face change, and a powerful impact hit him, directly blasting him hundreds of meters away. How is it possible? Beerus, who was flying upside down hundreds of meters away, had a look of shock on his face. That guy yin wrong, has he improved again? But he didn't feel that Sozi's strength had improved at all. This guy is really weird. With endless abilities, people really can't help but doubt his true identity. Whis on the side saw all this battle, and was shocked once again by Sozi's time stop technique. You must know that after reaching the level of gods of destruction, not to mention ordinary people, even ordinary gods cannot use their natural abilities to affect them. And what about Sozi? Time stop works. And it lasted for 1.3 seconds. If the two were really on the same water surface, then Beerus would die for no apparent reason. Call out. Sozi pursued the victory and began to crush Beerus, who had been weakened once. Boom! 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 Stop hitting! Oh, stop hitting! The violent beating lasted at least 5 minutes, and Beerus, who was enduring silently, couldn't bear it any longer. And a stronger aura erupted directly knocked Sozi into the air. Beerus, you are cheating! Sozi folded his hands on his chest, looked at the bruised and swollen Beerus with a smile on his face, and teased. Ah! Beerus smiled coldly, and flew directly towards his lair. He really doesn't want to face this pervert Sozi anymore. The more he fights, the more he feels powerless. Rather than lose face again, Beerus would rather make a fool of himself and admit defeat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. Reward the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline X1. Claim it now or delay it. When Beerus' figure completely disappeared, a system prompt sounded in Sozi's mind. 55 The 2-in-1 powerful bloodline, the all-round improvement against the sky. 410 Seeking first. 55 The 2-in-1 powerful bloodline, the all-round improvement against the sky. 4/10 Seeking the first order. Get it now. Sozi didn't even think about it, and directly chose to receive this mission reward now. Ding! The blood of the legendary Super Saiyan has been delivered to the host system package. Please pay attention to check. The system beeps. Sozi glanced at his system package casually, and the first grid contained the blood of the legendary Super Saiyan, but what left him speechless was that the color of this blood was directly presented in a green color. Next, it seems that I will start the fusion bloodline, which will take my ancestor Saiyan bloodline to the next level. Sozi's eyes flickered, and a look of excitement gradually appeared on his face. As we all know, the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline can double its normal combat power in a year. If this is the case, I am afraid that it will not be able to reach the level of a mega unit in normal combat power alone. It's really exciting. Sozi laughed and said 8/10. Sozi, novice gods of destruction you. At this moment, Whis came to Sozi's side and said softly. Mr. Whis, this time I fight against Beerus. I have some practice experience, so I have to consolidate it quickly. Let's wait a little bit about the novice gods of destruction. After saying this, Sozi directly took out the spiritual time room that was placed in the system package space with 20 times the flow rate of time, and then stepped into it under Whis' astonished gaze. Sozi, who stepped into the spiritual time room, directly underwent the bloodline divine grade evolution. To the outside world, it was only a few hours, but it was a good time in the spiritual time bank. At this time, Sozi, who was immersed in the bloodline evolution, suddenly opened his eyes, and saw a silvery white light flashing in his eyes. Host, Sozi. Bloodline, Ultimate Scion. Realm, Realm of God, 0.1%. Normal state, 335 billion points of combat power. Super Saiyan 1, 33.5 trillion combat power. 100 times combat power increase. Super Saiyan 2, 6.7 trillion combat power. 200 times combat power increase. Skills, 15 times Kaioken without side effects, upgraded version of instant transmission, clearing ability, gold level, time stop technique, 1.3 seconds, 20% chance of weakening attribute effects. Items, Battle Robot House, a Super Saiyan 5 experience card, 10,000 times Gravity Room, 20 times Time Flow Speed Spiritual Time Room. Checking his character attribute panel, Suzi's pupils constricted for a while. Today, his two powerful Saiyan bloodlines in one become a unique Ultimate Saiyan bloodline. Ultimate, Ultimate. Suzi murmured softly, and then focused his attention on his normal combat power. 335 billion points of combat power. Before, my normal combat power was 67 billion points, but now it has reached 335 billion points. That is to say, after I have achieved the bloodline of the Ultimate Saiyan, my normal combat power has increased by as much as 5 times. Suzi couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Etc. After Suzi marveled that his normal combat power had increased by 5 times compared to before, he suddenly saw another change in himself. That is, now after he has achieved the bloodline of Ultimate Saiyan, under the transformation form of Super Saiyan 1, his combat power will be increased by 100 times, and under the transformation form of Super Saiyan 2, his combat power will be increased by 200 times. This. Suzi was stunned and couldn't hold back a breath of air. In other words, his Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 2 have doubled their fixed power boosts. System, what about my Super Saiyan 3 transformation, and even Super Saiyan 4? Suzi held his breath and asked in his heart. Host, you are the bloodline of the Ultra Saiyan now, the multiplier of all your Super Saiyans' transformation combat power will be doubled. The system replied. Fuck. Hearing the system's answer, So couldn't help but swear. Super Saiyan 4 is a normal increase of 4,000 times of combat power, but now because of the evolution of the bloodline, the multiple of the increase has also evolved, that is the increase of 8,000 times of combat power. This. Suzi swallowed his saliva, that is to say, his current normal combat power is 335 billion points, and under the state of 8,000 times combat power increase, he will reach a terrifying 2,680 trillion combat power. This is just Super Saiyan 4, what if he transforms into Super Saiyan? How many times will that be? After immersing herself in her strength for a few minutes, Suzi walked out of the spiritual time room. When Suzi walked out, Wi's eyes were on him immediately. Somehow, he felt that Sui's seemed to have undergone a great change. But he couldn't describe this change in detail. In short, he was absolutely stronger than his previous self, not a little bit. The strength has greatly improved. Wis asked with a smile. Yes. Suzi nodded. At this moment he suddenly thought of a question. That is, he has a transformation experience card of Super Saiyan 5, if he uses it, can he have his own transformation understanding of the transformation form of Super Saiyan 5? As soon as this idea came out, Suzi frowned, and his face showed a little eagerness. To be reasonable, it's like Son Goku of Super Saiyan Red realized the realm of Super Saiyan Blue. Perhaps, after using the Super Saiyan 5 transformation experience card, Suzi can also comprehend the essence of Super Saiyan 5's transformation form, or in other words, comprehend a Super Saiyan 5 that belongs to his Ultimate Saiyan blood. Thinking of this, Suzi was completely tempted, and took out the 20-fold spiritual time room again, and then entered the Minister of the Spiritual Time Library again under Wi's astonished gaze. Entering the spiritual time room, Suzi directly took out the transformation experience card of Super Saiyan 5, and then chose to use it. Boom! In an instant, Suzi jumped directly from Super Saiyan 1 and transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and then I saw silver air currents spreading all over his body. His hair gradually grew longer, and then it was completely shaped after reaching the length of the shawl. This is just the first change. Originally, Red's hair slowly turned silver, and his body covered with silver hair gradually appeared. His pupils became blue, and his eye sockets were silver gray. It feels so powerful. This is Super Saiyan 5. After Super Saiyan 5 successfully transformed, So Ze clenched his fists, his face full of shock. At this moment, there are streaks of shocking lightning surrounding him, and if anyone sees it, they will definitely give a thumbs up and praise him as cool. What So Ze didn't know was that when he successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 5, in the gods of destruction world outside the spiritual time house, Beerus and Whis, who were originally sitting, stood up together, with confused expressions on their faces. After a while, it turned into a shocking look. Super Saiyan 5. In the spiritual time room, So Ze took a look at his current state. In the transformation form of 5.4 Super Saiyan 5, his combat power has reached an astonishing 1,340 billion combat power. And if this combat power is converted into trillions as a unit, that is 13,400 trillion combat power. So, the multiplier of Super Saiyan 5's combat power is 40,000 times. So Ze's eyes flickered for a moment, and finally he got the multiplier of Super Saiyan 5's combat power. Terror. It's really scary. So Ze didn't know, but he was really shocked. With a 40,000-fold increase in combat power, when his normal combat power gradually rises to a trillion units, then the normal combat power of 1 trillion will be 40,000 trillion, which is the combat power of 4 Beijing. At that time, I will cross a large level in minutes. So Ze held his breath, with excitement on his face. It can only be 4 chapters at a time, because each chapter has a lot of words. The author will update it tomorrow. 56 Super Saiyan 5 plus Divine Realm So Ze's exclusive Super Saiyan 5. 510. Call. After a burst of excitement, So Ze's mentality gradually recovered. After taking a deep breath, he took out the sparring robot house from the system package space. The robots in this sparring robot house have the bloodlines of various fighting races in the Dragon Ball world, Saiyan bloodlines, Angel bloodlines, Namek bloodlines, and the bloodlines of the frozen demons. Moreover, the robot can simulate Saiyan's transformation, and the combat power of So Ze is the same as the combat power of this sparring robot, and because it is a robot, it is definitely at the level of crushing So Ze in terms of combat experience. Therefore, in fact, basically So Ze entered the sparring robot house because he was brutally abused by the sparring robot. But this time So Ze felt that he should have the strength to fight. However, when he saw the sparring robot appearing in front of him in the transformed form of Super Saiyan 5, So Ze's breathing was a little messy at this moment. Call out. When So Ze was still a little confused, Super Saiyan 5, transformed from a sparring robot, set off directly in front of him. Boom! Raising his hand, an extremely powerful punch hit So Ze's abdomen directly. Puff! This punch He-26 was powerful enough to directly blast So Ze out, spitting out a big mouthful of blood in mid-air. Just the power of the punch made So Ze's complexion turn pale at this moment. Damn it! Sneak attack! So Ze cursed secretly. Fortunately, he is in the transformation form of Super Saiyan 5 at the moment. If it was normal just now, or even just Super Saiyan 4, he might lose his fighting power directly under those 10 punches. Pooh! So Ze spat out a mouthful of blood foam, and today he said that he would definitely turn over when facing the sparring robot, otherwise he would really feel sorry for his powerful Super Saiyan 5 transformation form. Boom! So Ze exploded, and an incomparably powerful silver airflow erupted, enveloping him in it. Call out! Taking one step forward, So Ze instantly appeared in front of the training partner robot. Bang bang bang! The sparring robot reacted in seconds and was not hit by Suzy, and then a close fight started. At the same time, in the world of gods of destruction in the 7th universe, Beerus and Whis got together, and the two of them stared at the spiritual time room with 20 times the flow rate of time placed on the ground for a long time. Finally Whis said, "Did Beerus notice anything because of people?" Beerus nodded his head. To be honest, the aura just now was really not that strong for him, but there was a certain kind of strange divine aura in it that made him feel very interesting. That kid seems to have stepped into the realm of gods initially, and his strength is not strong at present, but his subsequent growth may be amazing. Whis said in a deep voice, "And I suspect he has Xeno blood in his body." "What? Xeno blood?" When Beerus heard Whis's words, his face was shocked, and then he couldn't believe it, and said, "No way. Suzy's bloodline should be Scion's bloodline. He knows the Scion race because he went to planet Vegeta many years ago, and to be honest, he hates this proud and arrogant race. The destruction of planet Vegeta, in fact, in a sense, the real black hand behind the scenes should be Beerus. The clearing ability used by Suzy is a kind of ability of Master Xeno's system." Whis said in a deep voice, "People with this kind of ability have preliminarily controlled the laws in the universe. This ability can only be controlled by Master Quanzu and the disappearing Master Jinzu." This. Beerus was so frightened that his eyeballs almost fell out of his sockets. If it is true as Whis said, then Suzy is equivalent to the second Xeno, and Grand Priest in the entire universe must be afraid of him. Point. Anyway, be kind to Suzy. Whis reminded. "I see." Beerus nodded gravely. Clatter. At this moment, Suzy, who was covered in wounds, slowly walked out of the spiritual time room with 20 times the flow rate of time. "Suzy, what's wrong with you?" Whis looked at Suzy, who was covered in injuries, in surprise, and couldn't help asking in surprise. In this world of gods of destruction, could there be a hidden fourth person? "I just went through a big practice." Suzy grinned, and then took out a super fairy bean from the system package space, only to see that his injury healed in an instant, but Whis, who was about to treat him, held back his movements. "The breath just now was released by you?" Beerus asked tentatively. Although there were only 3 of them in the entire Gods of Destruction world, he couldn't help but want to ask. "Yes. That's a new form of mine, but I can't fully control it. It's a pity for Suzy, but fortunately, after the Super Saiyan 5 transformation experience card is over, he has a lot of insights about Super Saiyan 5 in his mind. Moreover, he has a feeling that his own Super Saiyan 5 will not need to be transformed in a state of extreme anger like the original work. He named the Super Saiyan 5 transformation form that he came to understand as his exclusive transformation. At present, Suzy's greatest insight into his exclusive Super Saiyan 5 transformation is common Super Saiyan 5 plus God's domain. As long as the two can be integrated, then it must be the time for him to step into the exclusive Super Saiyan 5 he feels. And I'm afraid that when I transform into my own Super Saiyan 5, the combat power multiplier of this form may not be the 40,000 times combat power increase of the Super Saiyan 5 transformation experience card. Suzy narrowed his eyes slowly, entering Super Saiyan 5 in the realm of gods. If it only had a 40,000-fold increase in combat power, it would be really scumbag. But the most important premise is, I have to be able to successfully enter the transformation form of Super Saiyan 5. Suzy took a deep breath, and gradually calmed down. For him, everything should be done step by step, and sometimes it is counterproductive to act too hastily. I should leave. Suzy pointed his index finger between his eyebrows, and said to Beerus and Whis, "If you have time, come to Earth to play, I believe you will like the food there. Call out." After the words fell, Suzy's figure disappeared into the Gods of Destruction world. When Suzy left the Gods of Destruction world, Wiss's angel staff suddenly shook 207, and then a horizontal ripple swayed, and the figure of the sixth universe angel Vados slowly emerged. Master Beerus. Seeing Beerus, Vados couldn't help smiling and saying hello. Hello Vados. After Beerus said hello casually, he flew towards his old nest. As for Suzi's invitation, although he wrote it down, but now that he was sleepy, he still planned to sleep for a while before talking. Whis, have you seen that little guy? Vados watched Beerus go away, and then set his sights on Whis. Well, met, and proposed whether he would be the novice gods of destruction of my seventh universe. Whis nodded. Hey! Did he accept or refuse? Vados froze for a moment, then hurriedly asked. I didn't refuse, and I didn't agree. Whis sighed and said, but the chances of him becoming novice gods of destruction are really slim. That's good, that's good. Vados breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Suzi didn't agree to become the novice gods of destruction of the seventh universe, then she would have a great chance in the sixth universe. Sister Vados, I think you should give up on making Suzi the novice gods of destruction of the sixth universe. Seeing Vados' expression, Whis couldn't guess what this sister was thinking at the moment. Hey! Why? Vados froze for a moment, then frowned slightly. The fifth update is here. Ask for an automatic subscription, ask for a subscription, everyone, please don't keep books, please everyone. 57 Goku Bu is born, and the mysterious Gohan appears. The sixth update seeks the First Order. Why? Vados is very strange, as far as he understands, Whis is not a person who gives up so easily. The novice gods of destruction can learn to destroy energy, right? Whis smiled bitterly, but Suzi has already mastered an ability that is more advanced than destructive energy. What? Vados was stunned when he heard Whis' words, and then he was surprised. Ability that is more advanced than destructive energy, what is that? Clear ability. Whis said in a deep voice. Clear ability. Hiss. Hearing Whis' answer, Vados was shocked and couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. Whis understands the horror of the purge, how Vados can't. So, who the hell is that little guy called Suzi? Vados took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in his heart at the moment, and asked in a deep voice. Don't know. But I think he must be related to the disappearing Big Zeno. Whis guessed, perhaps, he is also the heir of the disappeared Great Zeno left behind in the world. If this is the case, then we can only treat this little guy Suzi with a gentle attitude. Vados stared intently. In the entire universe before, there were only 2 people with the ability to clear, and now the third person appears. What does this indicate? Have no idea. Don't know. Unimaginable. On Suzi's side, after returning to the earth, he sensed a little, and came directly above the sky of an island in the northern part of the earth. Looking down, I saw Son Goku, who transformed into Super Saiyan 3 on the ground, was fighting against Kid Buu. Sensing the combat power of the two, Son Goku has 4,000 billion combat power, while Kid Buu has 4,200 billion combat power. Although the difference in combat power between the two was obvious, Son Goku did not lose at all when confronted, and the more he fought, the more courageous he became. Call out! After the two punched each other and separated, Suzi saw Son Goku in the state of Super Saiyan 3 on the ground, soaring into the sky at a very fast speed. Boom! A punch with lightning hit Kid Buu's face in the sky, denting his face just like Vegeta did before. However, unlike Vegeta, who just dented Kid Buu's face, Son Goku sent him flying upside down. Drink! Son Goku understands how much he consumes in this state of Super Saiyan 3. Although he has eaten super beans in advance, it is naturally best to be able to win the battle quickly. Immediately, he gave a loud shout, and directly burst out his most powerful power, making a calyx-shaped hand, ready to release a super Kamehameha wave to kill Kid Buu in seconds. But how could Kid Buu stand still and be beaten? he flew upside down and quickly stabilized his body in midair, then sneered and moved at a high speed and came to Son Goku in an instant. "You guys are really damned," Kid Buu whispered, his thin body twisted a bit, then he raised his legs and kicked Son Goku flying, who was about to store his energy. Bang bang bang! Kid Buu took advantage of the victory to pursue, and punched out a combination of punches from close quarters. The attack was extremely fierce. When he punched Son Goku again, the latter screamed in pain, and Kid Buu screamed excitedly. Raising his hand, he charged again and punched out violently. Boom! This time, Son Goku missed the hit. He clenched his teeth and grabbed Kid Buu's fist, twisted it. And after twisting his hand out of shape, raised his leg and hit him in the stomach. Audiobook! Son Goku roared angrily, his momentum getting higher and higher, completely suppressing and beating Kid Buu, who surpassed his own combat power by 1 trillion points. Both of them collided with physical skills, and there were no fancy Qigong cannons or air bomb attacks at all. But, don't underestimate physical attacks. If conditions permit, each blow from the two of them might be enough to explode a planet. Can Goku win? At this time, Kellen and Piccolo should have seen Suzy, flew over slowly, and asked in a low voice, but they all looked at Son Goku and Super Saiyan 3 in the sky in the distance, with a little worry on their faces. It's hard to say, but I believe that Kid Goku can often perform miracles. Suzy smiled slightly and said, "By the way, did East King Kai Xin tell Goku about the Potara earrings?" Potara earrings? Kellen and Piccolo were stunned at the same time, then shook their heads and said in unison, "I don't know, at least I haven't heard of this Potara earring." "Oh okay." Suzy frowned slightly, and looked towards the field. He noticed that Vegeta was already lying on the ground, and he should have been killed in a flash in advance. Boom! Rumble! At this time, in the sky, Son Goku sent Kid Buu flying with a punch, and the latter fell to the ground. A bottomless pit was born on the ground. Finished! Seeing this scene, Kellen hurriedly flew into the mid-air of the big pit, looked towards the big pit below, and said excitedly, "Boom!" Just as Kellen finished speaking, he saw an extremely violent aura coming out of the big pit. "Call out!" A figure soared into the sky and arrived in front of Son Goku in an instant. Boom! Son Goku was not surprised at all, raised his hand and punched Kid Buu. Another punch hit Kid Buu's head, directly turning his head in a circle. Seeing this, Son Goku's eyes flickered for a moment, stepped back a little, and then fired a powerful energy cannon from his palm. Boom! This powerful energy cannon bombarded Kid Buu's body, and instantly saw a big hole appear in Kid Buu's stomach, and a look of fear appeared on his face. First, this Majin Buu showed a frightened expression. He's a little scared. Hoo. But. Kid Buu had more anger on his face. I saw that the hole on the top of his head began to emit steam, and his fighting power gradually increased. 4.5 trillion points of combat power. 4.6 trillion points of combat power. 4.7 trillion combat power points. In just a few breaths, Kid Buu's combat power rose from 4.2 trillion to 4.8 trillion, surpassing Son Goku's 80,011 combat power in Super Saiyan 3 transformation form. The combat power was completely finalized, and at this moment, Kid Buu showed a bleak smile on his face, his squinted eyes slowly opened a little, and a small shadow appeared around the edge of the eyes. Son Goku, congratulations on successfully angering me, so I will turn you into a cookie and eat you. At this moment, Kid Buu's gloomy expression looked very scary, but the words he said were as if a child was angry. To be honest, this gesture made people want to laugh very much. But, except for Suzy, no one dared to laugh. They all looked at Kid Buu solemnly at this moment. They all understood that this terrifying guy has become stronger. Woo. Steam gas spewed out from Kid Buu's head again. and then saw the pink-red thing on his head that resembled an antenna emitting a ray of light towards Son Goku. Goku, be careful. This is Kid Buu's magic. As long as you are electrocuted, you will turn into a biscuit, and after being eaten by him, his strength will increase. Seeing that Kid Buu used this magic, Suzy immediately reminded him. What? Son Goku's expression changed, and he hurriedly avoided. But Kid Buu rushed over at this moment, and the antenna-like tentacles on his head directly swallowed Son Goku. Okay. A bright light flickered for a while, and then everyone looked at it, with shocked expressions on their faces. In the sky, Son Goku's figure has disappeared, and what remains is Majin Buu, who has become tall and thin, and this guy is still wearing Son Goku's clothes. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Kellen and Piccolo exclaimed at the same time. Goku was eaten by Majin Buu, this guy should be called Goku Buu now. Suzy fixed his gaze, checking Goku Buu's combat power at the moment. 9.6 trillion points of combat power. Suzy uncle. At this moment, Son Gohan, East King Kai Xin and Jebet appeared in the sky at the same time. Son Gohan glanced at Suzy, and then greeted Suzy. Suzy smiled at Son Gohan, and found that the state of Son Gohan at this moment is exactly in his mysterious Gohan state. It seems that the arrival of this kid is just the right time. But to Suzy's surprise, Gohan's combat power in the mysterious Gohan state is as high as 9 trillion points. The 6th update is delivered. Please subscribe automatically for the big chapter. 58. The strongest Gohan Buu in history, Suzy appears. 7th update seeks first order. To be honest, from this point of view, compared to the mysterious Gohan's 9 trillion combat power, Goku Buu's 9.6 trillion combat power is really low. However, after complaining a little bit in his heart, Suzy felt a little inexplicable excitement. In the previous life, when he saw Gohan Buu appear, Suzy had a big brain hole. How powerful would it be if Majin Buu ate Goku and became Goku Buu? In this life, he has indeed seen it, but it is not the absolute invincibility he imagined. However, witnessing the birth of Goku Buu with his own eyes is fulfilling a wish of his previous life. Suzy uncle, leave Majin Buu to me. Mysterious Gohan said lightly. Okay. Suzy didn't intend to make a move, he wanted to see Goku Buu's strength. Eat it. Eat it up. I'm going to eat you all up. Oh. While Suzy was talking to the mysterious Gohan, Goku Buu jumped up in the sky with a look of excitement on his face. The moment his voice fell, he appeared in front of the mysterious Gohan in an instant. Boom! He punched out violently. Boom! The mysterious Gohan looked indifferent, and also punched out, directly knocking Goku Buu into the air. Then, he flew up and started a hand-to-hand combat with this Goku Buu. Gohan is really much stronger. Seeing this scene, East King Kai423xin and Jobiter below couldn't help but look at each other, with gratified smiles on their faces. They are not fools, so they can see that the strength of Majin Buu who ate Son Goku has reached an unfathomable level. But now, there is not much difference in strength between the two, and there is also a back and forth between the opponents. There is no such thing as who has the upper hand or the lower hand. This alone is enough to shock these two guys who have never seen a big scene. Boom! In the sky, the mysterious Gohan began to gradually increase his power. Because, the more he fights, the more strenuous the mysterious Gohan feels. Majin Buu's constitution is too abnormal, and his resilience is even more amazing. He understands that if he fights a protracted war, what awaits him is bound to be defeat. So, he started blasting at his strongest, not ready to take on Majin Buu in a tentative fight anymore. Boom! At close range, the mysterious Gohan raised his hand and punched out again. Goku Buu also punched out. This time, it was the mysterious Gohan who flew upside down. Goku Buu took advantage of the victory and pursued, rushed up again, and directly began to crush the mysterious Gohan. Super Kamehameha Wave. After a violent beating, an extremely bright and dazzling blue beam was released by Goku Buu and directly blasted on the mysterious Gohan. Ah! The mysterious Gohan let out a scream. Gohan! Seeing this scene, East King Keixen and the others couldn't help but change their expressions and exclaimed. Eat it! Eat it up! I want to eat you all one by one! Oh ho 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 ho! Goku Buu howled excitedly as he watched the huge mushroom cloud rising from the explosion zone. Call out! The next moment, he set off and directly entered the mushroom cloud in the explosion zone. Base! A bright light flickered for a while, and when it reappeared, everyone looked at it, and their eyes suddenly focused. Goku Buu is gone, replaced by Gohan Buu. He absorbed Gohan. East King Keixen said in shock. Interesting. It seems that the strongest one is Gohan Buu. Seeing the birth of Gohan Buu, Suzy couldn't help chuckling and shook his head. It's over. Even Gohan was absorbed by Majin Buu, so wouldn't this universe be buried in this guy's hands? Jebbit turned pale and murmured. Ha! Just when everyone was panicking, Suzy yawned, and then slowly flew towards the distant sky. His target was Gohan Buu. At this moment, Gohan Buu's combat power is as high as 40 trillion points, which is 40 trillion combat power. This combat power value has probably reached a peak, and in the future, I am afraid that the existence of suppressing this guy will appear in the plot of Dragon Ball Super. In addition, there is another one, that is the strongest combined warrior. Vegito. However, he guessed that Vegito would not be able to appear. After all, Goku had already been absorbed by Majin Buu. How could there be a second Goku and Vegeta who combined with Potara earrings and transformed into the strongest combined warrior in history? What about Vegito? You guys are finally ready to shoot. When Suzy and Gohan Buu met, the latter spoke. Facing others, Gohan Buu had a natural condescending feeling. However, when facing Suzy, he has an inexplicable feeling of embarrassment. At least, at this moment when Gohan Buu was talking to Suzy, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he was obviously afraid of this guy. Don't panic, don't panic. Suzy grinned, and then directly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. At this moment, his combat power is 67 trillion points, which is 67 trillion combat power. I admit that you are strong, but I am not weak either. Come on, let me defeat you, and then eat you. Gohan Buu took a deep breath and stared at Suzy in Super Saiyan 2 with a serious look. Call out. The moment Gohan Buu's voice fell, Suzy's figure flickered and appeared in front of him instantly. Bang bang bang. In just 1 second, Suzy threw out at least 100 punches. Throwing 100 punches in a row, Suzy was surprised to find that Gohan Buu was only in some pain, but actually didn't suffer much damage, which made him look a little surprised. My recovery ability far exceeds your damage ability. Gohan Buu was very proud. Oh, is it? Suzy laughed and transformed again, this time not Super Saiyan, but Super Saiyan 4. He doesn't believe that under the power of his Super Saiyan 4, Gohan Buu's recovery ability can still be as terrifying as before. Boom! A punch blasted out, and this punch directly hit the proud Gohan Buu to autism. Gohan Buu's form was broken up, and Son Goku and Son Gohan absorbed by Majin Buu were thrown out together, leaving only a thin Majin Buu staring at Suzy with a bewildered expression. Escape! Majin Buu suddenly regained his composure, his face changed, and he chose to turn around and run away. There is no escape. As soon as Suzy pointed out, the unilateral elimination ability was activated, and the evil Majin Buu was directly eliminated by him, leaving only the kind Majin Buu. Won't you kill me? The chubby and cute Majin Buu looked around, and finally set his eyes on Suzy, with a cute and authentic face. Why should I kill you? So Zi shook his head and smiled. He didn't have much dislike for the kind Majin Bu, but a lot of people thought this guy was chubby and cute. Mr. So Zi, this Majin Bu. East King Keixen came to So Zi's side and whispered something. What's left of Majin Bu now is pure kindness, don't worry, he won't do bad things again. So Zi explained. Call. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but they still looked at Majin Bu in horror. At this point, the length of Majin Bu is completely over. Next, So Zi asked about some things and then stayed on the earth in Dragon Ball for 3 months, because he was always thinking about the strongest combined warrior Vegeto in history, but unfortunately, because there is no absolute strength for the sake of the enemy, Vegeta is not willing to have an earring fit with Son Goku at all. Although So Zi felt that it was a pity, it was just like that when he thought about it carefully. After all, he must have the opportunity to face that guy Vegeto later. On this day, So Zi was about to return to his main time and space GT world, but, when he was about to return, Whis' voice transmission sounded in his mind. So Zi. Master Beerus had a very strange dream. The 7th update will be delivered, and it will be automatically subscribed. 59 Shocked. Is the Super Saiyan God in Beerus' dream So Zi? The 8th update asks for the So Zi couldn't help being stunned when he heard Whis' voice transmission, and then he was surprised. What kind of weird dream did Beerus have? All in all, you just need to visit the Gods of Destruction world. Oh yes, you keep talking about the delicious food on Earth, how about you remember to bring some delicious food along the way? What Whis seems to want more is for So Zi to bring some delicacies from the Earth to the Gods of Destruction world. In this regard, So Zi also understood the meaning, shook his head and smiled, and after agreeing, he prepared a dozen boxes of cup noodles with different flavors for Whis and the others. You know, in the original book, both Beerus and Whis are full of praise for the cup noodles on Earth. As for the ice cream, So Zi thinks that there is a chance to treat these two guys to eat after they come to Earth. Afterwards, So Zi, who had packed more than a dozen boxes of cup noodles with different flavors, rushed directly to Gods of Destruction. But it was just a matter of an instant, and So Zi soon appeared in the Gods of Destruction world. Sensing So Zi's arrival, Whis and Beerus walked up directly. How do you feel that Beerus's dream is not simple? Seeing the dignified expressions on the faces of Beerus and Whis who came over, So Zi couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. A flash of inspiration flashed in So Zi's mind, and a little surprised look appeared on his face. Beerus had a dream. Isn't that the prophetic dream of Super Saiyan God? So Zi, I told you right, Beerus had a very strange dream. Whis looked at the thoughtful So Zi solemnly, and said. Yeah, so, what the hell was that dream? Although he had already guessed in his heart, So Zi still asked a question pretending not to know. Master Beerus said. Just as Whis was about to speak, Beerus had already arrived, with the same solemn expression on his face. He glanced at So Zi, and said in a deep voice, Super Saiyan God. In the dream, this guy defeated me and seemed to give me killed. Really? Hearing Beerus' words, So Zi's eyes flickered for a moment. To be honest, he really didn't expect Beerus to have the precognitive dream of Super Saiyan God in advance. If he remembers correctly, this dream was only dreamed by Beerus when Dragon Ball started to wake up. So Zi, you are from the Saiyan clan, you should know about Super Saiyan God, right? Beerus stared at So Zi and asked. Okay, I know. So Zi didn't hide anything, and nodded directly. Hearing his words, the solemn expression on Beerus' face deepened a little, but he was a little curious. He knew most of the gods in the world, but this was the first time he had heard of Super Saiyan God. Although in his dream, he was suspected to have been killed by that Super Saiyan God guy, but he thought about it carefully after meeting his opponent, and he was quite excited. Let me think about it, If I remember correctly, the Super Scion God on the surface is that 5 scions with a heart of justice transmit energy together, so that one with a heart of justice scion enters the realm of God. Suzi pretended to think about it for a while, then snapped his fingers, and explained to the two of them, Super Scion God is not just a transformation form of the realm of the gods, whether it is his combat power or realm. It is a true step into the realm of the gods. At the level of the gods. In this way, maybe this Super Scion God is quite strong. So, Suzi, do you know how strong he is? Beerus' eyes lit up, and he continued to ask. This is a kind of sacrifice to the gods, so this Super Scion God only has 60% of your strength, Beerus. Suzi replied in seconds. 60%? That's too weak. Suzi's answer made Beerus frown. In his dream, he was full of firepower. Under his fierce attack, that guy was able to match him, and finally he was able to reach the goal of killing. To the point of killing him, it can be seen how powerful that Super Scion God is. Therefore, Beerus had some doubts about Suzi's words. Then where can I find this Super Scion God? And the sacrificial method you mentioned just now, can you transform successfully? Beerus thought for a while, looked at Suzi, and continued to ask. Master Beerus, have you forgotten? Suzi has already stepped into the realm of gods. So, from a certain point of view, he is also a Super Scion God. At this time, Whis opened his mouth to remind him. Yes. Beerus suddenly remembered that Suzi had successfully stepped into the realm of gods, and there was no need to use the power of sacrifices. When his realm of gods went further, then maybe he was the real Super Scion God. Hearing what the two said, Suzi's eyes flickered involuntarily, as if he had thought of something, but he couldn't grasp that point, so his brows slowly frowned. Etc. Suzi suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and his face showed a little stunned look, perhaps. He can use this method of transforming into Super Scion God to try to transform himself into Super Scion God Red. No, no. My idea is that Super Scion 5 plus God's domain is my only Super Scion 5 transformation. Just Super Scion Red, I'm afraid it can't reach the point where I can make a qualitative change. In his heart, Suzi vetoed the idea that he had raised up just now. By the way, Beerus, do you know what the Super Scion God in your dream looks like? Suzi asked a question. What's it like? Beerus frowned and thought about it for a while, finally shook his head, and sighed. He didn't show his specific appearance, but he is surrounded by silver and white air, As he talked, Beerus frowned a little more, and then tried to think about it, and finally a light flashed in his eyes, and he exclaimed, by the way, this guy's pair of pupils are dark blue, it looks like it's like a will-o'-the-wisp. The pupil is you blue. Suzi's mouth twitched when he heard Beerus' words. If he remembers his Super Scion 5 transformation form correctly, it seems, his pupils are you blues. Impossible. Suzi is not sure, after all, he didn't know who the Super Scion God in Beerus' dream was before he crossed, so he will inevitably be a little confused when he comes here. Hey! Speaking of which, I always feel that guy's chi is somewhat similar to your chi. Of course, I'm not talking about real chi, but a certain kind of aura. When Suzi was thinking about it, Beerus suddenly thought of something, stared at Suzi with a strange look and said. Swish swish swish. Hearing this, Whis on the side suddenly set his eyes on Suzi, as if wanting to see his reaction. Suzi did react, but he just frowned, bursting out with his powerful energy at this moment, and then directly transformed into Super Scion 4. He looked at Beerus and said, this is after I transformed into Super Scion 4. I transformed into Super Scion 5 3 months ago in the Gods of Destruction world, although the shape is different, but the body shape is exactly the same. So, think back to the dream, that Super Scion God compares with me in size, can you tell anything? size. Beerus looked at Suzy for a while, finally shook his head, and said, I can't see anything about the body shape, but, after such a long time, I sensed your anger again. I'm almost sure, I'm afraid you are the Super Saiyan God I saw. Chapter 8 is here, please ask for automatic subscription. Each chapter is a big chapter, and it makes sense. Chapter 8 is actually equivalent to 10 chapters and 11 chapters of common. Thousands. 60 Return to the time and space of Dragon Balked, the Cell game begins. Seeking subscription. Hearing Beerus's affirmative words, Suzy was speechless for a while. To be honest, he really didn't expect that the Super Saiyan God that Beerus dreamed about was actually him. The strangest thing is, since it is him in this life, who is the Super Saiyan God that Beerus dreamed of in the original book? Could it be, is it true that MOC is the ancestor of Saiyan as the rumors say? Don't worry, even if this Super Saiyan God is me, I won't kill you. At most, I will let you be beaten when you are in a bad mood. Suzy waved his hand, not caring whether he was the Super Saiyan God that Beerus dreamed about. As for Beerus dreaming that the Super Saiyan God suspected of killing him, it is obviously impossible to establish. Suzy is not an evil person. Facing a character like Beerus who has feelings in the original book, it is absolutely impossible for him to attack him for no reason. Okay, let's skip this topic first. Whis glanced at the two Chi-san, then changed the topic with a smile. Suzy, where is the food from the earth that you promised to bring? Here. Suzy threw out more than a dozen boxes of cup noodles with different flavors from the system package space, and then said, these things need to be soaked in boiling water before they can be used. I didn't expect this. When I return to Earth. Need not. Whis smiled and sucked a box of cup noodles in front of him, then pulled out a bucket of cup noodles, looked at the method of eating, and put all the seasonings away. Boom! He snapped his fingers lightly, and saw that the cup of noodles was instantly filled with boiling water. Oh! Seeing Whis show, Suzy couldn't help but twitched his brows, and even showed a little bit of fun on his face. This angel's abilities are really colorful and diverse, and he has mastered all these small skills in life. Soon, the cup noodles soaked for about 3 minutes, Whis slowly lifted the lid. The moment the lid was lifted, Beerus, who didn't care much, stared at him suddenly, rushed to Whis, sniffed twice, and snatched the cup noodles from Whis' hand. Whoosh! Beerus didn't use chopsticks, and directly chose to eat 2 mouthfuls with his hands, with a satisfied look on his face. Although the way to eat this cup noodle is a bit strange, but it is really delicious. Master Beerus, cup noodles are not eaten with your fingers, there are 2 things called chopsticks here. Whis, who was robbed of the cup noodles, was not angry, and looked at Beerus who was chomping on the instant noodles, and reminded him with a smile. Ah! Beerus was stunned for a moment, then his eyes were on the chopsticks in Whis' hands, and then he stared at the cup noodles that were almost finished, then he gritted his teeth and continued to eat with his hands. Ha ha ha! Seeing Beerus continue to eat with his hands, Suzy and Whis looked at each other and laughed loudly. Dragon Balked Time and Space, IG 767, May 26. On this day, Suzy returned to Earth from the world of Dragon Ball. The Cell game should be today. Suzy counted the days, his eyes flickered for a moment, then he closed his eyes to sense the presence of Son Goku and others, and in the next second he teleported directly to the island where they were. At this moment, Suzy looked down from above the sky, and saw a huge ring placed on the ground. Both Son Goku and Cell were on the ring, their eyes met, and neither of them made a move immediately. I didn't expect you to be the first one. On the ring, Cell suddenly smiled, stared at Son Goku and said, don't you think the most interesting part should be put at the end? As he said that, Cell spread his hands, glanced at the other people watching from the ring with a playful expression, and continued, "Now, I can let you go down and another person will come up to die." Arrogant. Cell is so arrogant, in his eyes, none of this group of people can match him. "I heard about my moves, you guys know how to use them, right?" Son Goku ignored Cell's arrogance, sneered and put on a combat stance, and said, "If that's the case, then let me be the first to see how powerful you are." Ha ha ha. He really is an interesting guy. Cell burst out laughing. "Call out." At this moment, Son Goku left suddenly and arrived in front of Cell in an instant. Boom! Raising his hand and punching out, he directly sent Cell flying for more than a dozen steps, and then he took advantage of the victory to pursue and kicked Cell to the edge of the ring. "It's over." Seeing this scene, everyone under the ring focused their eyes at the same time, with unknown expressions on their faces. "Ah!" Cell on the edge of the ring chuckled, slowly stabilized his body, folded his hands on his chest, glanced at the many people below the ring, and finally set his sights on Son Goku. He said lightly, "How is it? Did you try the taste of victory a little bit?" "Cell!" Son Goku let out a loud shout, and rushed towards Cell again. Bang bang bang! This time, Son Goku came down with a set of combined punches and was easily resolved by Cell. 6. Instead, Cell kicked out and sent Son Goku flying to the edge of the ring on the other side. "Goku!" Klin under the ring roared angrily. "Don't worry, it's fine." Son Goku turned his head and waved to Kellen with a smile. "Call out." At this moment, Cell left. "You can't fully devote yourself to fighting with me. If that's the case, then I'll send you to die." Cell is also a little fanatical about martial arts, because he has the genes of Son Goku and others, so no one should be distracted when fighting him, and he will think that he is looking down on Cell. Bang bang bang! The beating begins. Yes. It's a crushing beating. In today's Dragon Ball time and space, all the original characters have returned to the combat power in the original work, so Son Goku, like the original work, only has 45 billion combat power points in the transformation form of Super Saiyan 1. And what about Cell's? At this moment, he is in a complete body state, with a combat power of 60 billion points. Comparing the two, the difference in combat power should not be too obvious. It's over. Goku is no match for this Cell, this time the battle is really over. Seeing Son Goku being beaten violently, there was no room for retaliation at all, which made Kellen and others below the ring look very bad. Why hasn't Suzy uncle come back yet? Son Gohan, who has been maintaining the state of Super Saiyan 1, heaved a long sigh, and kept his eyes on Son Goku who was constantly beaten in the ring, worrying, if this continues, I'm afraid Dad will really be beaten to death by Cell. Bang bang bang! Ahem! There were constant blows from the arena. Son Goku had been beaten by Cell and returned to his normal appearance. Now he was lying on the arena, coughing and vomiting blood, his face was pale, and he was walking towards him slowly. Cell, Son Goku now looks helpless. Son Goku, I was supposed to stay at the end to kill you, but in 5.2 you killed yourself, it's really not my fault. Cell was getting closer and closer to Son Goku, his face was full of jokes, and he sarcastically said, in my next life, I hope to meet a respectable opponent like you. Hee hee. After Cell's voice fell, a chuckle sounded in the field. Who? When Cell heard this hee hee, his hair exploded in an instant. He stopped, turned his head and looked around, and finally fixed his eyes on Suzy who was standing with his hands behind his back in the sky not far away. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Are you who? How dare you laugh at me? Brother Suzy! Suzy! Suzy uncle! Cell didn't know who the man in the sky was, but Kellen and the others didn't know. When they saw Suzy, their faces suddenly showed excitement. Their last hope is finally back. I sincerely ask everyone not to keep books, there are so many updates in this book, how can everyone be willing to keep books? Please automatically subscribe, thank you. 61 As we all know, the Sun family will never lose against Bo. Second more please subscribe. Suzy. Hearing the name shouted by the crowd, Cell on the ring frowned suddenly, he didn't have anything about this guy in his memory. Under everyone's eyes, Suzy slowly landed below the ring. He glanced at Lazuli who was on the side, who immediately ran up and threw himself into his husband's arms. Husband, you are really bad enough to delay your return on purpose for so long. Lazuli acted like a little girl. Ha ha ha. To be honest, Lazuli is definitely a strong woman in the original work, and it is absolutely impossible to act like a baby. However, here at Suzy, she does not exist as a strong woman, but only as a lovely wife. Where's Bulma? Suzy glanced around, thinking that Bulma would come to watch the play with Lazuli. Sister Bulma is busy with scientific research, so she didn't come. Lazuli explained, and then got out of Suzy's arms. At this time, she gave Suzy a wink. Suzy followed her gaze and saw a woman with the same blonde hair and blue eyes. Don't think about it, Suzy, I also know that this is probably Android 18 in the Dragon Ball space-time world. What? Seeing your substitute in another time and space is a little touched. Suzy made fun of 26. 9. I just feel a little bit emotional when I see my younger brother become someone else's younger brother. Well, now is not the time to talk about family affairs, they are waiting for you to save me. Lazuli stopped talking to Suzy. What's the? Suzy stepped out and came directly to the ring, staring at Cell with an indifferent gaze. Thump thump. Just the invisible coercion directly made Cell retreat a dozen steps in sweat, and finally stared at Suzy with a horrified face, trembling all over. For a moment, Cell felt that just one look from Suzy was enough to kill him. It's horrible, this guy. Cell kept swallowing, he had never encountered such a terrifying man, and at the same time, he was extremely curious, why? Why doesn't he have the gene of this man in his body, such a powerful man, the gene should have been possessed by him. Thinking of this, Cell, who has always been bold, suddenly narrowed his eyes, looking at Suzy as if looking at a prey. If I can absorb this man, then I can definitely become the strongest existence in the entire universe. As soon as this idea came out, Cell's green face instantly turned red. This was a state of excitement and brain congestion. He had already started to yell in his mind, what a powerful existence he would become after absorbing Suzy. Ah! Just when Cell was still yelling in his mind, a sneer sounded and pulled him back to reality. He subconsciously glanced at Suzy, and found that the man was staring at Suzy with a gaze that could see through his mind. Looking at him, this made the cold sweat on his forehead burst out again. You! Cell stuttered and didn't know how to speak at this moment. I'm not interested in ants. Suzy withdrew his gaze, then walked step by step in front of Son Goku who was fainted on the ring, squatted down, took out a super immortal bean from the system package space and fed it to him, then slowly got up and said indifferently, I believe Goku is enough to finish you off. Call out. After speaking, Suzy returned directly to the bottom of the ring and stood with Lazuli. Ah! After hearing Suzy's words, Cell, who was sweating profusely, sneered in his heart. From this point of view, perhaps what he just thought of just now is really possible to come true. Belittle me, it's best to always belittle me. Only in this way can I grow myself slowly and finally absorb this man. Cell almost yelled out this sentence with a growling voice in his heart. He has Vegeta's genes, so he is naturally proud in his bones, but he is extremely aware of current affairs and understands that he is absolutely impossible to be Suzy's opponent at this stage, so he must choose to endure. Suzy uncle, Dad, can he really beat Cell? At this time, Sun Gohan came to Suzi and asked in a low voice. Don't you trust your father? Suzi asked him back. Sun Gohan opened his mouth, and then turned his head to look at the ring. When he saw Son Goku standing up in full condition, he also showed a determined expression on his face. He nodded heavily and said, I believe that Dad can beat this guy Cell, save the planet again. Suzi smiled slightly and didn't speak anymore. Boom! Boom! At this time, the battle on the ring started again. After the previous battle, Son Goku recovered his own state after eating the Super Fairy Beans, so his strength increased and reached 50 billion points. Son Goku, who was able to fight back and forth with Cell before, so at this time, he can occasionally hit Cell with a few punches and even knock him into the air. Interesting guy. Next, watch my performance. After a duel, Cell took several steps back, and then made an action. This action was seen by Kellen and others below the ring, and their expressions couldn't help but change. This guy, does he still have Tien Shinyan's Cell genes? Clint exclaimed. Because, at this moment, Cell's movement is exactly the posture of using Tien Shinyan's unique four-body boxing. Four-body fist. Sure enough, with the sound of Cell's roar, he was divided into four, and the four cells quickly killed Son Goku. Bang bang bang! 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, not to mention that there are 4 cells at the moment, and a total of 8 hands. Although Son Goku's combat power has improved, whereas the opponent of Cell who used inner fists. But after a while, Son Goku was seriously exhausted, and his breathing speeded up a lot. The good thing is that Cell was also heavily consumed, so he couldn't completely defeat Son Goku for a while. Super Kamehameha Wave. Just a few seconds after the two sides had a brief rest, Son Goku flew into the sky, made a calyx shape with his hand, and released a Super Kamehameha Wave towards Cell under the ring. Oh! This, I will too. Cell smiled coldly. At this moment his four-body punching state was over, and he also made a calyx shape with his hands, and blasted a Super Kamehameha Wave at Son Goku in the sky. Boom! Boom! 2 dazzling blue beams collided in mid-air, causing a space shock. Drink! Both Son Goku and Cell had a burst of drinking, and both wanted to overwhelm each other in a confrontational manner. Seeing the two facing each other, Suzi suddenly became interested. As we all know, there is a law in Dragon Ball, that is, any enemy can't fight against the Sun family. Therefore, Suzi wanted to see if Cell could break this law. Boom! Drink! At this moment, Son Goku in the sky exploded his most powerful chi again, and saw his Super Kamehameha Wave slowly suppressing the Super Kamehameha Wave released by Cell. What? Cell saw that his Super Kamehameha Wave was suppressed by Son Goku's Super Kamehameha Wave, and his expression changed. The latter took advantage of Cell's shock, and once again exerted his strength to completely overwhelm Cell's Super Turtle 190 Pi Ki Blast. Rumble! In an instant, the Cell was engulfed by the dazzling blue light. Sure enough! I won! Seeing this scene, Suzi showed a little smile on his face. As expected, no one can break this law except him. Of course, if the strength can really crush Son Goku, the existence can also beat the wave, but at this stage, besides Suzi, who else can really crush Son Goku in strength? Victory! When a huge pitch-black mushroom cloud rose over the ring, Kellen and the others expressed their doubts in their hearts profusely with sweat. Kakarot this guy! Vegeta on the other side looked extremely gloomy. Cell, who was extremely powerful in his eyes, lost to his lifelong enemy Kakarot in the face-to-face. Victory! Victory! A burst of excited shouts rang out from the other side of the ring. Suzi heard the voice and couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice. He saw a burly middle-aged man facing several TV stations. His hand gestured to yes, and his face full of scars was full of excitement. This guy Satan really has enough. Seeing this man, Suzi couldn't help shaking his head and chuckling. He doesn't dislike this man, on the contrary, he quite appreciates Satan. In order to get a better life, he did use his shamelessness to the extreme. For this alone, Suzy called him the strongest Dragon Ball. Certainly. This title, it must be the strongest Dragon Ball shameless. Large chapter with close to 3,000 words. Please subscribe for the second update today. Please don't keep books, please everyone. The author has gone to bed, and I will get up and write again tomorrow. 62 The terrifying power of Cell, Son Goku struggling to support. The third update asks for subscribe. Boom. At this moment, the smoke and mushroom cloud in the arena suddenly dissipated, being blown away by an extremely powerful chi. Soon, Cell once again appeared in everyone's sight. At this moment, Cell, with a gloomy face and a lot of shortness of breath, seems to be in a state of extreme anger. Son Goku. Cell looked up, looked at Son Goku in the sky, and roared. Ah! Cell is alive again. From one side came the voice of Satan exclaiming. Da-da-da! Soon, he was seen running to the side. After running to the side, he seemed to have thought of something, pointing at Cell on the dilapidated ring with his hands on his waist, and said coldly, after defeating everyone present, "You are qualified to fight against me. Mr. Satan is too brave." Seeing this scene, the staff of the live TV station looked at each other and couldn't help sighing. You must know that the whole scene was extremely oppressive, except for Satan who was so bold, no one dared to speak. From here, these staff members have imagined the power of Satan by themselves. Ah! Faced with Satan's words, Cell just sneered. He really didn't bother to care about little reptiles like Satan, or in other words, he didn't have any interest in fussing over such crawlers. Drink! At this moment, Son Goku in the sky slowly landed on the dilapidated ring, and then only heard a burst of shouting from Cell, and then a powerful aura burst out at this moment. This is... Oh my god, this guy can also transform into Super Saiyan. When Cell started to explode violently, everyone in the ring was shocked. Especially Vegeta, with an incredible look on his face. Although Cell has Saiyan's cellular genes, but logically speaking, it shouldn't be able to transform into Super Saiyan. Boom! Hoo-hoo! With the explosion of Cell's gas, sand and rocks flew all around. Klin and others who were closest to him were shocked by this powerful gas and retreated again and again, even if Vegeta hadn't suppressed himself forcibly, otherwise he would have to be blown back again and again. Soon, the explosion ended, and Cell's figure appeared in front of everyone. Whoosh! I saw purple halos flickering on the surface of his skin, but his whole body was shining with the same golden arrogance as Super Saiyan. Really? Seeing Cell's appearance at this moment, Son Goku, who was also on the ring, showed a little shock on his face. 75 billion combat power points. Suzy stared at Cell at this moment, and found that his combat power was exactly the same as the original one. In this state, he was indeed similar to Super Saiyan 1, but it was not the real Super Saiyan 1, and his combat power was only slightly improved. However, it is still very strong. At least, in the face of Son Goku, Cell at this moment can be said to be powerful and outrageous. Da-da-da! Son Goku started to walk, the shock on his face gradually faded, and most of it was an extremely excited fighting spirit. Bring it on! Finally, when Son Goku walked up to Cell, the latter said something lightly. Son Goku nodded, raised his hand and punched out, and immediately kicked Cell flying. Puff! Cell flew upside down, while stabilizing his body, a little blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Very well, Son Goku, I've been looking for an opponent like you. If the battle isn't like this, where you come and go, it's really boring. Cell wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiling all over his face. Yes. Son Goku laughed, then made a gesture of getting ready to attack, and said, I think so too, so Cell, let's have a good fight. Drink. When Son Goku's voice fell, Cell and him shouted loudly at the same time, and then quickly set off to fight together. Bang bang bang! The two fought from the dilapidated arena to the sky, and from the sky back to the dilapidated arena. Few people present could clearly see their attack. Gohan, can you see the battle trajectory of the two clearly? Kellen's eyes widened, and he stuttered and asked Son Gohan beside him. See clearly, but not so clearly. Son Gohan nodded his head. Cell and his father are too powerful, and the most important thing is that the speed of the fight is fast enough. From the eyes of ordinary people, it can be seen that there are only two light spots colliding. Kakarot this guy. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, staring at Son Goku who was on the same level as Cell in the sky, gritted his teeth for a while, his face showed disbelief, and growled in a low voice, could it be that what he is showing now is his true self, strength? It's amazing. Mr. Goku's strength is so strong that there is no limit. On the one hand, the boy Te from the future was also sweating profusely, staring at Son Goku in the sky in amazement. Everyone is amazed at the power of Son Goku, only the one written by Son Gohan is more thorough. At this moment, Son Goku and Cell are evenly matched, but the former has been consuming, while Cell is getting more and more courageous as he fights, and his breath has been improving without fading. It is not difficult to see from here that Cell is not only stronger than Son Goku, but also lasts longer than Son Goku. Boom! Another punch came out. This time, Son Goku was no longer evenly matched with Cell, and was directly blown away by Cell's punch, and then Cell quickly caught up and started punching and kicking Son Goku. Cell's previous crushing beating against Son Goku was repeated. How is it possible? Isn't Goku so powerful? Why did he suddenly lose the upper hand? Seeing this scene, Piccolo, Kellen, and the others couldn't help showing shock on their faces. The last second was still evenly matched, but the next second was extremely fast, and Son Goku actually fell directly into the side that was crushed and beaten. Guys, I don't think Goku can fight alone anymore. At this moment, Kellen suddenly stood up, his face full of seriousness. I agree. The Earth is not only Goku's home, but also our home. Tien Shinyan stepped forward and rushed onto the ring in an instant. It is impossible for a person to be cowardly all his life. The more cowardly he is, the more he can only be bullied. Call out! Klein's words moved everyone, even Vegeta was willing to transform into a Super Asian and fell on Zihame. Ah! Facing the interaction of the crowd, Cell, who was about to kill Son Goku in the arena, sneered suddenly. He ignored Kellen and the others, and saw him flying from the arena to Vegeta in an instant, raising his hand and directly throwing Vegeta. He squeezed his neck, and when Vegeta was about to break free, a scarlet beam of light flashed in his eyes. The beam blasted on Vegeta, piercing his chest directly. Thump! In mid-air, Vegeta's Super Saiyan 1 transformation form receded directly, and then slowly fell on the ring, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Spike! It's such a simple spike. Seeing this scene, Kellen and the others stopped, with shocked expressions on their faces. Only now do they realize how big the gap is with Cell. Goku, he really has a lot to bear. Kellen and the others looked at Son Goku who was trying to get up from the ground on the side of the ring, and their eye sockets became moist. Son Goku, you are the first to seek death, but I will definitely not be the first to kill you. Cell looked at Son Goku lying on the ground, and said calmly, I will kill Vegeta first, then Kling, then Piccolo, and finally your son Son Gohan. Cell, you are so hateful. Boom! Son Goku met Cell's gaze, and when he heard his words, he exploded with anger, resisting the burden on his body, and transformed into a Super Saiyan 1 state again. Goku! If this continues, you will die! Clint exclaimed. Boom! Son Goku didn't listen to Kellen's exclamation, and stared at Cell viciously, his breath rising continuously. Dad. Seeing that Son Goku was already in an extremely weak state and still fighting non-stop, Son Gohan under the ring seemed to be touched by something in his heart, and at the same time with a loud shout, he rushed to Cell in an instant. Boom! A blow to the head directly sent Cell flying at least hundreds of meters away. Gohan, the field is good. Seeing this scene, Clinton shouted excitedly, and then said to Son Goku, Goku, take a rest first, we are here for everything. Call out. Immediately, Krillin started, not only he started alone, Piccolo, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha and Son Gohan all killed the Cell that flew backwards. What a bunch of mindless idiots! Seeing that everyone is making concerted efforts to kill the Cell, Android 17 on the other side did not move a step. He is not a stupid person, he naturally understands that rushing up to find Cell's trouble is definitely an act of sending death. You know, the combat power of the two sides is not at the same level at all, and that guy's mental state is so good that, Li Wang's, Android 17 suspects that this guy Cell doesn't exist at all, and such things like consumption happen. On the 17th. They worked so hard, we really don't follow up. At this time, Android 16 on one side and Android 18 in the Dragon-bulked space-time world frowned together. No hurry, we need to wait for a while. What we have to do now is to kill with one blow, instead of letting this guy Cell become more courageous and more powerful. Android 17 squinted his eyes and glanced at the field. Cell had already started to fight with Son Gohan and others, which made him smile slightly, and said lightly, let them take the lead first, we wait for the opportunity, we must ask you can kill this fellow Cell in one blow. So, let's make them feel wronged first. I see. Android 16 nodded angrily, and Android 18 in the Dragon-bulked space-time world thought for a while and nodded. Hearing the conversation of several people, Su turned his head and glanced at the man-made man 17 Fu. Seemingly sensing something, Android 17 also turned its head and looked over. The four eyes met, and there was no sound. Su Zi withdrew his gaze, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily raised slightly. Android 17's brains are pretty good indeed. Large chapters ask for subscription. And the third one will be sent. I am too lazy to divide chapters, so I wrote them all at once. I hope everyone will not keep books. 63 Gohan, transform into Super Saiyan 2 in rage. The fourth update asks for subscription. When Su Zi lamented that Android 17's mind is good, in the field, I saw that Cell was fighting more and more courageously in front of everyone, and all Son Gohan, Kellen and others who were attacking him were sent flying. Let me think, which guy should I absorb first? Cell glanced at Tien Shinyan on the ground, then at Son Goku on one side, and finally set his sights on Dragon-bulk's time-space Android 16, Android 17 and Android 18, and licked his lips. A look of excitement appeared on his face. I think we should absorb you who are also artificial humans first. From Cell's point of view, as long as all these guys present are absorbed by him, then he will have enough confidence to absorb Su Zi just now after becoming stronger. Number 16. At this moment, we should make a move. When Cell was still thinking about why, Android 17, who had been staring at the opportunity, suddenly roared, and then set off first. Android 17 chooses to do it at this moment, and it is not a random opportunity. Rather, when a person tastes victory, he will relax his tense body for a short time, so, at this moment, when he launches an attack, Cell, who is absolutely capable of hitting, feels caught off guard. Drink! Look at me, rocket punch! Hearing the decree of Android 17, Android 16 took a step forward, and while roaring, he saw his right hand suddenly punched out, and then saw his right hand go out, and then rushed towards Cell. This is one of the tricks of Android 16, and its destructive power is absolutely top-notch. Boom! I saw the rocket flying fist of Android 16 hit the still dazed Cell, knocking it hundreds of meters away. Seeing this scene, Android 17, which rushed up ahead of time, accelerated a lot, and the blink of an eye was already gone. Arrived in front of the cell that flew upside down. At this moment, Android 18 also made a move. Not only her, but also Android 16 once again unleashed its special tricks on Cell. He first waited for his flying right hand to come back, only to hear Android 16 yell, and then removed a pair of arms, and then suddenly gathered the energy in his body together. He looked at Cell, who was beaten by Android 17, while sending out a powerful shock wave. He roared, "Number 17 can dodge for a while." Hearing this, Android 17's eyes flickered, and he flew into the sky in a hurry, releasing an extremely powerful shock wave to the cell below. All of a sudden, several rounds of explosive roars resounded non-stop in the area where Cell was located, and a huge black mushroom cloud rose in the field, which never dissipated for a long time. Is it over? This time, is it really over? On the dilapidated arena, everyone struggled to get up from the ground, and looked towards the bombed area where Cell suffered, but they hadn't seen the figure for a long time, which made them smile after the catastrophe. Boom! Soon, a few minutes later, a more powerful aura burst out suddenly. Chopsticks! A bunch of chopsticks! I think you artificial humans are really impatient. Call out! I saw a figure suddenly rushing out of the smoky bombardment area where Cell was located. Immediately afterwards, a cold voice came from the sky, and then only a piercing sound was heard. Android 17 in the sky was directly pinched by the neck by Cell. Boom! Damn it! Disturbed my peace, damn it! After the voice fell, Cell raised his hand and punched directly through Android 17's abdomen. Ah! Android 17 let out a scream. Ha ha ha! Cell suddenly laughed arrogantly and excitedly in the sky. Boom! Throwing Android 17 away, Cell looked down, and finally fixed on Android 16, his eyes gradually narrowed. The next one is you. As for Android 18, I will save it until the end. Boom! Android 17's body fell from a high altitude to the ground, making a crashing sound. Cough cough cough. Android 17 coughed twice, and finally passed out, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Call out! Just then, Android 16 hit the ground running. He flew into the sky and hugged the Cell in the sky with open arms. Cell, who was hugged by Android 16, frowned, and said lightly, "Number 16, what do you want to do? Could it be, do you want to blow yourself up and die with me? Cell, don't be too complacent. Android 16 sounds authentic. Number 16, what are you doing? Now you can't blow yourself up, come back quickly." Seeing Android 16 embracing the Cell in the sky, Kellen's expression changed and he roared angrily. Oh! Hearing Kellen's voice, Cell raised his eyebrows and chuckled lightly, jokingly said, "It's really a pity, number 16, you don't seem to be able to blow yourself up and die with me. Besides, do you think you can really hurt me by blowing yourself up? Ha ha ha, number 16, you are so naive." Number 16. Son Gohan also roared and exclaimed, "Come back, Cell, this guy. He 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 he." Cell laughed, CGCJ, locked Android 16 directly with his backhand, and then a powerful energy cannon directly blasted him. Rumble! In an instant, the body of Android 16 was blown apart. Number 16. Seeing this scene, Kellen and others were furious. Cell! Damn Cell! Son Gohan looked at Cell murderously. Cell ignored Son Gohan on the ground and flew down to the sky. He stepped on Android 16's head and said calmly, "Number 16, your robot is just a failed work of Dr. Ge Luo." Boom! After saying this, Cell kicked Android 16's head away. Sand! Cell! Son Gohan gritted his teeth. Son Goku said that your potential is so great that he can't even imagine it. So, I changed my mind, I'm going to be the first to absorb you. Cell laughed, and walked towards Son Gohan step by step. Run, Gohan! Seeing Cell walking towards Son Gohan step by step, and the latter was so frightened that he couldn't move, this made Son Goku's face change, and he rushed over and stood in front of Son Gohan. Papa! Son Gohan stared at Son Goku's back with blank eyes and murmured. Don't be afraid, Gohan, Dad is here. Son Goku turned his head and showed a gentle smile, pointing his index finger between his brows, then his figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared in the next second, he had already arrived in front of Cell. Goku, what does he want to do? Seeing this scene, Kellen's expression changed, and he exclaimed, don't you want to blow yourself up too? Everyone, goodbye. Son Goku glanced at the crowd, showing a nostalgic smile, and then grabbed Cell with the other hand. At this moment, he burst out with his most powerful aura. It seemed that he was really ready to blow himself up and die with Cell. Ah! Cell smiled coldly, and at the moment Son Goku burst out with all his breath, his tail stab had quietly approached Son Goku's back. Pooh! Just when Son Goku's aura reached its peak, the tail thorn fell directly into Son Goku's back spine, and the powerful pain instantly dissipated all of Son Goku's condensed aura. Plop! Son Goku fell limply to the ground. Ha ha ha! Cell suddenly burst into a loud and arrogant laugh, then raised his hand and released a powerful star cannon at Son Goku on the ground. Rumble! There was a burst of turmoil in the field, and the roar of the explosion was deafening. Dad! Goku! Kakarot! Seeing this scene, the faces of all Z warriors in the audience turned pale instantly. Ah! The closest Son Gohan felt the strongest, because that was his father. Boom! When Son Gohan screamed in pain, a powerful aura rose from his body. Not only that, but the golden arrogance all over his body gradually became electric as he roared louder and louder. Absolute fury! Super Saiyan 2's Gohan is about to be born. Seeing this scene, Suzi's eyes narrowed immediately, and a little nostalgic look appeared on his face. He used to be a spectator. When he saw the handsome Gohan in Super Saiyan 2, he got goosebumps all over his body. And now, to be honest, even though he had already transformed into this form for countless times, seeing this extremely familiar scene, he still had some goosebumps. This is also the reason why Suzi has never made a move, he just wants to see this super burning scene. It's another 3,000 word chapter. Today's update should be gone. It's too much work to write a big chapter. Please ask for an automatic subscription. I'll try to write another chapter tonight, but I can't guarantee it. 64 The selection system is turned on, and TN Phase 2 selection rewards. 1 for subscription. Gohan's anger right now, really scary. Piccolo felt the anger of Son Gohan at this moment, and a look of shock appeared on his face. The little guy who has been taken care of by him has grown to such a level without knowing it, which really made Piccolo confused for a while and didn't know what to say. Kakarot's son. Seeing Son Gohan, who was constantly hovering between Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 2 transformations, with lightning flashing all over his body, Vegeta gritted his teeth unwillingly, with a gloomy look on his face. He is not as good as Son Goku, not even his son. How can this make the proud King Vegeta reconciled? Here, Suzi looked at Son Gohan again. At this moment, the arrogance around Son Gohan gradually became jet-like as he became more and more angry, not the flame-like shape in Super Saiyan 1 before. And, now Son Gohan's hair stands up even more, and there is lightning around him as he radiates energy. Seeing this, Suzi pursed his lips and laughed. He knew that Son Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 was fully formed. Taking a look at Son Gohan's power index in Super Saiyan 2, the smile on Suzi's face deepened a little. 90 billion combat power points. Cell's 75 billion combat power vs Gohan's 90 billion combat power. Who wins and who loses? Isn't this something that people with discerning eyes can see? And at this moment, Gohan fell into a state of rage, with only Cell in his eyes, and his killing intent was extremely surging. In this state, although he only has 90 billion points of combat power, I am afraid that his real combat power can definitely be higher. Drink. Son Gohan, who was fully formed and transformed into Super Saiyan 2, let out a roar, and the electric lights around him exploded in the field, and the powerful aura shocked everyone present. Now Son Gohan in Super Saiyan 2 transformed state is too scary. This kind of power is not an exaggeration to say that it can destroy the world. Call out. A piercing sound sounded, and Son Gohan arrived in front of Cell in an instant. Raising his hand, the mouth of the diary popped out suddenly. Boom! Straight to the belly of Cell. Ah! A punch with 90 billion points of combat power. This blow was so powerful that it directly made Cell spit out a big mouthful of blood, followed by an energy cannon blasted out from Son Gohan's hand, never showing any other expression. Cell, this time for the first time, a look of horror appeared on his face. Boom! The energy bombarded Cell's body, directly piercing his abdomen, and he flew upside down. I'm going to kill you and avenge Android 16. Android 16 died for them. Son Gohan naturally hated Cell. Fortunately, his father, Son Goku, did not die. Kill it in seconds. Son Gohan started again, his speed was so fast that he almost... No. It should be said that it took only a few tenths of a second. He flew several hundred meters across and arrived in front of Cell in an instant. Seeing that Cell's nose bridge was broken, a stream of nosebleeds sprayed out of his nose. The punch just now was for number 16, and next, it's for my father. With a roar, Son Gohan jumped up sideways and kicked Cell in a roundabout. He kicked directly in the face of Cell. With a bang, he struck again, this time with a right uppercut, which was covered in blood. Cell on the chin. Puff! This punch not only dislocated Cell's jaw, but also shattered all the teeth in his mouth. This shows how deep Son Gohan's hatred for Cell is. This is the end, you killed Android 16. Then, I'll kill you too. Son Gohan looked at the already inhuman Cell, roared, and flew into the sky in an instant, making a calyx shape with his hands, and saw a dazzling blue beam slowly forming in his palm. No. Cell felt Son Gohan's killing intent, and immediately roared unwillingly. Turtle. Groob. Gas. Boom. Rumble. As Son Gohan yelled out the last wave word, an extremely dazzling blue light beam shot out from his palm, and the target was Cell standing on the ground with a precarious appearance. Rumble. When the destructive power of Son Gohan's Kamehameha wave swayed away, the land in that area exploded, sand and rocks flew for a while, and the smoke filled the air. It was impossible to see what was going on in the field. Do you died? Kellen looked towards where Cell was before, and frowned. This time, he didn't dare to be happy, for fear that Cell still survived Son Gohan's powerful attack this time. Should be dead. Piccolo replied uncertainly, he didn't sense any Cell's breath anymore. Cell doesn't die so easily. Suzy stepped out and directly entered the previous explosion zone, and then reached out to grab it, only to see a tiny cytokine of green being caught in his hand. Call out. Suzy came back again. Swish swish swish. In an instant, everyone's eyes were on Su. What's this? Kellen stared at him twice, and frowned. This is the core cytokine of the cell. If you want to really kill him, you can only destroy this core cytokine. Otherwise, he can still be revived again, and the second cell will come out soon. Suzy smiled and explained, and then a group of purple-gray flames appeared on his hand, which is the manifestation of the clearing ability, directly destroying the core cytokine of cell. Call. Cell is finally dead. At this time, Son Gohan on the side saw Cell completely dead, his tense body softened in vain, and after a big sigh of relief, he fell directly to the ground. Gohan! Piccolo flew over in a hurry and lifted Son Gohan up from the ground. It's not a big problem, this is a super fairy bean, the effect is hundreds of times better than common's fairy bean, let them eat it. Suzy took out several bottles, all of which were filled with super fairy beans. This thing is definitely a magic medicine that ordinary people can't wait for, but for him, it is not precious. At least, there are at least tens of thousands of them stored in the package space of his system. Ding! The selection system is on. 3 months later, Frieza with a new form will come to Earth to take revenge. Option 1, killing Frieza who comes from revenge, rewards 0.9% of the domain of God, 0.5 seconds of time stop, 2% of weakened attribute effects, and 50 billion normal combat power. Choice 2, humiliate the vengeful Frieza, reward the first stage Ultra Instinct 10%. At this moment, Suzy's mind suddenly sounded the system's selection system to open a series of prompts. 65 Frieza's new form, Silver Frieza. 2 for subscription. Hearing the 2 options enabled by the selection system this time, Suzy froze for a moment. System, shouldn't you let me choose a certain option in an extremely clear way? Why, make it so difficult for me to choose this time? Suzy frowned. The rewards for the 2 choices this time are extremely attractive, especially the reward for the second choice, although he doesn't know what the hell Ultra Instinct is in the first stage. But, with the title of Ultra Instinct, it is absolutely awesome. Host, please make a choice. The system opened up. Wait, let me think about it. Suzy sighed inwardly. To be honest, he really wanted to choose both. After thinking for a while, when Suzy was about to open his mouth to make a choice, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. In retrospect, according to the previous selection routine, option 1 was to kill Frieza, so option 2 must be to refuse to kill Frieza. 387. And this time, option 1 is to kill Frieza, and option 2 is to humiliate Frieza. So, can these 2 choices be selected at the same time? Because, the 2 choices can be carried out at the same time. System, can I choose both options? Suzy's eyes lit up suddenly, and he asked. The system was silent for a while, and finally said, the host is really amazing, congratulations to the host for getting 2 options. Nice! Suzy howled excitedly in his heart. By the way, the system said that this time Frieza came for revenge with a brand new form. This guy Frieza, could it be possible to transform into a golden form? Suzy recalled a key point again, and asked with a frown. No. Frieza who came for revenge this time, the new form controlled is Frieza in silver form. The system replied. Frieza in silver form. A few seconds after hearing the system's answer, Suzy came back to his senses. With a look of surprise on his face, he couldn't help asking in his heart, System, what the hell is Frieza's silver form? To be fair, he's heard of Frieza in its final form, and Frieza in its golden form. But this is the first time he has heard of the silver form. The host, Frieza, heard that Cooler and King Cold had died again, so he devoted himself to practicing for a month, and thus mastered the transformation of the new form. 11. The system gives a reply. Hearing the system's words, Suzy's eyes narrowed immediately, and he said in a deep voice, it's really powerful enough to master the transformation of the new form after concentrating on practicing for a month. So, whether he can transform into the golden form, body. He was very curious. If the vengeful Frieza knew how to transform into a golden form, then it would be very scary for him at this stage. Because, at any rate, Frieza in golden form can be evenly matched with the Super Race God Blue. Dragon Ball Super Saiyan Blue level can no longer be described with clear combat power. Therefore, even if Frieza in golden form does not have 70% of Beerus' strength, then he should still have 60% of his strength. So now that he really meets Frisia in golden form, he doesn't need to think about it at all. He absolutely cannot be the opponent of Frisia in golden form. Host, the resurrected Frisia did not control the golden form. The system quickly gave a reply. Okay. Then I should have no problem fighting. So Ze breathed a sigh of relief. Although Frisia had controlled the silver form, he felt that there should be no major problem in fighting. By the way, how about Frisia in silver form? So Ze suddenly thought of something, and asked again. Host, Frisia's silver form is a small form between his golden form and the final stage of his fourth form. The system still responded within seconds. Hearing this, So Ze narrowed his eyes again, and asked in a low voice, since that's the case, what is the fighting power of Frisia in silver form? Host, Frisia in the first stage of silver form has a combat power of about 1 trillion points. The system continues to reply. Hearing the system's reply, So Ze's eyes flickered, and then he frowned, because what the system said was the first stage of Frisia's silver form. What does this mean? Very obvious. Frisia's silver form, maybe there is a second form, a third form, or the final form of the silver form. Good guy, as expected of the Dragon Ball universe, not to mention Son Goku and others who have come up with some weird things, even this guy Frisia has come up with some weird things. So Ze is a little speechless in his heart. Generally speaking, the first stage of Frisia in silver form only has 1000 billion fighting power, even if he has the second stage of transformation, the third stage, and even the final stage of silver transformation. So Ze also believes that Frisia who wants to avenge him must not belong to his opponent. You know, his current normal combat power is 350 billion points. In the state of Super Saiyan 1's 100-fold increase in combat power, he has 35 trillion points of combat power, that is, 35 trillion combat power. Not to mention, with Super Saiyan 2's 400-fold increase in combat power, his combat power will reach a terrifying 140 trillion. These are just the two most common transformations, and Super Saiyan 3 will follow, Super Saiyan 4. Therefore, Frisia in silver form is not worth mentioning in So Ze's eyes. After that, So Ze accompanied his two wives every day. For Bulma and Lazuli, he felt that he owed them a lot, after all, he lacked a lot of company for them. Therefore, So Ze took his two wives to play on the earth for a while, and when he got tired of playing, he took them to other universes to play. In this way, 3 months passed quietly. On this day, the three of So Ze returned to the earth, and at this moment, a huge universe warship also flew into the earth from outer space. So Ze sensed it right away, and Son Goku and others also sensed it, because Frisia's aura should not be too scary for them. Call out! Call out! Call out! On an island in the northern part of the earth, So Ze, Son Goku, Vegeta, and others arrived. Brother So Ze is 4.9, that universe battleship in the sky. Son Goku looked solemnly at the universe battleship in the sky, and said in a deep voice, "There's a guy in there with a terrifying aura. He is Frisia, brother and son of Cooler and King Cold who came to Earth last time." So Ze smiled and explained. Everyone was stunned for a while, but when they looked at the universe battleship in the sky, their faces were full of fear. They all understand that compared with this guy, the previous cell is really nothing. But after a while, So Ze, who was watching the universe battleship, saw the gate of the battleship slowly open, and then Frisia walked out with his hands on his waist, with an indifferent expression on his face. "Long time no see, let my lord miss the dead monkey for a long time." With a fake smile on Frisia's face, he looked at So Ze in the distance and greeted So Ze. 66. The hysterical Frisia burst into breath. 3 for subscription. It's been a long time, Frisia, I wonder if your fear of Super Saiyan has healed a lot. So Ze squinted at Frisia, and stared at him with a slight smile. Obviously, he's uncovering the guy's scars. Sure enough, Upon hearing Suzi's words, the hypocritical smile on Frisia's face disappeared instantly, and then a gloomy look appeared on Frisia's face, staring at Suzi almost wanted to kill him. Ah! Suzi withdrew his gaze. He saw through all the details of Frisia just now. Normal Frisia is his first form, with 500 million combat power. The second form, 5 billion points of combat power. The third form, 50 billion points of combat power. The fourth form, 500 billion points of combat power. As for the transformation of the first stage of the silver form, it is exactly as the system said before, 1000 billion points of combat power. And Frisia's silver form, just as he thought, also has the transformation of the second stage, the third stage and even the final stage. In the second stage of silver form, it will transform into 10 trillion points. In the third stage, it will transform into 100 trillion points. In Indiana, the final stage, it will transform into 1000 trillion points. Oh! This guy, the final combat power index is as high as 1000 trillion, that is 102,600 trillion combat power. When Suzi saw Frisia's combat power in the final stage of the silver form, a little surprise appeared on his face. To be honest, he originally thought that Frisia in silver form would not be too powerful. But now it seems that this is already the top combat power of the 7th universe. You know, Suzi is only 2800 trillion points of combat power when he transforms into Super Saiyan 48,000 times, which is only 2800 trillion points if he has not transformed into the blood of the ultimate Saiyan before. 1400 trillion, just 400 trillion more fighting power than Frisia. It can be seen from this that Frisia's talent is really abnormal. He deserves to be able to reach the 50-50 level with the Super Race God Blue after only 4 months of training in Dragon Ball. However, even so, Suzi still didn't take this guy seriously. 1000 trillion combat power may be very strong, but it is only for other people. In front of Suzi, it is still only a little stronger ant. Damn monkey, this time I come, I will tear you to pieces. Seeing that Suzi ignored him, Frisia announced his purpose of coming this time in a cold voice. Frisia, I admit that you have indeed become stronger. But, in my eyes, you are still just a little reptile. It is no exaggeration to say that I really want to crush you to death, but it only takes a second. Facing Frisia's declaration, Suzi was extremely calm, and said such a sentence with a smile. Needless to say, when Frisia, who is arrogant and extremely conceited, heard his words and saw his indifferent attitude at the moment, it would definitely make Frisia, who already hated him so much, hate and anger even more. From Suzi's point of view, this guy might have been overwhelmed by anger in a short while, and when the real fight started, he would definitely be irrational. Chop Suey! You are too arrogant, do you think I am still the same as before? After a while, I will let you know that I, Frisia, is still the Emperor Frisia of the universe after all. Sure enough, Suzi's words made Frisia on the side grit his teeth in hatred. And his eyes turned completely red. Looking at Suzi's eyes, it was as if he wanted to swallow this hateful dead monkey alive. For him, the only way to vent out the dissatisfaction and anger in his heart. Frisia, this guy, why is he stronger than before? At this time, when Vegeta on the side felt the furious Frisia breath, his face showed a look of shock. When he heard Suzi say that it was Frisia who came this time, he didn't feel too much fear in his heart, because he still knew Frisia well, even though he knew that there was an extremely powerful existence in the battleship, but under the preconceived idea, he felt that Frisia was mediocre. What now? Frisia, who was enraged, became so powerful that even Vegeta couldn't help but tremble. Vegeta, do you know him? Son Goku asked in surprise. Frisia is the evil emperor of the universe, and the entire universe is under his control. The Saiyan family, of course, is doing things under him. Vegeta said coldly. Actually, I suspected more than once that planet Vegeta was destroyed by this guy, but I never got an answer. Son Goku opened his mouth and didn't know how to answer the words for a while, so he looked towards the field and saw Suzy slowly flying towards Frisia in the high sky in the distance. Alright. Suzy was only a few hundred meters away from Frisia in the sky. He smiled and twisted his neck for a while, and then the corners of his mouth curled into a cold arc. Finally, he made a gesture of hooking his fingers at Frisia. His lips moved, and his voice entered Frisia's ears. I'm not interested in talking to you, come here, get beaten. Come here, get beat up. Suzy's extremely plain sentence was said in a very casual tone. Even, his expression at the moment is so casual. As if. With this attitude, it seemed that he was facing a small reptile. I want to kill you, but only for a moment. It's just that I don't want to kill you right now, I just want to beat you up. Call out. The moment Suzy's voice fell, Song listened to the sound of Kyandeo breaking through the air. Frisia, whose face was flushed, was extremely angry at this moment, and he must kill this dead monkey. Boom! Frisia changed from the normal form to the final form of the fourth form in vain on the way to kill him. With 500 billion points of combat power, he punched out violently, and he could hear the sound of space vibrating, which shows his strength, how powerful and terrifying. Boom! At this moment, Suzy directly transformed into Super Saiyan 1, with a combat power of up to 350,000 points, which also punched out. Boom! The fighting power of the two is not comparable at all. With Suzy's punch, Frisia was directly sent flying, and in mid-air, the face of the evil emperor of the universe was full of disbelief. His powerful fourth form, the fourth form with up to 500 billion fighting power, is not the one-punch enemy of this dead monkey. Frisia, the final form of your fourth form is far from enough for me to fight. I know you have a new form transformation, so I advise you to let me see how strong your newly mastered silver form is. 130 days. When Suzy sent Frisia flying, he caught up again, grabbed Frisia's head with one hand, and then punched Frisia's head with the other hand. The pain caused Frisia to wake up again, and then heard Suzy's extremely arrogant words. It really felt like a double blow. Boom! With another heavy punch, Suzy sent Frisia flying. Clug! Chop suey! I'm going to kill you, bastard! Frisia, who was blown out to stabilize his body, remembered Suzy's words and the beating just now, which made Frisia's mentality change a lot, that is, burst open, unceasingly exploding his most powerful aura, and then torture this dead monkey to death. Boom! At this instant, an extremely dazzling silver light exploded from Frisia's body. 1 billion combat points. 10 trillion combat power. 100 trillion combat power. In the dazzling silver light, Frisia's combat power finally stopped at around 120 trillion points, which is the peak combat power index of the third stage of his silver form. Chop suey! I'm definitely going to be today. Soon, the dazzling silver light dissipated, and Frisia, who was dressed in silver, looked at Suzy with a calm face, hysterical. Kill you! Kill you! Frisia's furious roar kept spreading and repeating, and the middle meaning definitely reached a peak. 67 kill without any suspense, choose rewards. 4 for subscription. Ah! Facing the furious Frisia, the corner of Suzy's mouth twitched with sarcasm. This guy thinks he's strong, but in Suzy's eyes he's just mediocre. This guy Frisia is too scary. When Son Goku felt the power of Frisia transformed into the third stage of the silver form, his face showed shock. Horrible! He had never seen such a terrifying guy. Frisia! Vegeta gritted his teeth for a while. He thought that he could defeat Frisia by transforming into Super Saiyan, but now it seems that Frisia has blocked him like a mountain. Brother Suzy, can you be this guy's match? Kellen frowned, extremely worried. Boom! At this moment, Sozi directly transformed into a Super Saiyan with 3,280 trillion points of combat power and exploded, directly overwhelmed Frisia, who was at the moment with 100 trillion points of combat power Indiana terms of aura. What transformation form is that? When Sozi's Super Saiyan 3 appeared, whether it was Frisia, Vegeta, or Son Goku, all of them were shocked. This is Super Saiyan 3. Sozi said lightly, and then used instant transmission to directly reach Frisia. Boom! Punch! Yes! With just one punch, Sozi stunned Frisia, who had a combat power of 100 trillion points. Bang bang bang! The violent beating officially started, there was no suspense at all. Frisia, I thought you would die, but I didn't expect you to come and die. This time, I won't let you live. While Sozi beat Frisia violently, he humiliated him with words at the same time, causing him to suffer a double blow. This is a murderous method. Ah! Frisia almost fell into a state of madness, the breath on his body continued to rise, and finally transformed into the final stage of the silver form directly in the beating of Sozi. At this moment, Frisia's whole body was covered with silver radiance, and the incomparably powerful aura made him feel like a god alive. Sozi, how am I now? Am I so strong to the extreme? Frisia blasted Sozi, who was transformed into Super Saiyan 3, with a punch, and then looked at him coldly. At this moment, Frisia's combat power has reached his peak of 1,000 trillion points of combat power. Hee hee. Sozi chuckled, this is what he wanted. Let Foley think that the most powerful force is enough to crush him, and then choose his most powerful form under this situation. At that time, he believes that Frisia will definitely explode mentally. Frisia, I'll show you what a truly powerful transformation form is. Boom! Sozi didn't think much about it, and transformed into Super Saiyan 4 directly. When his Super Saiyan 4 transformation form appeared, the faces of Son Goku and other Saiyan once again fell into a shocking expression. This! What new transformation? Trembling! Real! At this moment, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan, the Saiyans who have Saiyan blood, just feel that they are blasphemy staring at Sozi in Super Saiyan 4. Don't wait and see. They don't understand, if Sozi knows their mental activities at this moment, she will be able to understand. This is the deterrent effect brought by the evolution of the bloodline. Sozi's bloodline was the ancestor Saiyan's bloodline before, but now it has been raised to a higher level. Naturally there is a feeling of detaching from the limitations of Saiyan's bloodline. Therefore, Sozi's Saiyan bloodline at this moment can be said to be unprecedented, and there will be no one in the future. In front of anyone with Saiyan bloodline, there must be a natural deterrent and oppressive feeling. When Sozi's Super Saiyan 4 was fully formed, Frisia stared at Sozi in horror, with a look of panic on his face. How is it possible? You bastard, why did you become so powerful in such a short time? Ah! Sozi shook his head and laughed. In your world, the time may have passed very shortly, but in my world, I don't know how long this time has passed. He has a spiritual time room with 20 times the flow rate of time, and 1 day is equivalent to 20 days. How many years have passed, and he naturally does not know how many decades he has practiced. This is why he made a wish to Shenron Belonga that he wanted to live longer. The time obtained by the spiritual time room with multiples is linked to his lifespan. Frisia didn't know these things, but was shocked by Sozi's strength. Now, he just recalled what Sozi said, I want to kill you, it really happened in such an instant. This guy, did it on purpose. Frisia's expression turned gloomy in an instant, staring at Sozi with a look of resentment in his eyes. He understood that this guy wanted to humiliate himself, and wanted to step into his trap step by step, and finally killed himself in his despair and helplessness. Damn it! What a damned dead monkey! Frisia is not reconciled, really not reconciled. B. What can I do if I am not reconciled? He Frisia, not the guy's tail. Call out. When Frisia was unwilling, Suzi set off, the humiliation time was over, and he had already moved the idea of killing Frisia. In an instant, Suzi had arrived in front of Frisia, reached out and grabbed it, and directly bombarded Frisia with a blast of energy. Rumble. Only a series of explosions and roars sounded in the field. Horrible. Seeing this scene, Son Goku and others were shocked again. The gap between me and brother Suzi is getting bigger and bigger. A bitter smile appeared on Son Goku's face. He has been practicing for so long, and he has always aimed to catch up with Suzi, but now it seems that Suzi is standing on a big mountain, and he can only look up at the foot of the mountain. With Suzi. Moreover, what he saw was not Suzi's back, he couldn't even see the footprints. Die. Suzi's attack on Frisia has never stopped, and the powerful attack directly annihilated Frisia. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection task. Reward 0.9% of the domain of God, 0.5 seconds of time stop, 2% of the weakened attribute effect, 50 billion points of normal combat power, and 10% of Ultra Instinct in the first stage. Good. When Frisia died completely, Suzi received a system prompt in his mind. Host, Suzi. Bloodline, Ultimate Scion. Realm, Realm of God, 1%. Normal state, 400 billion combat power tiles. Skills, 15 times Kaioken without side effects, upgraded version of instant transmission, clearing ability, gold level, time stop technique, 1.5 seconds, 22% chance of weakening attribute effects, first stage Ultra Instinct 10%. Items, Battle Robot House, 10,000 times Gravity Room, 20 times Time Flow Speed Spiritual Time Room. Immediately, Suzi glanced at his own character attribute panel, his face couldn't help showing an excited look. Next. I think I need to calm down and try to break through the transformation form of Super Saiyan 5. After a burst of excitement, Suzi took a deep breath and began to plan his follow-up plans. For him, his own strength is the real kingly way. 68 The mimetic transformation of Super Saiyan 5 increases the combat power by as much as 20,000 times. Another 3 months passed quietly. On this day, Suzi walked out of the spiritual time room in the backyard of his home that was 20 times faster than the time flow, with a look of surprise on his face. Host, Suzi. Bloodline, Ultimate Scion. Realm, Realm of God, 10%. Normal state, 420 billion points of combat power. Skills, 15 times Kaioken without side effects, upgraded version of instant transmission, clearing ability, gold level, time stop technique, 1.5 seconds, 22% chance of weakening attribute effects, first stage Ultra Instinct 10%. Items, Battle Robot House, 10,000 times Gravity Room, 20 times Time Flow Speed Spiritual Time Room. At first glance, his character attribute panel is the same as it was 3 months ago. But, a closer look, it can be seen that not only the normal combat power has increased by as much as 20 billion. There is also the realm of the gods, which is also 9% more. Don't underestimate the 9% of the realm of God's domain. Because of this 9% increase, Suzi has been able to initially control the mimic transformation of Super Saiyan 5 at this stage. What is the mimicry transformation of Super Saiyan 5? Super Saiyan 1's mimic transformation multiple is low, and it is still unable to control its own rationality and emotions. However, the mimic transformation 840 of Super Saiyan 5 is different from the mimic transformation of Super Saiyan 1. According to Suzi's calculation, the mimetic transformation of Super Race 5 has a 20,000-fold increase in combat power. In other words, this is half of the combat power multiplier of the real Super Saiyan 5. It is not difficult to see from here that if Sozi really wants to enter the transformation form of Super Saiyan 5, then he must continuously deepen his own realm of God. But what Sozi is curious about is that the transformation of Super Saiyan 5 is the exclusive transformation of the Dragon Ball space-time world, why it is related to the God realm of the Dragon Ball space-time world. After pondering for a long time, Sozi couldn't get the answer. In the end, he could only think that the transformation of Super Saiyan 5 might be regarded as a God-level existence in the Dragon Ball space-time world. So, thus strengthened the connection. Husband. At this moment, Bulma's voice sounded, pulling Sozi back to reality. Sozi came back to his senses, and soon saw Bulma jumping to his side, then tiptoed to his ear and whispered something. What? Sozi was shocked. He has a baby. Bulma scoffed coquettishly, then stretched out his hand and twisted Sozi's waist, then squirmed and repeated what he, CGCE, secretly said before. I'm going to be a father. Sozi's eyes widened, and he held his breath at this moment, then set his sights on Bulma, then hugged her up, and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Sozi is finally going to be a father. Why are you yelling so loudly? I'm afraid others won't hear you. Bulma laughed too. I don't care, Sozi is going to be a father, so I can yell as loudly as I want. Sozi shook his head, very excited. You. Bulma tapped her husband's brow lightly with her finger, and then said, I checked, it's been about a month and a half, recently, you can't play games with me anymore. That's for sure. Sozi showed a smile, at this time. If he still had any thoughts about Bulma, it would be a bit of a feat. For the next 8 months, Sozi stayed by Bulma's side all the time. He saw Bulma's belly getting bigger little by little, and he couldn't help but marvel at the magic of the birth of a new life. IG 768 July 15th. At this moment, in a private hospital in Western capital. I've been in for so long, why haven't I come out yet? At the door of the delivery room, Sozi kept pacing, her face full of anxiety. Please, brother Sozi, I've only been in for a few minutes. Seeing Sozi's anxious look, Kellen couldn't help but teased, hey, this is the first time being a daddy. I'm so nervous. Hearing Kellen teasing him, Sozi couldn't help squinting at him, and said calmly, you said you have a girlfriend, married, and even have children. When it comes to hating people, Sozi has never been afraid of anyone. Ha ha ha. Kalen laughed embarrassingly, scratched his bald head, then looked at Son Goku who was on the side, and said, isn't this the way Goku was like that back then? Brother Sozi, don't worry, just wait. I remember the day Gohan was born, she was in the delivery room for hours. Son Goku also comforted himself. Why? Sozi naturally knew that it was useless to be anxious, sighed and sat next to Lazuli, who took her husband's hand and patted it gently, just like a good wife and mother. In this regard, Sozi's mood has stabilized a lot. Slowly, as time passed, half an hour passed quickly. Whoa whoa whoa! Following a burst of baby cries in the delivery room, Sozi suddenly got up from the stool. Give birth. Gave birth. Lazuli also slowly got up from the seat, and then walked quickly to the door of the delivery room with Sozi. DDY. The door of the delivery room was pushed open, and a nurse wearing a mask walked out holding a baby. Mr. Su, congratulations on getting a cute little padded jacket. The nurse smiled. Intimate little padded jacket. Sozi frowned upon hearing this, and asked in surprise, how? Yes. It's a very cute little baby girl. The nurse handed the little baby girl in her arms to Sozi. Sozi took his daughter in a panic, looked down, there was a little blue-purple fluff on her head, it should be Lanugo, it is not difficult to see, I am afraid that the girl with hair color will definitely inherit Bulma. It's really cute. Sozi's eyes lit up in vain when he met his daughter's glass-like pupils. Giggle. So Zi flicked his tongue. Cluck cluck. When the little baby girl heard So Zi flicking her tongue, she bit her finger and laughed. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, So Zi burst into laughter. Call out. But at this moment, the little baby girl pointed her finger at So Zi again, and then a dazzling light flickered, and a powerful finger cannon shot out from So Zi's daughter's fingertips. Rumble. So Zi's reaction was so fast, the second the light flickered, he turned his head and avoided it. However, the roof of this private hospital suffered a big hole directly. Oh my god! Seeing this scene, the eyes of Kellen and others on the side widened in vain, and everyone's jaws were pulled down. Is this, really a newborn baby girl? Excellent, my cub! As for So Zi, he looked excited. He glanced at his daughter's fighting power. 1,000,000 points. He was born with 1,000,000 points, so don't think too much about it, the power of his father's blood must have been passed on to her. This is not the key point, the most important thing is that my daughter also inherited a powerful Scion bloodline, that is, the legendary Super Scion bloodline. 69 Compa was shocked. Where the hell is this So Zi? 1 for subscription. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed. So Zi named her daughter Liulai, because the little girl's eyes are as beautiful as Liulai, so she got such a name. On this day, So Zi packed the things in the backyard of her home into the system package space, said goodbye to Bulma and Lazuli, waved to the little girl, and went directly to the Dragon Ball Super World. This time, So Zi intends to ask Whis how to speed up the penetration of his god's domain. Therefore, the place he teleport directly to is in the Gods of Destruction world of the 7th universe. Call out. The sound of piercing sounded, and the figure of So Zi appeared in the Gods of Destruction world. Swish swish swish. When So Zi appeared in the world of Gods of Destruction, several eyes immediately turned towards him. Mortal. Someone spoke, and after staring at So Zi for a few moments, his brows furrowed immediately, and then he turned his eyes to Beerus who was on the side, and the corner of his mouth immediately twitched, and said lightly, Some people seem to like to commit crimes knowingly, but mortals are forbidden to enter the Gods of Destruction world. Oh! Beerus, you are so brave, you dare to let a mortal in. Hearing this, So Zi turned his head to look, and saw a hairless cat with a fat head, big ears and an extremely arrogant look staring at him with a sneer, which made him chuckle. Who did he know? It turned out to be Gods of Destruction Compa from the 6th universe. So Zi, why are you here suddenly? I haven't seen you for a while, so. Whis stood up, greeted So Zi with a smile, and then came to him, his voice lowered a little, have you been playing in various universes lately? Can't feel it. Didn't I tell you? I come from. So Zi smiled and was about to explain, but at this moment, Gods of Destruction Compa from the 6th universe jumped out and started, Hey! Did you hear me? Shut up! Shut up! 2 scolding sounds sounded at the same time. One from Angel Vados of the 6th universe, one from So Zi. You! Compa was startled, and his eyes kept lingering on So Zi and Vados. He is a majestic Gods of Destruction, let alone being murdered by Angel, even a weak mortal like So Zi dares to murder him. Boom! Compa had a bad temper, and he could bear it if Vados beat him up. After all, he was not Vados' opponent, but he couldn't bear So Zi's toughness on him. The more he thought about it, the more he got angry, he exploded directly, and Zi Black's arrogance erupted all over his body. I'm going to kill you, mortal. Compa stared at So Zi angrily, and said coldly. Lord Compa. A gloomy look slowly appeared on Vados's face, he looked at Compa indifferently with the angel staff in his hand, and said, So Zi is not a common mortal, and this is the territory of the 7th universe, as the 6th universe you of the Gods of Destruction have no right to intubate anything in the 7th universe. In the words, Vados already carried a strong sense of warning. If Kampa still can't understand, then I'm afraid it's no wonder she took action. Compared with gods of destruction Kampa, who has a clear identity, Suzi's mysterious identity makes her care more. Vados, you. No matter how stupid Kampa was, he couldn't hear anything, and his eyes were on Vados' face. He hadn't seen the gloomy look on this woman's face for too long. Obviously, Vados is really angry with him at this moment. Kampa, if you don't want to die, then talk less. At this time, Beerus stood up and said lightly, have you forgotten how many universes there used to be in this big universe? Hearing the warning in Beerus' words, Kampa couldn't help opening his mouth, and then glanced blankly at Suzi, who was really confused. How the hell is this mortal named Suzi so divine? That. The scene was silent for a few seconds. Kampa coughed twice, and said, since this little brother is not an ordinary person, then I will not take action. He he he. Ask for flowers. To cover up his embarrassment, Kampa laughed a few more times, then hid aside and shut himself up. Suzi withdrew his gaze, not that he was pretending to be a tiger with only a gold-level clearing ability, but that for a moment just now he was really upset with Kampa. He didn't like Kampa in the original book at all, and he was interrupted and provoked again and again just now, so naturally he was even more upset with this guy. Suzi, what did you want to say just now? Vados asked Suzi with a gentle smile. Kampa, who was shutting himself up on one side, heard Vados's gentle voice, and immediately looked at her, and saw that her face turned cloudy and sunny in an instant, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help twitching when she saw that she was extremely gentle. 0. However, this shocked him even more. Vados' angel. Why would you look at a common, mediocre mortal with new eyes? Etc. Kampa frowned, suddenly recalling what Beerus said to him, have you forgotten how many universes there were in this big universe? This sentence has been hinted very clearly. Is this guy? Swish. As if thinking of something, Kampa suddenly turned his head and looked at Suzi, who was talking with Vados and Whis solemnly, his pupils constricted at this moment, secretly said, this guy. Would it be Lord Zeno's spokesperson? Otherwise, why would Vados Whis be so easygoing with a common mortal? As if he felt that he had figured out the key, beads of cold sweat instantly appeared on Kampa's forehead. Almost, really almost died. Kampa breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was resourceful, otherwise he would have provoked Master Zeno's spokesperson, and what awaited him might be the elimination of the sixth universe, and he, the seemingly supreme gods of destruction, would also be forever disappeared into the great universe. Please ask for an automatic subscription. I will work hard for the 6th update today. Please don't keep books, remember to watch it. Small. 70 Imitation Super Scion 5 Plus Divine Realm? 2 for subscription. When Kampa was thinking wildly, on Suzi's side, he frowned when he heard Vados and Whis talking about the realm of the gods. As Vados and Whis said, the depth of the realm of the gods cannot be advanced by manpower, which requires some kind of opportunity to slowly advance on the road of the realm of the gods. Regarding this, Suzi was naturally speechless for a while. What Vados and Whis said is already too obvious. It takes time to accumulate, even they don't have the ability to make people achieve it overnight, and become an existence that walks a long way in the realm of gods. However, Suzi's conversations with them were not fruitless in general. His current state of God's domain should be regarded as just getting started. The next stage is to step into the realm of gods in the true sense. At that time, common humans will be completely unable to perceive his aura. That is to say, if he wants to assassinate a person, it is bound to be able to achieve the result of silently completing the assassination. But to be honest, this doesn't work for Suzi. Hey! 483 Suzi, do you want to fight again? Just as Suzi was thinking, Beerus suddenly spoke. I haven't seen Suzi for some days, and Beerus has been waking up recently, so his hands have started to itch, and he is bored, so he made a suggestion. I fought with you, Wu. Suzy squinted at him and shook his head. Ding! Choose the system to start. Choice 1, send an invitation to the 6th Universe Gods of Destruction Combat to fight at the same level, and successfully beat him up. The rewards for the first stage are Ultra Instinct 10%, God's Domain 10%, 10% weakening attribute effects, normal combat power of 100 billion points and time stop technique for 0.5 seconds. Option 2, send an invitation to the Gods of Destruction of the 6th Universe and the 7th Universe at the same level to fight at the same time, and successfully beat them up. Reward Phase 1 Ultra Instinct 20. God's Domain 20%, 20% weakened attribute effects, normal combat power of 200 billion points time stop technique for 1 second. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Suzy's mind. The two choices this time made Suzy stunned for a moment, and then his brows frowned. To be honest, in terms of rewards, the system has already made an extremely clear choice. Against the gods of destruction of two universes at the same time, even though it is a battle of the same level, but, are you sure you can accomplish the feat of beating? Host, please make a choice in time. The system reminded. I choose 2. Suzy gritted his teeth, and chose option 2 cruelly. With such a fat reward in front of him, he couldn't help being greedy. Perhaps. After this success, he has completely touched the transformation form of the real Super Saiyan 5. Since this is the case, then forget it. To be honest, although it is not easy to fight with you, the joy in it is unexpected. Beerus sighed softly. Pole. Suzy waved his hand, and said to Beerus and Kampa, you misunderstood me, it's really meaningless for me to fight alone with you, because there is no suspense at all. So, you two brothers go together. What? You guy, you are too contemptuous of people. Hearing Suzy's extremely arrogant words, the scene was quiet for a while. Then Beerus and Kampa looked at each other with a little displeasure on their faces, especially Beerus. The displeasure on his face was deeper. Just listening to his cold he said, I admit that you are indeed powerful, but with the same combat power, you must have no chance of winning against two gods of destruction. Suzy, you are too strong. That's right. You guys are too arrogant. If he hadn't understood that Suzy's identity was not simple, Kampa would have taken action to punish this arrogant kid who knows nothing about his heights and heights. If you don't trust me, try it, and you'll know. Come on, Beerus, Kampa. Suzy hooked his fingers at the two at the same time, and then directly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Ah! Beerus and Kampa sneered and snorted. Since this kid is looking for abuse, it is naturally impossible for them not to fulfill his little wish. Whoosh! The two set off at the same time, attacking Suzy in a flanking manner. Facing the attack from the front and back of the two, Yin-Ji directly flew into the sky. Boom! Raising his hand, Suzy directly released an energy cannon with extremely destructive power, and both Beerus and Kampa below were hit by the aftermath. Suzy, too weak. Beerus rushed into the sky and punched Suzy. It's just that this action hit the afterimage of Suzy. This guy. Beerus was stunned for a moment, and then he heard the sound of fierce body collision coming from one side. It was Kampa and Suzy who started a close-range hand-to-hand combat. Four fists clashed against each other, no one could do anything to anyone. Call out! Beerus flew up and joined the fight. However, he and Kampa really don't have any tacit cooperation, so when the two shoot at the same time against Suzy, they occasionally accidentally injure each other. Boom! 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 After the three of them clashed again, the silver flew out. This kid's strength, so terrifying. Kampa was gasping for air, apparently expending a lot. In his opinion, it is indeed not easy for Suzy, a common mortal, to be able to fight to this extent with the same combat power as two gods of destruction. Drink! At this moment, Suzi in the sky let out a loud shout. After a while, his body swelled a little, and everyone frowned. Now Suzi's body has not only changed, the body hair on his body has changed from red to silver and white, and the fireworks rising all over his body are even more so. Slowly transform from the previous red to silver white. What's this? Beerus and Kampa looked at each other, their eyes staring in vain. On Suzi's side, he looked down at himself. At this time, his body was swollen and huge, similar to the shape of a giant ape, but his body shape was much shorter than the height of the giant ape. In a serious sense, it looks like a giant ape. At this moment, I control an extremely powerful force. Suzi was amazed, touched his face, and then sank into his own character attribute panel, which showed his transformed form at the moment. At this time, in the character attribute panel, he has hair growing to his buttocks, red and silver white, which is obviously a very strange matching color, but in his opinion, it is so cool. Not only that, his appearance has undergone some changes, unlike the handsome man before, now he looks like a giant ape. After two more careful glances, Suzi was surprised to find that his pupil on the left was blue, while Jingbian's pupil 4.8 was silver and white. This is no longer Mimic Super Saiyan 5, because my multiplier seems to have reached an astonishing 40,000 times. Suzi shook his own tail, the end of his tail is silver white, and the rest are all red, which is no different from the red tail of Super Saiyan 4. At this time, his combat power in this state has reached an astonishing 168 trillion points converted into mega units, that is 16,800 trillion, and then converted into capital units. That is 1.68 Jing's combat power. No. This should not count as my exclusive Super Saiyan 5, at most. Suzi's eyes flickered, and he murmured, although my current state is superimposed on the God's domain under the transformation form of Mimic Super Saiyan 5, it is not really exclusive to my Super Saiyan 5. So, at this moment, my form can only be regarded as a semi-adult body exclusively for Super Saiyan 5. 71 What? Suzi actually entered the Ultra Instinct realm. 3 for subscription. Whispering, Suzi looked at his appearance again, and after a while, he guessed in his heart, maybe when the fireworks rising around his hair, body hair, and tail, and his pupils all turned into silver white, that would be the real time. Super Saiyan 5. At that time, Super Saiyan 5 plus his God's domain, probably equal to his exclusive Super Saiyan 5 transformation. In this regard, Suzi's eyes could not help but slowly narrowed. The semi-finished exclusive Super Saiyan 5 alone has a 40,000-fold increase in combat power. It is conceivable that when his exclusive Super Saiyan 5 is fully formed, how many times will his combat power increase? I was so looking forward to that moment. An excited and expectant smile appeared on Suzi's face. Call out! Suzi started, and rushed to Beerus and Kampa at an extremely fast speed, and then started beating the two people who were still in a daze. Bang bang bang! The sound of fist-to-flesh collisions came from the field, which was extremely intense. 26 Sister Vados, do you understand? On the other hand, Whis, holding the angel staff, looked at Vados with a smile and asked softly. Vados withdrew his gaze from Suzi, and nodded his head. Suzi, this little guy actually integrated the realm of gods into his transformation form, and once again exploded his breath, improving his combat power after transformation. Multiplier. Yes. Whis nodded, and looked at Suzi, who was singled out against two gods of destruction in the field, but did not lose the wind at all, and couldn't help but sigh, this little guy's potential is really too great. Not to mention, he also has the ability to clear, in the future, his achievements will never lose to that legendary Cuhk Xeno. Although these angels are ancient existences, they are nothing compared to some ordinary gods. For those supreme beings that existed in the big universe of the true primordial era, they are just some juniors. Therefore, Whis and Vados actually don't have much memory of the missing big Xeno in Legendary, but they only heard something mentioned by their father, Grand Priest. Among them, the ultra instinct they controlled was the one that was passed down. This alone is enough to shock the world. No more fights, no more fights. You kid is too perverted. While Whis and Vados were talking, a voice of aggrieved suddenly came from the field. The two looked and saw that the two high-ranking gods of destruction had bruised noses and swollen faces at the moment. Obviously they had been severely beaten. In this regard, Whis and Vados looked at each other with a little smile on their faces. A word came out in unison in my heart, that is, the wicked have their own grind. Yes, that's right. In the eyes of Whis and Vados, the two brothers Beerus and Kampa are a complete villain. But, here at Suzi, it can't be evil at all, because this guy is more evil than these two gods of destruction. This can't be done. Suzi was unwilling to let the two go, because he didn't have the system's prompt in his mind yet. This kid is really too much, he insists on chasing after him. Hearing Suzi's words, Beerus and Kampa frowned, looked at each other, and whispered, "You hit yours, I'll hit mine, anyway, just don't make this guy feel better." Good. At this moment, the two brothers who had always been at odds stood on the united front completely because of Suzi. Call out! Beerus and Kampa set off at the same time and arrived in front of Suzi almost in the blink of an eye. The two of them pinched left and right, and punched out violently. This time, their punches were so fast that Suzi didn't react immediately. Boom! Boom! Two fists hit Suzi's body forcefully. Puff! The powerful impact directly sent Suzi flying upside down, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. Superior! Beerus gave a command and flew to catch up. Kampa nodded and also flew to catch up. Bang bang bang! Next, the scenario reverses. Whis and Vados saw that Suzi was beaten continuously by Kampa and Beerus, and there was no room for retaliation at all. Although Suzi has always been at a disadvantage, I don't know why, it always feels weird. Vados frowned, and said, "Whis, what do you think?" "Well, I always feel weird too. And you see, Suzi has returned to his normal appearance, but the strange thing is that his combat power has not been reduced at all, but he seems to be suffering from the blow, the feeling of getting stronger and stronger." Whis also frowned, and said softly, "Boom!" Just as Beerus and Kampa punched out again, ready to end the fight, Suzi finally fought back. His eyes, which had been closed all this time, opened in vain, and a silvery white light flashed from his eyes. Gone! Boom! Suzi raised his hand and lightly grabbed the fists of Beerus and Kampa, then somersaulted in mid-air, kicked his feet, and easily sent Beerus and Kampa flying. Call out! At this moment, he set off, carrying a light air of silver white all over his body. Not only that, his hair showed silver lines, and his pupils turned into silver. What? Is this the first opening state of the Ultra Instinct Mega? Seeing Suzi's appearance at this moment, 770 Whis and Vados on the other side could no longer calm down, their faces were shocked, and they even exclaimed for the first time. Boom! Boom! Even though it is only the beginning stage of Ultra Instinct Sign, Suzi's combat power at this moment is definitely not comparable to that of Beerus and Kampa. However, in just a few seconds, Beerus and Kampa have received at least 100 punches, the kind of attack that Shi Shenian's 10 strikes are powerful enough to penetrate 10 planets. If Beerus and Kampa's physical bodies were not strong enough, otherwise they would have been blown up by Suzi on the spot under this high-intensity attack of pure power. This guy Suzi actually entered the state of Ultra Instinct during the battle. At this moment, after Beerus and Kampa, who fell on the ground, looked at each other, their faces also showed inconceivable expressions. Especially Kampa, he couldn't believe it. One must know that even as gods of destruction, it is extremely difficult for him to enter or comprehend the state of ultra instinct. Beerus's talent is amazing enough, but, for so long, he has only entered this state once with great luck. This is why Beerus is called the strongest gods of destruction. Because, his body's automatic reaction speed is much higher than the usual gods of destruction. 72 Exclusive Super Saiyan 5 Transformation, the multiplier of combat power is as high as 80,000 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection task. Rewards for the first stage: 20% Ultra Instinct, 20% Divine Domain, 20% Weakened Attribute Effects, 200 billion combat power in normal state, and 1 second time stop. Following the sound of the system's prompt, Suzy also slowly retreated from the state of Ultra Instinct, and returned to his normal state. He scanned the audience and saw that everyone was looking at him with a shocked expression. This made him shake his head and smile. To be honest, even he himself did not think that he could enter the state of Ultra Instinct. Suzy, you guys are too perverted. To be honest, do you understand your state just now? With a bruised nose and a swollen face, Beerus flew towards Suzy and asked. I know it's Ultra Instinct's mega state. Suzy nodded and smiled. Now that you know, it seems that I don't need to explain too much. Beerus nodded slightly. If it was normal, he would naturally not have the cheek to stay in front of Suzy, but because he was defeated by Suzy's subordinate in the Ultra Instinct state, he thought it was normal. Only those who have entered this state can understand how powerful the person who has entered this state is. This guy. Kampa on the other side also had a bruised nose and a swollen face, but he didn't dare to come over, because in his eyes, Suzy looked like a devil at this moment, and this guy was really perverted enough. To be reasonable, he has lived for so many years, and he has never seen such a perverted, powerful, and terrifying person. Next, Suzy seemed to have some new insights, and then directly took out the spiritual time room with 20 times the flow rate of time and entered it directly. Everyone stared at this, not knowing what Suzy wanted to do. On Suzy's side, after entering the spiritual time room with 20 times the flow rate of time, he once again transformed into a semi-finished form exclusive to Super Saiyan 5. This time, he is familiar with this transformation form, entirely because his fighting power is stronger and his realm of God's domain has reached 30%. Boom! Break! Suzy let out a roar while bursting out of breath. At this moment, a simple, domineering and incomparably ostentatious aura rose from him. Boom! Not only that, the red and silver arrogance around him completely transformed into silver in vain. Moreover, the lightning flashing around him is not golden, but silver. Host, Suzy. Bloodline, Ultimate Scion. Realm, Realm of God, 30%. Normal state, 620 billion points of combat power. Current transformation form, exclusive Super Saiyan 5, 80,000 times combat power increase. Skills, Kaioken without side effects, instant upgrade version, clearing ability, gold level, 2.5 seconds, 42% chance of weakening attribute effects, first stage Ultra Instinct 30%. Items, Battle Robot House, 10,000 times Gravity Room, 20 times Time Flow Speed Spiritual Time Room. Checking his character attribute panel, he first stared at his appearance for a while, and finally saw the multiplier of his current combat power. 80,000. Hiss. Seeing this astonishing multiple, Suzy couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Horrible. This is a multiplier of up to 80,000 times the combat power. His current normal combat power is 620 billion points. And in the state of this exclusive Super Saiyan 5 transformation form, the combat power multiplied by 80,000 times, will reach a terrifying 496 trillion points of combat power. Converted into trillions as a unit, that is 49,600 trillions, and then converted into Beijing as a unit, that is 4.96 Beijing's combat effectiveness. This is not the key point. The key point is that after his normal combat power is improved, his multiplier will be perfectly reflected in terror. I also have 15 times no side effects Kaioken. Su Ziyi's eyes flickered, that is to say, at this stage, his final combat power index is 74.4 Jing's combat power. He doesn't know whether the combat power of 74.4 Jing is considered strong for Beerus, who is in full condition, but he believes that the combat power index of 74.4 Jing is definitely the best so far. In the entire Dragon Ball universe, it is considered to be at the level of a strong player. If you have a chance, you must ask what unit Beerus' combat power is based on. Su Ziyi's eyes flickered for a moment, and then he took out the training robot house and began to practice. Time passed very fast, and 3 years passed just like that. For 3 years, Su Ziyi kept going back and forth between the Dragon Ball Time-Space World and the Dragon Ball Super Time-Space World. However, he is more practiced in the Gods of Destruction realm of the Dragon Ball Hyperspace World. Whis was able to help him a lot in his practice, and he also had Beerus as his free training partner, so in 3 years, his strength has naturally improved by leaps and bounds. On this day, Su Ziyi walked out of the spiritual time room at 20 times the time flow rate. Host, Su Ziyi. Bloodline, Ultimate Scion. Realm, Realm of God, 45%. Normal state, 4.96 trillion combat power. Skills, 15 times Kaioken without side effects, upgraded version of instant transmission, clearing ability, gold level, time stop technique, 3 seconds, 50% chance of weakening attribute effects, first stage ultra instinct 50%. Items, battle robot house, 20,000 times gravity room, 20 times time flow speed spiritual time room. The first time Su Ziyi checked his character attribute panel, after seeing the changes in the past 3 years, an excited smile appeared on his face. Now his normal combat power is already measured in trillions, and it has even reached a terrifying 4.96 trillion. At first glance, this combat power may not seem very good, but in fact, when he transforms into the exclusive Super Saiyan 5, his combat power will reach a terrifying level. 396,800 trillion combat power. 396,800 trillion is converted into Beijing as a unit, that is 39.68 Beijing. However, compared to the fact that Beerus is supposed to be a unit, Zhao Zhao, my little 39.68 capital combat power, what is it? Su Ziyi chuckled and shook his head. 2 years ago, he asked Beerus what unit his combat power was based on, and the latter told him that it was Guy. However, he asked how much combat power this guy possessed, but he didn't tell him what his real combat power index was. Regarding this, Su Ziyi naturally frowned, a little curious about Beerus's real combat power. After all, if the combat power of Golden Frieza is really 100, then the combat power counting unit of Beerus must not be 100. Host. If you think this way, you must have entered into a misunderstanding. At this moment, the system spoke. Oh. Su Ziyi's eyes flashed. And he said curiously, in this case, you can analyze the system for me. The 4th update is here. Sorry everyone, the update is a bit late. 73 Son Goku meets Beerus for the first time. 5 for subscription. Host, reaching the level of Gods of Destruction Beerus, his combat power has reached a qualitative change. The system began to explain, in other words, when the combat power at Guy level reaches a certain point, it can be regarded as a qualitative change. Oh! Hearing the system's explanation, Su Ziyi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He is not a fool, so he naturally understood the system's explanation, and said, if that's the case, then how many times has this reached a qualitative change? The specifics need to be explored by the host itself. The system opened up. Fine. So Ze stretched his waist, didn't think about anything else, and then walked out of the spiritual time room with 20 times the flow rate of time. So Ze scanned the entire eye of gods of destruction, and found that neither Beerus nor Whis was there, which made him slightly taken aback. At the same time, when So Ze left the customs, the planet where King Kai was. Ha! The aging King Kai was looking at Beerus and Whis in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. As for Son Goku and a gorilla, the little ant was watching Beerus and Whis from the side. Except for Son Goku's curious and puzzled expression, the gorilla and the little ant were sweating and scared. My whole body was shaking. Is that guy gods of destruction Beerus? After Son Goku was curious for a while, he looked at Whis very solemnly. He remembered that So Ze had talked with him recently and said that 070 might have a god coming to the earth in the future, and he should be more disciplined at that time. Because, that god is not even a little stronger than him. So, is this guy the god that So Ze said is stronger than him? Goku! Please, let's keep our voices down, or the Lord will find out. The little ant on the side was sweating profusely, and pulled Son Goku's trousers in horror, obviously frightened to the extreme. Oh, I know. Son Goku smiled relaxedly at the little ant, then poked his head out and fixed his gaze on Whis, only to see that the seriousness on his face deepened a bit. Too strong. The first sense this guy brought to Son Goku, So Ze is strong enough in his eyes. But he could tell directly that even if he was as strong as So Ze, he would definitely not be the opponent of this guy. At this moment in the arena, King Kai slowly followed Beerus behind Whis and said, "Dear Lord Beerus, long time no see, I really welcome you to our planet." Yo! Long time no see, King Kai. Beerus stood up from behind Whis, waved his hand and said hello, looking very accommodating. Ah! He is. Son Goku stared, seeing Beerus who came out, he was surprised and said, "Gods of destruction Beerus." At this time, Beerus suddenly noticed Son Goku who was sticking out his head on one side, and looked at him immediately, and the two looked at each other. There was an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth, and he smiled to Whis on the side, "This guy, is a scion too." Ah! Seeing that Beerus had noticed Son Goku, King Kai's expression changed, and he hurriedly stood in front of Beerus, anxiously saying, "Master Beerus, I will prepare food for you now. Go away." Beerus squinted at the anxious King Kai, and said calmly, "Beerus big." Just as King Kai was about to speak, Beerus pointed a finger at him. Seeing the light flashing on Beerus' fingertips, King Kai swallowed and then moved away slowly, only to see the cold sweat dripping from his forehead. "Hey! Scion! You, come here!" Beerus ticked his fingers at Son Goku. Son Goku pointed at himself, then turned his head to glance at the little ant and gorilla who had already avoided sight, then looked directly at Beerus, and said, "Excuse me, is it me?" "That's right, it's you, Scion." Beerus nodded indifferently. Son Goku scratched his head, walked out slowly, and saw King Kai winking at him, but he didn't care, he just smiled foolishly, then jumped in front of Beerus, and walked politely a salute, "Hello, Lord Beerus." Beerus rubbed his chin with his hand, looked at this Scion, CGCD, for a while, and said after a while, "Hey! Can you transform into Super Scion?" "Of course. Not only can I transform into Super Saiyan 1, but I can also transform into Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3. Son Goku's face was full of smiles, and suddenly his eyes showed admiration, and he exclaimed, "But, compared to a certain guy, these transformations of mine are not worth mentioning." Oh! Beerus suddenly became interested, looked at Son Goku a few times, nodded and said, "If that's the case, then transform yourself and let me see how strong you are." As for the guy you mentioned, I think I know him too. As you order, Beerus Celestial Man. Hearing what Beerus said, Son Goku rolled his eyes involuntarily, and then responded very quickly, but he hesitated for a moment, his eyes flickered, and he suggested, however, can I apply for a fight with Master Beerus? Goku. Hearing Son Goku's bold words, King Kai's face changed suddenly, and he quickly scolded, Master Beerus is extremely powerful, how can you, a little guy, be able to fight against it? Well, I know for sure that Master Beerus is extremely powerful, but I just want to see how strong the existence that Suzy can say is not an opponent. Son Goku scratched the back of his head with a silly smile on his face. However, his gaze on Beerus was full of fighting spirit and desire to fight. Obviously, he wanted to see what the strength of Beerus was. I didn't expect that guy Suzy to say that he is not my opponent. But, you are really a big fool, ha ha ha, you want to see the power of gods of destruction. Beerus was a little surprised that Suzy admitted that he was not his opponent, but compared to this, he was also full of interest in Son Goku, smiled at him, then hooked his fingers, and said, okay, since you really want to see it, then I will let you see my strength. Ah ha ha ha. Thank you Lord Beerus. When Son Goku heard Beerus agree to come down, he immediately bowed deeply, then jumped to the side, clenched his fists with both hands, and roared, drink. Seeing Son Goku's aura instantly raised, Beerus frowned. Master Beerus, look, this is my Super Saiyan 1. Golden fireworks rose all over Son Goku's body, and his hair also turned golden. Well, I see. Beerus is not surprised at all, let alone Super Saiyan 1, he has seen Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan 5, so would he be surprised by Son Goku's Super Saiyan 1? Immediately, he waved his hand casually, and after a reply, he stood upright on the spot. 74 Open the Dragon Ball Super plot in advance. Suzy frowning. 1 for subscription. Drink. Master Beerus, this is my Super Saiyan 2. Son Goku roared again and transformed into Super Saiyan 2 again. Saiyan, just take out your most powerful transformation. Beerus yawned without even raising his eyelids. Son Goku was still too weak for him, he had no interest in looking at him at all. Ha ha ha, it really is Master Beerus, you didn't even look at me with such great strength. Drink. Son Goku laughed twice, roared for the last time, and also transformed into Super Saiyan 3, which is currently his strongest state. Saiyan, your strength is not bad, then I will beat you with one finger. Beerus took a step forward, with his left hand behind his back, and only one finger out of his right hand, looking at Son Goku indifferently. Hearing what Beerus said, Son Goku smiled and said humorously, ha ha ha, don't worry, Mr. Beerus. I will try my best to reach Mr. Beerus's second finger in 10 minutes. I'll wait and see. Beerus smiled slightly, thinking that this Saiyan named Goku was quite funny. Drink. Son Goku let out a loud shout, and then quickly rushed towards Beerus with his fists clenched. Oops! Goku is going to fight Lord Beerus, run! Everyone! Seeing the impending battle, King Kai hurriedly ran towards the side room, and then turned his head to look at the field. Drink! I saw Son Goku punching Beerus fiercely, but the latter easily dodged them. Hey! Saiyan, is this all your strength? Beerus chuckled, if that's all it is, then he's done trying and ready to defeat Saiyan. No. Master Beerus, watch my Kamehameha waves next. Son Goku roared, and the instant Kamehameha wave was released. Rumble. Explosions sounded in the field one after another, and bursts of smoke rose up, and a dark mushroom cloud slowly emerged from where Beerus was standing before. You guys are really good, you are indeed the guy who is valued by that guy Suzy. Soon, the smoke from the explosion dissipated, and the figure of Beerus appeared. He looked at Goku in Super Saiyan 3 state with a look of satisfaction on his face, nodded and said, "It seems you Saiyan are indeed a very powerful race. They used to be weak, maybe it was just that they didn't know how to use their true power before. Not bad. Master Beerus, you are too powerful." Son Goku was shocked when he saw that Beerus was doing nothing. The moment he released the instant Kamehameha wave and hit Beerus just now, he thought he would hurt the Lord, but now it seemed that he didn't feel it at all, as if the attack he released just now was tickling him. Your strength is indeed terrifying at the mortal level, but it is still too weak in front of a god at my level. Beerus chuckled, the admiration for Son Goku was evident in his eyes. In this life, Beerus' character has actually changed because of Suzy. At least he is not as arrogant as in the original book, and he will still show the praise he deserves. Thank you Master Beerus for your compliment. Son Goku was naturally excited, and clasped his fists and said, "Then, do you want to continue?" "Certainly." Beerus smiled slightly. Boom! Hearing Beerus' words, Son Goku once again burst out his aura, and then rushed towards Beerus. Bang bang bang! Son Goku used both fists, while Beerus just used the door to defend Son Goku's fierce attack. Boom! After Son Goku threw another punch, Beerus stepped sideways and gave Son Goku a slap in the back of the head. Hiss! This blow of the brain directly knocked Son Goku back to his normal appearance, and he immediately lost his fighting power when he fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, King Kai stared in vain, and couldn't help but let out a breath of air. King Kai knows how terrifying Son Goku's combat power is when he transforms into the form of Super Saiyan 3, but what about Master Beerus? A light blow to the brain instantly made Son Goku lose his fighting power. One can imagine how terrifying this Lord's strength is. Lord Gods of Destruction is indeed Lord Gods of Destruction. King Kai sighed inwardly. Whiz! Let's go, I want to see the cup noodles brought to us by Suzy last time on Earth. I've been craving it for a while. Speaking of cup noodles, Beerus couldn't help but licked his lips, with a little nostalgic look on his face. Moreover, he heard from Suzy that there are countless things on Earth that are more delicious than cup noodles. From this point of view, this Earth is indeed a real gourmet planet. Why didn't I know about such a planet before? What a pity, what a pity. Seeking flowers. 0. Beerus thought to himself. Okay. Whis smiled slightly, nodded to King Kai who was not far away, and then tapped the ground lightly with the angel staff in his hand, and he and Beerus disappeared directly in place. At the same time, the figure of Suzy also appeared on the earth. These two guys, Whis and Beerus, really came to Earth. As soon as Suzy arrived, after a little sensing, he found the traces of Whis and Beerus, and then used instant transmission to rush to them again. Yo! Suzy, you've passed the test. When Whis saw Suzy, he immediately waved and greeted Suzy with a smile. Suzy, that little guy from the Saiyan clan is really good. Beerus spoke. 0. You mean Goku? Suzy froze for a moment, then frowned slightly. He glanced at Beerus, and said tentatively, "You went to the King Kai planet before coming to Earth?" "Yes. I met that little Saiyan guy you've talked about a few times there, and I had a fight with him." Beerus nodded. A look of surprise appeared on Suzy's face. If he remembers correctly, this is the rhythm of the beginning of the Dragon Ball Super plot. Could it be, the super plot of the Dragon Ball Super Time and Space World has already begun? In retrospect, Suzy doesn't know exactly how many years after the end of Majin Buu's chapter the Dragon Ball Super plot begins, but it is absolutely impossible that there is only a 3-year transition. So, the plot has shifted slightly, which caused the Dragon Ball to start ahead of schedule. Thinking of this, Suzy couldn't help but his eyes flickered, which might be a bit disadvantageous for him. Because when the Dragon Ball Super story begins, Son Goku and Vegeta will start the big game, and they will become the super race god Blue, and they will be about 70% of Beerus' strength. And what about him now? In the case of Super Saiyan 5's transformation form superimposed 15 times Kaioken without side effects, the highest combat power is only 595.2 capital combat power. How can this fighting power catch up with the fighting power of Dragon Ball in the super dramatic period? Host, the arrival of Beerus on Earth does not necessarily start the Dragon Ball super drama. Didn't you see that Beerus has been awake in recent years, and has not been sleeping like in the original book? Just when Suzy frowned and thought, the system suddenly opened his mouth to wake him up. 75 2 years later, earth-shaking changes. 2 for subscription. Is it like this? Hearing the system's explanation, Suzy's eyes lit up. In this way, he still has a few years to practice. Now his normal combat power can be doubled every year. In a few more years, he might be able to reach the level of class. Thinking of this, Suzy didn't feel so much pressure. Next, Suzy brought Whis and Beerus to the most prosperous city on Earth to eat. For these two guys, any delicacy on the Earth is extremely novel, so Beerus and Whis stayed on the Earth for about half a year before choosing to leave the Earth. In half a year, they haven't eaten all the delicacies on the whole Earth. In the words of Beerus, they have eaten all at once, then the Earth is unnecessary. Although Suzy understands that Beerus is just joking, it can be seen that Beerus, the 417 group, yearns for delicious food. On this day, Suzy returned to the Dragon Ball time-space world. In recent years, I don't know why. Basically, as long as the Dragon Ball time-space world has passed, so long has the Dragon Ball time-space world passed. Therefore, Suzy is not afraid of missing the beginning of the Dragon Ball Super plot because of the different time ratio. Call out. At this moment, in the backyard of Suzy's home, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and then his figure appeared on the ground. Papa, Papa! As soon as Suzy appeared, a girl with pink makeup and 2 ponytails immediately appeared in front of him. She jumped up and hugged Suzy directly, rubbing against Suzy's body non-stop. Ha ha ha, little Liulai is really amazing, just after Dad came back, you teleported here. Suzy suddenly burst into laughter. Xiao Liulai has a super bloodline, and she has a combat power of 1,000,000 points when she was born, and it seems that as she grows up, Suzy's various skills seem to be inherited by her, slowly controlling the various skills that Suzy possesses. Regarding this, Suzy couldn't help sighing in his heart. Having a powerful father can really save decades of struggle. Baby misses Papa. The little girl leaned close to Suzy's face while talking and gnawing, and then covered his face with saliva. His own daughter's saliva was naturally not disliked by Suzy. He understood that this was how his daughter got close to him. Father misses little Liulai too, why don't you come back soon? Suzy reached out and rubbed the little girl's head. At this moment, a soft hum sounded, which made him turn his head to see that it was Bulma and Lazuli who were looking at him. Mama, Lazuli Mama! Dad is finally back! With her arms around Suzy's neck, Xiao Liulai waved and shouted to her 2 mothers. I know, I know, I know. Facing their daughter's rivalry for favor, what can Bulma and Lazuli do? Can they forcefully pull them apart? Next, the family returned to the house. By the way, I should go to the Dragon Ball hyperspace world after a while. The strength of the guys over there will increase by leaps and bounds, and I won't be able to accompany you well in the next days. I have to work harder. On the sofa, Suzy glanced at Bulma and Lazuli, and said, with little Liulai with us, we don't need you. Bulma snorted coquettishly, turned her head to Lazuli and said, Sister Lazuli, you say yes. Ha ha. Lazuli just laughed twice, and didn't respond to Bulma's words. You don't stand a united front with your sister at all. Bulma gave Lazuli a slight glare. Husband beckons for a while, so why don't we just pass obediently, sister, what's the use of that? Lazuli chuckled. There is no quarrel between husband and wife, and it is their intimate relationship between husband and wife for many years, so it is impossible for any small conflicts to arise. Even if there is, it is nothing more than that Suzy played the game for too long when the three of them played together, and both Bulma and Lazuli couldn't stand such a long game time, which caused some small conflicts that were not worth mentioning. Little noise, little trouble, happy and harmonious. These 8 words rose in Suzy's heart, and then smiled warmly. In this way, a year and a half passed quietly. During the past year and a half, Suzy has been fighting with the sparring robot in the spiritual time room with 20 times the flow rate of time. Maybe in the outside world, he was only beaten by the sparring robot for about a year and a half. But in fact, in the spiritual time room with 20 times the time flow rate, he has been beaten for decades in a real sense. But still, it's all worth it. Host, Suzy. Bloodline, Ultimate Scion. Realm of God, 65%. Normal state, 1 Beijing combat power. Exclusive Super Scion 5, 100,000 combat power, 100,000 combat power increase. Skills, 15 times Kaioken without side effects, upgraded version of instant transmission, clearing ability, gold level, time stop, 3.2 seconds, 52.5% chance of weakening attribute effects, the first stage of Ultra Instinct 55.5%. Items, Battle Robot House, 20,000 times Gravity Room, 20 times Time Flow Speed Spiritual Time Room. Checking his own character attribute panel, even Suzy couldn't help boasting. Not to mention his normal combat power has soared to 1 Jing because of the constant lingering between life and death, but because of his deepening of the realm of God, the combat power multiplier of the transformation form exclusive to Super Scion 5 has increased by 20,000 times again. Enough to feel scary. That is to say, in the form of the exclusive Super Scion 5, his combat power will reach 100,000 Jing, and 100,000 Jing is the combat power of 10 Kai. On this basis, if Suzy stacks Kaioken without side effects 15 times, then his final combat power index will reach a terrifying 15,015.1. The combat power of a 100 Gai Golden Frieza is about equal to that of the Super Scion Blue, and the Super Scion Blue is equivalent to 70% of Beerus's, so, my 150 Gai combat power should be greater than 70% of Beerus' strength, maybe not 80%, but, it shouldn't be much different, right? Suzy's eyes flickered, and he began to think and calculate secretly. But Dragon Ball's combat power is really collapsed enough. If you really want to say a substantive specific combat power, I'm afraid it's really difficult. All in all, the current me should have caught up with the standard of Dragon Ball super power. Suzy breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he didn't want to be overtaken by Son Goku, Vegeta and the others suddenly.